Chapter 1, Reborn in the School Beauty's Embrace. Bound to the longevity evolution system, Chen Rao had crossed over, staring at the blurred outline in the mirror before him. He found it hard to accept for a moment. It wasn't the act of crossing over that was unacceptable, but the fact that he had transmigrated into the body of a dog. Whoa. Even speaking had turned into a dog's bark. His mind buzzed, and his body involuntarily took 2 steps back. Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you? Just as he was about to cry out to the heavens, earth, and Bodhisattva grandmother, a pair of snow-white long legs stopped beside him. 2 slender, fair arms gently wrapped around his body. With a slight tug, before Chen Rao could react, he was enveloped in a refreshingly sweet fragrance, neither too strong nor too heavy, like the faint fragrance of orchids. Chen Rao instinctively raised his head, and a delicate, beautiful face came into view. Just a practical assessment. What? Scared? The girl's voice was soft, her dimples faintly smiling, so beautiful it could move even the Buddha. Are you my master? Chen Rao's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't accept that he had become a dog, but it really smelled so good. Nestled in the girl's embrace, Chen Rao twitched his nose slightly, his paws resting along her arms until they came to rest on the snow-white, jade-like hollow of her collarbone. Such exquisite beauty before his eyes was truly hard to resist. Not only fragrant, but also incredibly soft. In his previous life as a wage slave, Chen Rao had only seen beauties like this on TV. Alright, be good, little white. You must take the upcoming assessment seriously, okay? The girl smiled gently, reaching out to give Chen Rao's head a light pat before setting him down. Sad, but seemingly not that sad, Chen Rao muttered to himself, unsure whether this was a blessing in disguise or a curse in disguise. In just that brief moment of distraction, the girl walked ahead, while Chen Rao's mind was flooded with the memories of this dog. It wasn't just a dog, it was a tamed beast. 100 years ago, a meteor fell from the sky, awakening bizarre bloodlines in wild animals. Their power surged as they expanded their territories, waging fierce wars against humans. In just a few decades, the human population plummeted from 7.5 billion to less than 1 billion. 40 years ago, the first humans awakened to the bloodline of beast taming. Their bloodline could resonate with beasts, forming unbreakable blood contracts to command tamed beasts, fight against magical creatures, and protect their homeland. The girl, named Lin Jing, was a beast tamer trainee about to take her qualification exam. Chen Rao had transmigrated into Lin Jing's contracted beast, a snowfield wolf. As for the upcoming assessment, it is a practical combat test. The content is quite simple. Students with equal beast taming qualifications are paired up for practical combat training. The winning side passes the assessment and officially becomes a junior beast tamer fighting for humanity, while the losing side will be stripped of their student status and become ordinary civilians. Even their tamed beasts will undergo the Academy's unified treatment, euthanasia. How cruel, Chen Rao muttered to himself as he followed along. Failure means death, the price is simply too steep. Chen Rao, who had just transmigrated, couldn't accept this reality, so he must win. Whether he could become human again in the future was secondary. For now, passing the assessment and avoiding euthanasia was Chen Rao's top priority. After a brief pause, Chen Rao hurried in the direction Lin Jing had gone. Suddenly, a few lines of small text appeared before his eyes. The longevity evolution system has been activated for you. Binding host identity in progress. Host bloodline and aptitude screened successfully, binding complete. Current host information, Snowfield Wolf, juvenile stage, primary bloodline, B-grade aptitude. Host's remaining lifespan, 11 years. This system can enhance the host's bloodline, aptitude, skills, or rapidly simulate evolution by consuming lifespan. Current skills mastered by the host, bark, beginner, scratch, intermediate. Note, the system cannot be used when lifespan is less than 1 year. Note, the host can replenish lifespan by killing enemies. Chen Rao stared at the few lines of small text before him. Gaining strength by consuming lifespan? It was probably similar to those foolish questions he'd seen before transmigrating. Like, would you trade 10 years of your life for $1 million? Essentially just about enjoying benefits in advance. But the problem was, the evolution of spirit beasts and the mastery of skills were things that required patience and meticulous effort. So why should I rush it? Not to mention, if I train and get tired, I can always take a break and relax. What if pushing too hard backfires? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? What a chicken rib, something of little value or interest. Chen Rao let out a disdainful ugh and dismissed the panel in front of him. In a moment of carelessness, he bumped into Lin Jing's leg with a thud. Little white, what's wrong with you today? You seem distracted. Lin Jing winced and looked down, picking up Chen Rao with one hand while poking his nose with the other. Too focused on reading those few small lines. Didn't notice. Chen Rao smiled, but his explanation sounded like muffled sobs to Lin Jing's ears. Forget it. We can't afford to be like this during the assessment later. Lin Jing pouted, hugging Chen Rao tightly and patting his back encouragingly. We absolutely cannot lose. Chen Rao rested his head on Lin Jing's smooth shoulder. This was the first time in both his lifetimes he'd ever been held so tightly. It smells really good. Chen Rao, lost in the embrace of a beauty, was unaware that Lin Jing's palms were sweating from nervousness. If not for her strong mental fortitude, she might have even started trembling. The reason was none other than the fact that today's assessment opponent was an out-and-out big shot, a privileged individual. That guy, named Xiao Yuan, had below-average grades and zero understanding of beast taming techniques, yet he was never expelled from the elite class. Instead, he received scholarships every year and was consistently awarded the most improved prize, because his brother-in-law is the vice president of this beast taming academy. In this beast taming academy, he could get whatever he wanted. So when Lin Jing, who always ranked at the top in every beast taming skills assessment, learned that her opponent this time was Qiu Yuan, a seed of unease was deeply planted in her heart. How could the vice president, who could manipulate the entire assessment process, possibly watch his own brother-in-law lose? Lin Jing not only excelled academically but also had no power, influence, or background, making her an easy target. In this world, nothing captures attention more than a beggar rising against a rich and handsome elite or a rookie defeating a seasoned veteran. Lin Jing took a deep breath. No matter who the opponent was behind that door, no matter how many people interfered in this assessment, she had to give it her all. She couldn't afford to fail. She needed to become a beast tamer and never return to those mountains. The grand door slowly opened, and Chen Rao, leaping down from the beauty's embrace, strode forward with confidence, head held high. He froze in place, his eyes widening abruptly. How the hell is this the same level as me? It was said that the two spirit beasts in the practical assessment were completely equal in level, but when Chen Rao saw that bear-type beast standing at least 2.5 meters tall with arms as thick as a man's waist, he was instantly rooted to the spot. I thought you wouldn't dare to show up, said Xiao Yuan with a faint smile, standing in front of the bear-type beast. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Jing asked calmly, staring at Xiao Yuan's massive beast, clearly not one in its juvenile stage. According to Academy regulations, Beastmaster candidates before assessment must keep their beasts in the juvenile stage due to insufficient abilities. But obviously, to win this assessment and achieve his rags to riches goal, Xiao Yuan had already flouted Academy rules entirely, relying on his connections. Don't say I didn't warn you. This is a bolder savage bear in its growth stage. Your snowfield wolf is less than an ant compared to it. Xiao Yuan's eyes darkened, brimming with menace. In the world of beast mastery, there are 3 factors that determine strength. The first is the beast's bloodline, divided into 10 levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, wooden fetus, ironstone, mercury, flowing gold, crimson heart, abyss. The second is the beast's aptitude, with many subcategories, ranging from the lowest C to the highest SS+. The third is the growth stage, which includes 7 phases: juvenile, growth, youth, maturity, complete, metamorphosis, ultimate form. The first 2 types mostly undergo minor changes as they progress through growth stages, so what visually impacts the strength of a beastmaster's power is the growth stage. With the same bloodline and aptitude, a juvenile boulder bear only needs a casual strike to instantly kill a young snowfield wolf. Xiao Bai. Hearing Qiu Yuan's words, Lin Jing, who knew she stood no chance in a fight, lowered her head to look at Chen Rao. Chen Rao also looked at her. This was a battle with no hope of victory, and Lin Jing didn't want to fight. Yet she couldn't bear to give up and return to that impoverished mountain village, only to marry the little cutie from the neighboring village. Just admit defeat already. Don't you still have to go back home and get married? I heard it's to some little cutie. A little cutie for a poor guy. What a perfect match. Xiao Yuan patted the giant rock bear's paw with a mocking grin. You. Lin Jing's veins bulged on the back of her hand, her face flushing red. This is beyond insulting. Chen Rao glared fiercely at Xiao Yuan. The system panel appeared before his eyes. Since death was inevitable either way, he might as well take a gamble. Fill it to the brim. Ding. 10 years of lifespan consumed. Evolution simulation in progress. Chapter 2, Evolution at the cost of lifespan. The Frost Thunder Wolf. At the command, Chen Rao felt something being pulled out from within him. But then, the system panel before his eyes began to change violently. Ding. 10 years of lifespan consumed. Over these 10 years, as a juvenile ice attribute snow wolf, you continuously honed your skills, finally mastering the foundational power of ice attributes to its peak by the 4th year and faintly touching the threshold of evolution. In the 5th year, you successfully evolved and awakened the thunder power within your bloodline, transforming into a rare hybrid species coexisting with wind and thunder attributes. Frost Thunder Wolf, growth stage. Over the next 5 years, as a Frost Thunder Wolf, you honed your mastery of the thunder attribute and attempted to fuse wind and thunder-based beast taming skills. During this lengthy process, you faintly sensed a mysterious aura but couldn't grasp it. Ding. 10-year evolution completed. Evolution results have been released. Current tier, high-grade bloodline growth stage, Frost Thunder Wolf, A+. Current skills mastered: barking, perfected; scratching, perfected; thunderball, intermediate; Ice Blade, Advanced. Lightning Flash, Beginner. Chen Rao looked at the densely packed small characters before him, understanding dawning in his heart. Despite having 10 years of lifespan deducted, it didn't feel any physical discomfort. On the contrary, it was full of energy and vitality. It seemed that the deduction of lifespan merely meant living fewer years without causing any physical harm. He raised his head again, gazing at the massive boulder bear. A faint blue-purple glow began to shimmer along his spine. Little Bai, what's wrong? Lin Jing sensed something amiss and frowned slightly as she looked down. Under the influence of the blood pact between the Beastmaster and her spirit beast, she could clearly feel the surging bloodline energy of the juvenile snow wolf at her feet. Let's see who's really going back home, Chen Rao growled. His eyes locked fiercely on Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan seemed to sense something as well, a flicker of unease crossing his face. He distinctly remembered during the pre-exam registration that Lin Jing's spirit beast was a standard B-grade juvenile snow wolf with primary bloodline. Precisely because of this, he had used the forbidden stimulant given by his brother-in-law to forcibly advance his own B-grade juvenile rock bear with primary bloodline to its growth stage just before the assessment. What did you do? Xiao Yuan asked uneasily. What's it to you? Lin Jing paused briefly before retorting. She didn't know what exactly was happening to little Bai, but her intuition told her this might not be a bad thing. As the two exchanged blows, the snow-white wolf's body became completely enveloped in crackling violet lightning. Standing tall amidst the lightning, Chen Rao let out a low growl as he felt his blood boiling in his bones, muscles, and sinews undergoing rapid transformation. This was the accelerated evolution bought with 10 years of his lifespan. Snow-white fur grew rapidly as his frame strengthened and muscles bulged. It's evolving. Boulder Breaker Bear. Xiao Yuan reacted swiftly, waving his hand in command. At the Beastmaster's command, the giant rock savage bear, bound by Xiao Yuan's blood contract, roared and charged forward. Xiao Yuan clenched his fists, having intended to secure victory in one strike by leveraging their differing growth stages. Though he didn't understand why the snowfield wolf had also suddenly evolved, he was acutely aware of the gap in beast taming skills between himself and Lin Jing. If the snowfield wolf successfully evolved into its growth stage, their beast combat power would become nearly equal. In that case, Lin Jing's superior beast taming techniques would allow her to effortlessly crush him. Xiao Yuan wouldn't give her that chance. The roaring boulder bear charged forth, its massive stomps shaking the earth as its thick arms propelled its enormous body toward Chen Rao in the blink of an eye. Xiao Bai, high jump, dodge. Lin Jing reacted swiftly, stepping back while issuing commands to Chen Rao. But Chen Rao was even faster than her. Ordinary spirit beasts rely solely on survival instincts, requiring commands from their tamers to utilize skills and execute combat techniques. But Chen Rao's human soul didn't need any command to smoothly accomplish all of this. In the midst of his evolution, Chen Rao leaped high, transforming into a pure white shadow that grazed past the giant rock bear's head, then twisted midair with an eerie posture to shift his center of gravity before landing again. When did you learn this move? Lin Jing couldn't help but widen her eyes at the sight. Relax, this is just the beginning. Chen Rao chuckled lightly, wearing a smug expression on his face. Dodged? Impossible? Must be a fluke. Faced with this situation, Xiao Yuan no longer dared to underestimate his opponent and charge forward recklessly. He let out a furious roar. Giant rock bear, tremor smash. At his command, the giant rock savage bear, which had just missed its initial strike, reared its massive body once more. With an earth-shaking roar, it raised both arms high, its copper furnace-sized paws gathering boulders of earth element before slamming them down onto the ground. Seismic smash. With a deafening boom, accompanied by boulders crashing to the ground, the boulder savage bear stirred up a tremor in the earth. Xiao Bai, lower your stance. Steady. Lin Jing's balance wavered, but she didn't forget to give the command. Relax, I know all this. Chen Rao lowered his posture, even using his tail to wrap around Lin Jing's calf to steady her. But the next second, the boulder savage bear let out a roar. Press the advantage. Rock strike. With a fierce roar from Xiao Yuan, the giant rock savage bear's massive claws tore a 2-meter-long boulder from the ground. It hurled straight toward Lin Jing and Chen Rao. Bang! A loud boom echoed, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Ha ha ha! The top freshman of all years, 3-time reigning best beast master apprentice? Having landed a successful strike, Xiao Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Nothing special after all. He was well aware of the boulder bear's abilities. The initial tremor strike was just a feint. The advanced rock thrust is the real key. With this strike, Xiao Yuan was confident he could crush Lin Jing and her spirit beast outright. As for the consequences, a poor girl from the backwoods, her brother-in-law Wu De, could easily fabricate some evidence. Forget compensation. Lin Jing's family would be lucky if they didn't end up paying instead. This is clearly an attempt at murder. Just as Xiao Yuan was about to leave, Lin Jing's voice rang out again. As the dust settled, a wolf king over 3 meters long, with blue-purple streaks running down its spine, robust limbs, and a mane behind its neck that fluttered without wind, stood shielding her. Quite the strength you've got there, little bear. Chan Rao, who had just withstood a rock spike, slightly rolled his neck, gritting his teeth. His sharp canines were a full 5 inches long. You're really lucky to survive that. Xiao Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief. After all, the evolution of a spirit beast is a very slow process. Even though he had given the rock bear a forbidden drug, it still took a full 8 hours to evolve into a giant rock savage bear. What kind of monster is this in front of me? From the start of evolution to its completion, it took less than 2 or 3 minutes. This could rewrite the history of beast evolution. Not only did I survive, but Little Bai also evolved successfully. The outcome is still uncertain. Lin Jing gently stroked the Frost Thunder Wolf's neck mane, looking at Xiao Yuan and then at the giant rock bear. Growth stage versus growth stage, that's what you call fair. Don't think evolving means you can challenge me. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth, fists clenched. Giant rock bear, tremor smash. At his command, the giant rock bear raised its claws once more, intending to repeat its previous move. Planning to use the same trick again? Almost simultaneously, Chen Rao and Lin Jing spoke in unison. The only difference was that one spoke it aloud, while the other muttered it in their heart. Before Lin Jing could even give the command, Chen Rao had already acted as she intended, summoning gleaming ice blades on both sides. In less than half a second, before the giant rock bear could bring its raised claws down, the vulnerable belly fully exposed was pierced by the swiftly shot ice blades. You're really tough, little bear, Chen Rao remarked in surprise. The ice blades, which had even mastered the advanced skill of piercing through steel, had only managed to embed themselves into the giant rock bear's abdomen. The giant rock bear, nearly pierced through by the ice blades, let out a howl of pain. Its half-executed shock strike was interrupted, and its massive body was dragged back 3 meters by the force of the ice blades before collapsing with a thunderous crash. No, impossible. Giant rock bear, get up, Xiao Yuan roared. He couldn't believe that his meticulously prepared beast had been defeated just like this. A frenzied Xiao Yuan rushed to the giant rock bear's side, shouting and urging it to get up and continue the fight. But the rock rage bear, which had used forbidden drugs, was still flesh and blood after all. The ice blades pierced its internal organs. The stimulants triggered its evolution, but also accelerated its blood circulation. It no longer had the strength to stand up. You can't die. You have to get up. For me. Xiao Yuan rushed to the rock rage bear's side. Watching the massive creature bleeding profusely, he pulled out a palm-sized syringe from his pocket. He stabbed it in violently. Moments later, the giant rock bear's eyes turned blood red. Chapter 3, Complete Victory. But accused of cheating. After taking such a heavy blow, even a mature beast would struggle to continue fighting. With 3 years of training experience under her belt, Lin Jing looked at the barely breathing giant rock bear and spoke slowly. But before she could even sigh in relief, the seemingly lifeless giant rock bear suddenly struggled back to its feet. The massive body rose defiantly once more, the blood-red eyes of the giant rock savage bear glaring as it used its enormous claws to grip the 2 ice blades embedded in its flesh, then violently yanked them out. Blood sprayed everywhere. Ha ha ha, now this is the attitude you should have. Xiao Yuan laughed maniacally. Good thing I had a backup plan. He turned his head to look at Lin Jing, his face still smeared with a few drops of blood. Before entering the arena this morning, Xiao Yuan, who was originally brimming with confidence, hadn't thought too much about it. In his view, a fully grown giant rock savage bear against a juvenile snowfield wolf was a sure win, but the cunning Wu De seemed to have anticipated this long ago. After all, it was obvious to anyone that he intended to prop up Xiao Yuan and step on Lin Jing to make a name for himself. So Wu De had given Xiao Yuan a dose of enhancement serum in advance. The composition is extremely simple and brutal. This injection can greatly enhance a beast's combat ability in a short time. Although it won't affect bloodline potential or growth stage, it allows a growing stage beast to unleash power comparable to that of a youth stage beast. As for side effects, no problem. As long as they can win this assessment, Wu De can arrange as many beasts as Xiao Yuan needs. This is impossible. Why is the Boulder Rage Bear's condition not decreasing but increasing instead? Lin Jing frowned tightly. How could a severely injured beast recover so quickly? Even Chen Rao couldn't help but lower his stance at this sight, his mind filled with doubts. Weren't you just domineering a moment ago? Why are you faltering now? Xiao Yuan looked at Lin Jing. Behind them, the giant rock savage bear, affected by the enhancement serum, bared its bloody maw and lowered its stance, ready to charge at any moment. A severely injured tamed beast couldn't recover this quickly. What did you do? Lin Jing retorted. Ha ha ha, what? Suspect me of using banned substances? Xiao Yuan laughed heartily, his rhetorical question serving as an answer. But so what? He glanced up at the 4 surveillance cameras installed in the examination room. There were cameras, and the invigilators from the supervision center were watching. But the problem was that the entire examination site, from top to bottom, was staffed with Wu De's people. Even if Xiao Yuan had used banned substances, they would turn a blind eye. In contrast, For Lin Jing, the slightest misstep would prompt the Oversight Center to call a halt and declare an immediate forfeit. This was an unfair competition from the very beginning. You're truly shameless, Lin Jing spat through clenched teeth. It's just a matter of killing once more. How long can drugs sustain you? Chen Rao eyed the bloodshot-eyed giant rock savage bear, lowering his stance as he advanced slowly. The arrow is on the string. Charge! Tear them apart! At Xiao Yuan's command, the enhanced giant rock savage bear shot out like an arrow released from its bow. The speed was so astonishing that Lin Jing and Chen Rao widened their eyes in shock. It was truly unexpected that the giant rock savage bear, known for its immense size and strength, could also unleash such terrifying speed. But that wasn't all. Under the influence of the drug, every time the boulder rampage bear charged and stomped on the ground, it passively unleashed shockwave strikes, causing the simulated terrain to instantly become riddled with dense cracks. The earth trembled, throwing Lin Jing off balance, and she stumbled to the ground before she could react. Xiao Bai, right here. Without needing any command, Chen Rao instinctively understood. His thick, long tail coiled around Lin Jing and placed her on his back. Then, with a powerful push from his front paws, he activated his skill the moment the boulder bear charged at them. Primary lightning flash. A streak of lightning flashed by as the boulder bear's massive body arrived. Chen Rao's figure, enveloped in the electric light, vanished without a trace. Boom! The boulder-smashing bear missed its target and crashed into the ground, causing a series of thunderous booms. Where did he go? Xiao Yuan frantically scanned his surroundings. What kind of skill was that just now? Among the evolutionary paths of the Snowfield Wolf, there is indeed an entry for the Frost Thunder Wolf, but in Xiao Yuan's memory, the skill that flashed with lightning and vanished instantly was far beyond what a growth stage beast could master. Could it be a mutation occurred? Roar! A howl of a wolf. With a flash of lightning, Chen Rao, carrying Lin Jing on his back, appeared behind Xiao Yuan. Giant rock savage bear. Xiao Yuan's eyes widened as he instinctively fled backward, calling out the bear's name. I won't give you another chance to escape. Chen Rao's gaze darkened as he raised a claw the size of a human head, swinging it toward Xiao Yuan. Xiao Bai! Lin Jing cried out in panic. She only wanted to pass the assessment, not to kill Xiao Yuan. But it was too late. Chen Rao's raised claws came crashing down with immense force. A dull thud echoed. Help! Xiao Yuan screamed. In the distance, a giant rock bear that had crashed into the ground succumbed to the side effects of the forbidden drug and died. Chen Rao tilted his head slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Beneath the claws, there was a cold sensation. Shouldn't a person be cold after being crushed to death? That can't be right. Candidate Lin Jing, suspected of ordering her beast to kill another candidate during the exam, has been confirmed by the assessment center. The examination is hereby terminated, came the emotionless voice from the monitor. At the same time, the two doors of the examination hall swung open, and 4 fully armed security personnel rushed in, accompanied by a middle-aged man with graying temples and a massive beast, clearly more powerful than Chen Rao. Youth stage divine wood ape, wooden womb bloodline, A+ grade, Vice Dean. Lin Jing is trying to kill me. She's going to kill me. Xiao Yuan, still shaken, crawled out from under the claws and rushed to the middle-aged man's feet in one breath. Meanwhile, Chen Rao also suspiciously raised his paw, only to see a shield made of tree vines beneath it. No wonder it felt slightly cool to the touch. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Yuan, who was tattling not far away. And the vice dean he mentioned, Wu De. How interesting. Isn't he your own brother-in-law? Why call him the deputy dean? Chen Rao sneered inwardly, feeling a sudden lightness on his back as Lin Jing jumped down on her own. Deputy dean. I never gave the order to attack Xiao Yuan. No need to explain. I have eyes and ears, I can see and hear for myself. Before Lin Jing could finish, Wu De raised his hand to cut her off. No order? Then why did this thing attack me? Killing my spirit beast wasn't enough? You want me dead too? Lin Jing, you're ruthless. With his backer now present, Xiao Yuan immediately began wailing and pouring out his grievances. I don't know either. Maybe it was Xiao Yuan's spirit beast from the very beginning that used a fatal rock spike on both of us, causing Little Bai to. Lin Jing tried to explain, but the more she spoke, the less confident she felt. After all, too much had happened today, especially Little Bai's inexplicable evolution and the repeated violent outbursts of the giant rock savage bear. Are you suggesting that the spirit beast developed its own thoughts? Lin Jing, you've been an outstanding student for 3 years, how can such absurd words come out of your mouth? Wu De sneered and glanced at Chen Rao. Chen Rao lowered his gaze to look at him. It looks good, but for a beastmaster who disobeys orders and exhibits harmful behavior, you tell me the consequences. Wu De looked at Lin Jing. Vice Dean, Little White wouldn't. Lin Jing tried to explain. I want you to tell me the consequences. Wu De shouted. The blood-contracted beastmaster will be demoted or have their license revoked, and the beast will be executed. Chapter 4, Pouring All Lifespan. Beginning Mutated Evolution. Execution? Chen Rao frowned. his massive body suddenly trembling. He raised his large head, looking at the 4 surveillance cameras in the assessment arena, then recalled the moment when Xiao Yuan commanded the boulder bear to shoot rock spikes at him and Lin Jing before their evolution was complete. The past events are vividly clear before his eyes. He can be certain that if he hadn't completed his evolution, that single strike would have killed both a juvenile spirit beast and its tamer instantly had they taken it head-on. And this doesn't count as an act of harm? This was a direct attempt at murder. Yet the outcome was all too obvious. Xiao Yuan and the giant rock savage bear's murderous actions were selectively ignored. Knowing the law yet breaking it, do you admit your guilt? Wu's voice was calm, while Xiao Yuan wore a smug expression. 4 heavily armed security personnel swiftly restrained Lin Jing's arms, as the divine wood ape standing behind Wu to summon 8 wooden stakes harder than steel, firmly pinning Chen Rao in place. Divine wood impalement. Even though Chen Rao had evolved into a frost thunder wolf at its growth stage, he stood no chance against the juvenile divine wood ape's beast controlling skill. It was clearly Xiao Yuan who struck first with lethal intent. The surveillance footage can prove it if Little Bai hadn't evolved. That rock strike from the boulder bear would have. Lin Jing tried to argue further, but was once again cut off by Wu De raising his hand. Someone might listen to explanations, but not me. Also, the surveillance system in Exam Hall 141 experienced a technical malfunction and has been out of order since this morning. Wu De's voice remained calm as he lightly waved his hand, and 2 security personnel escorted Lin Jing away from the examination site. The remaining 2 security personnel, under Wu De's command, fastened a massive collar around Chen Rao's neck already immobilized by 8 divine wooden stakes and drove 2 sharp steel needles deep into its flesh. This high-energy collar, specially designed by the Ivy Beast Taming Academy to control large beasts, exerts absolute dominance over creatures below the mature Mercury bloodline tier. With just a light press of the remote, even the fiercest beast would turn as docile as a kitten. Sis, brother-in-law, your timing couldn't have been more perfect. Xiao Yuan immediately switched to familial address once no outsiders were present. Worthless. Wu De's gaze was icy, not even glancing at Xiao Yuan. Yes, brother-in-law, you're absolutely right to criticize me, but I never expected this to evolve so quickly. Xiao Yuan nodded and bowed, playing the sycophant as he sidled up to Wu De. The 2 of them looked up together at Chen Rao. At this majestic frost thunder wolf. Damn, a juvenile tamed beast is this strong? I couldn't even fight back. Chen Rao, tightly restrained, cursed inwardly. He hadn't expected that a mere 1-level difference could suppress him so completely, especially after that collar was put on. It was as uncomfortable as it could possibly be. Sis, brother-in-law, look at this, still putting on airs even at death's door. Xiao Yuan pointed at the snarling frost thunder wolf and spat fiercely. This is a rare and precious creature. Do you really think the surveillance malfunctioned? Wu De raised his hand and asked. No, otherwise? Xiao Yuan wondered aloud. If the surveillance hadn't truly failed, wouldn't it be a huge problem if the National Supervisory Center discovered their conspiracy? Stupid, Wu De said succinctly. Although the practical assessment for Beastmaster trainees is conducted separately within each Beastmaster Academy, as a major examination for selecting Beastmasters, the National Supervision Center continuously monitors the surveillance footage of all academies, ensuring fairness, justice, and transparency. Therefore, even if Wu De wanted to help his little brother-in-law win the assessment and gain fame, he wouldn't be foolish enough to cut off the surveillance feed of Examination Hall 141. He just used a little trick, replacing the footage with a pre-recorded version. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Brother-in-law, this move of yours is truly masterful. Does this mean I'll officially become a beast tamer now? Xiao Yuan chuckled, his face beaming with joy. Don't celebrate too soon. With security involved in the assessment, the National Supervision Center will surely send someone to investigate. Keep your mouth shut tight, not a single word out of line. Got it? Wu De's expression darkened. Yes, of course. But what if that woman starts blabbing? Xiao Yuan asked worriedly. Whose words are more credible in the ears of those above, hers or mine? Wu De retorted. Xiao Yuan let out an "oh" as if suddenly enlightened, then glanced at the 2 security guards who had been standing silently nearby, his eyes darting shrewdly. But brother-in-law, what about these 2? Don't worry, they're on our side. Wu De waved his hand dismissively, and under the assistance of the divine wood ape, the 2 guards escorted the massive Chen Rao away from the examination site, one leading and the other following. Good. Speaking of which, brother-in-law, how do you plan to handle that? Xiao Yuan asked, watching Chen Rao's retreating figure. What? Have you already forgotten the regulations we just discussed? Wu De retorted with his hands behind his back. Xiao Yuan was stunned for a moment, then clapped his hands and laughed. Chen Rao, who was being tightly restrained, immediately recalled what Lin Jing had said. For all beastmasters whose contracted beasts violate the rules by attacking humans, the blood-contracted beastmaster will be demoted or have their license revoked, while the beast itself will be executed on the spot. but this is trying to kill me outright. Wouldn't executing him directly be letting him off too easy? Xiao Yuan rubbed his hands together, a sinister smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Wu Du shot him a glance he knew all too well about his brother-in-law's vindictive nature. He raised his head, looked at the enormous skull before him, and waved his hand dismissively. Make it clean, don't leave any traces for the inspectors to find tomorrow. Don't worry, don't you know how reliable I am? Xiao Yuan smirked obsequiously, watching Wu Du leave the assessment site before immediately changing his expression. He ordered the remaining 2 security personnel to laboriously move the over 3-meter-long Frost Thunder Wolf toward the nearest prison cell. Little pup, ready for some special care from me? On the way. Xiao Yuan raised his hand and lightly patted Chen Rao's cheek. A mouse licking a cat's ass asking for trouble. Either kill me outright, or I'll find a way to escape. If it weren't for that sacred wood ape with its wooden fetus bloodline, would you even stand a chance? Chen Rao could only glare fiercely at Xiao Yuan with his wolf eyes, helpless as the sacred wood stakes and high-energy collar immobilized him completely. TSK, still daring to look at me with that kind of gaze? You really don't know what's good for you. Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes as the massive prison door swung open. The 2 security personnel skillfully escorted Chen Rao to the center of the cell. The prison, as large as 4 standard basketball courts, was lined with unbreakable alloy walls even a juvenile spirit beast couldn't break through. Alright, you're dismissed for now. I want to have some fun with it. Xiao Yuan waved off the security guards, and the 2 promptly left without hesitation. Following Wu Du's orders, the divine wood ape, which was only responsible for escorting Chen Rao here, also departed. In the vast prison cell, only Chen Rao and Xiao Yuan remained. Growth stage, high-level bloodline, Frost Thunder Wolf, quite impressive attributes. Too bad you chose the wrong master. Once the cell door was securely closed, Xiao Yuan raised his hand and forcefully punched Chen Rao in the nose. With a dull thud, Chen Rao felt his nose grow warm as blood flowed out effortlessly. If you've got the guts, untie me. I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Chen Rao bared his fangs, straining with all his might to break free from the divine wood stakes restraints, but to no avail. A high-level bloodline in its growth stage stands no chance against a wood embryo bloodline in its youth phase. Oh, your fangs are quite sharp. Too bad these divine wood stakes are the masterpiece of the wood embryo bloodline's sacred ape. Not even a high-level bloodline, let alone another wood embryo bloodline, could break free easily. Xiao Yuan patted the metal-hard divine wood, brimming with smugness. Aren't you so tough? Just wait, I'll send out a few more tamed beasts later. Hope you can last till tomorrow. Ha! Xiao Yuan burst into laughter before turning to leave. As he walked away, he pressed a button on the controller in his hand. The high-energy collar instantly released a massive surge of electricity, sending Chen Rao into violent convulsions. Then, the 4 iron doors around the cell slowly opened. You think you can make me not see tomorrow's sun? You're too confident, Chen Rao said with a ferocious expression, his sharp canine teeth pressing against the sacred wood in front of him, producing a sharp metallic grinding sound. Immediately, a system panel appeared before his eyes. Ding successfully absorbed the lifespan of the giant rock bear. Current remaining lifespan, 26 years. Ding detected that the host has unexploited remnants from the last evolutionary deduction. Continue the deduction? Continue. Keep filling me up. Chapter 5, Evolving into the Frost Thunder Wolf. 1 wolf battles 4 beasts. Ding, 25 years of lifespan have been consumed. Over the course of 25 years, the Frost Thunder Wolf continuously strengthened its dual mastery of ice and thunder attributes, using this as an opportunity to awaken the profound energy hidden within its bloodline. However, despite relentless pursuit, this elusive and profound energy remained just beyond reach. Only the threshold was barely touched. It was an energy of utmost purity, akin to scorching flames, profoundly influencing your bloodline and successfully breaking through to wooden fetus bloodline. Simultaneously, during these 25 years, you relentlessly honed the proficiency of various skills, ultimately mastering Bark, Scratch, and Thunderball to their limits. You faintly realized that beast taming skills might have the potential to break through their upper limits. In the final 5 years, relying on your enhanced bloodline, you tirelessly refined the Scratch and Bark skills, successfully shattering their limits and breaking through the ceiling to acquire new skills, Frostbite Claws and Winter's Roar. Ding, 10-year evolution completed. Evolution results have been released. Current tier, Wooden Fetus Bloodline Growth Stage, Frost Thunder Wolf, A+. Current skills mastered, Winter Howl, Max. Frost Claw, Max. Thunder Sphere, Advanced. Ice Blade, Perfected. Lightning Flash, Intermediate. The small characters flickered before his eyes one after another. Chen Rao, who had just been struck by the high-energy collar, now felt his blood boiling. From the juvenile stage's primary bloodline to the advanced bloodline, and then breaking through to the Wooden Fetus bloodline, it was as if he had been reborn in this moment. Bang! Bang bang bang! Several dull thuds echoed as Chen Rao turned his head to see the 4 iron doors that had just opened slam shut again, but this time 4 massive beasts emerged one after another from within. So you're the helpers Qiu Yuan found to kill me? Despite still being firmly pinned by the divine wooden stakes, a thick smile spread across Chen Rao's face. With a slight thought, the detailed information of these 4 spirit beasts appeared before my eyes. Giant rock savage bear, growth stage, intermediate bloodline, B+ talent. Remaining lifespan, 14 years. Firepower horned bull, growth stage, advanced bloodline, A talent. Remaining lifespan, 8 years. Blazing hound, growth stage, intermediate bloodline, B talent. Remaining lifespan, 11 years. Rippleshell turtle, growth stage, intermediate bloodline, A grade. Remaining lifespan, 67 years. For spirit beasts, with menacing auras, advanced toward Chen Rao, who was pinned down. These 4 spirit beasts were all illegally raised by Wu Di in the prison, unregistered in the Academy's spirit beast registry, completely untraceable to any bonded spirit beast master, making them forbidden creatures. This behavior is strictly prohibited by the Spirit Beast Management Bureau, as once these beasts lose control and go on a rampage in the city, the consequences would be immeasurable. But Wu Di, driven by selfish desires, couldn't care less about this. Abusing his authority, he kept at least a dozen blacklisted spirit beasts in captivity. These 4 were merely an insignificant fraction, otherwise, he wouldn't have handed over their control to Qiu Yuan so casually. The 4 ravenous blacklisted spirit beasts growled as they approached Chen Rao, confined day and night in pitch-black cells. Wu Di denied them even basic food and water, forcing them to survive by gnawing on the corpses of executed spirit beasts. But today, released by Qiu Yuan, they no longer had to gnaw on those rotting, stinking corpses. What lay before them, what they saw, was not just a single beast. It was a huge pile of delicious, mouth-watering delicacies. You think I'm food? What a pity. Your lifespans look quite tasty to me too. Chen Rao stared at the 4 approaching beasts, a ferocious grin spreading across his face. After a brief pause, terrifying sounds erupted within this cell devoid of any surveillance or observers. Ultimate Winter's Roar, evolved from the basic beast-taming skill bark by breaking its limits and fusing ice and thunder attributes. The Winter's Roar unleashed an unparalleled surge of terrifying energy the moment it was released. The sound waves, shimmering with icy blue light, tore through the ground like a force of nature and uprooted all 8 divine wooden restraints imprisoning Chen Rao. Clang, clang clang clang, clang clang, clang. 8 divine logs, harder than steel alloy, shot out at extreme speed and deeply embedded themselves into the prison walls or floor. For blacklist spirit beasts that couldn't react in time were sent flying by the roar. The massive boulder bear and firehorn ox barely managed to stabilize themselves thanks to their sheer weight. The smaller flame hound and ripple turtle were blown over 10 meters away, crashing heavily into the walls. If Qiu Yuan could see this scene, he would immediately contact his brother-in-law and beg him to send people over to control this suddenly berserk. But at this very moment, Qiu Yuan had already returned home, dreaming of becoming a junior beast master. Let's see who's the butcher and who's the fish. Chen Rao, now free, stood proudly in the center of the cell, frosty cold air emanating from around his feet. After the bloodline evolution, the previously hidden cold air naturally spread within a 2-meter radius. Unless Chen Rao deliberately avoided it, all low-level spirit beasts would feel as if they were in the depths of winter, frozen to death. The Frost Thunder Wolf, truly living up to its name. The Boulder Bear and Fire-Horned Ox, dazed by the winter's roar, looked at each other in confusion. Despite their limited intelligence, they dared not advance further. The primal survival instinct buried deep in their genes warned them they were no match for the wolf before them. Trembling with fear, trembling counts as time too. Chen Rao sneered viciously. At this moment, Chen Rao, who had undergone a complete transformation, would not know that on the far side of the academy, in a tightly sealed room without windows and with even the door cracks blocked by soundproofing material, Lin Jing sat listlessly on the chair, her face expressionless and her lips chapped. From the moment she was taken away by security until now, she had tirelessly argued with everyone she met, trying to explain everything that had happened during the exam. At first, she wanted to prove that she had won the assessment and could become an official junior beastmaster, but no one listened to her. They went about their own business, recording, signing, and then roughly grabbing Lin Jing's hand to force her fingerprint. In the end, Lin Jing no longer held on to the hope of changing her fate by becoming a beastmaster, escaping that impoverished mountain village, and avoiding the destiny of marriage and childbearing. All she wished for was that her little Bai could remain safe and sound. The room was as silent as death. Little Bai, you must survive. These were Lin Jing's last words before she lost consciousness. After that, she had no more memories left. The dual pressure of psychological and physical exhaustion allowed her to sleep soundly. No dreams, no light. It wasn't until a crisp sound woke her that Lin Jing, who had collapsed unconscious from the chair onto the floor, finally opened her eyes. Her face was haggard, as if she had aged 20 years overnight. Are you Lin Jing? The man who opened the door was around 40, impeccably dressed in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses, every detail meticulous. I am. Lin Jing replied numbly. From yesterday until now. She had lost count of how many times she had answered this question. They would probably make her admit to cheating next, confess to wanting to kill Chiu Yuan, then force her to sign a confession, using threats and bribes to make her cooperate with Wu Di and Chiu Yuan in deceiving the incoming inspectors. Lin Jing suddenly laughed, her laughter extremely soft and faint. She understood now. She had figured it out. She knew there was no way she could outmaneuver Wu Di. She yielded. I can give up. I can cooperate. Just please spare Xiao Bai, okay? Lin Jing stared blankly at the ground, her voice soft, but in the deathly quiet room, it struck like thunder. But the middle-aged man didn't seem to like this answer. He turned his head to look at Wu Di beside him, lowering his voice. Vice Dean Wu, according to regulations, the physical and mental health of detained students must be guaranteed. Your institution appears to have failed in this regard. This can't be. We follow the rules strictly. It must be that the girl got too scared after confessing and signing yesterday. That's why she's like this. Wu Di stood beside the man, forcing a smile while cold sweat drenched his back. All he wants to know now is who tortured Lin Jing to this state. Wasn't it clearly instructed to ensure Lin Jing either appeared completely normal during the inspection or remained stubbornly uncooperative? How did it end up like this, so weak and listless? My eyes and ears still function fine for now. The middle-aged man glanced at Wu Di, adjusted his glasses, and slowly crouched down in front of Lin Jing. I'll cooperate. Just let Xiao Bai go, okay? Lin Jing seemed unaware of who stood before her, still weakly repeating her plea. All she wanted was for Xiao Bai to be safe and sound. Student Lin, let me introduce myself. I'm Geng Shuan, Chief Inspector of the East Asia Region's Beast Taming Management Bureau. You can report any issues or grievances to me. The middle-aged man took out his credentials from his breast pocket and placed them in Lin Jing's palm. It was a black leather credential holder, its front embossed with the golden emblem of the Beast Taming Management Bureau. Geng, Mr. Geng, she's a Beastmaster trainee who cheated and tried to kill someone. How can you stand so close to her? What if she hurts you? Wu Di hurried in, afraid Lin Jing might say even half a word more. Unexpectedly, Geng Shuan remained unmoved by Wu Di's concern and instead grabbed his forearm firmly. I've told you, my eyes and ears work just fine. I can see, and I can hear. Geng Shuan's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it thundered like a storm in Wu Di's ears. Only now did Lin Jing, with tears in her eyes, finally react as she looked at Geng Shuan, the chief inspector who could have simply glanced at Wu Di's fabricated report and walked away without a second thought. Her already weak voice trembled even more, growing fainter. I was framed. Chapter 6, Concealment? Alive. I must see the beast. Dead. I must see the corpse. Nonsense. Lin Jing, you admitted it yourself yesterday and even signed a confession. Wu Deding suddenly stood up, pointing directly at Lin Jing, as beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down his forehead, time seeming to freeze. He had miscalculated, and his miscalculation was utterly complete. At first, Wu Di thought this inspection from the headquarters would be just like before, sending someone down to go through the motions, glance at the records he had falsified, and call it a day. But what he didn't expect was that the person coming this time was actually one of the 3 chief directors of the headquarters, a man known for never smiling in his 20 years of service, nicknamed Iron Bones and Tough Guy Geng Shuan. This Geng Shuan was extremely meticulous in his work. After repeatedly reviewing Wu Di's falsified records and footage, he insisted on having a face-to-face meeting with Lin Jing. Truth be told, Wu Di still felt confident at this point. He had already handled no fewer than 10 similar cases. Some people indeed would rather die than yield, continuing to proclaim their innocence even after being forced to sign confessions. But this didn't stop Wu Di from using his silver tongue and prepared local specialties to distort the truth. But facing this chief inspector, Wu Di felt utterly uncertain in his heart. At first, while reviewing the footage and records, he could still keep his composure. But the moment the door opened, the instant Lin Jing spoke her first word, and from the moment Geng Shuan crouched down to listen, the usually stoic Vice Dean began to lose control. Vice Dean Wu, keep your voice down. Geng Shuan raised his right hand, making a shushing gesture. I was truly wronged. You have to believe me. I really didn't give Xiao Bai any order to kill, nor did I sign any confession. They forced me into it. Lin Jing, emotionally overwhelmed, cried pitifully, her tears evoking deep sympathy. Mr. Geng, no. Chief Geng, you mustn't just take her word for it. The video and records from earlier are irrefutable evidence. Wu Di hastily interjected, even using his sleeve to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, disregarding his usual decorum. Bao Ning, Geng Shuan helped Lin Jing slowly rise to her feet. I'm here. A lively girl immediately walked in through the door. You have 20 minutes. Take this student to eat, get cleaned up, and then meet me in the detention area. Geng Shuan said expressionlessly, handing Lin Jing over to Bao Ning. I'm really innocent. I swear. You have to believe me. Realizing she was about to be taken away, Lin Jing's emotions spiraled out of control again as she struggled violently. She was terrified of being taken back to that cold, gloomy room, terrified of being forced to sign a confession again without understanding why. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Old Gung will take care of things, you can rest assured. Let me take you to get something to eat first, then take a bath. With such pretty eyes, they'll be all swollen from crying later. Bao Ning hugged Lin Jing tightly, comforting her in a gentle tone. Lin Jing clutched Bao Ning's arm tightly. In a daze, she caught sight of the Management Bureau emblem on Bao Ning's chest, which gradually calmed her down, and she followed Bao Ning as they left. The room fell silent once again. Only the thumping of a heartbeat remained. Vice Dean Wu, where is that spirit beast? Gung Shuwen took off his glasses and pulled out a cleaning cloth, wiping them unhurriedly. It has already been executed. According to regulations, any spirit beast involved in killing must be put to death. Wu De swallowed hard, repeatedly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. The headquarters has long stipulated that executions are strictly prohibited without verification. Have you forgotten? Gung Shuwen paused his cleaning and asked. And no, it was an emergency. There was an accident during the detention of that spirit beast, leading to its death. Yes, an accident. Just an accident, Wu De hastily explained. Accidents every year around this time. Hundreds upon hundreds of them happen one after another. I really don't understand how, after decades of developing beast taming, all these incidents still manage to cluster around the practical assessment period. Gung Shuwen sighed and put his glasses back on. If it's alive, we see the beast. If it's dead, we see the corpse. Vice Dean Wu, lead the way. Gung Shuwen's voice was calm as he walked to the door. Inside the room, Wu De swallowed hard and hurried out after him. At the moment of departure, he desperately threw a meaningful glance at the person behind him, who immediately understood. A never-before-used number was dialed instantly. After just a few rings, in a single dorm room at the ID Beast Master Academy, Xiao Yuan, still disheveled, grabbed his phone and rushed out the door. His forehead and back were drenched in cold sweat. Trouble, big trouble. His brother-in-law had personally told him that once this number was activated, the situation would be extremely urgent. Xiao Yuan didn't even have his shoes on properly. He hailed a taxi and rushed straight to the Spirit Beast detention area. He needed to get there before the authorities to confirm that Chen Rao, who had been detained there the previous night, was completely dead and to dispose of the body cleanly. Since the recordings and testimonies couldn't be faked anymore, they might as well make sure there were no living witnesses left. After all, Gung Shuwen's move was simply to find Xiao Yuan's blood on Chen Rao's claws for DNA verification, thereby proving that Xiao Yuan was indeed severely injured by Chen Rao. There was no way Chen Rao would actually claw him, so Xiao Yuan had no choice but to leave no evidence behind. The car sped along, taking a shortcut and arriving at the detention area in just 45 minutes, but it seemed Gung Shuwen and the others were even faster. The pitch-black coaster emblazoned with the Management Bureau's emblem had come to a steady stop at the entrance of the detention area. Despite Wu De's numerous excuses and delaying tactics, Gung Shuwen had little patience left for him. The black coaster sped along the road and, even without taking shortcuts, arrived before Xiao Yuan. Vice President Wu, lead the way. Gung Shuwen remained unmoved by Wu De's excuses and stalling tactics. Chief Gung, please wait a moment. Since we need to verify the DNA, shouldn't we wait for the victim to arrive so all three parties can go together? Wu De forced a smile while wiping cold sweat from his brow. Sis, Vice Dean, I'm here. Xiao Yuan pushed the car door open hesitantly. He wasn't entirely sure about the current situation, but judging by his brother-in-law's expression, the trouble was definitely serious. His legs felt as heavy as lead, each step more burdensome than the last. Though it was only a few steps away, Xiao Yuan felt as if he had walked through an eternity. His mind kept replaying the details of the 4 blacklisted spirit beasts assigned yesterday, comforting himself that Chen Rao would undoubtedly be devoured without a trace by those 4 starving, growing stage beasts. Yes, it will definitely be completely destroyed. Xiao Yuan comforted himself with these thoughts, smiling at Gung Shuwen while giving Wu De a look that everything was under control. Their eyes met, and both let out a sigh of relief. Are you Xiao Yuan? Gung Shuwen asked. Yes, it's me. Why don't you take a look at the wounds on my back? Xiao Yuan said as he started to take off his clothes. No need, let's just go straight in. Gung Shuwen raised his hand to stop him. At the same time, Bao Ning arrived by car with Lin Jing, who had finished washing up and tidying herself. The moment Lin Jing, who had barely regained some composure, saw Xiao Yuan, she became extremely tense again. See, can I not go? Lin Jing grabbed Bao Ning's arm and asked. The moment she saw Xiao Yuan, all the mistreatment from last night flooded her mind, sending waves of lingering fear through Lin Jing. This won't do. There are bureau regulations. Moreover, if a spirit beast detained overnight goes berserk, We need a blood-contracted beastmaster to control it, Bao Ning reassured. Old Gung is here, nothing will go wrong. Oh, here to collect your spirit beast's corpse? Xiao Yuan's voice wasn't loud, but it was sharp as he spotted Lin Jing. Wu De's expression darkened, as Gung Shuwen was standing right there, making Xiao Yuan's remark somewhat inappropriate, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. In fact, he even hoped Lin Jing would be provoked into a frenzy by Xiao Yuan, leading to an unresolved conclusion. I'm warning you, don't provoke her any further. Are you fantasizing about presumption of innocence? Bao Ning's eyes turned cold. Xiao Yuan immediately shut his mouth. Gung Shuwen glanced at Bao Ning, then turned his gaze to Wu De. Vice Dean Wu, we'll discuss the premature execution of the spirit beast later. For now, lead the way, I need to inspect its remains. Understood, Chief Gung. This way, please. Wu De hurriedly offered an ingratiating smile as the group proceeded deeper into the detention area. Along the way, Lin Jing's breathing grew increasingly labored. She couldn't believe it, nor did she dare face what was about to happen. Xiaobai, is Xiaobai really dead? Lin Jing struggled to hold back her tears as she asked. I can't say for sure either. Bao Ning felt a lump in his throat, unsure how to respond. During the journey, the two similarly aged companions chatted. They spoke of Lin Jing's tragic childhood, how fate mocked her by betrothing her to the village's little cutie, then of accidentally contracting Xiaobai, desperately fleeing their mountain village for the city, and striving with all her might to become a beastmaster and escape her destiny. Xiaobai was not just her tamed beast, but the pillar that had supported her all along. The bond between them had long surpassed that of a beastmaster and their tamed beast. So, the moment the cell door swung open, everyone was struck by the overwhelming stench of blood, unable to move forward. Only Lin Jing broke free from Bao Ning's grip, rushing madly to the center of the cage and throwing herself with all her might onto the bloodstained pure white figure. Xiaobai, Xiaobai, open your eyes and look at me. Chapter 7, this tamed beast seems to understand human speech. This is a prison cell? Gung Shuwen raised his hand to cover his nose, blocking out the thick scent of blood. I don't know exactly what happened. Wu De stared at the horrifying sight of the walls and ceiling, unable to suppress a gulp. How could this still be considered a prison cell? This was clearly the aftermath of a battlefield ravaged by Godzilla. The fire-horned bull, pierced through the skull by an ice blade, lay dead on the ground, while the giant rock bear, split in half, had one part hanging from the ceiling and the other embedded in the opposite wall. The floor was covered with 7 or 8 claw marks several meters long and nearly half an inch deep, a horrifying sight. Countless circular pits, as if Godzilla had been dancing there the night before, were densely scattered across the entire cell. The corpses of the two massive spirit beasts were gruesome, but what about the two smaller ones? The bodies of the blazing hound and the ripple turtle were almost unrecognizable, charred black by the lightning blast. Witnessing this scene, Wu De and Xiao Yuan both widened their eyes in shock, especially Xiao Yuan. He never dreamed that a high bloodline frost thunder wolf in its growth stage with a plus potential could survive the siege of 4 blacklisted spirit beasts, and even emerge victorious? This can't be. Xiao Yuan muttered with wide eyes, his mental defenses on the verge of collapse. What can't be? Gung Shuwen asked, feigning ignorance at this point. The wrecked prison cell, the 4 inexplicable corpses of royal beasts, and Wu De's complete 180-degree shift in attitude and micro-expressions the moment he laid eyes on Lin Jing all pointed to one thing. Lin Jing was framed. Especially now. Xiao Yuan's behavior clearly showed a guilty conscience. Gung Shuwen raised his hand to signal Wu De to stay silent. He wanted Xiao Yuan to answer for himself. On the other side, Lin Jing, who had rushed to Chen Rao's side, didn't care at all that his body was covered in filthy blood clots and bits of flesh. Right now, she only needed to confirm one thing, that Chen Rao wasn't dead. He was still alive. That was enough. Xiaobai, you're not dead. Not dead. You worried me to death. Lin Jing threw her arms around Chen Rao's massive head, crying tears of joy. She shed many tears today, but this time it was out of happiness. Chen Rao, who had fought hard against 4 beasts as a wolf last night and barely won after half the night, was still deep in sleep until Lin Jing's actions woke him up. He opened his eyes, and his nostrils were once again filled with that refreshing fragrance. Aside from the pungent smell of blood, why are you out here? And Wu De and Xiao Yuan, who are they? Chen Rao, seeing so many people upon opening his eyes, was full of questions, but all that came out of his mouth were whimpers. Not being able to speak is truly unbearable. I know you ought to ask why I appeared here, right? Overjoyed to tears, Lin Jing seemed to fully regain her composure in that moment. She vigorously ruffled Chen Rao's head, whether by coincidence or telepathy. Her question perfectly aligned with what Chen Rao wanted to know, so Chen Rao nodded, as if he understood Lin Jing's words. That one's called Gung Shuwen, and that one's Bao Ning. They're investigators sent by the Beast Control Administration, and they're good people who'll prove our innocence. Lin Jing released Chen Rao's head and pointed at Gung Shuwen and Bao Ning. who were conducting the interrogation. Chen Rao looked up at Geng Shuan and Bao Ning not far away. Both wore calm expressions, while Wu Di and Xiao Yuan were in stark contrast, one drenched in sweat, the other trembling like a sieve. His hearing far surpassed Lin Jing's, even at this distance. He could clearly make out the questions being asked. Wu Di was still desperately trying to justify himself, attempting to overturn the case with fabricated footage and Lin Jing's testimony. But Geng Shuan clearly didn't buy it, though he hadn't yet torn off all pretenses. Want to see if Xiao Yuan's blood is on my claws? Chen Rao murmured inwardly as he slowly rose. After last night's grueling battle, he'd accumulated another full century of lifespan. Moreover, after accumulating 100 years of lifespan, the system unlocked a brand new feature, bloodline fusion. By consuming a significant amount of lifespan, the host's bloodline can be fused with that of other spirit beasts, thereby enhancing bloodline and aptitude, greatly accelerating evolution speed, and potentially unlocking mutated evolution paths. Mutated evolution is clearly different from ordinary evolution. After thorough research, Chen Rao roughly concluded that the stronger the bloodline he absorbs, the higher the chance of mutated evolution, and the more powerful the outcome of such evolution would be. Therefore, he was in no hurry to merge the bloodlines of those 4 blacklisted spirit beasts, opting instead to temporarily preserve those 100 years of lifespan. Besides that, there was one more thing. Chen Rao looked at the panel in front of him. Expended life expectancy, 35/50, years. It was a progress bar, and although Chen Rao didn't know what would happen after consuming 50,000 years of life, it must be a big deal, a heavenly event that might change him into an adult. Alright, stop talking about it. Since it hasn't been disposed of and is still alive instead, then simply extract the blood from its claws to do a comparison. Geng Shuan raised his hand to interrupt the chattering Wu Di. He no longer had the patience to listen to his sophistry any longer. But, Chief Geng, with so much blood on its claws right now, and with this scene, it's very likely that it will hurt someone. Wu Di was still fighting as hard as he could. Geng Shuan turned to Lin Jing and also looked at Chen Rao. He took a step forward, and Chen Rao, who was covered in blood, looked like a demon god who had slain his way back from hell at the moment. And even Geng Shuan, who was experienced and had dealt with countless imperial beasts and magical beasts, didn't have a clue in his heart. Little white, they're going to extract the blood from your paws later, so don't be afraid, Lin Jing said as she gently stroked Chen Rao's mane. But to be honest, Lin Jing didn't have a clue in her own heart, especially looking at the devastated cell. She couldn't even imagine what had happened here. Don't worry, I will cooperate. Chen Rao nodded his head, and this scene appeared to the others as if an imperial beast had understood human speech. Your name is Xiao Bai? Geng Shuan stood 2 steps away from Chen Rao. My name is Chen Rao, but it's fine if you call me Xiao Bai. Chen Rao's opening words turned into a whimper, but from the nodding motion, he was responding to Geng Shuan's question. This guy, he understands people? Wu Di and Xiao Yuan were filled with despair. The two of them had fantasized that this imperial beast that survived last night would suddenly go berserk, whether it was to kill Lin Jing or Geng Shuan or Bao Ning. In any case, to come to a dead end, but now it doesn't seem that way. You won't hurt our people and behave yourself, right? Geng Shuan also seemed to realize the difference of this imperial beast in front of him in the face of human speech, and asked experimentally. Chen Rao continued to nod his head. At times like this, body movements were far more useful than a few grunts. Geng Shuan nodded. He turned and gestured for Bao Ning to do it. Then he looked to Wonder and Xiao Yuan. To these two guys who had already been somewhat unprotected. Wu Di, the results of the DNA comparison will come out soon, and the results of the technical examination of the videotape you brought me will also come out soon. I'll give you one last chance to confess. This matter, what exactly is it like? This time, the basic respect and politeness was no longer present in Geng Shuan's tone, and instead, it was replaced by the icy coldness of a superior interrogating a subordinate. Wonder was stunned, and Xiao Yuan fell to the ground with a thud. Ha, 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 ha. Wonder suddenly laughed a very oozing laugh, shrewd for a lifetime, and at the end of it he fell on his face. The heart is not willing. It's not willing. Why? Why is a girl from a poor mountain valley so hard to get? Why can a broken dog and a broken snowfield wolf cost so much for me? A frantic Wonder roared, his blood pressure rising and his eyes red. He hissed and roared. All his backhanders, all his layouts were revealed and smashed at this moment. This shrewd guy went crazy. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Wonder is well aware of the crimes he committed in the past. Blacklisting of imperial beasts, smuggling of prohibited drugs, manipulation of test results, illegal imprisonment of trainees, bribery. Any one of them would be enough to put him in jail until he died. Either way, it's a death. Might as well let it go then. Divine Wood Ape. Chapter 8, Winter Thunder Wolf vs. Divine Wood Ape. Pushed into a corner, Wu Di hissed and summoned the Divine Wood Ape. Roar dash a roar rose, and the stout Divine Wood Ape broke through the air. Youth wouldn't tire bloodline, divine wood ape. Since you guys are dead set on biting, then I can only do this. Woo's eyes were scarlet, and he no longer cared about the terrible consequences of attacking the authorities' personnel, and made it clear that he wanted to fish to death. Sister, brother-in-law, Xiao Yuan, who fell to the ground, was full of panic, and the development of events had completely exceeded his expectations. All he could do was move back shivering and trembling. Don't call me brother-in-law. If it wasn't because of you, I wouldn't have been pushed to the brink. Wu De roared, and the divine wood ape instantly raised its arm, directly lifting Xiao Yuan several meters and smashing him into the ground, vomiting blood and unconscious. Life and death are uncertain. Gung Shuwen's expression was calm, without any emotional fluctuations. Long before he came, Wonder's relationship with Xiao Yuan was no secret with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on meeting with Lin Jing to investigate thoroughly after repeatedly reviewing the video and statement records, assaulting administrators and refusing to cooperate. Do you know what crime that is? Gung Shuwen asked. Screw your crimes. Any one of my crimes would be enough to squat in jail until I die. Why don't I just get you all killed here, and then dump the fault on this dead girl? Maybe I can still have a chance of survival. The irrational Wuda's face was hideous, gritting his teeth. Just you? Baoning laughed out softly and moved his wrist. A mere youth stage woodborne bloodline imperial beast attacking the chief censor of the general administration and the head of censor group 1? Do you really think that the people in the authority are all paid to do this? Divine wood ape? Old me has long wanted to try it out with you. One day east of the river, one day west of the river. Let's see who's better today, you or I. But before Pao Ning could call out the imperial beasts, Chan Rao, who had already broken through to the mature stage of the woodborne bloodline, roared and rushed up, smashing straight into the divine wood ape's chest like a white thunderbolt wrapped in bloodlight. Chen Rao could still remember the scene yesterday when the divine wood ape relied on its bloodline advantage to suppress him. At this moment, the bloodlines were the same, and Chen Rao had to find his way back. Bang! A deafening popping sound. The divine wood ape's reaction speed was also extremely fast, almost synchronized with Wuda's command. 8 divine wood cuttings stabbed straight towards Chen Rao's spine. White, blast thunder flicker. Lin Jing likewise reacted quickly, although she wasn't sure if Little White had recovered well or not at this moment. But since things had come to this, that side fought first. Lin Jing, who also contained a mouthful of resentful anger towards Wu Di, had firm eyes. 2 imperial beasts, writhing together. Chan Rao, who had flashed out in a blistering thunder, plucked away 2 divine trees in the air, then autonomously unleashed Winter Roar. The battle was fierce. Overnight, the bloodline evolved again? Wu Di couldn't help but curse out angrily when he saw this scene. Chan Rao, who was still being suppressed by the divine wood ape yesterday, was as powerful today as if he had been transformed. Little monkey, come try this move of mine. After avoiding the divine wood cuttings with blistering thunder flicker, Chen Rao twisted his stance in the air, and the massive body of the winter thunder wolf instantly released a dazzling light of thunder. Advanced thundercluster. The divine wood ape was equally unwilling to show weakness, quickly rolling to avoid the thundercloud under Wuda's command, and then unleashing advanced tree god blessing, its body wrapped in a hard as iron wooden armor, leaping up to wrestle with Chen Rao. Rumble. This scene was clear as day in the eyes of Gung Shuwen and Baoning. Chief, should we separate the 2 of them? Baoning asked tentatively. Gung Shuwen didn't answer, just didn't really know how to smoke. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Pao Ning understood and nodded, taking out a recorder and pressing the start button. I am Gung Shuwen, Chief of Censorship of the East Asian Imperial Beast Management Directorate. Identification code, Wanjun. Now on the Qingting Imperial Beast Academy. Lin Jing suspected of driving imperial beasts to kill the case to do processing. The situation is not true. Revoke all the processing of Lin Jing, and on this moment to reconduct a field test on his imperial beast skills. Baoning looked towards Lin Jing, who was immersed in the battle, with a smile on his face. She couldn't quite remember the last time old Gung had personally given a skill test to a royal beastmaster trainee, but what she could be certain of was that as long as Lin Jing didn't make any mistakes in her command, not to mention being promoted to the Qingting Royal Beast Academy, which only had a level 3 standard, even if it was a level 2, level 1, or even a special level Royal Beast Academy, she would be more than guaranteed to be able to do it. After all, there were only a handful of people who could be personally assessed and recommended by one of the 3 chief ministers throughout the history of the Imperial Beastmasters. Xiao Bai. Detour, left side upward diagonal dodge. Lin Jing raised her left hand high. I know. Chan Rao, who had only just separated from the divine wood ape, replied in his mind, unconditionally trusting Lin Jing's twisting stance, and almost simultaneously an incomparably sharp truncated wooden stake grazed its ribs. Wu De cursed bitterly and froze, not expecting Lin Jing to be so keenly observant. Gung Shuwen nodded. Sudden command ability. Excellent. Boom! A popping sound overpowered Gung Shuan's voice, twisting his stance to land again. Chen Rao once again unleashed Winter Roar, sparing the Divine Wood Ape from having to retreat in the face of the extreme skill. The hard wooden armor made by the tree god's blessing on his body had already appeared cracked and was in a precarious position. Divine Wood Ape. 3,000 flowering trees. Wunder took 2 steps forward, letting his voice be conveyed as much as possible. Hearing the command, the Divine Wooden Ape dodged to the left, and the sound wave that roared down shattered the alloy floor under its feet, and the terrifying energy that was wrapped up in it was even going to send it flying as well. But in the next moment, the Divine Wood Ape closed its palms and called out a basketball-sized flower bud heading straight for Chen Rao. White, attack as defense. Lin Jing made an immediate decision. Chen Rao instantly twisted around, looking at the unidentified speed to their own shooting pods paused for a moment. He did not know this pod inside in the end what drugs sold, but since Lin Jing wants him to attack for defense, that is, offense as defense. Winter sharp claws, the claw strikes filled with winter aura were swung out, and the icy cold air that almost condensed into substance transformed into 8 horrifying ice blades that blew up all the pods in their entirety. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of explosions, the 3,000 flower tree was easily cracked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wunder cursed angrily. Real-world handling skills, excellent. Gung Shuan nodded. Baoning smiled, taking 2 excellences in Old Gung. Lin Jing was really powerful. In that case, Divine Wood Ape, seeing that he had fallen into a disadvantage, Wu De, after viciously gouging out Lin Jing, pulled out a fingernail-sized forbidden medicine from his pocket and threw it towards the Divine Wood Ape. Gung Shuan's eyes narrowed. Xiao Bai, multiply the victory. Just as Lin Jing was about to give her orders, she was pressed on the shoulder by Gung Shuan. The growth stage can suppress the youth stage, and your beast royalty skills are excellent, but crossing 2 levels in a row next is still too much of a stretch for your little white. I'll handle it. Gung Shuan patted Lin Jing's shoulder. Multiply what? Chen Rao in the distance frowned. He then saw the Divine Wood Ape leap high into the air and swallow that forbidden pill. Well, 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 well. I'm not afraid of you even if I'm high. System. Chen Rao gritted his teeth and looked at the remaining 101 years of life, ready to fill it up again. White, come back. Lin Jing's command arrived suddenly. What? Chen Rao jerked his head, really not understanding why he was told to go back when the battle was scorching. The ability to synergize with imperial beasts. Gung Shuan's tone was hesitant. Get back here. This is not something you can handle. Lin Jing also knew that the strength of the Divine Wood Ape that had swallowed the forbidden medicine would increase by leaps and bounds, and it was by no means something that the growth stage little white could handle. But at this moment, she didn't know how to call out for Bai to come back, so she could only use this way of communicating with people. She wasn't sure if it worked or not. Just now, though, White seemed to understand her. But what if it comes over and attacks those two? Chen Rao looked over at Lin Jing's side, and then at the Divine Wood Ape that was roaring lowly as if it was about to mutate. He was hesitant, fearing that if he stepped back, this taut string would completely collapse after he relaxed it. Come back, Lin Jing shouted. The Divine Wood Ape that had swallowed the forbidden medicine had its blood boiling at the moment, its eyes scarlet as it roared. Youth. No. The Divine Wood Ape had already broken through to the mature stage at this moment. Mature Ironstone bloodline, Forest Walker. A growl. Good. Chen Rao looked angrily at the Divine Wood Ape that had evolved into a Forest Walker, and unleashed blinding thunder flicker to instantly return behind Lin Jing. It's kind of fun. Can you really understand human language? Gung Shuan closed his eyes. The corners of his mouth, which were always down, went up a little, but remained flat. The cigarette in his hand had burned out. Excellent. Baoning clicked off the recorder with a snap and slipped it into his pocket. Die! Wunder roared as the Forest Walker with scarlet eyes roared and rushed towards several people. Chen Rao flashed his fangs, and in Lin Jing's eyes was a rapidly zooming Forest Walker. Pounding gently patted Lin Jing on the shoulder. Congratulations, you've become a primary Imperial Beastmaster. Gung Shuan's fingers curled slightly and flicked the burned-out cigarette out, just crashing into the Forest Walker's face. For Prime Dragon Pillars, the voice was not loud, and even Chen Rao could just barely hear it. This was also the first time Baoning had seen Old Gung's Imperial Beast. Quicksilver Bloodline Metamorphosis Stage S+ qualification for Prime Dragon Pillars. Subsequently, a fist bigger than half of Chen Rao's body defended the Forest Walker's face with a punch. Just this punch, victory and defeat have been decided. Chapter 9, Freshman of the Nine Wonders Imperial Beast Academy. Lifter Gung Shuan finished absorbing Forest Walker's remaining lifespan, 33 years. 100 years of life have been consumed. Bloodline Fusion, Forest Walker. Ding successfully fused with the Forest Walker bloodline. Acquired new skills, Tree God's Blessing, would attribute. 3,000 flowering trees, what attribute? Ding, due to skill attribute mismatch. The skill is being repaired for you. Skill attribute repair completed. Reacquired skills, Xian Ice Outer Armor, Intermediate, 3,000 Frost Blasts, Intermediate. Bloodline fusion completed. Host's current attributes are as follows. Growth period, Wooden Tire Bloodline A+ qualification, Winter Thunder Wolf. Imperial Beast skills, Winter Roar, Extreme. Winter Claws, Extreme. Ice Armor, Intermediate. 3,000 Frost Blasts, Intermediate. Thunder Cluster, Complete. Ice Blade, Complete. Blistering Thunder Flicker, Advanced. In the square where the new students of the Zhuohua Imperial Beast Academy reported, Chen Rao looked at the panel in front of him and fell into deep thought. The images from the jail cell the other day kept replaying in his mind. That was the first time Chen Rao had intuitively seen the heavenly difference in power between Imperial Beasts. And the 4' Dragon Pillar of the Metamorphosis stage, Flowing Gold Bloodline didn't even unleash its skills. Just a flat-out punch killed the Divine Wood Ape of the Maturity stage Ironstone Bloodline in seconds. If it were Chen Rao himself, he probably wouldn't even be able to withstand the power of a single finger. Differences in bloodlines, differences in growth stages, differences in qualifications. Lin Jing has an equally long way to go. Despite being in the prison, with his excellent Imperial Beast skills and command ability, he got Geng Shuwen's handwritten recommendation document, and was directly enrolled in the Zhuohua Imperial Beast Academy, the top school for Imperial Beast Masters in China. However, it is still a slow and difficult road to go from Junior Sentinel to Senior Sentinel, and then to successfully graduate as a Senior Sentinel and enter the Sentinel Enforcement Group as a first-level Enforcement Sentinel. The levels are hard to get through. The new student check-in area was packed. Little White, this place is so big. Lin Jing couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the square in front of her. It's a top-tier academy after all. Chen Rao stood guard beside Lin Jing, surrounded by new students who had come to report and their Imperial Beasts. Clearly almost all of them are the top students, and the top scouts from various provinces and cities. Here, any random person is a genius in their respective stories. Classmate, are you a freshman too? At this moment, a small fat man wearing glasses and a shirt with bubblegum chewing in his mouth stopped beside Lin Jing. Right. Lin Jing nodded. Me too. What's your name? Fatty asked. Lin Jing. My name is Huang Yibo, although we are both freshmen, but I am not the top scholar of the province or city. That said, this is your Imperial Beast, right? Huang Yibo scratched his head somewhat shyly and looked at Chen Rao with both eyes shining. Huang Yibo, good name, Chen Rao murmured in his heart, wanting to laugh a little. Yes, I call it Little White. Lin Jing rubbed Chen Rao's furry head. How majestic, unlike my Imperial Beast. Rice, come out. Huang Yibo was full of envy and moved his gaze away from Chen Rao, then spread his palms. Chen Rao tilted his head slightly, intending to see what kind of Imperial Beast this fat man, who had to be 200 pounds at the very least, would have. Given his size, at the very least, he had to be a giant rock savage bear kind of size, right? A moment later, Chen Rao's jaw dropped as he looked at the Imperial Beast that had appeared. So cute. Instead, it was Lin Jing who had both eyes glowing as she stared intently at the Imperial Beast in Huang Yibo's palm. He. But you have to be careful. Lin's student, even though Rice is a guinea pig, it doesn't have a very good temper and it's a solid Ironstone bloodline. Huang Yibo scratched his head in a naive manner. Ha, this little thing, Ironstone bloodline? Chen Rao frowned, looking at the guinea pig that couldn't even stuff itself, and was really a bit surprised, but the systems panel in front of him definitely wouldn't lie to him. Growth period Ironstone bloodline A+ qualification Cavern Sage. A guinea pig named Cavern Sage and nicknamed Rice. That's a bit too much of a contrast, isn't it? However, on second thought, Chen Rao looked at his huge body and the strength of the growth period would tire bloodline. Weighing some down there may not even be able to beat this small guinea pig. It's true that goods will be thrown away and beasts will die. Taking advantage of the pleasantries between the two, Chen Rao couldn't help but remember some of the rumors on the road. That is, the Zhuohua Imperial Beast Academy, which is the top Imperial Beast Master Academy in China, has two very special connections this year. One of them appears to be a foreigner as well. By the way, I heard that we have two very special relations in Zhuohua this year. Have you heard about it? Huang Yibo suddenly asked. What relations? Lin Jing frowned slightly, and Chen Rao also listened sideways. It's not another connected person like Zhou Yuan, is it? Don't you usually go online? One of them is a foreigner, just 19 years old, and was accidentally recommended to our Zhuohua by exception after being meritorious for bravery in a C-class mission over in Europe. Huang Yibo was a bit surprised and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to rummage around. Lin Jing gave an oh-so-sweet, thoughtful nod. 19 years old as myself. At the same age, Lin Jing was unable to cope with the deceitfulness of the academy. While others had already acted courageously and meritoriously in a mission with a difficulty level of C, thus being recommended across the region. Little White, it seems like our opponents this time are all very strong. Lin Jing looked towards Chen Rao. Let him be strong. It's not like we're going to lose. Chen Rao revealed a relieved expression. Lin Jing was becoming more and more skeptical that Xiaobai could really understand human language. That's it. Yelin Nero. Huang Yiba brought his cell phone to Lin Jing and pointed to the blonde girl on it. Yelin, a hybrid of Swiss and Chinese. At the age of 17 he was a registered junior beast master with the European Directorate General of Beast Management. And last year, at the age of 19, Yelin accidentally contributed to the success of the mission as a supernumerary in an open C-class combat mission. Therefore, it was authorized by a concession to come to China from Europe for exchange and study. Is this considered a relationship? Lin Jing couldn't help but ask as she looked at Yi Helian's terrifying resume and abilities. If this is considered a related family, then it is estimated that the entire freshmen who are capable of excelling in Jiuhua are all related families. How come it doesn't count? Don't you know that Jiuhua is a carrot, and even those who were recommended to come with excellent abilities will replace the freshmen at the end of the line? I was almost replaced. Huang Yiba put away his cell phone. Indignant. Why? Lin Jing asked. Jiuhua this year a total of 3,200 people. I was ranked 3198. Yi Helian came in. I was 3,199. Originally I thought it was alright. The results of 2 days ago went inexplicably to replace in a recommended students. I almost got topped off. The more Huang Yiba spoke, the more agitated he became. So that's how it is. Lin Jing smiled a little awkwardly. It seemed like the connected, lifted student who almost toppled Huang Yiba was her. Such a person can be so hateful. That's right, Mr. Lin, you still haven't said where you took the exam to come to Jiuhua from. Huang Yiba waved his fist before reacting and asking. I didn't take the test. Lin Jing was a bit overwhelmed. And just in time, the new students who reported ahead of the two in line had already registered. Hello, please show your proof of test scores and proof of admission. The school sister at the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy's admission office had a standard smile and a gentle voice. Here it is. You're so pretty. School teacher. Hello, school teacher. I don't have a certificate of assessment results or a certificate of acceptance. Lin Jing and Huang Yiba had very different answers. What? Student Lin, you can't enroll without these two certificates. Huang Yiba did his best to open his eyes wide. I indeed didn't, because I'm the one you just said. The lifting student who almost toppled you. Lin Jing raised her hand in some embarrassment. Huang Yiba gave an O. Just now he was full of enthusiasm, but now he changed his face. Another relation. Then who is your sponsor? The senior sister didn't seem to be surprised. After all, there were not a few people who relied on connections to enter the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy every year. While they are also good enough, they are generally still a step behind the freshmen who actually get in on merit. Geng Shuwen. Lin Jing pulled out the letter of recommendation new from her backpack. The envelope was brand new, embossed with the wax seal and steel seal of the East Asian Imperial Beasts Administration. Who? The senior sister and Huang Yiba spoke in unison, their eyes filled with surprise. Geng Shuwen. Lin Jing replied. Geng Shuwen? Chapter 10, Genius Meets Genius. The battle for the top of the list 1 year later. Your recommender is Geng Shuwen? Huang Yiba had a serious face, and his two green bean-sized eyes were trying their best to open wide. Somewhat comically, even the schoolmate who had just been calm and collected herself stood up, and after repeatedly checking the wax seal and steel seal of the envelope, she carefully put it away. Hello Lin Jing, I'm a second-year student of Department A of the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy. Yu Min, our department head has been waiting for you for a long time. Yu Min stretched out her hand towards Lin Jing, her attitude making a direct 180 degrees turn. Waiting for me? Lin Jing naturally ignored Huang Yiba. Yes, because your referrals are a bit special. The department head has offered to meet you alone. As for the student Huang, your dormitory is in Block 11 of Area B. A senior will take you there later. Yu Min smiled at Huang Yiba. This matter is not urgent. Can I go over together? Huang Yibo's attitude also suddenly changed. Just now he was still 800 dissatisfied with the lifting student, but this moment he wanted to be cheeky together. Attitudes become really fast. Chen Rao just wanted to laugh as he looked at the fickle appearance of the two, but in the end, he is only a royal beast now. He can't speak human language and even more so, he can't decide for Lin Jing. Lin Jing, who is from a humble background and always treats people with harmony, just laughed off the contrasting attitudes of the two men and simply filled in the necessary information before following Yu Min. As for Wang Yibo, logically speaking, the department head of Department A didn't say he wanted to see him, and Yu Min was even less obligated to bring him along, but he couldn't help that this little fatty was following behind like a follower, and there was no rule that new students couldn't go to the department head's office, so he just followed him all the way. Don't you have a strong opinion about lifting students? Lin Jing looked at Huang Yiba. It wasn't true that she treated people kindly, but she did speak bluntly enough. Listening to the nearby Shenrao, black lines rose on his forehead. That's because I have a big problem with those recommended students who were recommended by some college dean or some outstanding entrepreneur. But you were recommended by Gung Shuan. That's Gung Shuan. Gung Shuan. Huang Yibo was agitated, and he was even dancing around when he talked about Gung Shuan. Gung Shuan. Is he great? Chen Rao muttered up. Just having a one-sided experience in the prison cell was not enough for Chen Rao to have much understanding and knowledge of him. In Chen Rao's eyes, Gung Shuan was just a part-time worker at the Imperial Beast Management Bureau who was more conscientious, fairer in his speech, and more powerful in his blood contract with the Imperial Beasts. What's so great about it that it makes Huang Yibo, the obvious rich kid, so excited? Looking at student Lin, it seems like she doesn't know this lifer of yours very well? Yumin asked thoughtfully as she looked towards Lin Jing, who was side by side and unperturbed. He and I just met once. He came and left in a hurry and gave me that letter. Lin Jing honestly said. Holy, just met once? Mr. Lin, you're not lying to me, are you? Only meeting him once means you and him aren't relatives yet? If he's not a relative, Gung Shuan personally wrote you a recommendation letter? Huang Yibo was so excited that he almost didn't jump up when he heard this, looking at Lin Jing with admiration in his eyes, filled with worship that is about to materialize into a pillar of light. Yeah, I've only met him once and we're not relatives. Don't be so agitated. Lin Jing was somewhat overwhelmed by Huang Yibo. It's just a letter of recommendation. You're not so excited, are you? How can this not be exciting? Senior sister Yumin, don't you think so? That's Gung Shuan. Ah, my goodness. Someone who can be personally recommended by Gung Shuan. Mustn't that be the genius of geniuses? Huang Yibo was beyond excited at this moment, grabbing Yumin's wrist in desire for affirmation. Indeed, after all, the resume of this lifer of yours is just a little too terrifying. Although Yumin was a bit embarrassed by Huang Yibo as well, she still affirmed his statement. Can you tell me about it? Seeing the two react like this, Chen Rao and Lin Jing had the same thought. I'll say it. I'm a loyal fan of the book. Huang Yibo raised his hand high, and only then did Chen Rao realize that on this little fatty's other hand, he was wearing a plain mechanical watch. The style is exactly the same as Gung Shuan's piece. Gung Shuan, we book fans, that is, Gung Shuan's fans, all call him boss. He's a renowned genius in our Chinese Imperial Beast world, a hard man with iron bones. At the age of 17, when we were still learning the skills of the beasts, Boss was already a junior beast master, and at the age of 19, he graduated as an executive beast master at the first level. It only took 7 years to be promoted to 9th level beast master, and he is the fastest person to obtain the Black Eagle badge from the East Asian Beast Management Bureau. But this is not even the reason why we worship the boss. The reason why we really worship him is that after he obtained the Black Eagle badge, in order to develop and grow our Chinese Imperial Beast Master cultivation system, he resolutely chose to give up on becoming an extraordinary one-star Imperial Beast Master, and instead, switched to clerical work. However, this cannot hide the ability of the boss. 26-year-old boss only spent 4 years to become the chief captain, and then in the establishment of the Japanese country to make a fuss about the independence of the Royal Beasts Administration. A person's sleepless battle of 62 hours dislike of the 6 representatives of the Japanese country cannot open their mouths. He made the Japanese nation willingly call itself small, and then the boss logically became the chief examiner of our East Asian Imperial Beast Management Bureau, and has never made any mistakes in 20 years, with an iron face and without a smile. Someone who can be recognized and recommended by the boss. Classmate Lin, I adore you too much. Huang Yibo's eyes glowed as he recounted Gung Shuan's legendary experience, as if he was recounting his own glorious history. Chen Rao and Lin Jing listened to everything in silence, their hearts stirred. He's so powerful. Lin Jing was shocked and somewhat speechless. Chen Rao was similarly shocked beyond words. He initially felt that Gung Shuan is at most a small official of the Bureau of Management than the big level of Wude. Did not expect to actually have such a horrible resume. At first he also felt that the 4 Prime Dragon column was more than enough as Gung Shuan's Imperial Beast. But now, after hearing Huang Yibo, Chen Rao even felt that the 4 Prime Dragon column, a flow of gold bloodline metamorphosis stage Imperial Beast, was a bit unworthy of Gung Shuan. That's why the department head offered to meet you. Please come in. Yumin nodded, and in the middle of the conversation the 3 of them had already arrived at the door of the department head's office in Department A. Okay, aren't you going to enter, senior sister? Lin Jing asked. There's another guest as well, so I won't go in. Yumin smiled faintly and stopped Huang Yibo from leaning against the window of the corridor together. Lin Jing nodded, grabbed the door handle and gently pressed it and walked in, followed closely by Chen Rao. The layout of the furnishings in the office is very simple, with a coffee table, sofa, and chairs in the hospitality area, a desk and office chair in the office area. and cabinets filled with books and documents. And it is true that inside, as Yumin said, in addition to a middle-aged man, there is also a very young girl. A white dress and white pants, do not see any other color. A blonde hair cut short and looking very competent. Hello department head, my name is Lin Jing. I'm a new student here to report. Lin Jing bowed towards the middle-aged man. Hello, I'm Chang Yuan, the department head of Department A of the Zhouhua Imperial Beast Academy. And you're the Lin student that Mr. Geng Shuan personally recommended. So you're really a talented person. Chang Yuan politely shook Lin Jing's hand lightly and then gestured for Lin Jing to sit across from the short-haired girl. There's something wrong with the atmosphere. After Chen Rao followed and sat over, he obviously felt a bit depressed. It wasn't the oppressive feeling from Chang Yuan, but the one emanating from the short-haired girl who looked to be the same age as Lin Jing. The thick oppressive feeling. Something's not right. Chen Rao cautiously lowered his stance, seemingly naturally, but actually prepared for battle. Chang Yuan, on the other hand, unhurriedly and personally poured 2 cups of tea for Lin Jing and the short-haired girl before spreading out his palms and pointing at each of them. He looked at Lin Jing. Let me introduce. This is Yi Helian Nero, the recommended student who came from Europe to our Chinese country to exchange and study. Then he looked at Yi Helian, who was in pure white, and spoke in English. She's the one I just mentioned to you, personally recommended by Mr. Geng Shuan dash. Yi Helen got up and interrupted Chang Yuan without any courtesy. Hello, my name is Yi Helen. Yi Helen was very fluent in Chinese. Hello, my name is Lin Jing. Lin Jing similarly stood up, and as soon as Chen Rao stood up together, the sense of oppression became more and more obvious. I think you should have heard of some of my experiences. That's not enough. I cherish this opportunity to come to China to study. I hope I can learn some advanced theories and meet some friends who can be each other's rivals. Yelian's voice was calm, her speech unhurried. I've heard of it, so you're going to be a rival with me as a rival? Lin Jing also reacted at this moment. A year from now, there will be a promotion test, and I hope you can defeat me. Yi Helian raised a finger. Chang Yuan's face was a bit embarrassed. These 2 freshmen were really too much for him, but when he thought of the 2 men's lifters, he could only just get by. It's like this. According to the rules of the Zhouhua Imperial Beast Academy, a comprehensive examination will be held in June every year, thus determining whether or not a student can be promoted normally. The assessment consists of issuing controlled tasks of an approved level of difficulty, which are rated according to their level and degree of completion, in order to measure whether or not they can be promoted to the rank of Imperial Beast Master. The person who won the top of the list would not only be able to break the rules and be directly promoted to Senior Imperial Beast Master, but would also receive a reward prepared by the Academy. Generally speaking, mission levels are chosen by students on their own according to their own abilities, but considering the special characteristics of the 2 of you and the repeated requests of student Yi Helian, as well as Mr. Geng Shuan's personal recommendation, this academy has decided that when the time comes, it will issue the 2 of you with controllable missions of the same S rank. Does student Lin agree with this proposal? Chang Yuan looked to Lin Jing and also to Yi Helian. He couldn't afford to mess with the lifters behind these 2, so he could only hope that both of them would cooperate a bit. Lin Jing sidled her head slightly. A genius from Europe? Geniuses abounded in Zhouhua, and since Lin Jing dared to come, she wouldn't be afraid to compete with geniuses. I agree. Chapter 11, The Wealthy Huangyiba. Lin Jing agreed sharply, and Chang Yuan became relaxed. On the contrary, Yi Helian, who proposed the battle for the top spot, had a slight change of color and appeared to be in some difficulty. Then we'll see who can take the top spot after a year, you or I. Little White, confident? Lin Jing said to herself, raising her hand to encircle Chen Rao's furry neck and gently rubbing it. You guys are living a year, but I'm not necessarily living many years, as long as I accumulate enough lifespan, not to mention a Yi Helian, even if it's Geng Shuan, I'll still be able to shine the light. Chen Rao let out a whimper as a reply. Looking at Yi Helian, who had a somewhat strange expression and not taking it to heart, the system panel appeared in front of his eyes. Youth, Mercury Bloodline S qualification, Silver Augur. Yi Helen's starting point for the Imperial Beasts was really 1 level or more stronger than Chen Rao's current growing stage, Wooden Tire Bloodline A+ qualification, in every aspect. But as long as it didn't start now, Chen Rao had the confidence to win. 1 year, just 1 year. After a year, whatever Silver Augur Gold Augur, it will have to be coiled for me. Director Chang, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Lin Jing smiled shallowly and prepared to leave. But I have to remind you of one thing. Seemingly going through a struggle, Yi Helian stopped Lin Jing, who was about to leave. Lin Jing stopped and looked at this classmate who was already a competitor. The task content of the comprehensive examination is complicated, but in general, the factor that affects the success or failure of the task is still the strength of the Imperial Beasts. I don't want it to be an unfair contest when the time comes. Yi Helen raised her right hand, spreading her 5 fingers like onions, and the white-silver auger dragon hovered. However, in the blink of an eye, it evolved from the thickness of a finger to the thickness of an arm, and then landed on the ground coiled around Yelian's feet, as if the wind on the growth until it was as thick as a person's ring before giving up. The length of the body is even more impressive, almost filling the room. Body snow white with bursts of silver light. A piece of scale is the size of Lin Jing's palm. The imposing is really domineering. Don't worry, I'll work on it. Also, your imperial beast is beautiful. Lin Jing did not read Yi Helian's words and replied politely. On the contrary, Chen Rao heard it all at once that the main factor is the strength of the imperial beast, and then you call out the silver Jiao dragon with a stronger bloodline, qualification, and growth stage. Isn't that a clear indication that you, Lin Jing's imperial beasts, are too lousy, not worthy to be compared to a silver auger, not old enough to have a big mouth? A thicker chili bar is just a chili bar. I dared to chop cauliflower snakes with a chopper when I was 8 years old. Chen Rao mentally spat at the silver Jiao dragon, his face full of disdain. The white and silver scaly dragon didn't notice, breathing steadily. Its body is normal, its 2 yellowish eyes staring at Chen Rao. I think you might not have understood what I meant. The white silver Jiao dragon is a top imperial beast that has been passed down from my family, and its evolutionary speed is by no means comparable to that of ordinary imperial beasts. Yi Helian added, my little white, the evolutionary speed isn't bad either. Lin Jing looked towards Chen Rao and replied with a smile, I've heard about your deeds, and clinical evolution is ultimately a small probability event. If you don't want to be slowed down by your imperial beast while performing a comprehensive assessment mission, then I suggest you change your imperial beast. Yi Helian sighed and closed his 5 fingers together, the body of the white and silver auger rapidly shrinking until it transformed into what seemed like a bracelet. This was a simple form of the blood-bonded imperial beasts that all imperial beast masters utilized the imperial beast space for. To put it simply, it was to facilitate so that the large-sized forehead imperial beasts could conveniently follow the imperial beast master around, without being absorbed into the imperial beast space to hold back and not see the sun. Replace me? Chen Rao paused for a moment and looked at Lin Jing. Replace, Xiao Bai? Lin Jing muttered to herself, looking into Chen Rao's eyes. She had to admit that there was some truth in what Yelin said. In this extraordinary Imperial Beast Academy that was filled with geniuses, it was obviously unlikely that one would want to simply rely on their Imperial Beast skills to rank at the top. That's why the Zhouhua Imperial Beast Academy will organize an outing for students every 3 months. Firstly, to assess the students' ability to react on the spot in the face of some emergencies, and secondly, to allow the students to consider their fit with the blood-contracted Imperial Beasts in various aspects in the actual battle, so as to deduce whether or not they need to change one of the Imperial Beasts. There is only one blood-contract Royal Beast, and no one can have more than one. When you want to get a new one, the old one will naturally be eliminated. As to what to do with it, generally it's execution. But humanization has been promoted in the last few years, so there might be a Gorgon Zoo or something set up to allow the eliminated Gorgon to retire. Yes, and the next time you go out, it's right after the school evaluation. Think about it. Yelin nodded and turned to leave. Lin Jing nodded thoughtfully. No, you're not really considering replacing me, are you? Chen Rao looked at Lin Jing, who nodded her head, her face full of doubts and questions. He even summoned the system panel, intending to use up his remaining 33 years of life to see if he could grow to youth. It was so hard to pass the practical test to avoid being euthanized, and if he was replaced and then entered the Imperial Beast Zoo, then he would really want to cry without tears. To you, the Imperial Beast might just be a tool with a temperature, but not Kahaku. Kahaku is the Imperial Beast that has accompanied me step by step to where I am today. It's not a tool with a temperature. It's my friend. Who would change their friends? Lin Jing didn't speak to anyone, just murmured in a low voice and gently pulled a strand of mane under Chen Rao's neck out of the office. How about it? Genius meeting, isn't it a sword fight? As soon as he saw Lin Jing come out, Huang Yiba immediately walked up to inquire. He who had just waited outside was anxious to death, especially after seeing Yi Helian come out from inside. He was even more curious about what these 2 focus freshmen of this year's Zhouhua Imperial Beast Academy had said inside. This is definitely going to be front-page school news for the last month. It's nothing, just a simple acquaintance. Lin Jing waved her hand, not wanting to reveal her 1-year engagement with Yi Helian to others. In that case, let me take you over to the dormitory side, and then it's time for me to have dinner. Yumin nodded and said, Aya, what dormitory are we going to? Sister, Lin Jing, anyway, our luggage will be transported to the dormitory by then. Why don't I treat us to a meal, as if we are making friends? Huang Yiba stopped the 2 people who were about to leave, patting his chest, with a rich and generous look. Not so good. Lin Jing intentionally refused. You kid, you won't get an erection, right? Chen Rao's eyes narrowed slightly, always feeling that Huang Yiba, this kid, had other intentions. It's good to relax and unwind. You're the last batch of freshmen this year. Tomorrow will be the start of school evaluation. If you don't relax and unwind today, you won't have time in the short term. Yumin analyzed very objectively. As a 2-year veteran, she was more than aware of the various things that the new students of the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy had to go through after enrolling in the school. And all the new students, if they didn't take advantage of the days of reporting to get together and have some fun, would not have any vacations for quite some time after the start of the school year's assessment had begun. None of them are too familiar. It's better to forget about it. Lin Jing was still a little embarrassed. It's okay. Friends aren't all so little familiarized. My treat. Huang Yiba saw the two beauties didn't refuse directly. Simply 2.5. Directly pushed the two to go forward. Originally, Lin Jing was still a bit hesitant, but after being told this, she nodded her head and agreed. 20 minutes later, the Hearing Sea building. This was the most forced and largest restaurant located near the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy. Huang Yiba, as a veritable second-generation rich kid, chooses restaurants based on one criterion: expensive. In his eyes, expensive is good. Of course, there was one more thing, and that was that the Imperial Beast dining space had to be provided. If the Imperial Beast dining space was not provided, and Huang Yiba had to put the rice in the trusteeship, then he would rather not eat it. But then again, at this size, no one would think it's an Imperial Beast if we don't tell them, right? Yumin couldn't help but ask as she looked at the tiny little rice in the Imperial Beast dining space. That won't do. My rice must enjoy the best treatment just like me. It is me. I am it. Huang Yiba was righteous. It should be expensive here, right? Lin Jing looked at the decor of the Hearing Sea building and was a little worried about the spending here. My old man is their K7 member. Senior sister, classmate Lin, feel free to order whatever you want. Huang Yiba waved his hand in a grandiose manner. Being rich is good. Chen Rao sat in the Imperial Beast dining seat next to Lin Jing, looking at the wide array of top-notch delicacies on the menu and drooling with emotion. Following Lin Jing on the train for the past few days, because Lin Jing has to save money on food. Its stomach is almost turning into dog food flavor. It's been so long since I crossed over that I can finally eat something good. But before he could marvel at how suddenly happiness had come, his keen sense of hearing suddenly detected a few unusual movements. Isn't this private room big enough? Why don't you let us use it? What? There's already a guest using it? How many? 3? Why don't we just let them go to our private room? What's not to like? Where can so many of us sit in that Thai private room? Chapter 12, a different kind of freshman meeting. Noisy, Huang Yiba ordered half of the order. The door of the private room was pushed open. What the hell? Didn't we all say not to come in and disturb? Huang Yiba looked up rather dissatisfied, only to see 3 or 5 people walk in ignoring the waiter's block. I'm really sorry, several guests. The hospitality is not good, but this private room has already been booked by Mr. Huang and his friends. Why don't I apply to open 2 private rooms for you? The waitress lady's face was red with anxiety, neither daring to offend these people nor Huang Yiba. After all, Huang Yiba's old man is a K7 member with more than $7 million in reserves, so any complaint about her rice bowl would have to fly 5 miles away. 2 private rooms? We're all together, what's the point of sitting in 2? You don't dare to talk to him. I'll discuss it with him, okay? A youth at the head of the group pushed away the waiter, and in 3 or 2 steps walked to Huang Yiba's front. Huang Yiba's face did not change, and he threw the menu onto the table as soon as it was closed. On the contrary, Lin Jing was a little nervous. Her small hands clenched tightly, and her chair unconsciously leaned towards Chen Rao's side. Brother, discuss. We have so many people here. Let's change the private room. You go to the one we ordered at the beginning. Anyway, you just 3 people are sure enough to sit. The youth casually pulled open a chair and sat down. Oh, and then what? Huang Yiba's face was expressionless. It's just that we're changing the private rooms. Nothing in the way. The youth acted as if he didn't see the impatience on Huang Yiba's face. Do I know you? Huang Yiba was a bit disgruntled. He had chosen this place because of the compulsion and service of listening to the sea restaurant, and the purpose was to properly treat Lin Jing and Yumin to a casual dinner, but he didn't want to be disturbed by such a group of people. What's the point of knowing or not knowing? It's just a matter of convenience for everyone. The youth continued to speak. Then you go somewhere else. There are quite a few places in the imperial capital that are better than listening to the sea building. Are you unable to afford to go? Huang Yiba crossed his arms and leaned back, not putting the youth and his party in his eyes at all. What do you mean? One of them pointed at Huang Yiba. It doesn't mean much. I'm inviting my friends for a casual dinner and don't want to be disturbed. Huang Yiba didn't even look at that guy. Then why don't you go? Aren't you just as unable to go? The youth who was refuted gritted his teeth and showed displeasure. The waiter on the side felt wrong, and secretly poked and prodded and was about to go out to get help, but was stopped by the youth and his party. Can't afford to go? There's no place in the entire imperial capital that I, Huang Yibo, can't afford to go to. I just think it's convenient that it's close to the academy. Huang Yibo laughed as if he had heard some joke. Do these people want to go out and ask around? Who is he? Huang Yibo. And who is his Huang Yibo's old man? Huang Yibo? You're Huang Yibo? At this moment, a thin monkey-like guy in the line squeezed over and looked Huang Yibo up and down carefully. What? Is there someone else pretending to be me to woo me? Huang Yibo glanced at that guy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No, you are the freshman group that said at the beginning of the school year to invite the whole department to eat Huang Yibo. The photo does not look so fat. The thin monkey clapped his hands and opened his mouth to mention so. Huang Yibo let out an oh so subtle sound, then looked at the pile of people. You guys are also freshmen from the Nine Valleys Imperial Beast Academy? A group of people looked at me and I looked at you. Where was the swords drawn a moment ago? When the nearby Chen Rao saw this scene, he almost didn't burst out laughing. He was just thinking about whether Huang Yibo would want to have a Dragon King show up later and ruthlessly hit this group of guys who don't know the sky and the earth with the posture of a top-ranking second-generation rich kid. But it turned out to be this? A line about how all of you guys are freshmen, classmates at the same school, and you just pulled the plug? That won't work either. But Huang Yibo drew a turn and still raised his hand. Inviting the whole department for dinner can be done anytime. But sorry guys, today I'm inviting Department A's senior sister and my idol for dinner. Why don't you guys pick a place? I'll make a phone call, and you guys go over there to eat? Department A? Aren't you from Department B? How come you still know a senior sister from Department A? The thin monkey didn't leave in a hurry, but scanned around the three people in the room, and really two beautiful women. But, the skinny monkey scratched his head. These two beauties. One is a sister of the A department. What about the other one? Isn't Huang Yibo's idol the famous Geng Shuwen? Don't worry about it then. Life is all about constant opportunities. Huang Yibo sold the idea. Shut up. Isn't your idol Geng Shuwen? There doesn't seem to be a man in these three except for you, right? So eager to drive us away. At least let us see the living Geng Shuwen as well. The skinny monkey rubbed his face and pulled out a chair to sit down as well. Then you're wrong. Let me introduce them. Since they were all classmates, Huang Yibo didn't have the hostility he had at the beginning and stood up, first spreading his hands to Yu Min. This is the second-year sister of our academy's ed department, Yu Min. Then reversed direction and pointed at Lin Jing. This is my Huang Yibo's second idol, personally recommended by my boss to study at our Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy. One of the two legendary freshmen this year, Lin Jing, student Lin. Judging from the number of words in the introduction, Huang Yibo obviously holds Lin Jing a bit more. Yu Min didn't count on it. After all, facing a legendary freshman who was personally recommended by Geng Shuwen, she was also ashamed of herself. On the contrary, Lin Jing was so introduced, coupled with a dozen pairs of eyes brushed over after some overwhelmed, white-face swish blush. Don't. I'm not. I didn't. Lin Jing hurriedly stood up and waved her hand, shy and anxious and even couldn't speak clearly. When did she become Huang Yibo's idol? Weren't you friends and classmates before you came here? Also, what's the setting for legendary freshmen again? Instead, the owners of the dozen or so pairs of eyes chatted in groups of 3 or 5 after a brief identification. She is Lin Jing. 100 years are better than one sight. It feels quite a bit thinner than in the description. Indeed, at first, when I heard that her royal beast was a wolf, I thought it would be a prairie girl kind of style. Not that I'm saying, can you two stop talking about people's appearance? Didn't you hear Huang Yibo say that she's that legendary freshman who was recommended by Geng Shuwen? Asterisk 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 right. So the one next to her would be her imperial beast, right? Sure is handsome enough. Which imperial beast's evolved subspecies is this? Growth stage. Does a growth stage frost thunder wolf look like this? Don't talk nonsense if you don't have enough eyesight. How is it that a frost thunder wolf in its formative years doesn't look like this? The content of the 3 to 5 groups of chattering, unapologetic talk was heard in Lin Jing's ears, and although there was indeed nothing offensive about it, it still made her even more overwhelmed. From blush to neck, listening to that, it seems like this wasn't a secret before school started. Chen Rao did capture some of the highlights, what with the photos and the legendary freshmen and all. It seemed that long before Lin Jing's arrival, there had been all sorts of information in their freshman group. You guys shut up, my idol is embarrassed. Huang Yibo saw how Lin Jing was sitting still and immediately called everyone off with a wave of his hand. Just call me Lin Jing, can you get rid of all the other names? After quieting down, Lin Jing finally opened her mouth and said her first words. Good idol. No, good Lin Jing. Huang Yibo hurriedly picked up the conversation. It seems like you're all looking forward to student Lin. At this moment, Yu Min, who had never said a word, slowly opened her mouth and looked towards the freshmen who piled up at the entrance. Hey, sister. I mainly think that it's hard to see each other since we're not in the same department. Yeah, senior sister, and our group has been abuzz with news about Lin's classmates for a few days now. so it's hard not to be a little excited to finally meet the real person. Why don't we get in touch with each other? The group of people looked at me, I looked at you, and again felt that it was not good to leave you men out in the cold. Then forget it, it's hard for us to meet in the future anyway. You men smiled faintly and considered it a refusal. Then again, Huang Yibo, how did you kid meet someone? Speak. The skinny monkey would pull Huang Yibo with a hand. Hey, luck. Huang Yibo hemmed and hawed. You kid really got lucky. No, I want to take a picture with Lin. One of the legendary freshmen was met by me. I can brag about it for a year when I say it. The skinny monkey slapped his thighs and let go of Huang Yibo to pull out his cell phone. The other people also seemed to be awakened as if they did not care whether Lin Jing agreed or not. One by one, they all squeezed up, fearing that they would not be able to take their turn. Chen Rao was slightly displeased as he observed Lin Jing's expression and took the lead in throwing his wolf's tail out to stop everyone. That, Mr. Lin, let's take a picture. The wolf's tail waved, and the skinny monkey and the others hurriedly raised their hands in careful inquiry. I said, are you guys done? You're both freshmen. You're just a little bit related. Is that so? Before Lin Jing could reply, the youth at the very beginning stood up with a slap on the table. Never seen a female or a freshman? What's so rare about a recommended student who has spent 3 years in the broken 3rd grade Imperial Beast Academy? Gung Shuwen's recommendation is a big deal? Whoever recommended her can't change the fact that she came out of a poor mountain valley. It's ridiculous that someone like that can be treated like a star. Chapter 13, The Legendary Freshman's First Strike. Oh, Chen Rao rose slightly sideways and looked over at the youth. Scarlet tongue licking the slightly moist short fur on both sides of his mouth. The large-sized winter thunder wolf was already eye-catching enough, and even more so when he got up. He captured countless gazes. It's that imperial beast of Lin Jing's. A growing imperial beast actually has such a strong sense of oppression? More than oppressive, don't you think it doesn't even look like the growing rank genus of the snowfield wolf? The crowd whirled around and talked. The voice was not loud, but it was very clear. So clear that Chen Rao could not ignore it even if he wanted to. Unlike all the other imperial beasts, Chen Rao's bloodline was currently fused with that of the divine wood ape, and although he had not absorbed the wood attribute of the divine wood ape, his own strength had completely exceeded the imperial beasts of the same rank by 1 level after the fusion, and was completely out of the league. Then what do you mean? Huang Yibo's face was a bit ugly. I can accept my ranking being topped out, but I can't accept my ranking being topped out by someone who was incapable. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in Department B right now. The youth stared deathly at Lin Jing, the unwillingness in his eyes calling out. His name was Ruan Qi and he was born in an ordinary working family in southern China. Since childhood, she has always been at the top of the class, and is described by relatives and friends as someone else's child. And Ruan Qi did live up to the expectations, successfully stood out in this year's National Imperial Beastmaster election. With the 4th in the city in the written test and the 2nd in the city in the practical test was accepted by the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy. Although after the comprehensive ranking for the 100th of this year's freshman, but it still rubbed off on the edge of becoming a student of the A department. This represented that he had become one of the top 100 junior Imperial Beast Masters in all of China for this year. And this was an honor that he had spent 18 years of his life chasing after. But because of Lin Jing's sudden intrusion, with a letter of recommendation into the A department, all the people down the line, Ruan Qi was naturally squeezed out of the A department. Although he said he would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, his pride prevented him from accepting this. Incapable? Do you want to use your brain to think about who she was nominated by? That's Gung Shuwen. Huang Yibo laughed out loud in his speechlessness as he grabbed Ruan Qi by the collar. His fists cupped and cackled. Loosen. Ruan Qi calmly raised his hand and pinched Huang Yibo's wrist. The strength of this guy's strength even directly pinched Huang Yibo's 5 fingers uncontrollably open. Ruan Qi then silently raised his hand, and an imperial beast with white flames burning all over it appeared on the back of his hand. Growth period, Wooden Tire Bloodline, A+ qualification, Amazing White Shadow Lord. Yo, Wooden Tire Bloodline? Chen Rao was a little excited as he looked at the small words that surfaced in front of him. The White Amazing Shadow Lord with the same growth stage, the same Woodborn bloodline, and the attributes of fire and wind in the elemental skyrocketed the ice attribute and thunder attribute Winter Thunder Wolf. In the case of the same bloodline and the same stage of growth, it was a strong enemy that Chen Rao could not be ignored at the current stage. Ruan Qi, what are you doing? Yu Min, who had been unconcerned, stood up and sensed a hint of something wrong. I know that even if I beat you now, it won't have any effect on where the department belongs, but I'm just upset. I just want to win you, that's all. Ruan Qi's deadly stare at Lin Jing was already tantamount to declaring war with her. The chattering crowd looked towards Lin Jing after hearing the words that were no different from a declaration of war. As this year's legendary freshman, the pride of heaven that split the school forum with Yi Helian, everyone was really looking forward to Lin Jing's first time out. I think this proposal of his can move around is not bad, Chen Rao muttered and let out a purring sound. His broad front paws pressed on the tabletop, actually tilting the solid wood table that weighed 700 pounds. I don't have a problem with cutting and sparring, it's just that this house isn't quite right, is it? Lin Jing did not refuse. She also wanted to try how strong the current Xiaobai was. It's okay. You two fight as much as you want. How much it costs? I'll do it. Huan Yiba clapped his hands excitedly. He didn't care about redecorating this private room, but he really wanted to know how strong Lin Jing was. Or rather, how strong this imperial beast of Lin Jing was. He wasn't the only one who wanted to know. Everyone in the room did. In fact, as early as before Lin Jing came, everyone knew some relevant information through various gossips, although it was very vague, right, but roughly also have some cognition. For example, Lin Jing is a beautiful woman. This is not too important. The important thing is her imperial beast. Snow Plains wolves were not rare, but what was rare was the winter thunder wolves that had evolved during their growth period nowadays. This was an absolutely brand new species. Before Chen Rao evolved into the winter thunder wolf, in the entirety of China and even East Asia, and even globally, there were a total of 4 growing evolutionary species of snow plain wolves, 3 of which were very common and all of which only had a single ice attribute. The other type, although it mutated with a second attribute, was a common wind attribute, and its evolved species was the cold wind wolf king. Only Chen Rao evolved the thunder attribute, the fusion of ice and thunder, the winter thunder wolf. Everyone has never seen it, and even listening to it is only recently heard of it. What? Scared? Ruanqi asked as he looked at Lin Jing. Afraid you have teeth? Chen Rao answered for Lin Jing. Although the Imperial Beast and the Imperial Beast Master rely on basic instructions to communicate with each other, due to the existence of the blood contract, there will be a telepathic communication between each other if not more, although it is far from reaching the level of heart-to-heart, but each other can detect the fluctuation of emotions. Accompanied by Lin Jing's acquiescent nod, Chen Rao pressed down on the tabletop and directly bullied his way up. Boom! With a muffled sound, the desktop that weighed 700 pounds was directly pressed over by Chen Rao's front claws, and the terrifying force even left clear claw marks on the solid wood desktop. Sanchi, Ruanqi quickly stepped back, calling out the name of the Imperial Beast. The white amazing shadow lords with burning flames all over their bodies quickly rose into the air. The burning flames on their feathers were torn into sizzling crumbs that floated away under the wind pressure, and the tabletop that was tilted up was at an angle of almost 70 degrees to the ground. And Chen Rao, who was surrounded by Snow White, swooped in with his feet on the tabletop. In a flash, everyone's attention was fully focused on the 2 imperial beasts that were about to collide together. Comparing strength with me? Chen Rao stepped on the tabletop. Without launching any skills, he was currently less than 2 meters away from the white amazing Shadow Lord. He could even feel the hot flames on the white amazing Shadow Lord's body. Hiss! The white amazing Shadow Lord let out a sharp hiss. 2 claws twice the size of an unusual human hand hooked onto the edge of the tabletop, and its wind-swept wings flailing, trying to directly overturn the tabletop. Wrestling, without the command of the Imperial Beast Master, the 2 Imperial Beasts began a struggle in its purest form over the sight of the crowd. It's still a primitive struggle without skill, but I like it. But looking at it like this, the Rincon Thunder Wolf is quite unadvantaged. It has absolutely no room for power when it steps on the tabletop. Indeed, if we don't use the Imperial Beast skill, it's only a matter of time before the white amazing Shadow Lord overturns the table. The crowd of people who are talking are also all the elites who have been admitted into the 9 China Imperial Beast Academy. All of them are the pride of heaven in their respective stories. Although there is a difference of millimeters, but it is always a big difference, and a glance can tell which one is the winner and which one is the loser. There's no room for power? Chen Rao stepped on the tabletop, his sharp claws embedded in it, and indeed, he could clearly feel the angle of the tabletop's tilt becoming larger as the white amazing Shadow Lord flapped its wings. But who says there's no room for power when you step on the tabletop? A grim smile appeared on Chen Rao's face, followed by 2 front paws raised high. Good chance! Ruanqi, who saw this scene, shouted out, and then passed a return command to the white amazing Shadow Lord. The meaning of this was unknown, but when the white amazing Shadow Lord heard the command, the wings that were originally incited instantly stopped, and the huge claws instantly loosened the tabletop, seemingly ready to take Chen Rao by surprise by using force to leverage the power to wrestle him. Little white, flashback, Lin Jing instantly responded. Little bird, you're just as stupid as your master. The sardonic smile on Chen Rao's face transformed into a sly smile, followed by a flash of lightning on his front paw that was raised high, blasting thunder flashes. In an instant, the radiant thunder light wrapped Chen Rao, and while the wood shavings that were torn out of the air were ignited and burned with a bit of fire, Chen Rao disappeared into the crowd's field of vision. Thunder attribute skill? The rumors are true? It's really dual attributes of ice and thunder? No, it can't be, right? this Imperial Beast has really mutated with the Thunder attribute? There are thousands of basic attributes. Why give it the Thunder attribute and not me? Under the dazzling light of thunder, staggering more than the crowd have shouted up, to know the basic attributes of the royal beasts up to a dozen or even dozens of kinds, but among the common but fire, water, earth, wood, wind and other categories. For the vast majority of everyone who had just upgraded from Royal Beast Master trainees to Junior Royal Beast Masters, it was already good enough to have a growth stage, dual attribute Royal Beast, and they simply didn't dare to hope for any rare attribute Royal Beasts, not to mention the Thunder attribute, which had been hailed as the double best of the basic attributes. It's more than rare, it's 1 in a million. The lightning flared. In the next second, Chen Rao's feet stepped on the edge of the desktop and appeared in front of the white amazing Shadow Lord. His 2 front claws entwined with lightning spots cut through the air and headed straight for the white amazing Shadow Lord. Sanchi, Flash, Ruan Chi, who had managed to recover under the blinding thunder light, said in a hurry, "Too late." Chen Rao laughed fiercely. The tabletop under his feet fell sharply, and it was the same instant that his 2 front claws that were powered up covered the head of the white amazing Shadow Lord with lightning together. Boo! With a popping sound, the white amazing Shadow Lord smashed straight into the ground. This is not over. In midair, Chen Rao twisted posture, feet on the wall, stepped on the desktop smooth landing. A loud bang, weighing 700 pounds of desktop actually fell on the table legs. This is a maneuver that the Imperial Beast can do? No, it can't be, can it? Schwarzenegger wouldn't dare to play like that without dangling a wigwam, would he? Lin Jing, how on earth did you teach? Can you teach me? As the dust disperses, the envy in the eyes of the crowd is almost materialized into a beam of light. The Imperial Beasts we have seen more. The battle between the Imperial Beasts we have also seen more. Maybe like Shinrao this so smooth and almost do not need to be commanded by the Imperial Beast Masters. Unheard of. Those were all high-end maneuvers that could only be done by an executive Imperial Beastmaster. The test is not only the strength of the Imperial Beast itself, but also the tacit understanding and cooperation between it and the Imperial Beastmaster. That needs to be accumulated over the years. I'm not too sure. Lin Jing shrugged. She was being honest, but it always made people feel that she was pretending. Chapter 14, Super Dangerous Dust. Chen Rao turned on self-repair. How about little birdie? Chen Rao's feet stepped on the tabletop, and dots of lightning flickered on his snow-white fur. Suffering a heavy blow, the white amazing Shadow Lord rolled up its wings from the ground, and after taking a solid claw, it was a bit unsteady on its feet, but fortunately its wings were still usable, and after fluttering twice, it lifted up into the air in the same place. Want to continue? Lin Jing met Ruan Qi's eyes across the tabletop. Che, isn't it just a rare point of thunder attribute? Continue. Ruan Qi gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He had been frustrated since he was a child but had never given up. I like your unconquerable spirit. Come, Chen Rao roared lowly, his steady steps slowly moving forward, stepping on the desktop with a muffled sound. The crowd of onlookers continued to watch with bated breath, and there were even people already taking out their cell phones and taking pictures. Once again rolled wind pressure of the amazing white Shadow Lord hovering in the air. This is the advantage of the species, as the divine wood ape that resembles a humanoid, can easily grasp and throw. Bird-shaped amazing white Shadow Lord unique can fly, even if it does not have the attribute of flight. Hovering in the air of the white amazing Shadow Lord after a loss savvy a lot. Strength does not dominate it, rely on height to maintain the distance, but this does not mean that Shen Rao cannot touch it. Little white ice blade. Lin Jing issued a command. Just what I wanted. Oh. Chen Rao laughed, accompanied by several cell phones pressing the video button. The sides of his body instantly curled up with tiny snowflakes visible to the naked eye and coalesced into bright ice blades in less than 2 breaths, benefiting from the bloodline booster rolling around in his body. Even though he was only in his adulthood stage, the ice blade that Chen Rao had condensed had reached a terrifying 2 meters. The razor-sharp blade is made of cold ice throughout, and is strewn with sharp and razor-sharp sections that can easily pierce through flesh, leaving dents in even steel. Sanchi, blaze, Ruan Qi roared, and the white amazing Shadow Lord of Disc Selection let out a sharp hiss. This was not only a hiss, but also a signal for the white amazing Shadow Lord to mobilize the flames around him. Hovering to a halt, the white flames burning around the white amazing Shadow Lords quickly rolled and pranced, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature pressure in the air, even on the verge of melting the metal chandelier. Amazing white Shadow Lord's beam blaze. Bad. This is a skill that purely targets the ice attribute. The onlooker Huang Yibo keenly analyzed the situation, as the white amazing Shadow Lord with dual attributes of fire and wind, flight and strength were not its killing moves, or even its weak part, but this blazing burning flame was its unbeatable weapon. Unlike normal flames, the white flame burning on the body of the white amazing Shadow Lord could reach a temperature of nearly 7,000 degrees Celsius. This was a terrifyingly high temperature that burned everything. Release. Ruan Qi gave an order. The white flames that rolled and burned coalesced into a pillar of light as thick as an arm, scattering the burning flames in this instant like a sharp sword destroying Chen Rao. Come on, let's try to see who's fiercer. Chen Rao hissed as the ice blades on both sides of his body swept up against the flames of the binding light blaze. No, there's no chance of winning. Water over fire, but fire over ice. Lin Jing is going to suffer this time. Even if this imperial beast is more powerful, it can't make up for the restraint between the attributes. As the crowd discussed, when the whistling ice blade contacted the beam of light, the moment of flame, the extremely high temperature instantly melted the ice blade. Like a laser-dazzling beam of light, the flame destroyed the ice blade. The momentum does not decrease, but rather increase. Seeing the scene, of Chen Rao quickly swept backward. The next second, the tabletop under his feet was cut off by the beam of light flames. The horrible high temperature does not even give the solid wood tabletop burned up the opportunity to directly bake charred carbonized. A little interesting, but not much. Chen Rao, who flashed away from the beam of light and flames, steadied his stance with his foot on the edge of the tabletop, a sight that was about to make Uncle Newton sit up from his coffin in exasperation. Little White, be careful. Lin Jing looked to Chen Rao at her side and said, don't worry, isn't it just a fire? Chen Rao stepped on the edge and looked at the fire that was rapidly coming towards him with his mouth wide open. Then his body pressed down, since the ice-attributed ice blade would be melted by the beam blaze. What about this move? Riding the white amazing Shadow Lord's wings intertwined together, the constantly burning and coalescing beam of light flames sliced and carbonized most of the tabletop, and the coalescing flames whistled in front of Chen Rao. Winter roar. Almost the instant the flames scorched to the front of Chen Rao, the roar wrapped in cold wind and ice slag erupted out, like a frozen geyser silenced under thousands of kilometers of the ground instantly released. The roaring sound wave directly shattered the tabletop, and the terrifying energy shattered and dispersed the moment it hit the beam of light and flames, turning it into dust that gradually lost its temperature and blew away in the sky. But the equally unyielding white amazing Shadow Lord merely retreated back less than half a meter, and then an even more dazzling white flame flourished on its feathered wings. Two forces, one cold and one hot, collided with each other with a loud bang. What kind of skill is this again? A sound wave class? Or what? Is this really an evolved species of snowfield wolf? I wouldn't be surprised if its entire armor came out later. I knew the snowy wolves had a bark, but is this really a bark? A growl, right? Under the terrifying energy pour, the crowd of onlookers still didn't forget about their atmosphere group's duties, but along with the passage of time, the blazing flames on the white amazing Shadow Lords gradually became unsupportable, and in the end, if they hadn't dodged in time, it would never have been just the wall that would have been shattered by the winter roar. How is it possible? Ignoring attribute restraint? Ruan Qi, who had suffered another loss, looked at this incredulously, looking at the white powder floating in the air with some sadness. It was the remains of the flames on the white amazing Shadow Lord after they were blown away and shattered, and it was even less dense than air, allowing it to float in the air. Little White's winter roar belongs to the natural skill, and white amazing Shadow Lord's flight belongs to the same category. Ignoring attribute restraints, Lin Jing looked at Ruan Qi and raised her hand. Fine. Then in that case, Ruan Qi's eyes were dead set on Lin Jing and he raised his hand slightly. In the next second, the white amazing Shadow Lord hissed sharply, and the white bird that originally seemed to have lost the will to fight once again reversed its stance, flinging out countless feathers that burned with white flames like arrows that shot towards Chen Rao. Searing feather, white, Xian ice outer armor, still coming? Although Chen Rao wondered why Ruan Qi and the white amazing Shadow Lords had to continue to struggle, but since there was no winner or loser then, continue, ice outer armor. The water vapor floating in the air was frozen in an instant before forming a thick layer of armor on Chen Rao's torso. Ding, ding ding ding. With a few crunching sounds, the feathers burning with white flames were either bounced off by the Xian ice exterior armor or simply could not be nailed into it, falling to the ground. What? Ruan Qi looked at the armor with some surprise. Ice outer armor? How many other unknown skills does this imperial beast have? Defensive armor type skills were not rare in the world of imperial beasts, but the problem was the Winter Thunder Wolf. What right did it have? It was only a product of the Snow Plains wolf's mutation and evolution, so why could it have an armor type skill? Moreover, the skill Xian Ice Outer Armor was a skill that people had never even heard of before. The closest performance effect is Youth Winter Fong's Armor of Frost, but that's also a skill that can only be mastered by youth-aged imperial beasts, not by growth-aged imperial beasts. What's the matter? Think I'm cheating? Lin Jing immediately opened her mouth to inquire. She didn't want to make another farce like last time. She didn't want to be locked up in that little room where she couldn't see any light anymore. Don't look down on people. I, Ruan Qi, dare to act. Moreover, the victory and defeat are not yet divided. 3-7, power. Ruan Qi gritted his teeth and took a step forward, his eyes showing a fierce light. The white amazing Shadow Lords that had received the command immediately began to dive rapidly, Everyone knew that the force that Ruan Qi had spoken of was a command, but everyone didn't know exactly what this force command meant. Attack? Or defense? Is it a feint? Or a counterattack? No one knows. Until a flash of sparks flickered and flames burned. The white amazing Shadow Lord that released terrifying high temperatures all over its body was like a radiant arrow sticking towards Chen Rao. Too stupid, right? Chen Rao slightly sidestepped his head, and the Xian ice outer armor on his body suddenly blossomed into cracks, waiting for you to hide. Sanchi. A smile appeared at the corner of Ruan Qi's mouth as he yelled. In this less than 2 seconds of time, Chen Rao ignored the cracks on the armor, and quickly launched the blast thunder flicker to prepare to flash through this strike first, and the silky light of electricity around his feet just flooded up before he suddenly found that his surroundings were suddenly filled with a flash of white powder at some point. The smile at the corner of Ruan Qi's mouth was incomparably strong, since the white amazing Shadow Lord's scorching feather was unable to break through the defense of the Xian ice exterior armor. But let's not forget that the white powder floating in the air could have all been frozen inside the Xian ice exterior armor when it condensed. This was difficult to detect when it was launched, and the powder, which was even less dense than air, would instantly trigger a violent explosion as soon as it was tainted with a little bit of fire or lightning attribute skills. Boom! In an instant, the moment the lightning rolled up on Chen Rao's body surface, the white powder wrapped in the Xian ice outer armor instantly exploded, and along with the rest of the powder lingering in the air next to Chen Rao's body, it exploded together. There was a loud bang, smoke and dust rose in all directions and then fell heavily. The horrible shockwave overturned the crowd, and the huge kinetic energy even pulled up and smashed down Chen Rao, crushing the round table in the private room. All over his body, the impenetrable Xian ice exterior armor was thus shattered by Chen Rao's own skill. Ahem, ahem, what happened? No, I don't know. Who won? Rising from the ground, the crowd rushed to continue acting as an atmosphere group. No one has won, but Lin Jing seems to be losing. Huang Yiba took the lead and stood up, his face showing reluctance but unable to do anything about it. Not to mention the fact that this was a competition between two people, even if Huang Yiba could shamelessly intervene. But just from the point of view of Ruan Qi's Imperial Beast skills and battlefield thinking just now, it was simply not something he could compare to. Xiao Bai? The second person to get up from the ground was Lin Jing. There was no movement, and Chen Rao, who was covered by the round table debris, appeared to have fainted. Stop screaming. With such a close proximity to the explosion of super dangerous dust, coupled with its own blistering thunderstorms, the most the Xian ice exterior armor can do is to save its life. The winner is already decided. Ruan Qi fluttered the dust on his body, full of confidence. Who said that? Just then, beneath the smashed ruins of the round table, Chen Rao slowly stood up against the debris on his body. The blood at the corner of his mouth was unusually clear. He had to admit that Ruan Qi was indeed strong enough to organize such an effective and strong attack after suffering 2 losses in a row. But want to win? With just this white amazing Shadow Lord of the growing stage Woodborn bloodline, it was still a bit too delusional. System, repair the injuries. Chen Rao looked at the mottled and broken Xian ice outer armor on his body and said in his heart, Ding, repairing your injuries. Estimated lifespan, 3 years. Chapter 15, 3,000 frosty exploding birds. Ruan Qi admitted defeat. I advise you to give up. Your Imperial Beast has suffered such severe injuries. Being able to barely stand up is already the limit. It's impossible to still have the strength. Ruan Qi looked at Chen Rao, who had stood up again, and was a little surprised, but only a little surprised. Normally speaking, a royal beast of the same bloodline, qualification, and growth stage that was ring-blasted by ultra-dangerous dust at such a close distance and high concentration would lose half of its life even if it didn't die. And fight again? It's not possible. Barely? You see the way I stand up, is it barely? Chen Rao looked at Ruan Qi, his expression relaxed, his 4 bodies light and quick, and he lightly jumped 2 times back to Lin Jing's side in full view of everyone. This is the royal beast that was just seriously injured? This isn't right, is it? The people present were the rising stars of the future of the Imperial Beastmaster world, the leaders of the Imperial Beastmaster trainees in each city, and their eyesight and judgment would not deviate too much even if something went wrong. This can't be possible, right? Even if the white amazing Shadow Lord was merciful, he would have recovered so quickly, right? Mercy? Bull ********. With that high concentration of proximity detonation, it'll be lucky if it survives. Yeah, didn't you see even that outer armor get blown up? The atmosphere crew that got up from the ground looked at me. I looked at you, and their minds were filled with more than 10,000 question marks. Even Lin Jing herself looked incredulously at Chen Rao, who walked over. She carefully raised her hand, her eyes full of disbelief. Little White, you really aren't injured? Lin Jing stroked the back of Chen Rao's neck mane with her hand and looked up and down carefully. Indeed, she did not see any wounds. Injured, but not hurt. Chen Rao moved his neck, and the bones made a crunching sound. As a royal beast, Shenrao's five senses were far superior to those of humans, and he was able to detect many details that humans could not. The moment he unleashed the blinding thunder flicker, the arcs of electricity pulled out instantly ignited the ultra-dangerous dust dispersed in the air, and if he hadn't flashed fast enough, he probably wouldn't have even had the chance to turn on the system to heal his wounds. Ding, all injuries repaired. Life expectancy consumption, 3 years. Current host life expectancy, 31 years. Two small lines of words appeared before his eyes. Shenrao nodded his head gently, his body's chi and blood flowing smoothly. Refreshed. Come on, continue. Shenrao twisted his head to look at Ruan Qi and the white amazing shadow lord on his arm. The first time they fought, each has its own gains and losses and the battle is interesting. How is this possible? To be ring blasted by super dangerous dust at such a close range, you should be more or less injured, right? How is it possible that not even a single hair has fallen off? Ruan Qi's scalp tingled as he looked at the unharmed Shenrao. This no longer had anything to do with the skill of the Imperial Beastmaster. This was the difference in pure Imperial Beasts. But the difference in Imperial Beasts shouldn't be this big, right? Even if the white amazing Shadow Lord had lost some of its chi after being hit twice earlier, and even if the beam blaze had been destroyed by the winter roar and the ultra-dangerous dust that had been dispersed in the air had lost some of its activity, it shouldn't be resisted so easily, right? How is that possible? Ruan Qi, this was definitely not a stiff upper lip, but this scene was beyond his cognizance. Don't stare there. Don't you want to win very much? Come on. I still want to try my new skills. Shenrao opened and closed his somewhat stiff mouth. After defeating the divine wood ape, he could also comprehend a brand new skill. 3,000 Frostbite. This brand new skill rooted in the divine wood ape, 3,000 flowering trees, simply cannot be seen from the description alone to see how powerful it is, or needs to be practiced properly to know. Want to continue? Or admit defeat? Lin Jing stroked the mane on the back of Shenrao's neck, smiling, politely, but it looked just as much like condescending pity. Admit defeat? I haven't had the word admit defeat in my dictionary. Either beat me, or be defeated by me. Ruan Qi gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly making a cackling crunch. He could fail. He could accept utter and complete defeat, but not this merciful admission of defeat. Sanchi, resumed. Ruan Qi gently shook his arm, and the white amazing Shadow Lord Resumption, whose demeanor was obviously not as energetic as the one just now, once again rose into mid-air, flapping its wings and once again burning that white flame. This should be the final blow of the white amazing Shadow Lord. Yu Min, who always gazed at the battlefield, could analyze the stage of the battlefield in terms of subtle changes. At this moment, once again rising into the air, the white amazing Shadow Lords, each time they flapped their wings, the flames on their bodies would intensify as if they were being added firewood. But this was by no means an increase in power brought about by a vigorous growth in chi, but rather a return to a radiant reappearance. Hovering in the air, the white amazing Shadow Lord is already at the end of its strength, and the flames that are tumbling on its body are burning, and the temperature emitted is not as great as before, but, with a mournful hiss, the flames close up, and the white flames rise again. Shenrao gazed at the white amazing Shadow Lord that swooped down with a smile on his face. The same old trick? Are these the only two axes you have? Shenrao had a hideous grin on his face. He admitted that Ruan Qi and the white amazing Shadow Lord were a tricky opponent, even more fluid than Wu Di and the divine wood ape, except that if this was the only move he had, on the premise that the qualifications of the Imperial Beasts were equal, then he had already lost. Little white, try the 3,000 frost explosion? Lin Jing's voice was not loud, but it was clear. Ruan Qi's eyes widened. Everyone, including the rest of the onlookers, stared in disbelief. 3,000 frost bursts? What kind of skill is this? A dozen pairs of eyes all looked toward Shenrao, who had his feet on the edge of the wooden table, and they really couldn't think clearly or understand why an Imperial Beast could bring them so much shock and surprise? No, it's not a surprise anymore. It's pure shock. An adult stage woodborn bloodline Imperial Beast, or a dual attribute mixed elemental breath of the thunder and ice attributes, actually had a brand new Imperial Beast skill after manifesting the 3 skills of Winter Roar, Ice Blade, and Blistering Thunder Flicker, and it's actually a skill that people have never heard of? 3,000 frost bursts? And regardless of how powerful this skill is in the end, just this scorpion poop unique is rare enough. In the next second, under the gaze of a dozen pairs of eyes and a dozen cell phones, Shenrao, who had pressed down in place, raised his head and opened his mouth to take the lead in unleashing the Winter Roar. Swooping down, the white amazing Shadow Lord ate a lesson like a wisdom instantly reversed posture. Pale blue burst sound wave instantly destroyed the overhead chandelier. Shaky chandelier straight toward the white amazing Shadow Lord fell, but in the moment of contact was burned white flame melting. Immediately afterward, the white amazing Shadow Lord that swooped down in front of Shenrao reversed its feathers and pulled back to unleash the scorching feather. The sharp feather blade tore through the air, wrapped in white flames and stabbed at Shenrao. A bit interesting. What about this one? Chen Rao didn't move a muscle, staring dead on at the scorching plume that shot out, and then both sides of his body condensed ice blades to meet it. Bang, 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 bang. The colliding plumes of searing heat and blades of ice burst through the air, the burning flames landing on the tabletop igniting unusual red flames and the bursting blades of ice turning into a sky full of ice flowers. But this is not the end. The burnt feather blade shattered into a sky of dust. Sanchi, detonate. Ruanqi gritted his teeth in response. Even if the Winter Thunder Wolf wouldn't unleash another blinding thunder flicker this time, he could still have the white amazing Shadow Lords actively detonate the ultra-dangerous dust. One more bombing, and Ruanqi didn't believe that Chen Rao would still be unharmed. Little white, and it. Lin Jing's mouth moved slightly. Chen Rao instantly understood, and in the same instant that the white amazing Shadow Lord curled up its feathers and re-entered the air, the ultra-dangerous dust that hadn't yet been blown away by Winter Roar was instantly resonated by the white amazing Shadow Lord, emitting a brilliant white light. But the next second, before they triggered a chain of explosions, fine ice crystal particles spread out above the countless dusts in the air that were invisible to the naked eye, and turned into dense ice creams a thousandth of a second later. Intermediate, 3000 frostbursts. This skill evolved from the 3000 flowering trees can condense ice anywhere within 15 meters of the surrounding area, which can be rocks, leaves, or even powder from super dangerous dust. Pust. The ultra-dangerous dust that was about to explode lost its power the moment it was condensed by the ice, making a faint sound as if a leather ball was deflating. Subsequently, hundreds of condensed ice creams surrounded the taking off white amazing Shadow Lord under Chen Rao's control, the egg-sized ice creams spreading out sharp thorns, only needing Lin Jing to lightly snap her fingers. The instantly bursting ice flowers would be able to knock the white amazing Shadow Lord down. There wasn't even room or possibility to hide. Sanchi. Ruanqi looked at the white amazing Shadow Lord who was surrounded by the ice cream anxiously. Stop screaming. If you scream again, I can't guarantee that the ice cream caught in the flames will not explode. Chen Rao let out a low roar, and in just a few seconds the attack and defense changed shape. Admit defeat. Unless you want to bet that your Sanchi can also be unharmed under the 3000 frostburst. Lin Jing did not rush to give orders. In her opinion, the victory and defeat had already been decided. Everyone would still be classmates in the future. There was no need to make such a stalemate. Ruanqi gritted his teeth. This competition that was initiated by him, was it going to end like this? Hurry up and admit defeat. Lin Jing is already giving you face. Yu Min lightly patted Ruanqi's shoulder, the meaning in his words obvious. Unless the amazing white Shadow Lord is also as resistant to being punched as if he had a second life as the Winter Thunderwolf. Otherwise admitting defeat was Ruanqi's best option. No, it's okay if you don't admit defeat. Idle. Blow up his damn bird. I'll pay for it. Huang Yiba, who had never been happy with Ruanqi, opened his mouth. Slow. The silent Ruanqi snapped his head up, knowing that Huang Yiba wasn't joking about this, and he did not dare to gamble on his own life, did not dare to gamble that Sanji could survive such a close and intense frostburst. I concede. Chapter 16, a round table of extremely high authority. Count your blessings, tiny bird. Chen Rao looked at the white amazing Shadow Lord that had been stowed away by Ruanqi into the royal beast space, and the system panel appeared in front of his eyes. Growth period, wood entire bloodline, A+ qualification, amazing white Shadow Lord. Remaining life, 29 years. Bloodline fusion can acquire the skill, super dangerous dust. It was a pity that if Ruanqi had been a bit more hard-headed, the super dangerous dust, a skill with an extremely stealthy activation effect and an extremely terrifying serial detonation, would have been Chen Rao's. A little eye candy. You won, but I'm not convinced. Ruanqi reluctantly lowered his head. He lost, but lost with an unconvinced heart and an unconvinced mouth. Dude, you're the only one with a tough mouth, aren't you? Still not convinced after losing? Must I idolize your broken bird to blow up you only convinced? Huang Yiba laughed coldly walked up. On the losing play dead win on the face of this set, no one more skillful than him. The moment the Winter Thunder Wolf was almost blown up, Huang Yiba was ready to find a crack in the ground. And now is the perfect time for Huang Yibo to get his mouth shut. Although I don't want to admit it, her luck is indeed very good. Something like a royal beast mutation can be encountered, but I've always only suffered losses once. Lin Jing, you're very strong, but I won't give up on winning against you. 3 months later, I'll come back for you in 3 months. To say that Ruanqi was also a person who was very good at sizing up the situation. The wording in his words changed at this moment. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to lose, it was just that he felt he had lost too bizarrely. After all, in the opinion of anyone who knew about Imperial Beasts, it was impossible for Imperial Beasts with the same qualifications, the same bloodline, and the same stage to be able to still have the ability to fight, or even remain unharmed, under such a close range, ultra-hazardous dust explosion, not even if the defense attribute is pulled full of Imperial Beasts. But there's no way around it. A loss is a loss. Vegetables to admit. Scolded to shut up, Ruanqi does not even want to argue more with Huang Yibo, nor do they want to let those who videotape delete the video in order to save face. 3 months later, Lin Jing was a bit puzzled. First was Yi Helian's 1-year appointment, and then Ruanqi's challenge after 3 months. She had only come to school for less than a day. How did she have 2 enemies in succession? Yes, 3 months from now. Departmental elevation test. I will definitely pull you down from Department A. Ruanqi gathered his things and extended his right hand. With a forceful finger, Lin Jing clenched his fist hard, then turned to leave. Nervous, Huang Yibo gave him a blank look. Okay. Instead, it was Lin Jing who returned his sentence squarely. First a year, and then another 3 months. Do people these days practice laying down warrants? Chen Rao watched Ruanqi leave and said in his heart, but there is something more important at the moment. Just now, in the instant after he had been seriously injured by the ultra-dangerous dust, the system had actually given Chen Rao 2 choices at the same time. One of them is, consuming lifespan and repairing injuries. At that time, in order to get up and continue fighting as soon as possible, Chen Rao chose this one without even thinking about it. But after calming down at this moment, he was eager to see what the second one actually meant. Carrying a bloodline, fused and reincarnated. There were 8 characters in total, and from a literal sense, it appeared that one could carry one's own bloodline when seriously injured and on the verge of death, and then transmigrate after fusing with something somewhat unknown. Carrying a bloodline transmutation, that is, maintaining the current bloodline qualification unchanged. Then even if the fusion transmutation was done, it would only be equivalent to fusing the bloodlines of other imperial beasts, which was almost identical to the function of bloodline fusion, and the price was not small, not to mention whether Lin Jing would still recognize him after giving up this body. It would take another decade or so of lifespan just to go from juvenile to adult again. It's a bit too much of a cockamamie feature, especially since it comes at the cost of a full 500-year lifespan. Chen Rao would only choose this unless his brain was what? After all, even if he died and was blown into foaming white bones, using the system to repair his body to be reborn wouldn't take 500 years of life. But if that's the case, what is the need for its existence? Chen Rao couldn't think clearly, simply do not want to. And the follow-up in the wealthy and generous Huang Yibo's big hand. Stay in the audience of the C building of the crowd changed to private room. Ordered a table full of expensive to take off the price of the meal is finally eaten after the meal. And Chen Rao finally had a luxurious meal at the luxurious Imperial Beast dining seat. Worthy of a rich man, the food for the Imperial Beasts is better than what I ate as a human in my last life. Chen Rao's eyes glistened as he looked at the steak and lobster that was served. And in the meantime, the word goes both ways. Outside the door of the top-floor conference room, in the main administrative building of the first year of the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy, Cheng Yuan specially organized his collar and lapel well before pushing the door in order to participate in this extremely special meeting tonight. He even turned out the high-fashion suit he wore when he got married for no other reason than that the host of this meeting is too awesome. To be honest, as the great director of the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy, Cheng Yuan had seen many bullish and glittering students' parents. Take Huang Yibo for example. His father was a business tycoon that ranked high in the whole of China and even on a global scale. It was probably the first time a student's parents had made him so nervous. Cheng Yuan let out a long breath and pushed open the door of the conference room. Inside the conference room, several people who had already taken their seats looked at him sideways. Among these people, there was Ren Faidu, the dean of the godly Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy, Geng Shuwen, the head of the censorship department of the East Asian Imperial Beast Management Directorate, and an old woman who had never revealed her true identity or position, but who was known at a glance to be uncomplicated. As for the remaining few, Cheng Yuan didn't recognize them, but judging from their age they were roughly between 25 to 35 years old, so they thought that their positions shouldn't be too high, and they might be Geng Shuwen's bodyguards? Hello several people? Long time waiting. Cheng Yuan had seen the world, but was still nervous. Also just arrived. Sit. Ren Fighter raised his hand, signaling Cheng Yuan to sit down. I believe you should be well aware of the reason we're here. Regarding the evaluation of Lin Jing as well as the two of Yelin Nero, the old woman slowly opened her mouth. Although her hair was gray, it did not look old at all, but instead, it gave the impression of an extreme elegance and nobility. Yes, for some well-known reasons, these two have now become the hot shots of all of Jiuhua. Cheng Yuan got up slightly more restrainedly and gently pressed the remote control that he had just taken into his hand. The large screen in the conference room then lit up. On the left and right sides, photos of Lin Jing, Yi Helian and the two imperial beasts are posted, and quite detailed personal information is listed, from names to places of birth, from blood types to taste habits, and even the physiological cycles of the two. That's outrageous. A well-known reason? Is it really old Geng's third son? The youth with disheveled hair on Cheng Yuan's left-hand side opened his mouth, and the moment this bastard opened his mouth, he revealed that he was full of immodesty, but he actually dared to call Gung Shuan old Gung and actually, Pluto, watch your wording. Gung Shuan across from the youth held his forehead. The youth who was crowned as the underworld is subordinate to the executive department of the General Directorate and does not fall under the jurisdiction of Gung Shuan, and is extremely lewd and immodest, and it seems that any occasion dares to make color jokes, but nay, this guy is the most suitable person to carry out the next step of the content for the time being, and it is not too appropriate not to bring him in. Okay, so since it wasn't the third child, what makes her able to take your 3 excellences? The heckling Hades asked with a wave of his hand. In fact, Lin Jing is excellent in all her abilities. Please take a look. Everyone, this is the video information that has just started circulating tonight. Chung Yuan opened his mouth at the right time, bringing the topic to the right track. The screen then flickered and played the video that had been recorded by the Atmosphere Group in the private room of the Hearing C building. The two sides fighting were Lin Jing and Ruan Qi, Chen Rao and White Amazing Shadow Lord. All the people present are senior Imperial Beast Masters or related industry practitioners. Even Rin Faidu, who has not been in contact with Imperial Beast battles for many years, can see that how Lin Jing's commanding ability is not to be talked about for the time being, but the ability of that Imperial Beast. That is Chen Rao is powerful and visible to the naked eye. Very interesting, several of you. This Imperial Beast is very interesting. The old woman spoke calmly. Her identity was not publicized, but it appeared that she was also one of the higher-ups of the East Asia General Bureau. Is this really a growth spurt? Styx's tone was rarely so serious. It's the youth stage, but it's already vastly different from when I saw it. Its evolutionary speed and evolutionary method are both peculiar. Gung Shuan nodded. As the only person present who had seen Chen Rao fight live, there was no doubt about the gold content of his words. Such imperial beasts, such imperial beast masters. Gentlemen, it seems like Zhou Hua has really picked up a treasure. Run Faidu disliked playing dumb riddles with these people from the authority. What he valued was still the student's abilities and performance. It's not just Zhou Hua who has picked up the treasure, it's us as well. The old woman looked towards Ren Faidu, who was quite high up in the hierarchy, and Ren Faidu nodded with a continuous smile. It was even vaguely more admirable than Gung Shuan. I can't see 30 at 3, and I can't see the future now. After all, when I first met the old man, he said I'd be like that for the rest of my life. Hades leaned back. This guy was really as immodest as he could be. Underworld, not anyone can be compared to you, but from my perspective, the technical department can temporarily include this little girl in the projects to be selected group. The old woman spoke again, her words revealing that she appeared to be a certain high-ranking member of the technical department. A few of you, can we not play dumb for a while? Chang Yuan was sweating a bit. He had now become a complete accessory. Yes, but with your authority, you are not qualified to hear what comes next. Ren Faidu looked at Chang Yuan. Chang Yuan was silent. Don't intimidate the young people. Director Chang, I'm very happy that you can organize the information of these two students so clearly, although there are some inaccuracies, but it's still outstanding. The old woman stood up and prepared to leave the meeting. Today's meeting ends here. Dean Ren, follow up as usual. Don't let these two feel any wrong. Gung Shuan similarly got up, along with the Undertaker and a few others. He then left the conference room. Moments later, only Ren Faidu and Chang Yuan remained in the conference room. Dean, Chang Yuan was a little embarrassed, sweating down, fearing that it was what he did wrong that caused these people to leave the meeting. Calm down, these people of them are like this. They come and do things, and when they are done, they leave. But since they have said so, what should be done in the next session? Ren Faidu got up and comforted. In fact, not only was Chang Yuan's authority unworthy of knowing what was coming next, even Ren Faidu, the dean of the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy, was unworthy of knowing. Chapter 17, Lin Jing is going to give Chen Rao a bath? Old Huang, you'll never guess who I saw today. Huaxia Imperial Capital, Villa 004 of Xian Palace. Huang Yiba walked through the door with a proud face, and inside the hall, his old man Huang Xingxian was dressed in a suit and appeared to have just returned from socializing. Who, and why did I receive a deduction of over 200? Huang Xingxian looked at his baby son. What he cared about wasn't the money, but why his baby son, who had always spent money cautiously, suddenly spent more than 200. Although this number is not much, but for Huang Yiba this usually can eat 10 yuan box lunch to make ends meet for the rich second generation. More than 200 is really some. Let him as a father's accident. Didn't I say that I had to treat my classmates to dinner recently? Huang Yiba sat down on his butt. Dinner cost more than 200? Or in listening to the C building that place, you kid will not be others' private room demolition, right? Huang Xingxian leaned back and asked. Hey, I didn't open it, it was a new friend I met today. Huang Yiba scratched his face, casually picked up a toffee smile, took a bite, and threw it into the trash. New friend, you are really rich and generous. Ah, Just met and gave people to spend more than 200. Should I limit your card a little bit? Huang Shengxiang feigned displeasure, to get Huang Yiba to be honest with himself. Don't. Can't I stop selling out? Huang Yiba hastily admitted defeat and stood up. Do you remember when I told you that there were 2 legendary freshmen in this year's Jiuhua, a foreigner, and an elevated student who was personally recommended by my boss? Huang Shengxiang nodded slightly. Although he was a businessman, he usually didn't have a lot of contact with powerful people, especially the public behavior of some of the top bigwigs, such as Geng Shuan's. Every move of a person standing at the pinnacle of power is not a secret in his private circle. In other words, for businessmen like Huang Shengxiang, the world is all about profit, and every move of the top bigwigs may sway the economy, so they must always keep an eye on it. However, recently, Geng Shuan suddenly and inexplicably recommended a child with no background or status to enroll in Jiuhua, which really made the group of them a bit puzzled. I have an impression. I remember it's called Lin Jing, a girl from Kanye Village, Old Tree Hill, Qingtung County. Huang Shengxiang pondered slightly. His network of connections had long ago checked Lin Jing out. That's right, that's her. She's the one I invited for this meal. Huang Yiba slapped his palm. Huang Shengxiang nodded in thought. On the surface, it seems that Huang Yiba's invitation to Lin Jing to eat so broke the bank. It seems to be a loss, but think carefully. No matter what reason Geng Shuan is recommended Lin Jing, it represents that there is some kind of special relationship between the two people. Not relatives, not forgetful friends. Then there is only one possibility. It was Geng Shuan who had taken a liking to this girl and would likely focus on training her. As for your own son, since Huang Yiba is not willing to inherit the family fortune and take over Huang Shengxiang's business empire, he should hold on to Lin Jing's thigh and wait for the opportunity to hook up with Geng Shuan, so that his future can be secured. This is much more cost-effective than Huang Shengxiang going outside to make up and down, and in the end, spending money and effort but still not necessarily able to see Geng Shuan. You kid, very level-headed. Huang Shengxiang smiled slightly and looked at this baby son. Hey, I'm an afterthought on this matter, but Pops, as far as I know, Lin Jing seems to have some kind of husband who's been pestering her? What's this all about? Huang Yibo asked with a slight frown. Lin Jing beautiful? This thing is not false. Huang Yibo a man inevitably heart, but he also knew that he was fat as a ball and half-assed in his looks, not to mention his abilities. Wicked Huang Yibo also do not hesitate to use. For this kind of excellent people, can be around to be a friend is very good, but Huang Yibo also inevitably curious. Lin Jing's this husband will be what kind of person? Stalking? That's not a very nice description. Your network of connections is still inferior to mine after all. Little Huang. Huang Shengxiang pointed at Huang Yibo and laughed. As far as I know, Lin Jing has a younger brother who was only 1 year younger, called Lin Tianyu, and Kanirjing village is Qingtung County key poverty-stricken village. Lin family in order to give Lin Tianyu to marry. As early as 3 years ago, Lin Jing forced to marry a disability in the village, took people 20,000 yuan, and Lin Jing was also at that time. She ran away from Kanye village by herself, half working and half studying at Qingtu Imperial Beast Academy, and what she called that husband, should be that disability. Huang Yibo froze for a moment after hearing this, then laughed coldly. Then he shouldn't have found his way to the imperial capital, right? Huang Yibo asked. It shouldn't be. As far as I know she hasn't been harassed by this family of origin in the last 3 years, so there's no need to put it on her mind in the short term. Huang Shengxiang's network of connections could be described as terrifying. Checking people out was simply easy. That's also a risk, old Huang. Huang Yibo spoke with some concern. Risk? You're old man. I've faced random risks in my life that were higher than this one. People like that are just after money. And coincidentally the last thing our family needs is money. Lin Jing is a person who can be pulled together or even slipped whiskers. We cannot sell her favors, but make friends well. You kid is also the effort. People do not see on you another thing. Do men go out cannot let the girl spend money. Huang Shengxiang gently knocked on the armrest of the sofa, capping the conclusion. Well, then old Huang, you get me another one. In case that husband of Lin Jing's comes to my door I'll have a way to deal with it. Huang Yibo nodded and started asking for money. You brat. You really take me as an ingrate, don't you? Huang Shengxiang fiercely got up and drew out his belt. He wasn't a sentinel, but he had skills. Extreme love stuns 7 pixels care for the father. Temperance, old yellow, calm down. Isn't this also for me to not panic when things go wrong? Huang Yibo immediately took 2 steps backward. He couldn't be more clear about his old dad's methods. That belt went down and he had to have the logo on his ass for half a month after that. That's true, but it's a bit much. I'll take a few hundred for you first, and send the rest of the 100 million over to you in a few days. Huang Shengxiang nodded after a brief moment of thought and sat down again. I knew you were still reliable, old yellow. Huang Yibo was so relieved that he was sweating. Meanwhile, on the other side, Indoor 0320, Dormitory Building, Block 2, Area A, Jiuhua Royal Beast College. Finally, finished packing. Phew, exhausted. Lin Jing wiped the dense sweat on her forehead, looked at the neat bunks, and moved her somewhat sore shoulders. Wow, this is the girls' dormitory. It sure smells a lot better than the boys' dormitory with a room full of foot odor. At this moment, Chen Rao, who had been transformed to the size of a cat, was lying at Lin Jing's feet, looking at the spotless girls' dormitory, and his heart was infinitely swirling. The so-called transformation is an act of the Imperial Beast Master intervening with the Imperial Beast, which allows him to change the size of the Imperial Beast to fit into the normal life of the Imperial Beast Master. But of course, it can only be made smaller. The now cat-sized Chen Rao stood on the floor of the girls' dormitory. He was dreaming that in the Imperial Beast Academy, the Imperial Beasts actually ate and lived with the Imperial Beast Masters in the same room. Moreover, Lin Jing's dormitory was a double room, which meant that there would be a girl in addition to Lin Jing. Just thinking about this, Chen Rao felt his blood rushing upwards. He wanted to be decent, but he wasn't even human now after all. Being a dog? What's wrong with being a dog? Suddenly, Chen Rao's head hurt. What are you horny for? Bounce your head. Lin Jing knocked a chestnut on the top of Chen Rao's head. For some reason, she always felt that Xiaobai was not quite right these days, whether it was the execution of the Imperial Beast's commands or his usual behavior, especially the complex and changing various expressions on that face. It always made Lin Jing feel that Little White was a little bit like a human being now. It's also a little obscene. Sorry, don't worry, I'll be a decent man. Chen Rao scratched his head with his paw in embarrassment, and then he saw Lin Jing slowly unbuttoning her clothes. I'm exhausted. I'm going to take a shower. Why'd you wait outside? Oh, son. Chen Rao felt like a nosebleed was about to spurt out. The snowy whiteness became clearer and clearer as the grains of buttons were liberated. Skin like solid white jade. Chen Rao can even see the hidden blood vessels under Lin Jing's collarbone, outlining the perfect shoulder and neck as if it were an ancient Roman sculpture, as well as the even more snow-white and flawless below. Indecent exposure. You can't either. The movement of Lin Jing's hand stopped, and the third chest button held steady. Yes. Molestation. Chen Rao hurriedly nodded his head and turned around to act like he was busy. That's strange. Where's the elephant on the ground? Why can't we find it? Did you get into the ground? That's more like it. Today is finally over. Tomorrow I'll be a freshman in Jiuhua, Kanirjing village. I will never go back. Lin Jing looked at Xiaobai slightly embarrassed and busy back, her pear swirl smiling lightly, pouring out. In this girl's eyes, there is a yearning for the future and for freedom. As long as she could successfully graduate from Jiuhua and become an executive first-class Imperial Beast Master, she could get rid of that nightmarish village forever and ever. In a trance, she looked at Chen Rao's back, looking at this only relative nowadays. For some reason, Lin Jing always felt that Xiaobai was able to understand her words, so even if she enjoyed talking to Xiaobai to herself, it wouldn't seem awkward, especially now. Why don't we give you a bath too? Chen Rao, who was pretending to be busy hunting for treasure, directly froze. Then he heard the sound of clothes sliding off his shoulders. Chapter 18, Conquering a Ticket of Face Fans. Rating out of control. Feeling like why are you so depressed lately? Have a cup of pulsation for a bit. Yumin sat down with a bottle of pulsation in her hand. If you are under the war every day you also shriveled. Words. Why did I refuse to take a bath that day? Chen Rao flopped down at Lin Jing's feet, very much regretting his behavior of escaping the other day. He was preserving the name of a gentleman, but he always felt that it was a big loss. Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy, the resting place of the opening evaluation arena. Yu Min, as a staff member of the student union, came over to ensure that the assessment was done properly, and secondly, she also came over to specially chat and talk to Lin Jing. As the attention of the legend of the newborn, the opening days of the Lin Jing met a lot of admirers to come to the classmates. Some come over just to see the real face, and some come over to ask for a photo to sign. Of course, there are also those who saw the online video of Wan Qi and Lin Jing's match and specifically came over to look for Lin Jing to place a battle order. In just 3 days' time, Lin Jing had received a full 17 war letters. Although Jiuhua did not prohibit private competitions between students, and even encouraged more practical training between students so as to find deficiencies and enhance the level of practical combat, providing a dedicated arena for this purpose. But the frequency of 17 seals in 3 days is also really too high. In order to ensure Lin Jing's normal life, the academy had to issue regulations to temporarily prohibit anyone from competing with Lin Jing in private. Actually, it's not just war letters, but also love letters. Lin Jing held her forehead somewhat breathlessly. Yes, in these 3 days, she did not only receive 17 war letters, and a whole 49 love letters. Yes, after people found out that Lin Jing didn't seem to use her smartphone and couldn't find her super letter or Chiosho number, they went straight to the most primitive form of courtship, writing love letters. And in order to ensure that the love letter to Lin Jing's hands, flocking to the boys even began to entrust the girls' dormitory other people. For this reason also derived from the relevant industry. Send a love letter 5 yuan. Send flowers plus love letter 10 yuan. In the past few days, the flowers Lin Jing received were almost enough for a flower store, but she really wasn't interested. Meanwhile, at the exit of the evaluation room, Huang Yiba walked out with a happy face. Needless to think, the guy was full of smiles, and it looked like he had easily passed the assessment exam with an approved grade of B-. Hey, take it all. One sweep. Senior sister, how did I do? Huang Yiba walked up to the two with rice in his hand that had obviously gone through a vicious battle. There were more traces of the aftermath of the fierce battle on the tiny rice. In fact, Chen Rao was wondering what kind of imperial beast that could have a fierce battle with the size of the rice would be. A hamster? Two people blood-deed hamsters and guinea pigs, and then command the two rats to fight. The picture is quite comical, ha. It's great, it's only the approved difficulty after all. Yumin politely praised. Aha. Lin Jing nodded back. Even. Lin Jing, why do I feel that you're not too happy? It can't be that you're worried about the afternoon's assessment, right? With your ability there must be no problem. Huang Yibo keenly captured Lin Jing's emotions and carefully sat next to her. No wonder they say you can't see through a woman's heart. Yibo, you'll never guess in your life what she's upset about. That said, your fixation is really not small. Chan Rao, who was lying on the side, muttered in his heart, then jumped on the chair and drilled into Lin Jing's arms. That's the perk of him being an imperial beast, right? Actually no. That being said, can I take a look at that what's-his-name forum you mentioned last time? Lin Jing looked at Huang Yiba with one hand on her cheek. Yes. Huang Yiba hurriedly took out his cell phone, clicked on the official forum of the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy, and handed it to Lin Jing. Chen Rao also looked over curiously together, only to see that at this time on the forum, densely packed with Lin Jing and Yi Helian's fan posts, and the stronger or weaker post doesn't attract attention anymore. What people are paying attention to now is the face value of Yi Helen and Lin Jing, so even the term face powder has been derived. Okay, I've seen enough. Lin Jing was a bit speechless and got up after returning her cell phone to Huang Yiba. Chen Rao got up after leaping down together. Huang Yiba has finished as the last batch of students assessed at the beginning of the B department. Then the A department is next. The opening assessment of Department A, which has a total of only 100 students, naturally began at the same time. There was less than 15 minutes between when the last batch of ratings in Department B finished and when Department A started. There is no other way. Time is tight and the task is heavy. After the evaluation of the beginning of the school year is immediately after the first freshman out of the practical training location group open meeting. The meeting will be directly decided all freshmen out of the first practical training location. All the new students need to attend together. After all, the actual training place is good and bad different. In order to grab a good point of the actual training place, and even some new students go over today in advance to occupy a front position. If you don't go or if you go late, it's just a matter of going to the spot that someone else picked out. Little White, are you ready? At the entrance of the evaluation site, Lin Jing stood in place and took a deep breath. Don't worry, take it steadily. Chen Rao opened his mouth and licked his fangs very viciously. Current life expectancy remaining, 31 years. System reminder, drastic fluctuations in the host's bloodline have been detected. Please treat the host with caution and seize the possible breakthrough opportunities to break through the bloodline. Go. Lin Jing nudged the top of Chen Rao's head and slowly walked in. Chen Rao followed closely behind, and then the door closed. Outside the door, at the resting place, Huang Yiba and Yu Min sat together, both a little nervous, because this year, after the teachers in the A department analyzed the situation, there were only two people who started the school year with a grade of S+. One is Yelin Nero, one is Lin Jing. Sister, has there ever been an S situation before? Huang Yiba tore open a piece of gum and threw it into his mouth, handing Yu Min another piece. S every year. I was S last year, but S+. As far as I know, only 8 people have succeeded in the entire history of Jiuhua, and one of them is your boss Gung Shuwen. Yu Min politely declined Huang Yiba's chewing gum and picked up the fruit tea and took a sip. As I already think it's not a difficulty that ordinary people can pass. S+, then maybe it's not a challenge that humans can take on. Only geniuses can. Huang Yiba nodded, or maybe didn't, but certainly gulped. Then what if it doesn't pass? Huang Yiba asked carefully. It depends. If you pass, all is well. If you don't pass, the video will be analyzed by the teachers of each department, and if you think it's a real mismatch, you'll either be demoted or withdrawn. Yu Min replied. Then is there any case where you didn't pass, but haven't been demoted or dropped out? Huang Yiba seemed as curious as a child in 100,000 reasons why. Yu Min gave him a blank look. but still nodded. There is, and the time is very close. 4 years ago, Hua had a genius who enrolled as a jiesher. Extremely outstanding, even took the initiative to ask for an S+ grade opening evaluation and eventually got permission. However, he was overly saddened by the sudden death of his mother, which led to a loss of concentration and serious injuries during the evaluation period. In the end, after a departmental review and a unanimous decision by the university's seminar, he was retained in his department position and was not given a second evaluation. And this genius in the end did not disappoint Hua's trust in him. After 2 years of becoming a senior Imperial Beastmaster, he successfully graduated and successfully became a member of the National Imperial Beastmaster Executive Team, and now he should have become an Executive Level 3 Imperial Beastmaster. It's kind of a rapid progression and notoriety. In the end, rules are rules and people are people. The rules are dead, but people are alive, and Hua is not claiming to be the most humane Imperial Beast Academy for nothing. The school year is in full swing with assessments. 100 people from Department A. Gradually, people began to walk out as time passed, some happy, some sad, and Yumin and Huang Yibo sat outside and waited, looking at the fewer and fewer names on top of the huge central screen and waiting silently, struggling from time to find the more concerned names on top. Yumin cared about more names, and in order to attract talent for the student council, she had spotted a few outstanding freshmen in advance, including, of course, Lin Jing and Yi Helian. As for whether or not the two were willing to join, that was up to God. As for Huang Yibo, he would only care about one name. The clock ticked away and the names on the screen became fewer and fewer, to the point where you didn't even have to look for them anymore. Only 2 left. Elizabeth Nero rank, S+ admitted, 48:06. Lin Jing grade, S+ admitted, 47:21. The two with the highest rank were also the longest, and those outside the arena couldn't see what was going on inside. Only the teacher in charge of security in the monitoring room can see it. Just the two of them left. Senior sister, I'm so nervous. Huang Yibo looked at the time jumping on the screen, nervous sweat coming down. The two of them rated, and you're still nervous enough. Yumin stood up and moved her limbs, and it was just a short while later that Yelin had completed the examination. A few moments later, Yi Helian, who was dressed in a white coat and pants, slowly walked out, her body still spotless, making people wonder if she had secretly changed her clothes inside. How else would it be spotless? Unless she was already so strong that she could face an S+ rating and be unharmed. Yi Helian has already come out. Lin Jing should be soon too, right? Huang Yibo looked at Yi Helian's tugging back and twisted his head to look at Yumin. Yumin nodded. Move over, everybody, move over. What happened? Huang Yibo twisted his head in some confusion and looked over in the direction the sound came from, only to see those people who were also concerned about the results of Lin Jing's evaluation gradually give way to an aisle, and then 2 guys wearing protective suits that were obviously not medics, but were far more worrying than the medics rushed in, synchronized together. There was also Chang Yuan who looked nervous. Director? What happened? Why is security still coming over? Yumin hurriedly greeted him. Yes, director. Inside. What's happening inside? Huang Yibo was even more very worried. The energy intensity of 2 simultaneous S+ ratings exceeded the carrying limit of the simulation room, and after Yi Helian's side ended, Lin Jing's simulation system had problems. No one knows what's going on in there right now. Can only pray that no lives will be lost. Cheng Yuan was in a cold sweat, knowing that the meeting had only been held a few days ago. Chapter 19, The Bloodstained Head of the Fire-Bathing Demonic Ape. Smoke rolled inside the assessment simulation room. By the time the 2 security guards forced open the door to the simulation room, the fight was over. Barely functioning safety systems sprayed a low-activity, pressure-relieving particle spray to ensure that the flames rolling through the simulation room and the lightning everywhere didn't cause an explosion. Struggling exhaust fans hissed smoke outward, detecting vital signs. No. One security took the life detector from behind. The simulation room covered an area of more than 600 square meters, and the smoke was so thick that it was difficult to find Lin Jing in the first place without relying on the equipment. This still need to explore? It's probably already dead through. No. 2 security is by no means speaking demoralizing words, but an extremely objective fact. Yes, since the founding of the Hua Imperial Beast Academy, it wasn't like there hadn't been any S+ grade opening assessments. There had been, but having 2 at the same time was unprecedented, especially since the 2 simulation chambers were extremely close to each other, which led to the powerful pressure energy of the 2 simulation chambers exceeding the carrying limit during the simulation. Actually, it would be fine if we could keep the balance at this limit, but the problem is, Yi Helen ended early, and after she ended her evaluation, one of the 2 simulation rooms that were originally in a state of extreme equilibrium instantly lost pressure, and Lin Jing next door didn't even have a chance to react before she directly overpressurized and overloaded. This caused the energy level rating, which was originally authorized at S+ grade, to rise by more than 0.7 points in an instant, nearly double the S+ grade rating. This difficulty is no longer something that a junior Imperial Beast Master can handle, or rather, it's no longer something that a growth stage Imperial Beast can handle. How's it going? How's the situation? Chang Yuan, who had arrived late, felt bad after seeing the 2 security guards at the door. Behind him, there are many students who forced their way in, among them Huang Yiba and Yu Min, as well as Yi Helian, who had all left, and Ruan Qi, and a whole lot of others who can't say their names, but it is assumed that all of them were attracted by Lin Jing's accident. When something like this happens, it's right to block the news, but who called it an emergency? Chang Yuan had no time to block the scene, much less to organize manpower to prevent unrelated people from entering. Now I just hope that the person is okay. Security 1 raised the life detector, and under the thick smoke, he kept searching for Lin Jing's life signal. All right, how can it be okay? Director Chang, I guess you won't be able to keep the skin. Security guard number 2 never spoke well. Also holding up the life detector, he was like touching a fish in comparison to number 1. Human life is important. Hurry up and look for it. Chang Yuan was going crazy with anxiety. If he didn't know what was going on inside, he now wanted to rush in and find it himself. Director, I'm really sorry, I just couldn't stop them. Yu Min rushed over, and the students swarming behind him directly blocked the corridor. Director Chang, what happened? A boy shouted and asked. Yeah, Director Chang, Lin Jing shouldn't be injured, right? Another girl's voice wasn't small either. Get out of the way. Get the out of the way. The large-sized Huang Yiba pushed the 2 men out of the way with one hand and squeezed his way to the far end of the room by his weight. Everyone be quiet. I know that everyone is concerned about the current situation of Lin Jing's classmates, but you can't change anything by being here right now. So everyone go back first, okay? Chang Yuan turned around and shouted as loud as he could, doing his best to make everyone hear him. Chief, you've got to let us know what's going on, right? Yeah, Chief, or I guess we're firing the temp tomorrow? Don't say that. When was Director Chang so irresponsible? Director Chang, tell us about it. Watching the lively passers-by have begun to coax, fearing that the world will not be chaotic. Passers-by a cannon fodder be as if it was born for these idle words. The simulation room is out of control. If what I've read is correct, Lin Jing is in a bad way. Ruan Qi stood right behind Huang Yiba, his voice calm and extremely rational. You fart, will you talk? Huang Yiba twisted around and yanked Ruan Qi by the collar. I'm telling the truth. Do you think that I want something to happen to her so badly? I can't wait for her to live well and live until the day I defeat her with my own hands. Ruan Qi wasn't without a temper, and the reason he didn't argue with Huang Yiba was simply because of disdain. But that didn't mean he could be treated rudely by Huang Yiba all the time. Then you can't curse her into trouble. Huang Yiba gritted his teeth. He had a hard time applying for so much money with old Huang, ready to make a good relationship with Lin Jing to pave the way for himself. Something can't happen. Are you relying on me? Ruan Qi glanced at the crowd of onlookers, only to realize that all of their attention now fell on the loco people, wherever there's a loco for them. You too, if you want to fight, go out and fight. Don't block here. Yu Min, this moment also a little taut, she dragged Huang Yiba and Ruan Qi's collar to the 2 people pushed out. At the same time, the belated security team finally arrived at the scene. They took professional tools and quickly cleared the corridor of onlookers, and incidentally, the hand will also be the sword Huang Yiba and Ruan Qi to take away together. These 2 people who have been feuding for a long time are bound to have a battle today. As the noisy onlookers were cleared out, Chang Yuan's taut nerves finally loosened a little. Lin Jing accident, this kind of thing, who do not want it to happen, but it just happened. Then as the head of the department he will have to deal with the responsibility of this matter, which naturally includes reducing the impact of both of you. Have you found it? In the corridor, Chang Yuan's voice broke the death-like silence. Not yet, replied security number 1. Odds are it's dead, and I guess the body will have to be shoveled. Security number 2 spoke in the same ugly way as ever. Why don't you go in and take a look? At that moment, a very calm and emotionless voice rang out. Yelin Nero, how did you get in? Yu Min asked in a hurry. I've been here the whole time. The security guard just now didn't kick me out. Yi Helen hugged her arms. Hell, why didn't the security clear her out? Because the environment inside is very uncontrollable. Security 1 said, holding up the detector. Little sister, rashly going in is likely to stir up the diffuse particle state inside. Will die. No. 2 security Yi Helian looked at the 2 security guards with an expressionless face, then looked at Chang Yuan. Mr. Nero, you'd better go back and rest first. There wasn't much Chang Yuan could do to face Yi Helian. He received quite a lot of information. In fact, in China, even say in the whole of East Asia and globally, everyone is always face and heart. So in the face of the European Management Directorate suddenly stuffed in this exchange student, Zhou Hua's attitude is always respectful. The interests involved behind the scenes are so complex that what Cheng Yuan can see is just the tip of the iceberg. So respect Yelin as much as you can. Shall I give it a try? Yi Helian was asking a question and requesting, while also just informing Cheng Yuan, that's all. As her words fell, the white-silver scaly dragon coiled around her wrist instantly revealed its original form. This Mercury bloodline imperial beast was even silent when it moved. Its body surface covered with scales that looked like pure silver casting reflecting the firelight of the simulated room. Director Yumin carefully reminded Cheng Yuan. Yi Helen, you can't intervene without authorization like this. Cheng Yuan immediately spoke up to stop it. Yi Helian didn't reply. She just gently raised her hand, and the silver auger that had just touched the doorway of the simulation room immediately twisted its stance to rejoin her, and quickly transformed into a form that lingered on top of her wrist. If there are no accidents, she should already be dead, Yi Helen said with an expressionless face. In the moment just now, in the moment when the silver auger dragon was about to enter the simulation room, Yi Helian could clearly feel that the energy floating inside this simulation room had far exceeded the limit of what Lin Jing's imperial beasts, that is, what Qin Rao could master, and that unless there was a miracle of the gods coming down, Lin Jing inside the simulation room would surely die. Look, someone has to agree with me, right? Security number 2 glanced at security number 1 beside him and said, it's not that I can't see it, but people should always have a little hope and a little thought. Must we say it's so desperate? Security no. 1 didn't have a good mood. He and no. 2 have been practicing security for more than 10 years. To be honest, when he heard that it was this S+ simulation room that was out of control the instant he heard it, he had already sentenced Lin Jing to death. Simulation room out of control brings immeasurable berserkness and energy level enhancement of simulated magical beasts. The original C level difficulty may be elevated to B level. B level may be elevated to A level, and S+ level. That is beyond the scope of understanding of the first. It is estimated that it is necessary to let the real executive imperial beast masters to be able to solve it. Little by little, the smoke rolling in the simulation room was gradually emptied by the exhaust fan as time passed. Target search progress 75%, no lifeforms detected at this time. 2 mechanically reported the search progress. Just as he was about to turn back to replace the life detector batteries, 2 points of light suddenly lit up under the thick smoke. What? What is that thing? Number 2's eyes widened. What? No. 1 instinctively turned back, only to see 2 light bulb-like points of light gradually approaching the 2 under the thick smoke. It was accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps in breathing. At the entrance of the simulation room, the 3 of them, Cheng Yuan, who had also noticed the 2 shimmering lights, were also on alert. So, what's that? Yu Min's eyes widened. A simulated magical beast? Yelin raised her hand slightly, readying herself for battle. I heard that you both said we were dead. Beneath the smoke, the bruised and battered Qin Rao was the first to use his wolf's head to strike through the smoke that was like a curtain wall, biting a head covered in blood in the center of his bloody mouth. It was none other than the head of the S+ grade analog magical beast, the fire-bathing demon ape. Qin Rao actually really slaughtered the out-of-control fire-bathing demon ape? Hello guys, the smoke was too thick, and Xiao Bai and I drove in circles for half a day inside. Lin Jing was riding on Qin Rao's back, and although there was some dust on her face and clothes, she was mostly fine. Chapter 20, to the death. Passing the S+ rating unscathed? You're really okay? Security guard no. 1 looked at Lin Jing and stared with wide eyes. The S+ level simulation room was out of control, not to mention the living people. He had never even seen a body in pieces. All of them were turned into mush. You're really alive? Security guard number 2 was even more on the verge of peeing in fear, especially the moment that the large fire-bathing demon ape's head was thrown to the ground by Qin Rao. For a moment, he wondered if he was dead as well. After so many years of doing this job of security, no, 2 had never seen any student who could survive in a simulation room that was out of control at the S+ level, not to mention the S+ level, but generally speaking, a simulation room simulation that was out of control at the B level or above would be enough to kill the student who entered at the rated difficulty. As for the S+ rating, no, 2 and no, 1 have handled 3 times, not counting this time. The previous 2 times that the body cannot be considered a corpse body, should be called a corpse mud. With a shovel cannot even shovel up. You have to use a high-pressure water gun down, and then vacuum cleaner to suck, because once an S+ grade simulation room went out of control, the strength of its simulated magical beasts would instantly go out of control. Using Jiuhua as an example this time, the out-of-control fire-bathing demon ape instantly went out of control from growth stage wooden tire bloodline to youth stage ironstone bloodline. Moreover, the fire-bathing demonic ape in the state of storming and simulation will only run according to the established mode of operation. He will not get tired, not to mention that he will not lose the will to fight due to the exhaustion of his power. Instead, he will fall into a state of berserkness due to the chaos in the moment of losing control of the code. Of course I am alive. And well, Lin Jing smiled hard. She was indeed not injured, but it wasn't too good either. The berserk fire-bathing demon ape exceeded Lin Jing's expectations. After the strength, speed, and desire to attack had risen dramatically, even Chen Rao was a little tired of dealing with it. The winter roar had almost lost its effect, and the ice blades would be melted by the high-temperature molten plasma that flowed from its body surface before they could even come into contact with the fire-bathing demon ape. If the white amazing Shadow Lord's attribute restraint Chen Rao could barely ignore, then the fire-bathing demon ape was an actual restraint of Chen Rao's ice attribute. The Xian ice outer armor was as fragile as a piece of paper under the fire-bathing demon ape's fiery fists, and if it wasn't for the fact that Chen Rao had enough lifespan left, and if it wasn't for the fact that the blizzard thunder flickering dodging was fast enough, it was estimated that he would have really lost. Ding, current life expectancy, 5 years. Ding, the remaining lifespan of the firebath demon monkey has been absorbed for you, 16 years. Ding, current life expectancy, 21 years. Ding, does the host need to repair his injuries? Expected life consumption, 10 years. Chen Rao looked at the system panel that surfaced in front of him and silently chose yes. During the battle with the fire-bathing demon ape, he fought while consuming his lifespan to repair his injuries, and he had to admit that the out-of-control fire-bathing demon ape's combat power was infinitely close to that of the youthful to Ironstone bloodline, and every attack and roar greatly exceeded Chen Rao's assumptions. But even if it is strong, even if it can ignore the depletion of physical strength and the depletion of qi, Chen Rao still won in the end, the so-called placing a death sentence. Then how did you survive? Or rather, how did you kill this fire-bathing demon ape? Chang Yuan himself was almost dumbfounded. After so many years of being a department head, this was the first time he had ever met, or even heard of, a student who was able to survive an out-of-control S+ grade. He had even been ventriloquizing his resignation report in public apology while he had just been waiting, and had not expected Lin Jing and Chen Rao to actually be able to kill the fire-bathing demon ape. Actually, the credit goes to Little White. It should be its instinct to survive. Lin Jing leapt off of Chen Rao's back. She also suffered a slight injury. Just a bit of skin rubbing. Ha! The remaining few people looked at Chen Rao in unison. Even Yi Helian looked incredulously at Chen Rao, at this imperial beast that she had once advised Lin Jing to replace. Disbelief written at the bottom of a pair of azure gem-like eyes. Only she didn't have too many words or actions. She appeared to just want to come over to see if Lin Jing was in danger or not, to see what kind of outcome Lin Jing had. After confirming that Lin Jing was safe and sound, this Snow-White weird guy silently left the place. The attributes of the fire-bathing demon ape are really too restraining for Little White. The ice attribute attacks don't work, and even the 3,000 frost bursts will be easily dissolved. So Little White ended up choosing a very extreme approach. Lin Jing patiently explained to the crowd. After the fire-bathing demon ape went berserk, all of its values were greatly improved. It could almost ignore all of Chen Rao's attacks. Winter Roar or Winter Sharp Claws, all of the ice attribute skills would be melted before they touched the fire-bathing demon ape. And Chen Rao, who knew that rescue was out of reach and that he could only rely on himself for everything, at the last minute, poured in a large amount of his lifespan to use to repair the wounds on his body at any time while running wildly and crashing directly into the body of the fire-bathing demon ape. He almost close to the body of the fire-bathing demon ape released the thunder cluster. Lightning struck through the impenetrable body of the fire-bathing demon ape and triggered an explosion at high temperatures. The terrifying power of almost all of Chen Rao woven 2 layers of Xian ice outer armor shattered. Trust me, that's more than twice as powerful as the super dangerous dust from the amazing White Shadow Lord. The terrifying explosion directly shattered the body of the fire-bathing demon ape, tearing it into 2 halves, and Chen Rao was not much better, almost unable to find a piece of intact skin all over his body. But fortunately, the system was powerful and saved him hard. This kind of suicidal fight could be too exciting, so exciting that Chen Rao didn't want to experience it a second time in his life. But anyway, he won, and he won brilliantly. An S+ rating for the start of the school year, but that's about it. This would be hard for me to believe if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Security number 2's eyes widened. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if his own father told him. I can't believe it with my own eyes. Beauty, can I touch your face? Security number 1 was wearing thick gloves, and he just couldn't believe that what was in front of him could be a living person. It's okay, Lin Jing graciously agreed. Just touch me. Instead, it was Chen Rao who arched up reluctantly, stopping no one's placing hand with his furry body. It's good that it's okay, it's good that it's, Xiaobai Xiaobai, you really surprised me. Cheng Yuan looked at Chen Rao and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He abruptly recalled the meeting the other day, when he hadn't understood how a student with just some abilities and a royal beast that was just a bit strange could make such a big deal out of it. Now he understood that this majestic winter thunder wolf in front of him could not be considered an ordinary imperial beast at all. can in this dangerous situation, give up their own safety in danger, breaking the boat to save the Lord. It's not an exaggeration to say it's psychic, to know that the general imperial beast's in extreme danger. If the bond with the imperial beast master is not deep enough, it is possible to appear to protect their own behavior first, and can be like Chen Rao, such a disregard for their own safety to fight to the death. In the world is rare. What about the results of this rating? There are so many people outside. Yumin spoke of everyone's greatest concern at this time. Isn't this clear? The head of the fire-bathing demon ape is all here, so of course it's a pass. As if relieved, Chang Yuan laughed happily. Not to mention that Lin Jing had also accidentally passed the S+ grade opening assessment. As long as nothing happened to her, as long as she was still alive and could even stand up on her own, even if she didn't pass, Chang Yuan wouldn't care. If it's alright, can I go back and rest first? Lin Jing took a deep breath. After this battle she was really a bit tired. I need to rest too. I'm going to die of exhaustion. The resentment in Chen Rao's eyes was about to materialize. Go, let's go out together. Chang Yuan waved his hand. On the periphery of the arena, more than 40 security guards formed an impenetrable human wall with all kinds of tools and their own bodies, stopping more than 100 journalists, paparazzi, and students waiting for a chance to get first-hand information from all walks of life outside. The crowd was loud and boisterous. You guys, do you think Lin Jing will die in there? It's hard to say. I heard my sister say that the Imperial Beast Academy she was in had simulation rooms that got out of control and came out half-formed. Indeed, my uncle is a teacher at the Imperial Beast Academy, and I heard him say that either nothing happens in the simulation room, or if something happens, people will die. The students' arguments are not empty. Simulation room out of control, this kind of thing is actually not rare, but rare is to happen in the imperial capital. Happened in Zhouhua Imperial Beast Academy. This was one of the most authoritative Imperial Beast Academies in all of China and even all of East Asia. Today, such a big thing happened. If no one died, it was fine, but once if someone died, or even said that even if they were injured, it could set off a huge wave on the internet. Hello everyone, this is Weebly Daily. It has been reported that the special grade Imperial Beast Academy, Zhouhua Imperial Beast Academy, has experienced a horrific simulation room out of control incident this afternoon. Hello everyone, this is Hip Kickway frontline reporter Xiao Yang. Now being the first time for you to follow up on the report about the Zhouhua Royal Beast Academy this afternoon, about the simulation room out of control incident. Hiya everyone, good, I'm Chao Nima. Welcome to the Riot Diary. Always heard that the Beastmaster is a very high-risk occupation. I Chao Nima is always not quite believe. Until today, a time in front of the arena, all kinds of reporters and paparazzi all over, mixed in the middle of the students in order to get first-hand information, for which some of them even climbed into the fence, want to go in through the back door, but was caught by the quick eyes of the security master. Let me go, I'm the number one paparazzi, Table Wilt. That paparazzi big brother shouted. I don't care if you're impotent, Table Impotent, get lost. The security guard kicked the big brother out. Just at this moment, the always closed door suddenly opened. The onlookers of the students are like seeing the meat of the hungry wolves have turned their heads, and those reporters are like crazy to squeeze in. There was even a reporter who jumped directly into the wall of people from the top of a 4-meter high tree in order to be the first to pass the microphone to Cheng Yuan's mouth, not even giving up his life. Hello, may I ask how is student Lin Jing's condition now? Is it out of life-threatening danger? The reporter with this work label 12138 held up the microphone and instinctively passed it to the mouth of a beautiful woman. I'm Lin Jing. I wasn't hurt much. Lin Jing smiled somewhat awkwardly. Chapter 21. The whole thing was broadcast live and caught up in the maelstrom of public opinion. What? You're Lin Jing? 12,138 people are going to be stupid. He wants but the first-hand explosion news. Safe and sound, how to count the explosion? You know that he is from the so-called living people can be made up dead. Dead people can be made up alive. Pain news. The main is a hand of news explosions. Do not give the readers bombed to death are considered to be the kind of light editing. The moment he heard the news of the S+ level simulation room appearing out of control in Zhouhua Imperial Beast Academy came out, he even saw the position of the chief editor beckoning to him, and because of this he jumped in so desperately, and as a result, he is now told that people are fine. How is that possible? S+S analog room is out of control. Alright, it even looked as if Lin Jing's body didn't even seem to be missing a single hair, except for a little more broken sense of beauty, and at the same time, more and more desperate journalists poured in. Some of them were from Gang E, some were from Old Wave, and some of them were some local tabloid journalists in the imperial capital. These people were the most desperate and shameless, and they even pressed Hip Kickway's little brother and squeezed up. At this moment, Lin Jing is like the first Nobel Prize in mathematics in front of the literary is stuffed with microphones. Don't ask me why I use the analogy of the mathematical prize, because the Nobel Prize in mathematics. Lin Jing student, can you talk about the scene after the simulation room went out of control? Lin Jing student, can you explain why you can come out unharmed? Student Lin Jing, can you show us your imperial beast? Did it die inside the simulation room? More and more reporters are like flies around. Chattering voice noisy Lin Jing some dizziness. Peripheral discussion of the students are constantly adding fuel. Some said to bring up the fight between Lin Jing and Ruan Qi. Some brought up, what's wrong with you guys? Can you be quiet? As the crowd grew noisier and noisier, the annoyed Chen Rao suddenly manifested his original form and a deafening roar swept through everyone's ears. All of a sudden, the sky was clear and quiet. Wow! Lin Jing student, is this your imperial beast? It's still really majestic and domineering. The guy wearing a white hood and calling himself Chao Nima instantly set off the crowd once again with his words. The power of public opinion is enormous. Even the Johua Imperial Beast Academy, even the East Asian Imperial Beast Management Directorate had to pay attention to the power of public opinion. So when countless journalists swarmed to the simulation room out of control at the time of Lin Jing's S+ rating, the fermentation of the incident became more and more serious. It was so serious that the Academy had to face this matter head-on, so serious that Lin Jing didn't even have much time to rest, and Shan Yuan directly arranged a different kind of interview for her. And since there are just too many media outlets that want to get first-hand news, and Lin Jing is only one person, so in the end it was Hip Kickway who took the lead and chose a fairly famous host to have a one-on-one interview with Lin Jing. Yes, you guessed it, this emergency plug is called Halibut with a Purpose. At 7:30 in the evening, after the end of that program that had to be broadcast, Lin Jing walked into the live broadcast camera with an apprehensive mood under the premise of almost no preparation. It was the first time in her life that she had been on television, but presumably it wouldn't be the last. As the host of the program, Ms. Halibut sat on the sofa in that uniform and rose to shake hands with a slight smile upon seeing Lin Jing. Hello, nice to meet you. Halibut's formulaic smile was pretty standard. Hello, I'm glad to see you too. Lin Jing tried her best to be calm and collected as Chang Yuan had explained before she went on stage. Although there is almost no time to prepare, but before going on stage, Chang Yuan still on all the possible questions and conversation content briefly and Lin Jing explained a few sentences, including but not limited to must be calm throughout. Do not know the question, do not answer. The answer to the question do not exaggerate. Because this was a program that was broadcast live throughout the entire show, with over a dozen online media broadcasting simultaneously. Any answer from Lin Jing represented not only herself, but also the entire Johua Imperial Beast Academy. The slightest mistake will affect the whole body. Looking at your state, you don't appear to have been injured by the loss of control of the simulation room. Really? After taking a seat in synchronization, Halibut folded his legs and began the questioning. There are actually injuries, but the actual battle simulation I feel that injuries are normal. Lin Jing replied calmly and lightly, and also lit up the abrasions on her arms. This has been the most obvious injury on her body, because regardless of whether the outside world believes or does not believe, in the battle against the fire-bathing demon ape, Lin Jing has no other injuries besides the abrasions on her arm, but as far as I know, the S+ level of simulation difficulty is still very dangerous, and it's still surprising that you only suffered such a light injury, and as far as I know, before you enrolled in Johua, you only studied Imperial Beast techniques for 3 years at a third-level academy called Auto Imperial Beast Academy? Lin Jing had no preparation, but Halibut could have quite a bit of preparation, and at the same time as she received the task given to her by the station manager, she had already gotten all the public information that Lin Jing could find out. Although not as detailed as Chang Yuan's information that was made public at the meeting, it is definitely not bad, and can even be accurate to what Lin Jing used to do when she was half working and half studying in Xingting County. Yes, that's why I value this rating and the opportunity to learn in Johua. Lin Jing nodded, not realizing that this was a trap, but as far as I know, it seems that you entered Johua by not relying on the National Imperial Beastmaster C selection examination, but a letter of recommendation, right? Halibut slightly tilted his head sideways. His tone was calm, but his steps were pressing. Lin Jing admitted. Oh, Halibut's eyes narrowed and his body leaned back. Chang Yuan, who was watching all this from the stage, felt bad at once. In that case, how did you cope with the S+ level simulation of losing control with only 3 years of learning experience? Is that white puppy your Imperial Beast? Halibut looked towards Lin Jing's backpack, in which Chen Rao was poking out a small head. It's called Xiao Bai. It's my Imperial Beast. In the evaluation, the main test is still the cooperation between the Imperial Beast Master and the Imperial Beast, right? Lin Jing was a bit overwhelmed by the question. She moved her backpack in front of her body, and Chen Rao jumped out of the backpack as nature intended. Landing on the ground, he lifted the transformation restriction to reveal his original form. The massive winter thunder wolf filled half of the camera's viewfinder frame in an instant, and all the viewers watching the live broadcast were instantly robbed of their eyes by this never-before-seen imperial beast. Why have I never seen this imperial beast before? There doesn't seem to be anything in the encyclopedia of the beast. +1+1 I just took a screenshot and searched the encyclopedia of imperial beasts and didn't see it. This can't be some new mutated imperial beast, right? This girl couldn't be the daughter of some big shot, right? For a while, the live broadcast rooms of the major network platforms were instantly screened with pop-ups such as these. A number of relevant practitioners who watched this live broadcast used professional search tools and comparison systems, and even employed AI demo to confirm the type of Chenrao. But the result was none. The world's first winter thunder wolf. It certainly ignited the internet instantly, but for some reason, even after almost 3 minutes had passed, I still couldn't find any topics or searches about it on the internet. It's not that the meager servers blew up. It's that there's some sort of force limiting it. You mean, in a critical situation, it was this imperial beast that took the initiative to protect you, and defeated the out-of-control S+ class analog magical beast in the simulation room? Or was it a fire attribute simulation magic beast whose attributes restrained it? Halibut immediately asked a question after hearing Lin Jing's words, not dragging his feet at all. Yes, Lin Jing told the truth. Really? I don't believe it. Halibut shook her head as she took the clear crystals handed up by one of the staff from the back of the couch, just out of view of the cameras. What is this? Chenrao looked at the transparent crystal in Halibut's hand with some confusion. This is a testing crystal used to test the bloodline and elements of imperial beasts. Although it's not as accurate as the instruments in your academy, it won't deviate too much. Halibut smiled and opened his mouth, handing the testing crystal to Lin Jing. What does that mean? Lin Jing asked. As far as I know, against an S+ ranked simulation room magical beast, at the very least, it would take an imperial beast of the Ironstone bloodline to defeat it. So let's put it to the test, shall we? Halibut asked with a smile that made people a little uncomfortable. Chenrao's eyes were staring at this big head dead on. His victory over the fire-bathing demon ape did not rely on pure strength, but rather, the system constantly repaired his injuries, and then used a suicidal fighting method to win. Simply put, it's a little bit of grinding to death by opening up and not dying. If it was any other imperial beast that couldn't readily repair its injuries, there was no possibility that it would be able to defeat the fire-bathing demon ape, unless, as Halibut said, it reached the Ironstone bloodline to be able to do so, and that was only if it really wasn't out of control. If the testing crystals were used at this moment to detect that Chenrao only had a woodborne bloodline, it would instantly put Lin Jing and the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy on the spot. This isn't too good, right? Lin Jing was a bit flustered. Although her did pass the S+ grade, she also knew that it was impossible to convince the outside world with Xiaobai's current growth period woodborne bloodline. Not good? I don't believe it. Or are you a bit vain? Could it be that the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy purposely arranged for you to put on such a show for the sake of a gimmick? After all, it's well known that this year's European Management Directorate sent an Imperial Beast Master who is also the son of heaven. Yelin Nero, right? Halibut's continuous questions made Lin Jing increasingly unsure of how to answer, and she helplessly looked at Chun Yuan for help. Under the stage, Chun Yuan's face is more ugly than eating, but in the way of the live broadcast he cannot rush to the stage. Test it. Anyway, the body is not afraid of a crooked shadow. On the contrary, it was Chenrao who was sharp and dry and thorough, lifting his thick paw and pressing it on the testing crystal. Chapter 22, Shocking the Imperial Beast World. The live broadcast room exploded. On this not-so-common ordinary night, this fully synchronized live broadcast was breaking all sorts of network records. At this moment, from the Halibut have about open broadcast only 10 minutes, but the whole network clicks have broken 40 million times. The relevant search content reached nearly 100 million, which is not only in China in the attention, and even foreign IP have. Yes, the whole world was watching the girl who had passed the S+ rated difficulty simulation room out of control Wraith Crisis with just the matured wooden tire bloodline Imperial Beast. Not to mention for Jiuhua, even for the entire world. This matter was beyond shocking. Inside the live broadcast room of Halibut have a date. As Chenrao's paw pressed down, the detection crystal that sensed the aura of the Imperial Beasts faintly emitted a light. Only a blue and purple light flashed out from within the transparent crystal, like ice and thunder interlacing to take the lead in indicating Chenrao's attributes at the moment. Ice attribute and thunder attribute. The fire attribute of the fire-bathing demon ape just happens to restrain one of them, Halibut said with some surprise, not knowing if it was feigned or real. Yes, Lin Jing was completely confused at this moment. She didn't even know what she should do to be good. It wouldn't have been such a tough fight if it wasn't restrained. The corners of Chenrao's mouth twitched, even though he couldn't speak. He had to be allowed to spit in his head, right? And as the attribute detection was completed, in the next second, The detection crystal, which had reflashed with a shimmering light, emitted a light green light. Wooden tire bloodline. Growing stage wood fetus bloodline. Student Lin Jing, your imperial beast is really peculiar. How can a growing stage wood fetus bloodline ice and lightning attribute imperial beast defeat an out of control Berserk, S+ ranked fire bathing demon ape? Halibut smiled after seeing the result she wanted to see. It was as if she saw the position of vice stage manager beckoning to her. I don't know, Lin Jing replied in a bit of a panic, facing the halibut that was pressing her step by step, completely unprepared. She was completely confused. Really? I don't believe it. Halibut shook his head. As a royal beast master, how could he not know his royal beast? And with the live broadcast synchronized across the network, the audience waiting in the live room once again erupted into a pop-up frenzy. Growing wooden tire bloodline over S+? Do you really think I didn't go to school? I graduated from Jiuhua 4 years ago, and now I'm on the 3rd level. I really don't believe this beast can pass S+. +1 my friend is from Jiuhua. This imperial beast can pass A and it's holding up. And it's passing S+? Are you kidding me? For a while, the pop-up screen swiped the screen again, and as if Halibut had a telepathic connection to the pop-up, the staff member hidden off camera was quick to hand her another side of a flat, round wafer about the size of her head. Then, Student Lin Jing, did you really pass the S+ level assessment? Or did you not pass? But Jiuhua had to say that you did for the sake of honor? Halibut asked with a tight step. I really passed, there's no doubt about that. Lin Jing did her best to defend herself. Really? I don't believe it, because as far as I know, since the surveillance system in the simulation room you were in is broken, there's now no proof that it was you and this big dog that defeated the firebathing ape. Halibut continued with her trademark doubt and denial. It's not over, is it? You don't believe what you don't believe. Why don't we try? Chen Rao really couldn't stand Halibut's chatting style any longer. How about this? Classmate Lin Jing, I have a wafer here that specializes in detecting the power of imperial beasts, and its hardness is the same as the strength of the carapace of a fire-bathing demon ape under the S+ rated difficulty. It just so happens that I also want to see the power of the ice and thunder dual attribute imperial beasts. Can you show it to us? Halibut was holding the wafer in his hand, and the staff who quickly went up to the stage fixed it in the center of the stage with a special tripod. That's not good, is it? In case if it spreads to you, it's a bit dangerous, Lin Jing said with a bit of difficulty. Really? I don't believe it. Didn't it protect you after the rating went out of control? Halibut's iconic self-questioning was really hard to bandage, not to mention Lin Jing and Chang Yuan on the stage. Even the viewers in the live streaming room spat out. Who the hell chose this big head to go up there? Does she really know how to interview? +1 can we get a different host? I still want to see how strong this imperial beast really is. And at the same time, the backstage staff in the heat breaking through the sky in the live broadcast of Halibut Have a Date quickly initiated a vote. And in just 5 seconds, 23,000 viewers watching the live broadcast felt that Chen Rao could break the wafer with the power of his wooden tire bloodline. But more than that, there was skepticism and disbelief. A full 870,000 people thought that it was impossible to be able to break this test wafer with just the wooden tire bloodline. Although most of the viewers watching the live broadcast were ordinary people, and some of them hadn't even come into contact with imperial beasts. With the popularization of knowledge about imperial beasts in recent years, even an illiterate person of 60 or 70 years old would know the difference between a woodborne bloodline and an ironstone bloodline. To put it nicely, there is only one level of difference, but to put it bluntly, it is one heaven and one earth. Wooden tire bloodline beating ironstone bloodline. Don't be ridiculous. Even the cameraman carrying the camera muttered in disbelief. In the live camera, facing Halibut's further difficulties, Chen Rao just couldn't help himself. But Lin Jing was still a little hesitant. Nothing but, are you worried about making a fool of yourself? Halibut skimmed the question. Then, well, Lin Jing nodded as she stood up, signaling Halibut to avoid it just as much. It's finally my show. Chen Rao, who had long since pressed on, patted in place, his broad paws pressing against the glass countertop with a muffled thud. In fact, the strength of the fire-bathing demon ape's body wasn't very high. It was just that its attributes were too restraining for Chen Rao, and the molten lava and high-temperature rocks that covered his body almost nullified most of his attacks, especially the ice blade and the 3,000 frost bursts. However, this wafer only simulated the strength of the fire-bathing demonic ape's body, and did not simulate high temperatures. Under the watchful eyes of the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, as the camera zoomed out, the snow-white Chen Rao faced that test wafer by less than half a meter. Wooden tire bloodline beating ironstone bloodline, can beat through me upside down to dilute. I've saved a screenshot of the previous one. Remember to turn on the live broadcast if you have diarrhea. Open the hairline live. Wooden tire bloodline to beat the ironstone bloodline, no way. The pop-ups continued to brush the screen. Inside the studio, Chen Rao gathered his breath and concentrated. The air seemed to stand still for about 2 seconds. And then, thunderclap! Along with Chen Rao awakening the sleeping lightning element in his bloodline, 2 greenish-purple arcs of electricity appeared out of thin air, shooting towards the wafer like 2 sharp longswords. The moment of collision, the wafer that was firmly fixed on the tripod was directly sent flying into mid-air. The camera quickly turned the lens to capture the wonderful moment, and then the different Chen Rao in situ opened his mouth wide. Winter roar! Ice blade! The pale blue sound wave hit the wafer directly in the air. The destructive force even rippled to the strong and calm halibut. A short hair dancing up wildly scared her to hide behind the sofa with a mama's cry. 2 coalesced ice blades then shot out, piercing the wafer right through the camera's lens. Crush! Just this? Chen Rao narrowed his eyes and looked at the wafer dust that had been shattered into crumbs by the ice blade. The fire-bathing demon ape was indeed not a good fighter, but it was the attribute restraints that were bad, not the carapace strength. Finished? Halibut, who was hiding behind the sofa, turned pale and peed in fear. Done. The camera panned back just in time to record Lin Jing's pearly smile. Inside the live broadcast room, the bet between the upside-down diarrhea and the upside-down hair washing was instantly toppled by the shocked viewers. No, I'm not mistaken, am I? It's a direct hit? This is impossible, right? With the strength of the body of a fire-bathing demon ape, how could this wear off? It's not right. 10 to 12 points wrong. The strength of this Imperial Beast's skill doesn't match the woodborne bloodline of a grown-up. That's right. I'm a teacher at the Imperial Beast Academy. I can tell that the skill strength of this Imperial Beast is already comparable to the Ironstone bloodline. What kind of eyesight is that? Not to mention the Ironstone bloodline. I feel like that lightning skill is almost up to the Mercury bloodline. This time the live room completely exploded. It is a real physical sense of the explosion, because the server blew up, is really fried. The excessive amount of data caused the server to heat up, and it directly caught on. But at the same time, across the globe, several things were happening at the same time. The content is roughly the same, nothing more than centering around this strange Imperial Beast, namely Chen Rao. In the view of the past Imperial Beast world, the strength of the skills that an adult-stage woodborne bloodline Imperial Beast could possess would not be able to penetrate the test wafer whose strength was simulated as an S+ rated simulation of the strength of the body of the fire-bathing demonic ape no matter what. And this was an experience that had been accumulated over several decades. However, today, such a royal beast had appeared out of nowhere, which was something that the world could hardly accept. The seemingly calm Imperial Beast realm began this night with dark currents. We tried our best, but didn't restrict it. Somewhere in the East Asian Imperial Beast Management Directorate, the sweaty first-class officer of the technical department paid respect to an old woman. Heaven will reign, mother will marry, let them come. The project has been established for so many years. Are they still afraid of this tactic of theirs? The old woman's voice was calm, her expression dignified, and she could not see any tension or mood swings at all. Colors are divided into black and white. There are 2 sides to the world, and competition is divided into visible and invisible. But at least as far as Lin Jing is concerned, the visible competition she at least passed. No matter how things fermented, she at least proved that this S+ grade rating was passed by her. As for how many people believe and how many people don't, that's not for her to decide. Director, I never want to be on TV again. Lin Jing let out a long breath as if relieved. But in the future, I guess you'll be on TV many times. Your Imperial Beast has greatly exceeded all of our expectations. Honestly, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd have been wondering if it was the simulation room going out of control that caused the simulation strength of the fire-bathing demon ape to drop. Chan Yuan was similarly relieved. In fact, this evaluation is a test with a predetermined outcome. A certain big shot whose specific identity Chan Yuan didn't even know had formulated the specifics of the test. Otherwise, according to Jiu Hua's regulations, Chen Rao, who only had a growing stage wooden fetus bloodline, would not have been able to be designated as an S+ rated difficulty. Even if Lin Jing was the same legendary freshman as Yi Helian, it would still not be set at S+ difficulty because Jiu Hua needed to be responsible for the safety of the students. Therefore, when the difficulty was set at S+, and it was completely internalized that this was a test. In fact, regardless of whether Lin Jing passed or not, the result would be the same as it would be set as a pass. But surprisingly, she really did pass. It's like a test that was never meant for her to pass and she got a perfect score. Unbelievable. It's definitely not a decline. I can clearly feel the fire-bathing demon ape becoming berserk and stronger. If it wasn't for Little White, I might have really died. Lin Jing, who was kept in the dark, explained. I know, but anyway, you passed, right? Chen Yuan is honestly just a pawn who does what he is told to do, and his authority is too low. Well, then isn't it time to leave for practical training tomorrow? Lin Jing asked with a nod. Right, and Lin Jing I have something I have to tell you. Chen Yuan suddenly had a bit of a heart attack. Chapter 23, Departing for Practical Training, The Unconvincing Lin Jing. Isn't that Lin Jing? I thought the S+ simulation room was out of control. How come she's okay? Dude, don't you go online? Didn't watch that live stream yesterday? That's it, that live affect my ass. I never thought in my life that a growing stage woodborne bloodline imperial beast could have that strong of a skill effect. Dude, lighten up, it might be fake. Yeah. Where's the live broadcast now? It's all scripted in advance. You guys don't really believe that, do you? In the afternoon, the sunlight was just right. The Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy. At the end of the school year, the freshmen's first field trip was about to leave. According to the regulations, 200 freshmen from all 12 departments were divided into 400 groups ranging in size from 2 to 12 people, and traveled to 400 different locations. To ensure a safe journey and controlled practical training, there are also 400 professional security personnel throughout. At this moment, all the subgroups have been confirmed, and all 400 security personnel have been divided. Only waiting for a little while later the station wagon drove over. According to the serial number of the people will be picked up. The start of this practical training. It was only because of yesterday's interview and lack of rest that Lin Jing, who had arrived late, and the 2 team members who were also unable to participate in the practical training site confirmation meeting due to a private conflict over certain issues, caused a bit of a commotion as soon as they entered the room. After all, the Lin Jing thing yesterday had long since swept through the whole of Jiuhua. There were those who were worried, those who were curious, and those who gloated and watched the jokes, but most of them were mentioned briefly as after dinner or before bedtime talk. It's nothing more than a comparison of how far apart the 2 legendary freshmen were in their opening evaluations. Not small indeed. One was taken without injury, and one always felt suspicious. That was an S+ ranked out of control mimic magical beast. Except for Cutie. Who would believe that a growing stage woodborne bloodline mimic beast would be able to protect a mimic beast master, not to mention pass the rating? Live? Not to mention the live broadcast of Halibut with a purpose. Even if it was a live broadcast of Hip Kickway, there were just as many people who didn't believe it. I'm glad I made it. I told you not to come in a car. Not in a car. You don't know how congested the Imperial City is at noon? Ruan Qi was carrying a backpack, and his face still had the slap marks left by Huang Yiba yesterday. Can you not talk about what's in the pot? Your uncle. Next time I shouldn't take you to eat that bun. Huang Yiba's face likewise has a few wounds. Yes, these 2 people went out yesterday to make a date with no use of Imperial beasts at all, but unarmed physical combat. These 2 brothers who don't fight talk after they're tired of fighting, and although they still don't see eye to eye with anyone, it's good to see that they've established a friendship at least. Adding to the fact that both of these brothers were not able to attend the practical training location confirmation conference on time because of the fight, they were just like Lin Jing and had to follow Chang Yuan's arrangement. Just hurry up. Lin Jing was just as out of breath, some dense sweat seeping from her forehead. That said, the flavor of that bun is still good. I quite love to eat. Next time give me more points. Chen Rao muttered from Lin Jing's backpack poked out ahead. Although no one can understand, but a little chatterbox of his muttering exit is whimpering low whimpering. To be honest, since coming to Jiuhua, this practical training outing was the thing that Chen Rao was most looking forward to. The matter of learning the skills of the Imperial Beasts in the academy was not something he was looking forward to at all. After all, the system was there, and other people's Imperial Beasts needed time to slowly hone their skill proficiency, relying on the accumulation of years to raise their bloodline and growth stage. But Chen Rao didn't need to. He only needed to fight. Fight with the Imperial Beasts. Fight with the magical beasts. Gain longevity, accumulate longevity, and use the battle to feed the battle, getting stronger and stronger. And coincidentally, what Cheng Yuan was vain about last night was that after missing the confirmation meeting for the practical training location, there was only one choice left for Lin Jing, and it was extremely poor and bad: Westwood Alliance Desert. Among the practical training sites of the current year in Koai, the overall evaluation is C grade. Among them, the risk factor is as high as 88, 93, ranked No. 1, but the rate of return is only less than 50, ranked 392, is regarded by all freshmen as comparable to the cesspool of practical training sites. Coupled with its remote location and backward development, the accommodation is certainly not much better. But all of these shortcomings, when placed in Chen Rao's eyes, had all become advantages. In particular, the danger factor is high. Anyway, the academy gives a safety officer. The actual big dangers should not be encountered. What can be encountered should be within the controllable range of danger. To put it bluntly, it was just a bunch of experienced babies giving Chen Rao life expectancy. I watched the live broadcast last night. It was wonderful. Just as Chen Rao had just poked his head out for a breath of air, Yi Helian, who was dressed in a white shirt and pants, walked over, This girl broke the law today and put some other colors on her body. A single left ear. Gold iris earrings. Wonderful. I just remember I was panicking. Lin Jing was now a bit shadowed when she thought of Halibut's face. It is good that it is Xiaobai who finally proved with strength that passing the assessment is the real thing. Otherwise Lin Jing does not know how she should face her classmates today. Knowing that as a recommended student she was already noticed enough. In case there was a 9 China Imperial Beast Academy faked and bailed out students to pass the S+ rating news as Halibut said, then she would be completely fired out of the circle. There is no need to panic. Your Imperial Beast. I admit that I underestimated him a little bit. He is very strong. So strong that we are a little less convinced. Yi Helian's tone couldn't hear any fluctuation. As if it was as calm as it was emotionless. Huang Yibo and Ruan Qi stood next to each other. Looking at this, looking at that, the two beauties chilling out with each other. These two were as motionless as accessories. I don't know how many lines I have in my stomach. It's okay, your practical training place. It's quite good, Lin Jing casually said. Randomly drawn. The location has no gap for me. I will still be number 1 in this practical training evaluation. Yi Helen's tone was extremely confident, as if this was the way the heavens should be. What a pretender, said Chen Rao, his little head on Lin Jing's shoulder, looking at Yi Helian indignantly. He is not dealing with Yi Helian from the heart. This guy is too able to pretend. From the tone to dress, from the expression to the style, all filled with the air of heaven and earth. Only I am the only one. This already annoyed Chen Rao, and what was even more annoying was that Yi Helian managed to fake it every time. That's pretty upsetting. Sooner or later, one day, I'm going to step on you and your little hot dog. Together, Chen Rao stared at Yi Helian dead in the face and let out a purring sound. A new Imperial Beast? Yelin noticed Chen Rao's head. No, transformed. Lin Jing raised her hand and rubbed Chen Rao's furry head. I remember it's a woodborn bloodline, right? A true and genuine woodborn bloodline. Yi Helen visibly paused, raising her hand, her slender fingers less than half an inch from the tip of Chen Rao's nose. Right. Lin Jing smiled against the sunlight. Yelin was silent. As the daughter of a family that has been an Imperial Beast master for generations, she knows no more about the growth and evolution system of Imperial Beasts, especially the aspect of the strength of the Imperial Beast skills and bloodline that she has been studying since she was a child. It can be said that the power of the skills that Chen Rao, who had a wooden tire bloodline, unleashed in the live broadcast last night has exceeded Yi Helian's expectations, even beyond the Nero family's expectations. Even the entire European Imperial Beast Management Directorate was surprised. Kind of interesting, if only it could be less hostile to me. A rare smile appeared on Yelian's face as she dangled her fingertips over Chen Rao's mouth. Ow. Chen Rao didn't hesitate to take a bite, but because of the transformation, the original sharp canine teeth turned into tender milk teeth, and the bite only made Yi Helian feel a little itchy. You're just too good at pretending. I can't take it anymore, Chen Rao secretly growled, letting out a grunt. It doesn't, does it? Doesn't he mean happy when he purrs like that? Lin Jing tilted her head to look at Chen Rao, clearly getting the wrong meaning. Not really. In any case, I hope that the results of your practical training won't be the same as the ratings, because there are already a lot of people who suspect that you, right now, are using your connections to act out, Yelin said as she took her finger back. This time it was Lin Jing who was silent. She looked around the room, which made her realize that there were quite a few people milling about. As the center of the spotlight, Lin Jing's one live broadcast yesterday really earned a lot of eyeballs. The S+ rating simulation room is out of control, and the Imperial Beast of the growth period would tire bloodline bursts out to be comparable to the skill power of the Iron and Stone bloodline or even the Mercury bloodline, coupled with the rumor that she is a real relationship, and Deng Shuan's relationship is not a small one. Public opinion. It's like a weed, and it grows overnight when it sees the wind. TSK, 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 wooden tire bloodline. Wooden tire bloodline over S+. I can't believe it. That's right, there's even a live broadcast? It's not possible that this Westwood Alliance practical training ground is also fake, right? Agreed. Maybe on the surface it says it's the Western Forest Alliance, but in reality it might have gone to some scenic place. And anyway, there are connections, so lying to us isn't the same as lying to a child? A few rumors naturally entered Lin Jing's ears. Of course, Huang Yiba and Ruan Qi also heard it in their ears. The latter was fine. Ruan Qi had never been someone who cared about rumors, or else he wouldn't have allowed others to upload the video of him losing to Lin Jing onto the internet without doing anything to defend himself. How about a comment about not eating and being hungry and not playing well? But Huang Yiba was never a person who could hold his tongue. This kid gritted his teeth and walked over to a yellow hair who was pointing at Lin Jing, then fed. What? Yellow hair looked up and down at Huang Yibo. Never seen or heard of him. He should be Lin Jing's licking dog, right? What are you pointing at? Huang Yiba's tone wasn't very good. What's it to you if I refer to her? She's from the A school. So are you? Nothing to mind your own. Also do not take a piss to see. Fat as a ball. Do lick dog people cannot see you. Yellow hair sneered twice. Actually took Hwanyaba as a soft persimmon. Oh, it's true that I'm not from Department A. How about you? Hwanyaba smiled and started to roll up his sleeves. Me? I'm Lu Jian from Department C. Ask around. But I almost entered Department B. Yellow hair spat on the ground. A Department C? Also so bullish? Hwanyaba looked at Lin Jing and Wan Qi, and then at Lu Jian. As far as these few people Hwanyaba knew, none of them had the C department in their sights. My C department is not bold and you bold and awe? What's so bullish about a licking dog for a relation? Lu Jian sked. Oh, then you inquire about the Shang Bo group to go, and then inquire about the old Sun Huang Yibo of this yellow. Which yellow? Hwanyaba from childhood to the first time was so on the face. Cannot hold down the fire of his round fist to smash. No hitting. What happened? Suddenly, Hwanyaba's fist was grabbed by Lin Jing. Lu Jian snorted out a laugh. Then he smiled and moved his face over. Come on, come and hit me. I despise you for being a lickspittle for a punk. What can you do? Hit me. Come and hit me? Chapter 24, Help the Forest Faction and the Inverted Forest Faction? See Bao Ning again. I can't take it anymore. Lin Jing, you let go. I'm going to give this kid both faces all swollen. Huang Yibo looked at Lu Jian's mouth and face as he came over. His face reddened with anger. Can you calm down? Lin Jing pinched Huang Yibo's wrist, herself becoming the center of attention because of her status as a recommended student and the opening assessment accident. She didn't want to add a few more fires to the fire because of Huang Yibo's hands hitting someone. There is a world outside of man, and there is a world outside of man. Sooner or later, too much bravado will lead to a loss. Okay. Huang Yibo obediently withdrew his fist despite being furious. TSK, worthy of being a licking dog, really what your master says you do. Who would have guessed that Lu Jian still didn't back off? Instead he continued to move forward. That face was almost close to Huang Yibo's fist. Classmate, we haven't offended you, right? Lin Jing was calm in the face of Lu Jian's repeated provocations. No, I just simply don't like you. Is there a problem? Lu Jian smiled contemptuously and raised his head to look at Lin Jing. Then he straightened his collar and stuck his hands in his pockets. To be more pretentious than more pretentious. A head of flirty yellow hair fluttering in the wind. Si Chen Rao really wanted to jump up to give him a head full of yellow hair all ripped off. There are some things I can't explain. I know you don't believe me, but Lin Jing really didn't know how to explain. But what but? Actually, let's be honest, there's more about you than just yesterday. Don't you usually go online? Lu Jian frowned slightly at being asked this question, as if he had seen something incredibly strange. Lin Jing is slightly speechless. She really doesn't go online. There was no way around it. She was so poor in those previous years that she was lucky to be able to pay her tuition while surviving on a part-time job. So where was she going to buy any electronic devices? It's our school's forum. I haven't been talking to you. Huang Yibo instantly reacted to Lin Jing's dilemma and hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened the official forum of Jiuhua, only to see that the other day most of the posts are still freshman registration-related matters have no heat. Instead of the 3 major hot posts, there are 2 of them are related to Lin Jing. One of them is, Legendary Freshman and B-Series B-Man Hands on First View. A headwind turnaround is all about reversals. Needless to say, this is definitely the group of people who videoed that day at the Hearing C building. The main posting content is all about the video and some related descriptions. Most of the content is blowing Lin Jing is beautiful and strong. Toad want to eat swan meat and so on. Or scold Wan Qi is not self-conscious. It is really worthy of the B department of the B-men. Of course, there are also some people who think that this is a farce directed by Lin Jing, and the people who blew Lin Jing started a scolding war that lasted thousands of floors. The other one is a comprehensive post around yesterday's evaluation, which includes the science S+ level simulation room out of control in the end how terrible, halibut about live slicing. This is really editing, right? Can an imperial beast with a woodborne bloodline in its formative years have a skill effect of this strength? And so on and so forth post. The main thing is that those who scolded Lin Jing gathered a comprehensive post, all round and dead end digging all the black materials that can be dug up, looking for all the scolding points that can be found, with the relationship as the center of the circle, fake incompetence as the radius, drawing a circle to start spraying. These 2 major posts are not comparable in terms of heat, and even created a situation where the 2 forces were incompatible at one point. There is even a division between the pro-forest and anti-forest factions. Obviously, Lu Jian is the anti-Lin faction, while Huang Yibo is the blatant pro-Lin faction. I really can't explain it. I can only say that justice lies in the hearts of the people. Lin Jing looked at the 2 posts that had both reached tens of thousands of floors, and was really somewhat speechless. The pipsqueaks are just jealous. They are just jealous of you. Huang Yibo put away his cell phone and said, that has to be there too. Lin Jing, don't think that we don't know how you got into Johua. To tell you the truth, several hundred of us in Department C are waiting to rely on you to enter Department A. Lu Jian sneered twice, speaking bluntly without hiding it. At JHU, the difference in faculties greatly affects the level of the Imperial Beastmaster Executive Group that you can choose from after graduation. The Johua A department, which was known as the top 100 in the country, could almost always directly join the national-level Imperial Beastmaster Executive Group. From then onwards, it was hard to say whether or not they would level up, but it was definitely an honor. That's why in Johua, departmental elevation is very common, especially those students who are not willing to be in Department A, or B, C, D, etc. will often pick a student from a higher department to challenge them, and the winner will be the king, and the loser will eat the dust. Although the usual cuts will not affect departmental elevation, you can reserve a practical classroom with a faculty member in person simply by making a good application in advance. So in the eyes of the inverted Lin faction, Lin Jing was the easiest and simplest opportunity for them to enter the A series. For this reason, there are even people within the forum who have opened a special post by repeatedly going to watch Lin Jing and Wan Qi video to study Lin Jing's fighting habits and the command habits of the Imperial Beasts. Heat is also unprecedentedly high. Just based on you guys? Truth be told, I've read the posts on the forums as well. Your analysis is too superficial and even a bit childish. Ruan Qi spoke calmly upon hearing what he had just said. In his eyes was an obvious pity for Lu Jian. He pitted the yellow-haired man for his stupidity, and even more for his ridiculousness. In terms of Lin Jing's ability alone, only Ruan Qi had the most say in the crowd present. You guys are being naive if you think that you can defeat her just by analyzing her stance and defensive and counterattacking combat habits. What makes her strong is not in her Imperial Beast skills, or even in other words her Imperial Beast skills are not comprehensive. Ruan Qi glanced at Lin Jing and continued, if you guys think that you can win over her by relying on skill alone, that is really ridiculous. Her Imperial Beast is the key, or rather, the two are indispensable. With her trust in the Imperial Beasts and her ability to see what's going on when trouble arises, you want to win with just one or two of your moves? Dream on. Ruan Qi's paragraph pointed out Lin Jing's greatest strengths very sharply. Even Chen Rao couldn't help but nod his head silently. In the end, the one who understood Lin Jing the most was him, only that he wasn't currently considered to be in the concept of the crowd. From the fight against Zhou Yuan to the battle against Ruan Qi, and then to the assessment chamber to face the fire-bathing demon ape that burned with a blazing fire, Lin Jing used the same set of defensive counterattacking playing method all the time, which was simple and couldn't be simpler, but she was just able to win. As long as the qualifications of the Imperial Beasts were roughly equal and there was no insurmountable gap, she was able to give an optimal solution in a split second by virtue of her extremely fast reaction and analyzing ability, coupled with the terrifying amount of Imperial Beasts' knowledge reserves in her mind. Chen Rao had to admit that with the system's support, he could accelerate his evolution, strengthen his bloodline, and even repair his injuries to be invincible in battle. Even overcoming that suicidal fight of the fire-bathing demon ape was a tip Lin Jing gave him when he murmured at the moment of near despair. Don't ing blow it. Aren't you the B-man who was bribed? Who doesn't know that you guys are in cahoots? Ha, why don't I believe that a growing woodborne bloodline can pass the S+ opening assessment? Lu Jian spat and looked Ruan Qi up and down with an expression not to mention disgust. No, what's wrong with you? Wooden fetus bloodline? Are you looking down on me? Believe it or not, I will come back and flash your titanium alloy eyes? Chen Rao, who was innocently affected, roared lowly. His two short legs stomped and stomped in the bag, and finally stepped on Lin Jing's shoulder and jumped down. The morphing is lifted. Winter Thunderwolf. Xiao Bai. Lin Jing hurriedly raised her hand and pressed down on Chen Rao's neck. What are you doing? Lu Jian's eyes widened and he was about to call out the Imperial Beasts, but suddenly felt that something was wrong. Come, don't you look down on the wooden tire bloodline? Come on, let's practice. Chen Rao growled lowly. He had long since been unable to stand this bastard's head of yellow hair. Xiao Bai's temper may not be too good these days. Lin Jing smiled a little awkwardly and didn't know how to explain. Not very grumpy? Why don't you say he's on his period? Really funny. Although Lu Jian is still talking tough, but to be honest, he watched that halibut have a date live yesterday. Sniping is fine. Really let him try his hand with Lin Jing? He really wouldn't dare. After the snog, Lu Jian took 2 steps back and prepared to leave, but he accidentally bumped into someone. Look at the Roda students. Hit me does not matter. Hit the old man how to do? The girl who was hit helped Lu Jian. Look at her hang on the neck of the license plate can know. She is Lin Jing, this group of safety officer. Sister Bao Ning? Lin Jing was a bit surprised. It's been a long time. Your live broadcast yesterday was a brush with the screen. I watched it. Oh. Bao Ning waved his hand towards Lin Jing. It wasn't just the technical department that worked overtime last night. There was also their review department. Huang Yiba and Yuan Qi, who saw the scene, looked at each other and all gulped in concentration, including Lu Jian. His face was also the same. His face was blue, worse than eating. Fatty, am I right? The one who greeted Lin Jing. Is that second-grade officer Bao Ning who was on TV not long ago? Yuan Qi gently bumped Huang Yiba's shoulder. No, that's right. She seems to be familiar with Lin Jing, huh? Huang Yiba gulped, more and more sighing that his polite pickup the other day was just too right. As for Lu Jian, he looked at the peaceful picture of Bao Ning and Lin Jing chatting with trepidation and just wanted to find himself a crack in the ground. They all said that Lin Jing had a background, but no one said that she really did. As the Lu Jian of the anti-Lin faction, he never dreamed that the second-grade officer of the censorship department of the East Asian Imperial Beast Management Directorate could be so familiar with Lin Jing. By the way, just now I saw you guys gabbing over here. What are you talking about? Only then did Bao Ning react, turning to look at the shivering Lu Jian. No, nothing, that sir, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Ha. Lu Jian wiped the sweat on his forehead and turned to leave. Don't go. Aren't you going to make an appointment with Lin Jing for the lift department's actual battle? Huang Yiba was also watching the fun. Lift department? Also a graduate of Johua. Bao Ning was more than familiar with this. Right. Lin Jing nodded in a natural way. Lu Jianrun was going crazy. Chapter 25, Official Clarification. But it seems the more you describe it, the darker it gets. Didn't you scream quite happily just now? Why don't you squeak at this moment? Chen Rao looked at Lu Jian, whose forehead was sweating, and yawned nonchalantly. Mistake, misunderstanding, I'm AC department. Challenging the A department, isn't that asking for trouble? Lu Jian laughed awkwardly, wiping his sweat with his sleeve as he stepped back, with a puzzled look on his face. Bao Ning looked at Huang Yibo and Yuan Qi next to him again, who just nodded their heads. Really? Bao Ning twisted his head to look at Lu Jian. Really, really? Lu Jian hurriedly nodded his head. Alright, I was going to teach you a couple tricks to come. Bao Ning waved his hand, not taking this matter to heart. On the contrary, it was Lu Jian who had a face of relief, and disappeared like a tasteless deflated fart after taking a long breath. Plus this place was already crowded with people, and in a moment of lapse of concentration, he could no longer be found. Sister Bao Ning, how come you're here as a security officer? Lin Jing looked at Bao Ning's identity card, and although she was certain, she still had some disbelief. This is because in the past times that Johua went out for practical training in the security staffing, at most, an executive team leader would come to ensure the safety of the students, far from the point of sending out a second-class prefect. In particular, how could Bao Ning, who had only just shown his face with merit and was very likely to move up another level, suddenly appear here? Come to be your safety officer. This job can be much stronger than in the bureau. Public travel can also be seamless vacation. Lao Gung's side of the signature I will come over. Bao Ning is do not like to go to work. The first person is also considered the truth. Although the fundamental reason is still the arrangement of the above. Last night's live broadcast had a wide range of influence, and although everyone was far from tearing their faces off, due to the fact that the actual training location was really a bit special, after comprehensive consideration it was decided to have a slightly higher level person act as a safety officer, coupled with the fact that Bao Ning can't be too idle herself, and that she is quite fond of Lin Jing with her big nerves. She simply took the initiative to ask for help and was ready to travel around at public expense. But this reasonable paragraph in the Huang Yiba and Yuan Qi, two people after eye contact, immediately changed the flavor. Under the pretext of urinating, the two brothers who have been at odds since they met have come together in an unprecedented way. You hear me? Came to be a safety officer for you all. When did being a safety officer get you a second-class officer? Huang Yiba made a point of biting down hard on the word you. Indeed, it is the first of its kind. If I hadn't felt her strength, I guess I would have joined the inverted forest faction as well, right? Yuan Qi nodded. This was the first time he recognized Huang Yiba's statement. TSK, you're barely listening. That said, why does this Bao Ning feel so familiar to me? Huang Yiba unbuckled his belt. Early last month, the main commander of the South China Sea class, a magical beast case. It is said that it is still a temporary mobilization of the Ministry of Censorship, and the post-war speech was also made by her alone. This woman is not simple. Yuan Qi tapped his chin with his thumb and narrated. So that's how it is. No wonder the boss would place her next to Lin Jing. Huang Yiba slapped his thigh as if he suddenly realized, instantly stringing everything together. The boss, that is, Gung Shuwen, saw Lin Jing's talent and recommended her to the Johua Imperial Beast Academy. And because Johua was not able to supervise well in the opening assessment, he specially placed his right-hand man to Lin Jing as a security officer, thus guaranteeing security. High, really high. Under the addition of 2 layers of idle filters, the adoration in Huang Yiba's eyes had materialized. You too, this brain hole is not too big. Point. Men's toilet door. morphing to the size of a cat to come over to Peach, and Rao accidentally heard the two plotting. Directly speechless choke. Asterisk 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 it shall by. Huang Yibo was startled by the sudden appearance of Chen Rao. Why are you panicking? Even if it can understand human language, it doesn't speak human language. Ruan Qi gave Huang Yibo a blank look, really not understanding what this kid was afraid of. You brat, the good feelings I just built up towards you are about to disappear. Chen Rao glanced at Ruan Qi. The good feelings he had just built up because of Ruan Qi blowing Lin Jing's rainbow farts were about to disappear in an instant. But I don't dare to talk nonsense. I always feel that it's not quite the same as other imperial beasts. The commands Lin Jing gives sometimes don't even look like they're given to imperial beasts. They're more like people. Huang Yibo squatted down and reached out to touch Chen Rao's head. Hiya, you fatty. You still want to touch my head? Chen Rao dodged sensitively with a dodge and flashed his fangs. Just a little less effective. The little ones are cute too. That's indeed true. When I fought her, I also always felt that Xiaobai was a bit too human for her own good. Ruan Qi nodded. Through your sister humanity, I am human. You wait for my old man to find a way to speak. Let you know what is called tongue splendor lotus flower mouth like a river. Chen Rao really was through the 3 words of humanity to get some broken defense. If not, the toilet is too small. He would like to like the original shape. Little white, you can't really understand human language, can you? I don't know what Huang Yibo was thinking. He actually looked at Chen Rao with a serious face and asked such a question. If this was placed in the eyes of other people, it would look like Huang Yibo was stupid. The imperial beast world had developed for so many years, and he had never heard of a growth stage imperial beast being able to understand human language. Is there anyone who can understand? There are, but very few. Mostly humanoid imperial beasts after the metamorphosis stage, but they can only understand a small portion of it, and their comprehension is roughly equivalent to that of a child around 2 years old. However, in Chen Rao's opinion, it was his heart that thumped. His eyes rapidly shifted, thinking over and over again for at least 30 times in less than a second whether to nod or not. If he nodded his head, with Huang Yibo's nature, he would definitely exaggerate this matter and then say it to Lin Jing. And then the matter of him being able to understand human language would no longer be a secret. The advantage of doing so was that he would not be treated purely as a royal beast in the future, and he could eat and drink quite well. But the problem was that once it was revealed that he understood human language, or even that his soul was a human being, would he be taken away for research, slicing, brainwashing, and dismembering? Even with Geng Shuwen in attendance, Chen Rao didn't dare to gamble. Of course, there was another crucial point. If he exposed his soul as a human, he wouldn't be able to be as intimate with Lin Jing in the future. So then Chen Rao had the bright idea of pretending that he was just an ordinary imperial beast, ran to the urinal and peed, then threw Huang Yibo a stupid human expression and left in style. Did it just fling me a look of disgust? Huang Yibo looked at Ruan Qi. Yes, stupid human. Ruan Qi was really speechless by Huang Yibo. To actually ask a royal beast if it can understand human speech. Naive to the point of stupidity. You kid, I think you have itchy skin again. Huang Yibo had a huff on his face and chased after him. You're also worthy? Ruan Qi didn't take Huang Yibo's threat to heart in the slightest. The two of them tossed their mouths like this again and followed Chen Rao out one after the other. But it seemed that because of this incident, the originally stiff relationship seemed to ease quite a bit. In any case, in the follow-up bounding driving, Lin Jing co-driver in the course of the journey, the two brothers sitting in the back seat King Pesticide playing is not happy. Incidentally, the hand also looked at the college forum a few new hot posts. The most notable of these is a post by a man with the ID, /Lu, issued a post titled, The Inverted Forest Into. This guy really has a background The post was so hot that it broke 1,000 floors. The content roughly revolves around a secondary officer as Lin Jing practical training safety officer and dispersal. The owner does not need to think much as certainly Lu Jian. From the style of ID and non-mainstream avatar can be seen. As for the content that emanated from it, the anti-Lin faction among them naturally tried their best to refute it. What must be a mistake in arrangement? Maybe it is a reform of the mechanism and other such words. As for the Help Lin faction, that is the collective carnival. And even a bold social cattle molecules directly videotaped to ask fellow security officers. After getting the other side, the package team seems to be their own application letter written to General Manager Geng, the specifics of which I am not clear. After the answer, directly in place for the new year, thoroughly boiled, and even vaguely had the tendency to become the 4th most popular post in the forum. What are you two discussing? Why does it still sound like my name to me? Baoning, who had been driving, yawned and finally drove to a service area. It's just a post from our school. Doesn't Sister Bao Ning know about it? Huang Yibo asked with some bewilderment. I know. Let's see. What's the name? As a graduate of Johua, Bao Ning of course knew of the existence of the forum, only that he had barely browsed it in the past 2 years. The heat spike number 111. Ruan Qi added. Pao Ning gave an oh-so-subtle nod and clicked in. 2 seconds later, the two brothers, who had just gotten out of the car to get some air, heard a scream from Bao Ning. You guys don't go to school every day to brainstorm what power play How come the Lin clan is all running out? If you keep making it up, Lao Gung is going to become a member of the Lin family. Bao Ning roared and rushed out of the car, grabbing Huang Yiba and Ruan Qi. This isn't something we both made up either. You don't know. Since Lin Jing came to Zhihua with the aura of Geng Shuan's recommendation plus no background plus humble origins, the forum has long since exploded. Huang Yiba begged for forgiveness in pain, although he also didn't believe that Lin Jing really didn't have a background. But after all, the rightful owner was right here and had to be soft. Yes, Captain. And Lin's student has never publicly explained it. Plus the easy fermentation of rumors, it naturally spreads. Ruan Qi added his explanation. Okay, but my little Lin Jing, you really don't go online? After pondering for a while, Bao Ning felt that what the two said was reasonable, so he lost his breath and went to find Lin Jing. In fact, this is not a big matter. Bao Ning went to school at that time, also liked to read this kind of so-called windy person post. But the problem is that the content made up by the Helping Forest faction is becoming more and more evil. What Lin's family's daughter? The next head of the 9 guilds. This kind of drama is out. After all, Zhihua is the top of China's top institutions. The alumni will inevitably have some really big names, but also will have nothing to do to look at the forums. If old Gung knew that he, a hawk who never ganged up on a mountain, knew that he had become a member of the Lin family, then he wouldn't be furious? Lin Jing was a little embarrassed. She couldn't say that she couldn't afford to use a smartphone because she was poor, could she? Sister Bao Ning, that Lin Jing's cell phone was accidentally put into the water by me a few days ago, and there are so many things to do in the past few days. I haven't had time to compensate her. Huang Yibo reacted quickly and immediately relieved Lin Jing. Okay, then tomorrow at the place you remember to compensate her. And then Xiao Lin Jing, you can hurry to register an account and post a clarification. Bao Ning was also good at fooling around, nodding his head and instructing. After the instructions and feel uneasy, but because I forgot the previous forum account, re-registered one. He first sent a clarification post. The general content is to say that Lin Jing is just an ordinary student. There is no background, and there is no such thing as Lin's family. But what Pao Ning didn't notice was that she was in a hurry when she registered and used her official number. Auto real name not to mention, but also automatically linked to bind the work identity. Plus she tries to save time ID directly to use the original name. So it was that this night, some student of the Helping Forest School got up to pee and idly came across this post. A new number with the ID, Bao Ning, and real name authentication as the default avatar of the East Asia Imperial Beast Management Directorate's Censorship Department's second grade officer, *Ning, send out a post titled, Clarification. The current year's new student of the Zhihua Imperial Beast Academy, Lin Jing, is not a special person. Please stop spreading the relevant untrue content. ********. A river roar woke up half the building. It seems to be getting worse. Chapter 26, Practical Training Place, Sandling Control Area. Sister Bao Ning, wake up. It seems like something has happened. At mid-morning, a small hotel in a town in the left flag of the Shilin League. This has already arrived here in the early hours of the morning. A group of people can find the best hotel. Although there is no Huang Yiba requirements such as full intelligence check-in, but at least the independent bathroom with air conditioning, Wi-Fi and also 24 hours of hot water. At the very least it's better than imagining a shabby guest house. And originally in the car barely rested the three, but also early in the morning went out to turn around. On the contrary, driving a day and night car, bounding at this time lying on the bed huffing and puffing. If it wasn't for the three of them coming back from buying a cell phone for Lin Jing, it was estimated that she could sleep until the afternoon. What happened? Did the world end? Does that mean I can stop going to work? Half asleep, Bao Ning ruffled the covers and sat up, his shoulder strap falling halfway down. Captain, your straps are falling off, said Ruan Qi, who couldn't see straight and had to speak up to warn him. Oh, hey, how did you two get in? Bao Ning didn't feel anything at first, but after suddenly reacting violently yanked the quilt to his chest, the whole person instantly spirited up. She is indeed bigger than 3 people, but in the end, Bao Ning is still just a yellow flower girl who did not marry. Huang Yiba and Ruan Qi has long been not half a big boy, so a scare directly to the Bao Ning sweat all out. She couldn't help but be glad to wake up now. Luckily she was too sleepy when she arrived in the morning and was too lazy to undress and lay down on the bed to fall asleep. Otherwise, with her habit of sleeping in the nude, it would have been a good time to fly the coop. Not all told you. Something big happened. Huang Yibo cleared his throat and saw Bao Ning put his clothes in order before slowly raising his head. What happened? Bao Ning shook her head. Far from being rested she yawned and started looking for her cell phone. Didn't we go out this morning to buy a cell phone for Lin Jing? After we bought it, we were looking for a way to let her register a forum account as well. and then post a clarification thread. But we just finished registering and found a post whose hotness overpowered all the previous posts. Huang Yiba's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and in the end it was almost inaudible. Lin Jing, who was standing right next to her and clutching her cell phone with both hands, didn't look too good either. Ruan Qi even had a constipated look on his face. Only Chen Rao, who had poked his head out of his backpack and rested on Lin Jing's shoulder, had anticipation in his eyes and was very curious about Bao Ning's behavior after he learned the news. TSK, 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 or how do you say? One can't sleep too much. Chen Rao hemmed and hawed. Isn't it a good thing that the heat of an opinion post is being suppressed? What kind of post was it? Bao Ning, who couldn't find his cell phone for a moment, could only listen to the three. It's the one you posted last night, the clarification post. Lin Jing opened her mouth with some hesitation, opening her phone and switching to the tire interface to bring it to Bao Ning. Isn't that just right? After they see it, won't they know the real? Bao Ning took a look. This post that had been published for less than 24 hours had already overpowered all the previous heat overnight. What with the two major scolding hot threads of the pro-Lin faction and the anti-Lin faction? They are all scum in front of this thread. In one night alone, this thread went crazy and covered a full 40,000 floors, sweeping over with a casual glance. In addition to the new students, there were also quite a few old students of Johua and even teachers who had joined the building war. Bao Ning's clarification post with a clear real name and position certification, extremely official wording after fermentation, in turn became the most powerful evidence to prove that Lin Jing's background is huge. The inverted Lin faction has been completely extinct at this time. Now the entire forum is full of the Help Lin faction, and there are even people who have already openly posted confessions, threatening that as long as Lin Jing opens his mouth, even if he wants a star, he can find a way to get one. With such heat, unprecedented. Almost no one in the whole of Johua didn't know her name now. If it wasn't for the fact that at 8:31 this morning, this post was officially closed for comments and kept only on the front page for viewing, I'm afraid the floor would have broken 100,000 by now. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's my cell phone? Cold sweat was running down. Bao Ning screamed and leapt up. The three swore along with Chen Rao that this was the fastest woman they had ever seen in this life. Hold your horses. We'll help you find it. Yeah. We'll help you find it together. Ha 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 ha, laughing me to death. But it's good. With such a mess, I guess little Lin Jing will have a lot less trouble in the future. Chen Rao, who was completely in the mindset of watching the show, laughed out loud, wagging his tail and jumping onto the chair, flaunting his arms as if he was an overseer. The four of them were in a flurry of chicken and dog, and in the end, they finally found Bao Ning's cell phone under the bed. Rolling, Bao Ning sat on his knees, trembling as he picked up his cell phone and lit it up. From 8:30 a.m. to now, there were 47 missed calls and 112 unread messages. The most conspicuous one among them was the one and only message sent by the Note, Life Snatcher, which was short and clear. Answer the phone. Bad. The fewer the words, the bigger the matter. Bao Ning exclaimed with a bit of a meltdown. The three men looked at me and I looked at you, looking at each other not knowing what to say. Life-snatching scholar, this memo is actually not difficult to guess. Take a look at Bao Ning's reaction and then associate it. This person is bound to be Gung Shuan undoubtedly. You guys mustn't talk. Bao Ning stood up at once, holding his cell phone in both hands and admonishing. The three men nodded in unison, and Chen Rao toed the table and leapt onto the bed in a single bound. The bed was pretty soft after stepping on it. After all, it wasn't as soft as Lin Jing's arms. It's nothing more than a matter of dying early or late. The world is meant to be a giant straw man. How wrong is that? Chen Rao yawned and whimpered in a low voice. Little White, come here. Lin Jing waved her hand towards Chen Rao, and simply yanked him directly, holding him in her arms. To say that Chen Rao, this guy is also a good life. The general royal beast master treats the royal beasts. There are very few like Lin Jing, so like a pet to bring around. After all, the royal beasts are of many different kinds. Following the different stages of growth in size and appearance are also very different. Generally, for the sake of convenience, will be housed in the royal beast space. Never see the sun all day long, although it is not so narrow and cramped. But in the end, there is not as comfortable as Chen Rao, such as the outside to the comfort of the world, especially when you also get to sleep in the arms of a beautiful woman every day. TSK. On the other hand, Bao Ning, who had calmed down and was ready to be scolded, slowly dialed Gung Shuan's number. Huang Yiba gulped at the side. At this moment, it was the closest moment to his idol. The phone rang twice to be answered. Chief, I'm sorry, my cell phone was turned off before I opened it. Things they have said to me. It is my negligence and carelessness that led to the public opinion problem. I am willing to be punished. Bao Ning hesitated for a split second, then immediately admitted his mistake with a sincere attitude. There was a silence on the other end of the line. No answer. On the other end of the phone, the four men were also frozen in place like they were not moving. The only thing quiet in the air was the sound of Chen Rao's purring as he lay in Lin Jing's arms. After a long time, Geng Shuwen's voice came from the other end of the phone. There is no anger in Baoning's imagination, nor any other superfluous emotions. Unusually calm, the problem has arisen. Do not consider admitting fault. Before things continue to ferment, the technical office side will temporarily do some processing, outsourcing public relations. Since you're out in the field now, don't think about that for a while. Ensure the personal safety of the students in this group and make sure nothing else goes wrong. Promise to finish the job. Baoning stood slinking straight. Prepare a 5,000 word review and statement before you return. This matter has such a great impact that the Directorate General has decided to have you make a statement of clarification on your behalf after the practical training in Zhihua. Geng Shuwen continued to add, Okay, I understand. Baoning nodded repeatedly. Geng Shuwen then hung up. Scratch that. Thought there would be a criticized session that I would enjoy. Chen Rao lied down in Lin Jing's arms and let out a oh. Phew. Okay, just a review. It seems that the problem is not too big. You three also do not look at it. Pack up and pack up. We will leave now. Baoning let out a long breath. The crisis is lifted. Subsequently, after the four of them simply packed their bags and then ate more simply, they drove straight to the practical training location after driving the SUV that they had exchanged at the West Forest Alliance administration. It is located in the Sanling control area, 42 kilometers away from the northwest of a town in Xilanmeng. The so-called controlled areas, i.e., areas where there are no, or very few, human inhabitants, and most of the area is under the control of magical beasts or in a state of anarchy. There were no laws, much less rules. There were just the basic rules of the weak and the strong, except that it was much safer compared to the fallen areas, which were completely controlled by the wraiths. After all, even without a safety officer, the closest executive Imperial Beastmaster stationed in the Three Ridges control area was just under 7 kilometers away. I've only heard of this desolation, but I didn't expect it to be so desolate. Huan Yibo looked out the window and couldn't help but sweat over the practical training. The specifics of the practical training are all clear, right? Baoning asked as he bit into his bread. The three nodded. The content of the practical training is very simple. 3 people will be in the Three Ridge control area successively for a period of 5, 7, 15 days of independent action, comprehensive consideration in the field situation of independent adaptation, combat, survival ability, and ultimately based on 3 times, the quality of time and whether the imperial beasts are evolved, become stronger, and other factors of comprehensive assessment. But among them, the highest percentage is whether or not the imperial beast evolves and gets stronger. Therefore, among the many practical training locations, it is the areas with more resources that are more appealing. By no means was it a whole like the Three Ridges control area of the West Forest Alliance. The 3 of you keep this, because there is a high chance of getting separated in the practical training ground, so you will need the Soul Chaser system to pinpoint your location. Remember, anything can be thrown, it can't. Baoning took out 3 keychain-sized black cubes from his storage box and tossed them to the 3. Alright, then we'll see you in 5 days? Huan Yibo took the black square and looked at the endless goby, half expecting, half rejecting. When I find a flatter spot. Baoning's words didn't fall. The left front wheel of the moving SUV burst out with a loud bang, and then the whole car flew directly from the car's butt to the head. Hexagonal Black Dragon. Chapter 27, Powerful Battle Against the Armor-Cloaked Dung Beetle. The roar came like an explosion of thunder, and Baoning's reaction was faster than everyone else's before he summoned the Imperial Beast. The tumbled-up SUV disintegrated directly in the air before it even hit the ground, the burning fuel tank being deflected and bounced off by a thick black arm, arcing through the air and exploding into a fireball. The fire glowed in the sky, illuminating the silhouette of a magical beast in the distance. It was a beetle that was at least 2 meters long, with 2 slender tentacles over 3 meters long, and a body that was as hard as steel. Can this thing also be a magical beast? Insects seem to have very short lifespans, right? Chen Rao, who had easily stabilized his center of gravity, had already manifested his original size, biting Lin Jing's backpack in his mouth and slowly placing her on the ground. The basic information about the beetle was in small letters floating in front of his eyes. Youth, wooden bloodline, a qualification, armored dung beetle. Remaining life, 74 years. Chen Rao looked at the small words in front of him and wondered a little. This small play should actually live so long? A full 74 years of lifespan, almost as long as the combined lifespan of the 4 blacklisted imperial beasts at the time of Aoto. Are you guys okay? Baoning, who had also landed smoothly, looked over at the trio. Apart from Lin Jing, who was held by Chen Rao's backpack and had nothing to do with it, although Huan Yibo and Ruan Qi looked a bit lousy, but nothing major had happened, and they had all summoned their respective imperial beasts. Growth period Ironstone bloodline A+ qualification Cavern Sage. growth period, wooden tire bloodline, A+ qualification, amazing white shadow lord, as well as the one that stood behind Bowning. It was huge, like a huge imperial beast with an ancient dragon's head and a body that looked like a composite of a lizard and an orangutan, its body pitch black and full of sharp and rugged scales and protrusions, as if it were a ferocious god from mythology. Complete stage Ironstone Bloodline S qualification, hexagonal black dragon. This is Sister Pao Ning's imperial beast. It's really imposing. Huang Yibo looked at the hexagonal black dragon and then at the miniature rice in his palm, couldn't help but praise it. Just a big black goo lizard. Chen Rao glanced at it with disdain. Currently, as far as the imperial beasts he had seen were concerned, none of them could be compared to the 4 prime dragon pillars. That extreme strength and terrifying sense of oppression made Chen Rao incomparably unforgettable. Not to mention that the hexagonal black dragon's bloodline was only just ironstone, and when compared to Chen Rao, it was only slightly higher in terms of growth stage and qualification rating. He lowered his head and looked at his system panel after passing the S+ rating. Growing up Ironstone Bloodline, A+ qualification, Winter Thunder Wolf. Current remaining life expectancy, 11 years. Don't pat yourself on the back, fatty. Think of a way to get rid of this guy first. Ruanqi blankly glanced at Huang Yibo and looked at the armor-clad dung beetle with some concern. This beetle genus of magical beast's huge size, hard shell, and in the youth of the battle experience is naturally quite old-fashioned, can be in the control area to grow to such a large but has not yet been eliminated. I think the combat power must not be low. Coupled with the already strong defenses of the cloaked dung beetle and the disparity in growth stages compared down the line, it would be difficult to break through the defenses with just the 3 imperial beasts. You talk hard enough too. Huang Yibo rolled his eyes at Ruanqi and placed the rice on the ground. The tiny guinea pig, propped up on its hind legs, stood up. But he is indeed right. It is time for you 3 to figure out how to get rid of the armored dung beetle. Bowning hugged her arms. As a security officer, she should indeed ensure the personal safety of the 3. But that didn't mean she was a free hitter. All students should attempt to hunt all magical beasts they encounter on their own during practical training. If successful, then all the loot obtained can be freely disposed of. Whether it's refining blood, flesh and bones into supplements for the imperial beasts to consolidate their bloodline, or getting lucky and obtaining some very rare material treasure, the Academy and the authority won't ask questions. However, if it fails and the wraith is killed by the safety officer, then even if the wraith slips out a piece of after death, it will have to be dealt with by the Academy and the authority. Little White, confident? Lin Jing straightened her hair and looked towards the armored dung beetle in the distance. The big guy didn't appear to be hostile, just hiding in the dirt, sleeping, and accidentally woken up by the SUV. The current confrontation is also just out of instinct. A youth stage woodborne bloodline, 9 times out of 10. Chen Rao hesitated slightly for a moment and could not help but think of the divine wood ape. It was the same youth stage wooden tire bloodline, except that at that time, Chen Rao was merely a growing stage wooden tire bloodline, and now he was a growing stage ironstone bloodline. After a few moments of brief conversation between the men, the huge, cloaked dung beetle raised its head slightly, its wide, thick mouthparts rubbing together to make a coco-da-da-da-da sound, and its 2 forelegs raised high in the air as if it were performing some sort of ritual. It's going to attack. Lin Jing saw the purpose behind this bizarre behavior at a glance. As soon as Lin Jing's words fell, the armored dung beetle suddenly let out an extremely sharp sound. In the next second, the armor-plated dung beetle, whose size was completely comparable to a small car, flew at speed and charged towards the several people. The moment the huge and heavy body moved as if it were a tank in motion was as horrifying. What this magical beast without the command of a royal beast master relied on when fighting was completely the instinct of the organism. Flash! The 4 of them gave the same command almost simultaneously, only that contrary to the dashing manner in which the remaining 3 were taken away by the imperial beasts to flash away. Huang Yibo instead grabbed the rice himself and fled in a sorry state. An imperial beast master protecting imperial beasts? How did this rich second generation's brain grow? With Lin Jing on his back, Chen Rao couldn't help but wonder as he looked at Huang Yibo, who was being chased around by the armored dung beetle. It was always the imperial beasts that protected the imperial beast masters, but he was fine. It was the other way around. Rice, are you ready yet? Huang Yibo was running for his life with all his might. The rice in his hand squeaked twice, which meant no. Next to him, Ruanqi, who couldn't stand to watch, rubbed his forehead, and with a slight movement of his fingers, the white amazing shadow lord soaring in the sky whirled around and twisted its stance, launching the scorching feather with a sweep of its feathers. The cloaked dung beetle that was focused on chasing after Huang Yibo didn't even notice the scorching feathers unleashed by the white amazing shadow lord. 7 feathers burning with white flames were like arrows stabbing at the cloaked dung beetle, but they were easily blocked by its back armor. Ding, 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 ding. With 7 crunching sounds, the searing feather fails steeply. Damn it, A youth stage cloaked dung beetle outer armor is actually this hard? Ruan Chi had a bit of a headache. He didn't think that the defense of a youth stage cloaked dung beetle could be so strong. And if even the scorching feather couldn't break its defense, then the same could be said for the other attacks of the white amazing Shadow Lord. Unless you use super dangerous dust. But right now, Huang Yiba is being chased so closely that he can't use it at all. Little white, on. Lin Jing gently patted the side of Chen Rao's face. Little fatty, I'm coming. Oh. Chen Rao laughed lightly, not even using Lin Jing's command to unleash blinding thunder flicker. In the next second, a snow-white wolf's head surrounded by shimmering lightning appeared before the eyes of the cloaked dung beetle that was rubbing its mouthpiece in pursuit of Huang Yiba. Bam! With a loud bang, the armored dung beetle that weighed nearly 2 tons hardened against Chen Rao's body and continued forward. Asterisk. This guy is so strong? Chen Rao's hands pressed down on the horns of the armor-plated dung beetle with deadly force. He didn't expect that his hallowed ironstone bloodline would actually be unable to suppress this damned bug. On the contrary, the armor-plated dung beetle, which had almost zero vision, only used its tentacles to briefly probe Chen Rao's size, and then raised its 2 forelegs high, with more than 3 inches of sharp spikes on them stabbing straight towards Chen Rao's abdomen. Little white, Xian ice outer armor, Lin Jing hurriedly commanded, and almost at the same time, it was not easy to get rid of the tiger's mouth. Huang Yiba found a safe place. After confirming that the rice is finally ready, actually directly threw the rice out. A small clump of it flew out as if it were a rock. Give it to me, back up, Chen Rao hissed as he unleashed his Xian ice outer armor, and the sharp spikes of the cloaked dung beetle's 4 feet collided against it to even send out half a foot of sparks. Hissing, the equally defiant armored dung beetle let out a bizarre shriek, its 2 pairs of hind feet stepping deeply into the ground, frozen and unmoving under Chen Rao's several times and 3 times of strong attacks. Rice, swing round and smash it. As Huang Yiba watched the rice get closer and closer to the armor-plated dung beetle, his left hand boomed and clenched his fist. A person has a person to command the royal beast method. Lin Jing face to face, Ruan Chi concise. That Huang Yiba is easy to understand. Chen Rao, who was wrestling with the armor-clad dung beetle, caught a glimpse of a small dot flying over in his afterglow before it boomed to size in a split second. This was definitely not a change in morphing, but rather a skill of the great rice, or perhaps it was a bloodline trait that imperial beasts were born with. Only to see the usual only palm-sized rice in a flash, the size of the body swelled to nearly 4 meters high, broad body as if the adult elephant is huge, shoulder and neck spread out as if the growth of boulders, short thick tail stretches to become long as a long whip, the eyes were scarlet, and the colors of the bristles on his chest overlapped in ghastly patterns. Rock cave sage, roar! The transformed rice let out a low growl, raising his arm high enough to be as thick as Chen Rao's waist and slamming it down heavily towards the back armor of the armor-clad dung beetle. Boom! Well. Rich people like to play with contrasts, don't they? Either it's not bigger or it's this big. Chen Rao dodged, and then saw the cloaked dung beetle being smashed half a foot deep into the ground by Rice's direct punch. Tenacious giant fist. With just one punch, the cloaked dung beetle was smashed into the ground. Its power was so great that it even smashed the ground with dense spiderweb-like cracks. The dust cleared, and the armored dung beetle appeared to be out of action. Not over? Lin Jing frowned slightly, always feeling that something was wrong. Not yet. Chen Rao looked at the system panel in front of him. If the cloaked dung beetle was dead, then the system should have begun absorbing lifespans by now. But at this moment, the remaining lifespan of the armored dung beetle is still 74 years. Armored dung beetles, usually hoard the food they collect underground. Ruan Chi stood still, pondering, hoarding food underneath. How much would that be for such a big house? And, heads, then its food is spread out. Xiao Bai. Lin Jing, who had also reacted, shouted, but it was too late. Rice's huge punch of stubborn stone not only smashed the cloaked dung beetle down, but also smashed the layer of fragile ground surface constructed by the cloaked dung beetle, and the 4 people and 5 beasts, just like this, plunged straight towards the ground. Here's a full, armored dung beetle stockpile of food, aka *T. Chapter 28, 3000 Ice and Thunder Falls. Discovering the golden armor molt? Are you guys alright? After a weightless fall, Baoning was still the first one to regain his composure, and the huge-bodied hexagonal black dragon landed firmly on the ground before dragging Baoning down with its front claws. Still, okay, the 3 of them replied in much the same way, although their reaction speed was a bit slower, but by and large, they also drove the imperial beasts to protect themselves and land safely on the ground, especially Lin Jing. The incident was urgent. Chen Rao had launched the blistering thunder flicker twice, almost consuming all the surplus thunder attribute breath in his body, and at this moment, carrying Lin Jing on his back and stepping on the armored dung beetle, he was steady. Looking around, Chen Rao couldn't help but marvel at how this monster had really hollowed out the underground. The armored dung beetle, which is more than 2 meters long, dug a nearly basketball court-sized hollow in the ground, about 4 meters high, and filled the ground with slimy and strong-smelling vomit. I'm about to throw up. Hwanyaba didn't even dare to look at the on the ground. The stench alone was about to make him vomit. On the other hand, on the other side, Ruan Chi, who was suspended in midair by amazing white shadow lords' pull on his shoulders, looked as normal, and the air currents swirling around him naturally shielded the stench. This armored dung beetle, is it really not dead? Ruan Chi asked with a frown. It was true that the youth wooden fetus bloodline's armored dung beetle could resist one of Rice's heavy blows without dying, but if it really wasn't dead, it should have stormed out and attacked the crowd by now. So why didn't it react? Didn't die. You guys were only exposed to simulated real-world battles before, and didn't actually kill imperial or magical beasts, right? Pao Ning sat in the palm of the hexagonal black dragon and looked around, finally landing his eyes on the armor-clad dung beetle at Chen Rao's feet. The three of them nodded their heads, except for Chen Rao, who slightly lowered his head and looked at the motionless armored dung beetle at his feet. Back on that night in the prison cell, when he killed those 4 blacklisted imperial beasts, he knew what an imperial or magical beast would look like after death. Unlike human beings or other animals and beasts, imperial beasts and magical beasts more or less had the aura of their corresponding elemental attributes sealed in their bodies, such as the fire attribute of the white amazing shadow lord, the rocky earth and wood attributes of the cavern sage, and Chen Rao's own cold ice and lightning attributes. After a beast with elemental attributes sealed in it dies completely, the elemental attributes in its body will escape as colorful scents, most of which will dissipate with the wind, and only a very few of which can be absorbed by the imperial beast. The more it absorbed, the more likely it was that the imperial beast would change, evolution or mutation. It relied on these elemental scents. Right now, the fact that this rock and earth attribute cloaked dung beetle had yet to escape its elemental aura was the strongest proof that it was still alive. I see, but what does it mean that this guy is not moving at all right now? Huang Yibo asked as he nodded his head while holding back his nausea. At this moment, the heavily wounded armored dung beetle was lying motionless at Chen Rao's feet, with 2 slender tentacles fitting on both sides of its body, and 3 pairs of similarly slender feet overlapping on both sides as if they were armor, part of which was exposed, and part of which was buried on the ground. It's like a turtle shrinking into its shell, not moving at all. The magical beasts in the control area will not choose to attack with the same reckless fury as the magical beasts in the fallen area when they encounter danger if they can't beat them, but will instead choose to run away and conceal themselves. Baoning patiently did the explaining. Because they were magical beasts living in the control area, most of them had fought against the executive imperial beast masters stationed in the control area, and their survival instincts would not allow them to send them to their deaths, but rather learn to defend and dodge. There was a huge difference between this and the magical beasts in the fallen zone that only knew how to plunder indiscriminately. To put it bluntly, being beaten into submission? Ruan Chi frowned. I see. The magical beasts in the control area can neither get rid of their primitive instincts to become imperial beasts, nor can they have a place in the fallen area where magical beasts are overgrown. When they encounter danger, most of them will also choose to hide and defend. Lin Jing said slowly and thoughtfully. That's right, that's why the practical training site was chosen in a controlled area. It's risky but relatively safe. Baoning gave Lin Jing a thumbs up. So you're just playing dead? Chen Rao lowered his head and looked at the armor-clad dung beetle in the midst of playing dead. Feet pressed hard, claws the size of a man's head pressing against the hard outer armor of the cloaked dung beetle with a cackling sound of compression. The power of Demi's tenacious giant fist was not small, and even though the back armor of the cloaked dung beetle was comparable to steel, it was still smashed with some cracks. In addition, this fellow had been hunted by the nearby squad of executive imperial beastmasters before, and with new and old wounds coming together on the back armor, it was on the verge of being shattered long ago. With 74 years of lifespan in front of him, there was no way Chen Rao would just spare it so easily. What should we do with it? You guys decide quickly. This place really stinks. Huanyaba pinched his nose. He had just been smoked and vomited once. Since it's starting to play dead, it means it's not far from death. It's a pity that Sanchi's attacks are hardly enough to break its defense. And with super dangerous dust words, I don't want to be blown all over the... Ruanchi glanced at the cloaked dung beetle rather disgustedly. Little White's attacks also seem to have a hard time being able to break defense? Lin Jing was lying on Chen Rao's back, and because of the Winter Thunder Wolf's cold aura, she wasn't able to smell the monstrous stench. It's true that hitting the back armor is difficult, but I can hit it here. Chen Rao ran his claws along the line of the cloaked dung beetle's back armor toward the head stripe, stopping at the articulation. Here, at the weakest and softest joints of the armored dung beetle's hard back armor. Anyway, you guys decide that you won't be able to get the loot if I have to deal with it. Baoning dropped a sentence and drove the hexagonal black dragon to jump up. The smell at the bottom was really a bit too stinky. Of the size of a basketball court and nearly half a meter thick. That smell. Vomit. I can't. I can't take it anymore. Rice, take me to jump up. Huang Yibo could no longer endure the stench after throwing up 3 times, and actively gave up and directly drove Rice to jump out. In the hollow, only Lin Jing and Ruan Qi remained, although the two are now teammates. 3 months later, Ruan Qi agreed with Lin Jing a long time ago to lift the department of the competition, facing an opportunity to become stronger naturally not willing to give up. But as Ruan Qi said himself at the beginning, the white amazing shadow lords, it was hard to break the defense. I can't stand it either. Sanchi, lol. Ruan Qi looked at the armored dung beetle in disgust, not really wanting to linger here any longer. Now it's just the 2 of us left. Xiao Bai, can you break the defense against it? Although Lin Jing also disliked this magical beast that lived on eating, the opportunity to become stronger was here, and she didn't want to give up just like that. All the way to the present, Lin Jing deeply understood a truth. It's hard to become strong. It's hard to eat. It's harder to become strong than to eat. It's hard to have a chance and you have to grab it. Light and easy. Chen Rao pressed his claws against the soft connection between the cloaked dung beetle's head and its body, exerting a slight force. At this moment in the hollow, neither Lin Jing nor Chen Rao noticed that the way the 2 of them communicated with each other was not at all like the way a royal beast master communicates with a royal beast. Only a questioner would ask if it can break the cloaked dung beetle, and only human beings can have a definitive answer to that question. That's what can. Only neither one reacted to it, instead thinking it was perfectly normal. Chen Rao's claws pressed against the soft neck position of the cloaked dung beetle, and with a slight force, the sharp claws pierced into it. Goo goo goo. The pained armored dung beetle let out a muffled cry, and then its huge body moved, its 3 pairs of hardened feet slowly opening up, its back armor shaking, and it used all its strength to forcefully bounce Chen Rao away. Just a dying struggle. 3000 frost explosion. Chen Rao carried Lin Jing to stabilize his body, and after isolating the on the ground with his Xian ice outer armor, he directly unleashed the 3000 frost explosion without any instructions. Densely packed ice creams instantly appeared and surrounded the armored dung beetle in unison. But who would have expected that the dying dung beetle didn't launch an attack on Chen Rao, but instead pressed its head extremely low and continued to emit the coo-coo-coo-coo-odd cry as if it was begging for mercy? Little white stop. It seems like it's begging for mercy? Lin Jing noticed the oddity of the cloaked dung beetle and gently pressed Chen Rao's head. Beg for mercy? Begging for mercy so I can spare it? Chen Rao angled his head. He also saw the movements of the cloaked dung beetle, but with a whole 74 years of life expectancy, he didn't want to give up easily. Spare it? How is that possible? This was the first time that Chen Rao didn't follow Lin Jing's instructions, as he continued to control the 3000 frost bursts of ice pressure to approach the cloaked dung beetle, and the cloaked dung beetle that kept begging for mercy seemed to realize that begging for mercy was useless, and actually quickly moved backward. Be careful, little white, Lin Jing spoke in panic. I knew you wouldn't simply beg for mercy. Chen Rao's eyes showed a ferocious light, and while the 3000 frost blasts continued to oppress the cloaked dung beetle, he mobilized all the remaining lightning elements in his body to unleash a small-scale thundercloud and attached it to the ice glaze of the 3000 frost blasts. 3000 ice and thunder waterfalls, densely wrapped with thunder-light ice flower ice cream straight toward the cloaked dung beetle. The horrible cold air will even freeze the sticky and wet on the ground. The thunder light rolls, the arc of electricity pulls. In an instant a flash of light in the hollow, above the ground. The trio overlooked the scene in the cave, and as the lightning dissipated, it had also become impossible to see the specifics due to the perspective issue. In order to become stronger, Lin Jing has really put up a fight as well. Pao Ning didn't know whether to praise or be helpless at this point. The remaining 2 were silent, just watching. Meanwhile, in the hollow, as the lightning dissipated, Chen Rao stepped on the body of the armored dung beetle. Ding, absorbing the dung beetle's remaining lifespan for you, 74 years. Ding, lifespan absorption complete. Current remaining lifespan, 85 years. Ding, the system has detected a high concentration of elemental air in the vicinity. Please pay attention to the host. Chen Rao was a bit puzzled as he looked at the small words in front of him. Highly concentrated elemental breath? Cough cough. Little white, did you just create a brand new skill by yourself? Lin Jing, who had choked on the ice flowers, coughed twice, somewhat unable to believe what she had just seen. Although the skills of the Imperial Beasts can be freely combined, most of them are the work of the Imperial Beast Master. It was the first time that the Imperial Beasts had put their skills together by themselves. Ignore the details. Chen Rao gulped, and only then did he realize that this time it seemed like the autonomous behavior was a bit too much. This little episode didn't last long, however, as Lin Jing noticed what appeared to be an object emitting a faint glow buried underneath the head of the cloaked dung beetle's corpse. Ding, system testing complete. Found, golden armor molt, perfect. Chen Rao also discovered the faint glow at his feet together, and the system also gave the result almost simultaneously. Chapter 29, The Mystery Between Attributes, Devouring the Golden Armor Molt. What is this? Lin Jing leaned down, somewhat puzzled. Only a palm-sized piece of micro-yellow was revealed beneath the ice beneath the body of the cloaked dung beetle. Golden armor molt. What is it? Chen Rao looked at the small words in front of him and was equally very puzzled. Both of them looked down at the same time and realized that the cloaked dung beetle appeared to be digging this out to use for his life, only to be killed by the 3,000 ice and thunder waterfalls before he could do so. Buried a little deep. Xiao Bai? Lin Jing grabbed a corner and pulled it outward with all her might, but it wouldn't budge. Chen Rao nodded and prepared to move the body of the armored dung beetle away first, but he unexpectedly found that with his own strength, he couldn't actually move the body of this big bug. Helpless, Lin Jing finally had to call Huang Yibo down. Good thing that this time when he came down, the on the ground was frozen by the 3,000 ice and thunder waterfalls. Otherwise Huang Yibo would probably have to vomit again for a while. It was Rice who ended up going into cavern sage form again and lifting the body of the cloaked dung beetle off the ground with a single slap. This little guy is usually not big, but when he transforms, he is incredibly strong. The body was moved away. The exposed golden armor molt was within reach. Lin Jing bent down low and reached out. A little force will be the golden armor molt to take out. Raised in the sunlight, about the size of a basketball, and the gold armor molt seems to be some kind of crustacean shell. The color is golden and slightly transparent like amber. The appearance of hard and unparalleled. After reaching inside is very soft. Moreover, this golden armor molt, which had been hidden under the pile of by the armored dung beetle for an unknown period of time, actually couldn't smell the slightest bit of stench, and instead exuded a faint grassy aroma. It's beautiful. Lin Jing held up the golden armor molt with one hand, and although it was quite textured, it was very light. Golden armor molt, it's really as tempting as gold, Chen Rao said silently in his heart, and could not help but recall the system's description text for the golden armor molt, containing a high concentration of elemental scents. Chen Rao sniffed with his nose, and there was no other flavor other than that faint grassy fragrance. Do you recognize this thing? Huang Yibo asked as he curiously came over. Lin Jing shook her head, not recognizing it. Among all the books she had read about imperial beasts, there was no record of such a thing, not even anything similar to it, which was completely beyond the scope of her knowledge. Then why are we still standing here? What Huang Yibo meant was that maybe the two people up there knew each other. A few moments later, the open ground in the Three Ridges control area of the desert of the Western Forest Alliance. 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, sat on blankets, staring at the golden armor molting in the center, unable to say why. Forgive my ignorance, but this is something I've never really seen before, and it can't even be used without a net 1,000 degrees. Ruanqi scrutinized it for half a day and held out a tasteless fart. Don't look at me, I recognize even less. Huang Yibo dug his nose, his face innocent. I haven't seen it before either, and it's still something that Little White discovered first. Lin Jing was also being honest, glancing at Chen Rao, who had morphed to the size of a cat in her arms. Bao Ning turned his eyes to look at Chen Rao, and then instantly felt that something was wrong. A slap on the forehead. I'm also enough to actually plan to wait for you to speak. Not now, but maybe later, and I've never seen this before, but I know how to use it. Chen Rao blankly glanced at Bao Ning and struggled out of the crook of Lin Jing's leg. He walked himself over to the side of the golden armor molt, and Chen Rao, who was now only the size of a cat, was just able to stand on top of the golden armor molt, and could even stick his head inside, but there was no need for it at all. Chen Rao looked at the small words in front of him and gently tapped his claws on the shell of the golden armor molt. Golden armor molt's perfect quality. Introduction. The metamorphosis of the metamorphosis organism after the evolution of the juvenile stage of the 7-eyed sacred beetle, which should be retained until the complete body and used in the evolution of the complete body, can ensure that the 7-eyed sacred beetle can perfectly evolve to the metamorphosis stage, the Schwanni cloud beetle, which contains strong metamorphosis metallicity, which can perhaps be swallowed by other beasts to trigger a mutation. Description. A piece of perfect quality. Seems to be in the rotting things drowned in the gold armor molt for a long time. The original owner has disappeared. Now this baby who picks up is whose? Ding, the system has finished analyzing. You can consume your lifespan to directly devour or absorb the golden armor molt. Consumption of gold armor, 50 years, 75% utilizable. Absorption of gold armor molt consumption life, 100 years, 83% utilizable. Chen Rao was somewhat speechless. A golden armor molt actually required so many years of life. Even if he had just absorbed the lifespan of the cloaked dung beetle, it was now only 85 years, and at the very least he would have to absorb another 16 years of lifespan before he could do so in a full count. So for now, to him, the golden armor molt was a treasure that could be viewed from afar but not played with. But no one can have too much of this baby stuff, so save it for a rainy day. To be honest, I haven't seen it either. And from the detection, attributes aren't primary attributes either. Bao Ning took the authority's specialized detection equipment and ticked it off, his face a bit less than favorable. Metaphysical metallicity. Primary attributes? The 3 men asked, frowning in unison. The three of them were at least students of the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy, representing the top level of junior Imperial Beast Masters of the young generation, but they had said that they had never even heard of this expression. This is a concept that you will learn later on. The attributes of Imperial Beasts are actually very complex, far more so than what you have previously learned in primary Imperial Beast theory. Bowning scratched his head, and it seemed like he was about to begin to popularize a bit of cultural knowledge. To put it simply, the Imperial Beast attributes that the three of them currently knew and had access to were all primary attributes. This includes the most common water, fire, wood, ice, earth, etc., as well as more advanced sounding attributes like thunder, hurricane, and rock, all of which are actually primary attributes, mainly manifested as attributes that can be mastered by Imperial Beasts of youth and below, pure in nature, easy to control, and generally very active, with very few manifesting in a stable state. The Xian metallicity, which belongs to the advanced attribute of the metal attribute, is pure in nature, easy to control, and stable in normality, and the defense power of the Imperial Beasts or magical beasts that generally have the Xian metallicity is significantly higher than that of the same level. Strengthening defense? Huang Yiba somewhat didn't understand. No, the progression attribute has a wide range of influences, and will even constrain the bloodline class of the Imperial Beasts, but it still depends on fate and ability, such as Old Gung, Chief Gung Shuwen's Imperial Beast, the 4 prime dragon pillars. Bao Ning hurriedly changed his name. Can you elaborate? Ruan Qi was full of curiosity. Chen Rao was likewise very curious. Primary attributes, advanced attributes. No wonder he always felt that the 4 prime dragon pillars gave him a special feeling. It turned out to be the difference in attributes. This can be. It's not within the scope of confidentiality. The attribute composition of the 4 Optimus Prime pillars is called 4-1 in our parlance, which means 4 primary attributes, 2 advanced attributes, and 1 higher-order attribute. Pao Ning simply acted as a science teacher for the 3 of them at this moment. The 4 prime dragon pillars, with base attributes of rock, fire, earth, and wood respectively, advanced attributes of arcane gold, and I1/2 graphite I1/2, and high-level attributes of great sun radiance. As for the effect of third-order attributes on Imperial Beasts, in layman's terms, it's similar to building a building. The basic attributes determine the root of the Imperial Beast. For example, if the 4 prime dragon pillars don't have the ice attribute, it won't be able to use the ice attribute's Imperial Beast skills, and the attributes of rock, fire, and so on, will be suppressed by the attributes of ice and water, which can't be changed by the advanced and high-level attributes. Advanced attributes strengthen certain attributes of the Imperial Beast, again using the 4 prime dragon pillars as an example. Metaphysical metallic greatly enhances its defense, while dense graphite strengthens its resilience and endurance. And big sun radiant, honestly don't know. High-ranked attributes are currently held too little, and relevant research content and literature is almost non-existent. And in the only few battles after the 4 optimists awakened the Great Sun Radiant attribute, they did not show any specific effects. It was only because after awakening this attribute, a huge, golden pattern like the sun burning fiery appeared behind the 4 prime dragon pillars, hence the name Great Sun Radiance. It's a bit complicated, but ultimately, it's just strengthening attributes, right? Chen Rao nodded thoughtfully and patted the golden armor mold beneath his belly. Metaphysical metal properties, strengthened defense, sounds good. I see, so there will be an effect between the 3 attributes? Lin Jing asked with a nod. At the moment, there is an impact between the advancement and primary attributes. Some of the royal beasts that awakened the red tide attribute, the original wood attribute will disappear, and the related skills and characteristics will also disappear. It seems that there is a relationship with the 5 elements of birth and gravity, and the specifics will have to wait for the technical side to send out an announcement. Bowning patiently said, then it seems that this thing may not be a good thing yet. Xian Jin, gold overcomes wood. Fatty your rice doesn't seem to be able to use it. Ruanqi rationally analyzed. Scram, or I wouldn't be able to look at this. Huang Yiba looked at the golden armor mold in disgust. He really didn't want something dug out of a frozen turd. As for my white amazing shadow lords, fire is overpowering gold, so maybe the effect isn't good either. Ruanqi continued to analyzing, and in the end it seemed to fall on Lin Jing's head. So, the round goes to me? Little White is now ice and electricity. Heavenly thunder refining the golden roof. It seems like it's really something like that, Lin Jing said after a little contemplation. In this comparison, Huang Yiba seems to be the one with the lowest knowledge, or else you could give it to them? Doesn't this thing belong to whoever sees it? Bao Ning glanced at Huang Yiba and Ruanqi. These 2 guys, still really planning to meet and split it in half? If this thing hadn't been left below by Lin Jing, it was estimated that no one would have been able to find it. That's something I love to hear. This thing can only be mine. Chen Rao showed his teeth towards Baoning. But how is this supposed to work? Lin Jing was a bit curious. Baoning shook his head, not knowing. The humans' knowledge of the Imperial Beast world was just as little and insignificant as their knowledge of the universe. I know. Chen Rao slowly stood up from his golden armor molt. Devouring or absorbing. The utilization rate and the lifespan consumed of these two kinds of comparisons. How to look at it is devouring is more profitable. Devouring, golden armor molting. Ding, 50 years of lifespan has been consumed and is being devoured for you. Golden armor molt. Chapter 30, Evolving the Frost-Dyed Thunder Spirit. Acquiring the Xinjin Suite. Devouring golden armor shedding. As the small words of the system surfaced, Chen Rao pressed his hands on top of the hard shell of the golden armor molt, and in a single breath the original hard and unparalleled golden armor molt was easily pressed out of the claw marks by him. Ha! Lin Jing seemed to notice this and leaned down slightly. What's wrong? Huang Yibo looked at Lin Jing with some confusion, but then he also noticed the subtle change in the golden armor molt. Just see, the hard and incomparable golden armor molt shell at this time is like a soft jelly. Chen Rao hand slightly force will easily press down. All of a sudden the soft down the golden armor molt is like melting gold towards Chen Rao's carcass against the flow. How is this possible? Bao Ning looked at Chen Rao in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. She was not aware of the exact method of using the golden armor molt, but based on past experience, all items containing elemental auras needed to be refined for a long period of time, and finally made into a tonic through some sort of edible medium before being handed over to the imperial beasts for use. And in the process of refining and eating, the elemental breath contained in it would tend to lose half of it, and even with today's best means of refining, the utilization rate was only around 35%, but at this moment, the golden armor molt that had not undergone any refining means was actually being devoured by Chen Rao on its own. Moreover, and through the detector's readings, at this time, Chen Rao's absorption utilization rate of the golden armor molt had reached a terrifying 75%. This can't be possible, right? The imperial beast mutated, temporarily evolved, and now inexplicably started devouring and absorbing the elemental aura of the golden armor molt? I can understand getting lucky once. Ruanqi still treated Lin Jing as a competitor in the end, so his mind was about to collapse when he saw the scene. Why don't you say that people are more angry than people? Huang Yibo, on the other hand, had a look of amusement on his face. As a fanboy, he of course wanted Lin Jing to be as strong as possible. On the contrary, Lin Jing did not move at all. Not the slightest expression could be seen on her face. Very calm. She is not a little cutie. She was a genius who had come to the imperial capital from the mountains all by herself to become a newborn of the legend of Jiuhua by relying on backward concepts and that almost perfunctory teaching resources in the school for the poor. Once is an accident, twice is a miracle. What about 3 times? Lin Jing herself did not believe that luck could be so good, especially after coming to Jiuhua. All kinds of performance of Xiaobai seemed to be as shrewd as a human being. Sometimes even she herself did not notice the instructions given to Xiaobai. Part-time as if she was chatting with a human being. Little white, are you still really you? Lin Jing looked at Chen Rao, her heart leaping out of her chest. Chen Rao, who was immersed in the process of devouring the golden armor molt, did not notice Lin Jing's strange expression. He felt the thick and powerful Xinjin breath of the golden armor molt, and allowed it to spread up to wrap his body in a gold-like liquid. Devouring golden armor molts as the remains of the 7-eyed sacred beetles evolved molt. It contains a thick metametallic elemental breath. The process of devouring is simple and rough. The metametallic elemental breath fiercely surges after entering the host's body, as if a rampaging wild beast is charging across the board. As the system's small words surfaced one by one, the golden armor molt had been completely transformed into golden water that was generally integrated into the body along the lines of Chen Rao's skin, and in an instant, it was as if the blood was boiling. So powerful? Chen Rao forced his body to endure the severe pain that turned his body upside down, and his body temperature rose rapidly as he was like a walking ball of fire at the moment. What's wrong with it? Huang Yibo hurriedly stood up. At this moment, Chen Rao was like a ball of fire, even scorching the blanket on the ground. Not sure. Blessings and curses. Who knows? Ruanqi likewise rose and took 2 steps backward. Xiaobai, Lin Jing, who had just been frozen in thought, directly forgot about the misgivings she had just had after seeing this scene and rushed up regardless. You can't go over there now. Bao Ning was quick on his feet and pulled Lin Jing back. Don't worry, I'm feeling fine now. Chen Rao stood still, trying to suppress the qi and blood that was churning within his body, and his continuously rising body temperature had already set the blanket at his feet on fire. The morphing is lifted, Chen Rao roared, instantly lighting up the prototype size. The huge winter thunder wolf emitted a terrifying coldness around its body, hardening the flames. Only at the same time was suppressed the body temperature that had just dramatically climbed. The collision of cold and heat only an instant to all the hair around Chen Rao condensed into a fragile dregs, gently flicked off all of them. Ding, you have successfully held on for 50 seconds. Remaining time to successfully devour the golden armor molt, 25 seconds. The two forces that clashed fiercely churned within the body, and this metaphysical metallic nature that didn't belong to the host at all was wildly and incomparably trying to find a direction to escape. Endlessly clashing. Give it to me, honestly, Chen Rao hissed. He could clearly feel the devoured golden armor molt rolling around inside him like a raging dragon at the moment. Collision. But it looks like it's in pain right now. Sister Bounning, don't you have any solutions? Lin Jing was anxious as she looked at Chen Rao, whose fur had all fallen off, revealing his ice blue body. There is, but it's risky. Bounning hesitated slightly. What risk? Lin Jing asked in a hurry. In my experience, Xiaobai can't withstand the arcane metallicity contained in the golden armor molt, but of course it's possible that he could be able to withstand or even evolve as a result. But if you're worried about that, I can also have the hexagonal black dragon break up that aura. The implication of Pounding's words was that the hexagonal black dragon could disperse the golden armor molt's elemental aura, and possibly injure Chen Rao along with it. Will die? Lin Jing hesitated for a moment. I don't know. Bouning's answer was dry. It was also the first time she had seen such a direct devouring and absorption of elemental breath, so whether it would kill her or not she didn't know. But still, according to past experience, a 35% utilization rate of supplements would make the imperial beast suffer, and this 75% utilization rate, Bounning really didn't know if Chen Rao would die. I'd rather little white be weaker than let it die. Lin Jing's meaning couldn't be clearer. Good. Hexagonal black dragon. Negative pressure punch. Bounning closed and opened his eyes, and the massive hexagonal black dragon roared into existence. Then it disappeared. Don't look at the hexagonal black dragon's huge size, but it was known for its speed. No one knew where the disappearing hexagonal black dragon would be, not even Pao Ning herself. But she could be sure of one thing: the moment the hexagonal black dragon reappeared was the moment that Chen Rao's elemental aura was dispersed. Oi oi oi. This worry is a bit too much. Where is that black dragon? Chen Rao, who strongly suppressed the surging breath in his body, was somewhat speechless. He knew that Lin Jing was concerned about him, but this concern was a bit inappropriate. Ding, you have successfully held on for 65 seconds. Remaining time to successfully devour the golden armor molt, 10 seconds. There were only 10 seconds left, and in another 10 seconds, he would have finished devouring the golden armor molt. But don't let the hexagonal black dragon break it up. Phew. Suddenly, Chen Rao felt as if he had sunk down a little. No, it wasn't that he sank down a little, but that the ground beneath him sank more than an inch, as if it had been hammered by some kind of powerful sledgehammer. Under Chen Rao's feet, the ground appeared as a circle roughly 5 meters in diameter, sinking by more than an inch. Control the force. Bounning spoke after seeing the circle. The remaining three had pinched a sweat. They knew that Bounning was explaining the hexagonal black dragon. The attack of a complete stage royal beast was not something that a growth stage royal beast could withstand, and even if the hexagonal black dragon were to withdraw its strength, Chen Rao might not be able to emerge unscathed. Ding, you have successfully held on for 70 seconds. Remaining time to successfully devour the golden armor molt, 5 seconds. Damn, this sense of oppression is really sufficient? Chen Rao's body was pressed down by an invisible force, and together with the ground under his feet, he sank once again. 4 seconds left. Whoosh boom. With a sound explosion, the ground under Chen Rao's feet shattered, and blood blossomed from the corners of his mouth. The hexagonal black dragon appeared in a bizarre swooping stance about 6 meters above Chen Rao. 2 seconds left. Xiaobai Lin Jing's palms were drenched in sweat, and she even closed her eyes in fear. Negative pressure. Boom. With a deafening roar, the terrifying air pressure directly shattered the ground beneath Chen Rao's feet completely, and the dust that swirled up even covered his massive body. Punch. In the next second, the hexagonal black dragon in the air disappeared. Then there was a deafening roar. The hexagonal black dragon nailed his fist on the top of Chen Rao's head, and the terrifying power that swept over them directly shattered all the rubble within 10 meters of the ground underneath their feet into pieces, and the terrifying air pressure swept into the wind and blew the dust away. The sky is clear. Ding, you have successfully held on for 75 seconds. Golden armor molts. Devouring complete. After unremitting efforts, you managed to suppress the metaphysical metallic aura contained in the golden armor molt, which finally bowed down to you and willingly integrated into the bloodline. Ding, metaphysical metallic properties have fused, inducing mutation evolution. Froststain Thunder Spirit. Ding, mutation evolution has been completed. Host's current qualification, growing stage Ironstone Bloodline S qualification. Ding, mutant evolution attribute fusion, cold ice, thunder and lightning, metaphysical gold. Ding, mutant evolution adds beast skill, Xianjinli, complete. This punch, it's so powerful. Chen Rao brightened his fangs and was unharmed after receiving a 70% power negative pressure punch head-on. After the mutation and evolution, Chen Rao's body was black, covered with golden incantations like Sanskrit writing, His eyes were golden. His hair was short and dense. The center of his forehead was golden like the eye of the sky, and his body exuded an almost figurative ice and thunder atmosphere. In addition to this, at this moment on his body, it was as if it was covered with a film that was vaguely visible and flowed like a golden glaze. Xian Jin Liling, it's really good. It's worthy of being an advanced attribute skill. Not only will it not hinder action like the Xian Ice Outer Armor, the defense is even stronger by a few notches. Little White. Lin Jing looked at Chen Rao, who had nothing to do with the word white after his mutation and evolution, and didn't know what to say. Growing stage can actually resist this punch? Baoning was a bit disbelieving, but the truth is like iron. The hexagonal black dragon slowly raised its fist. In the distance, there were several sudden warnings. Humans in front, maintain current stance, no movement, Imperial beasts in custody. Our department is the 2nd Imperial Beast Enforcement Squad of the Three Ridges Control Area of the West Forest Alliance. Please cooperate with the operation. Chapter 31, Upsetting Black and White, Playing with Right and Wrong. Greetings, I am the captain of the 2nd Squad, Lei Bo. A few moments later, a tall man approached and pressed a button to pop off his dust mask, revealing a stoic, angular face. Why are you guys here? Baoning frowned slightly, a bit puzzled. Generally speaking, the practical training of academy students would not alert the resident Imperial Beast Master squads at the corresponding locations, unless there were extremely special circumstances, such as encountering great danger, disturbing the fallen area's magical beasts, and other such secondary dangerous events. The resident Imperial Beast Master squad would not easily leave the stationing point. The only thing they are directly responsible for is the security of the defense line in the control area. This young lady, please show some respect and state your intentions and identity. Lei Bo kept his face polite, but his tone was already a bit off. We are students from the Zhuohua Imperial Beast Academy who came over for practical training. Huang Yibo opened his mouth and replied. Lei Bo glanced at Huang Yibo, then looked at the remaining few people before finally landing his eyes on Baoning. So you're their safety? Reb asked. Yeah, what's wrong? Baoning was a little offended by Lei Bo's tone. What's wrong? Do you know that this place, which is less than 1 kilometer away from the edge of the control zone, may disturb the magical beasts in the fallen zone at any time? And, Lei Bo's tone was very bad, he said while looking at the hexagonal black dragon in Chen Rao not far away, and suddenly stopped. His brows furrowed as his sight was drawn to Chen Rao, who was emitting an aura as black and icy as ink. Whose imperial beast is this? Lei Bo asked as he walked towards Chen Rao. Mine. It's called Little White, Lin Jing hurriedly said. In the distance, Chen Rao, who seemed to have sensed something wrong, twisted his body to look at Lei Bo, who was gradually approaching. For some reason, Chen Rao's intuition told him that Lei Bo was by no means a guy to be messed with, much less a guy to get along with. Species name. Lei Bo's eyes sank, feeling more and more that there was something odd about the imperial beast in front of him. After many years of guarding the control area, Lei Bo had seen not even 1,000 but 800 imperial beasts, but he had never seen such an odd imperial beast. Lin Jing was silent. She looked towards Little White, who was no longer white in the distance. From the evolution of the Snow Plains Wolf to the Frost Thunder Wolf, and then from the evolution of the Frost Thunder Wolf to the Winter Thunder Wolf, Little White had given her one surprise after another. Until today, the Little White that had fused the golden armor metamorphosis was mighty and domineering, but it made Lin Jing unable to confirm its name species, because in the history of the imperial beasts, there had never been any of the Snow Plains wolves of all species that had ever fused with Xian metal properties. She was filled with shock when she saw the list of Little White's current attributes in the space of the imperial beasts. Name, Frost-Dyed Thunder Spirit. Attributes, Cold Ice, Thunder and Lightning. Metaphysical Gold. Qualification Assessment, Growing Up Ironstone Bloodline S-. Description, the evolved body of the Winter Thunder Wolf after the fusion of metaphysical metallic sex. There is no relevant data for the time being. Please ask the Blood Match Imperial Beast Master to fill in the relevant content in time. Imperial Beast Skills, Winter Roar, Extreme. Winter Claws, Extreme. Thunder Cluster, Complete. Ice Blade, Complete. Blistering Thunder Flicker, Advanced. Xian Jinli, Complete. Snow Plains Wolf Mutant Evolutionary Species, Frost-Dyed Thunder Spirit. After a long time, Lin Jing opened her mouth to reply. What? Reb stopped. He twisted his head to look at Lin Jing, who looked as normal, and then to Chen Rao, who was covered in pitch black, with brilliant gold lines that looked like spells. For my part, her imperial beast has just fused the metaphysical metallic properties of the golden armor molt, inducing some kind of mutated evolutionary node. Extremely low probability event now. Baoning walked over and explained. Today the probability of this thing happening is indeed low enough. First of all, driving a good car suddenly encountered the armor dung beetle, and then inexplicably found the golden armor molt. Found on the discovery of it, actually directly in Chen Rao fusion? The probability of this chain of events is even lower than that of the Chinese men's soccer team winning the World Cup. What? Golden armor molt? Lei Bo's eyes widened and his tone couldn't be more surprised. What? You have an opinion? Chen Rao looked at Lei Bo. Transforming in place to the size of a cat, he darted to Lin Jing's feet and climbed into the beauty's arms in 3 tries. Little white, little white, you're not white at all now. Lin Jing looked at Chen Rao, who was now covered in darkness, and didn't know whether to be happy or sad. White is not white. Did you just mean that this girl's imperial beast has absorbed the arcane gold elemental aura of the golden armor molt, and mutated? Lei Bo looked towards Baoning with a double dose of disbelief in his eyes and tone. How could such a thing happen? Others don't know, but he, Reb, knows it well. This golden armor molt was a secret treasure that he had just discovered when he arrived at the Three Ridges control area, but because Lei Bo had never been able to find a way for his royal beasts to fuse the golden armor molt, and in order to keep this secret treasure to himself, he didn't choose to report it. Thus, Lei Bo, by virtue of his position, intentionally kept this armor-plated dung beetle at the edge of the control area. Firstly, in order to keep the control area with magical beasts all the time, and the General Directorate would not be able to transfer him well, and secondly, in order to let this monster help him to keep a good eye on the golden armor molt. But he never dreamed that something like this would actually happen today. I also know that the probability is very low, but it just happened. The lucky ones will have their day, right? Baoning patted Lei Bo's shoulder with a big grin. Instead, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Only Lei Bo lowered his head and smiled grimly. The new students of the Academy's practical training. The imperial beasts are usually in the growth stage, right? Growing stage imperial beasts, devouring and fusing to advance their attributes? You're treating me like a little cutie. What about it? Lei Bo looked at Lin Jing and then at Chen Rao in her arms. Now that it had happened, he had to find a way to make it right. What do you guys mean? Huang Yibo keenly sensed something in Lei Bo's words. What do I mean? How many years has it been since the Three Ridges control area has had students who haven't come for practical training? This place is remote, and the conditions are still bitter. Those pampered students can't look at. I see. You few, you're not new students at all. Lei Bo clasped his hands in his arms, and with a slight movement of his 2 fingers, the remaining 3 executive Imperial Beastmasters who came together immediately surrounded the several people. He had a plan in mind. Since the golden armor molt was gone, he might as well simply use it as an excuse to make a first cut. Even if the few people in front of him were really students who came for practical training, he wasn't afraid. He was, after all, an executive level 6 Imperial Beastmaster, whereas the average student safety officer was only an executive level 5 Imperial Beastmaster at best. Moreover, just by looking at Baoning's appearance, it was estimated that he had just graduated not even a few years ago, and it was estimated that he might even be a minimum executive level Imperial Beastmaster. Lei Bo now only need to use this reason to detain the 4 people. Even if the 4 people filed a complaint, wait for the General Administration side to approve the release of the fastest will take 3 days. 3 days was enough time for him to forcefully replace this mutated Imperial Beast, Frost-Dyed Thunder Spirit's blood-contracted Imperial Beastmaster, with himself. When the time comes, the contracted mutant Imperial Beast's Lei Bo will then look for connections to get a few supplements to catalyze the Ironstone bloodline to maturity, and he'll be able to take off this dirty combat uniform, move to work for the authority, and climb up the ladder one step at a time. If all goes well, he could even become a departmental level 3 officer. No, level 2. Level 2 is a possibility. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Reb is it? I'm their security officer. Here's my ID. Bao Ning was also speechless. Although he knew that Lei Bo and the others were stationed in the border control zone and their nerves were relatively sensitive, he didn't expect them to be this sensitive. Oh, Reb feigned hesitation and reached for Baoning's credentials. Black leather folio jacket with silver authority emblem and slightly heavy-handed texture. It's true, but now that it's happened, even if it's true, Reb is going to make it out to be false. The forgery technique is good. Smugglers like you who roam the border areas actually dare to impersonate official personnel. Lei Bo sneered, not even turning over Baoning's ID folder, and gave it a direct toss to the ground. We really are students. Lin Jing was still defending herself as she embraced Chen Rao, and she even painstakingly pulled out her student ID and handed it to Lei Bo. Little Lin Jing, little Lin Jing, can't you see that he's now biting the bullet just to twist right and wrong and turn black and white upside down? Chen Rao, who was lying in Lin Jing's arms, had long since seen through Lei Bo's face and yawned. Xian Jinli. He gently poked Lin Jing with the tip of his claw and began to prepare for battle ahead of time. This brand new skill perceived from the fusion of the golden armor molt Xianjin elemental breath could not only create a layer of golden glazed protection on Chen Rao's own body surface, but it could also create the same layer of protection on his blood-contracted Imperial Beastmaster. Swords are invisible, and fire and water are inviolable. Don't show me this kind of thing. Go back and explain if you have anything to say. Lei Bo, who was already prepared to go one way or the other, threw Lin Jing's student ID card onto the ground with it. How could he not realize that the few people in front of him were real students and real safeties? But he just wanted to take a gamble, betting that this young safety officer was not very high in rank, so that even if he made it to the authority, he would at most receive a small disciplinary action, betting that these few students had no background, so that he only needed to go up and down a bit. He could easily take the mutated frost-dyed thunder spirit for himself. It was the first time Huangyiba had encountered such an unreasonable guy, angrily pointing at the tip of Lei Bo's nose. What? You want to violently reject the law? Lei Bo's eyes narrowed, and a shadow of thunder and lightning vaguely emerged behind his back, followed by a flash of electric arcs, and a 3-meter-tall humanoid imperial beast appeared. Maturity, Ironstone Bloodline S qualification, Prime Thunderwalker. Electricity flickered all over his body, churning with thunder pulsations, and he was clad in armor, with a long and mighty sword made of thunder and lightning behind his back. Don't think that I don't know what your kid is planning. Chen Rao gritted his teeth and looked at Lei Bo, poised for action. Huangyiba, put your hands down. Baoning suddenly spoke. A few young and vigorous students were treated like this by Lei Bo. The heart has a fire she can understand, but once the violent refusal of the law, the process of the subsequent authority to go for a month cannot be completed, but also to a few people to leave a stain. The loss is not worth the gain. That's right, those who know what they're doing. Lei Bo laughed. But let me remind you, Reb, that the penalties for faulty law enforcement are not small. Chapter 32, Suspected. The chief captain has a big news? Captain, isn't it a bad idea to lock them up at this point? Western Forestry Union, Noma Gully Garrison, Three Ridges Control Area. What's wrong with that? A team of transit smugglers posing as authority personnel. Never mind that they are now advocating a global alliance of imperial beastmasters to defend against magical beasts. To put it bluntly, it's the same as having their own agenda. Lei Bo sat on a chair in his t-shirt, calculating the next plan in his head. Let's lock these people up for a day first, then report them in the morning, and after that, before the results of the investigation from above come out, find a way to replace that mutated and evolved imperial beast blood contract. As for disciplinary action, if he is punished up and down, he will be suspended for a month. But when the time comes to resume his position, the regular examination will not take more than a year, and Lei Bo will be able to successfully advance to the 7th level of the Executive Royal Beastmaster, and then he will be able to leave this hole of a ghost place. But Captain, what if they do? The team member numbered 41 was a bit worried. You also said it's a what if, where there's a 999% chance it's fake. Lei Bo was good at sophistry, but I'm just worried. That girl gave the student card is the Johua Imperial Beast Academy, in case there is a second-generation son of a few of them. 41 a face of worry. If a what a first-class, second-class Imperial Beast Academy is also even so, but this is Johua, the top Imperial Beast Master Academy in Huaxia. Those who can go in besides the top geniuses are either rich or noble sons and daughters. If they are offended, when the time comes, not to mention 41 himself a small executive third-grade Imperial Beast Master, even if it is Lei Bo and the chief captain of the garrison combined, it is not enough for others to have a finger on their parents and mothers. I say, are you out of your mind? Those powerful young ladies and gentlemen can come to this hole of a place? How many years has it been since this place in Sanlingzi had any practical training students? Lei Bo's face showed his displeasure and copied the hat on the table and smashed it on 41. That's true, so do we need to give them something to eat? 41 asked as he picked his hat up. Just get them whatever you can. The chief captain will be back with supplies tomorrow anyway. Reb folded his hands behind his head and laid back in a relaxed manner. He'd done enough of this hole for a long time. I thought that I would be able to enjoy the scenery after becoming an executive beast royalist, but I didn't expect to be assigned to such a hellish place. It was not easy to find a treasure that contained the elemental scent of an advanced attribute, but it was devoured by a group of inexplicable students. It's a good thing he reacted quickly enough and had a hard heart, or Lei Bo wouldn't know how many years he'd have to grind in this hole. 5 years? 10 years? The chief captain of the Three Ridges Control District has been grinding away at this for 22 years. 22 years, with gray sideburns and a furrowed face. Rebel doesn't want to spend his youth in this hellhole. He had to get out of here, and for that he could dig out his conscience and throw it on the ground and stomp on it hard, as long as he could get out, not to mention snatching an unlucky student's imperial beast. Even if he was told to get these people killed here, he would do it. Definitely dry. Man is not for himself, God is for him. Meanwhile, the other side of the holding cell, as the Sanling control area, which was on the edge of the control area and almost bordered the fallen areas and other countries, it would be nice to get a few concrete houses that wouldn't be blown down by the Gobi winds. Even the dormitory conditions for Leibwa and the others were shockingly bad, let alone the holding cells. It was a dark and dry utility room, with a large pile of useless debris and garbage piled up here. The only window was in the corner 3 meters above the head, and the iron door was closed tightly, so no matter what a few people said in there, it was useless. Indiscriminate arrests? Shouting tiredly, Huang Yibo kicked the iron door hard. This reason for arresting someone is really far-fetched. If you suspect a smuggler, you should at least verify it, right? Directly arresting someone without even looking at their documents? Ruanxi sat on a wooden box and analyzed rationally. It's obvious that we've touched the fruit of his interest, but I really wonder, what could this Thai place have that's worth taking such a risk? Pao Ning sat beside her with one hand on her cheek. She also couldn't figure out how things could have developed like this. In the past records of practical training, there were indeed some adventurous students who had done things that violated discipline within the control area, thus leading to arrests by the control area's executive Imperial Beastmaster Squad, but it was the first time that it had fallen for almost no reason at all. Like today, unheard of. Especially do not look at the documents. Direct arrest this point, but also beyond the expectations of the Baoning. Never in her wildest dreams had she thought that she, as the second-grade chief of the East Asia General Administration's Censorship Department, would actually be locked up by an executive 6th-grade Imperial Beastmaster in a control area. If this gets out, she'll need another nickname. However, in the present situation, there is no other way but to wait for the authority to come down for verification in a few days. After all, you can't let Baoning himself take the lead and unite these 3 students to give this demolition, right? The 3 men sat in a circle, exasperated by this absurdity. On the contrary, it was Lin Jing, who had been sitting on a pile of grass in the corner since she had been locked in, facing off with Xiao Bai, who was no longer white. If anything, I hadn't had time to think hard about it in the previous few days because I was so busy. Then at this moment, Lin Jing, who was completely idle, finally realized a problem. That is, white appears to be able to understand human speech. Xiao Bai, now I'm getting more and more skeptical if you can understand what I'm saying. Lin Jing looked at Chen Rao and held his tongue for half a day, holding back this sentence. It's true that I can understand, but I can't let you know. Chen Rao sat across from Lin Jing, disguised as an ordinary imperial beast that couldn't understand human speech. He cocked his head with a look of innocence and naivety. Don't pretend. You can understand, right? Lin Jing, however, appeared to recognize the dead reason and gently knocked Chen Rao's head. Am I not pretending enough somewhere? Or is it just a woman's sixth sense? It's not that accurate, right? Chen Rao ate the pain. Somewhat incomprehensible. He carefully recalled his behavior during the past few days when he was with Lin Jing as well as during the battle, and other than the fact that when he was facing the armored dung beetle as well as the golden armored molt, he disobeyed Lin Jing's orders in order to gain longevity and find out what was going on. There wasn't anything unreasonable about it. It couldn't be because of this matter that Lin Jing suspected herself, could it? That's a little too unreasonable. This little girl's intuition, so accurate? Look, little white, the look in your eyes just now. It's nothing like the little white I used to know. Lin Jing suddenly held Chen Rao's head as she looked at each other with 4 eyes. She even propped Chen Rao up in front of her, so close that she could even feel the temperature of each other's noses. Women's intuition is horrible. Chen Rao couldn't help but gulp, but in order to maintain his identity, he had to put on an innocent look. Even. Yikes! Lin Jing let out a scream as she let go of Chen Rao. Chen Rao, who had managed to get away with great difficulty, also made a bonk and quickly hid himself by taking advantage of his physical size and the intricate pile of clutter in this holding cell. If you don't run now, when will you? What's wrong? The trio's attention was drawn to the scream. No, it's nothing. Lin Jing waved her hand in a strong and calm manner. Can be considered to have dodged. This move is risky, but it is really good. Hidden into a plank below the Chen Rao gasped. In order to get out of danger, he just now but eyes closed hard across, directly sticking out his tongue, licked Lin Jing's nose. Does that make sense? It's reasonable for the imperial beast to lick its master, but Chen Rao is human after all, a human being. He only had the appearance of being a royal beast, and at the same time, light footsteps suddenly came from outside the closed steel door of the holding cell, and not long after they stopped, the viewing window on the door opened. You guys, eat? Half of 41's face appeared in the window. He then took a half step back and threw in a couple of dark, hardened nests through the visitation window. The movement of falling on the ground is similar to that of a stone falling on the ground, and the curious Huang Yibo bent down and picked one up, and pressed it with his finger and found that it could not be pressed at all. You guys are abusive. Is this something people eat? Undeterred, Huang Yibo even bit it with his teeth, and the hardness almost didn't break his teeth. It's good to have something to eat. When the verification is complete, you guys are afraid that you won't even be able to eat this, 41 said as he threw in a few more black nests. then didn't care about Huang Yiba's shouts of curses and directly closed the visitation window and left. In vain, Huang Yiba yelled at the top of his voice, "Complaints! When I go back, I must complain. I'll have my old man personally go to the general administration to complain." Enraged to the core, Huang Yiba pinched his black nest, his eyes almost spitting fire. Hold your breath. Too much. For 19 whole years, Huang Yiba had lived for 19 years, and it was the first time he had been treated like this. "Captain, the Imperial Beastmaster team, are they all like this?" To the side, the emotionally stabilized Ruan Qi looked at Baoning. This encounter had caused Ruan Qi, who had originally aspired to become an Imperial Beastmaster, to suddenly become slightly resistant to, and even resentful of, the profession of an Imperial Beastmaster. In the current world, the Imperial Beastmaster, as the backbone of defense against magical beasts, was indeed respected and treated quite well, but if Ruan Qi was to work with such indiscriminate scum in the future, then he would rather write off his status as an Imperial Beastmaster and go back to his hometown to play screws. No, there are assholes in all walks of life. And this place is special. It's inevitable that it's going to be stressful, so let's be considerate and sympathetic. Even at this point, Baoning still didn't doubt Lei Bo too much. Just think of it as an accident. But it's just upsetting, very upsetting. But Sister Bao Ning, we can't really eat this, right? Lin Jing also came over at this time, and she looked at the dark and hard nest, which was definitely not something that human teeth could attack. Outside the holding cell at this very moment, 41, who had finished delivering the food, came out of the corridor humming a little tune, and then saw the chief captain, who had gone out to the town to purchase supplies, just in time to park the transport. "Chief Captain, you're finally back." 41 hurriedly jogged to greet him. "Big news. Go and inform everyone to gather in the big classroom. There's a message to be told." The chief captain ordered in a hurry after getting out of the car. His expression clearly something was up. What's up? 41 was a little curious, and was just about to open his mouth about the holding cell, but held his tongue. "Something big is at stake for all of us. Let me ask you, have you seen a few strangers in the control area today?" The chief captain asked as he took a drink of water. 41 stunned. "Stranger? Isn't that the same guys that were in the holding cell?" To make the chief captain so nervous, it can't really be a big shot that he can't afford to mess with, right? What's going on? They're not here already, are they? The chief captain's eyes lit up when he saw 41 so silent. No, didn't see it. The timid and fearful 41 denied it in a hurry. "I'm going to get the guys to gather for a meeting." Chapter 33, Escaping Lei Bo? Raging Chief Captain. "Chief Captain, what's the meeting again if there's nothing to do?" "Yes, Chief, the guys have been tired all day. Let's get dinner started." Inside the large classroom of the Mustang Gully Garrison, the scattered 12 executive Imperial Beastmasters were sitting down. Not half of them were willing to listen to the chief captain's meeting. All of them wanted to hasten to adjourn and hurry to start the meal. This kind of bird ghost place has long been dispersed accustomed to. In any case, when things go wrong, also have the front of the front line in front of the fallen area of the guys on the top. They eat and drink and mix the day on the line. Dinner? What meal? Let me tell you, I've been here for more than 20 years, and now that I finally have a chance to leave, I don't want to be delayed by a meal. The chief captain stood in front, and after one sentence the following were silent. "A chance to leave? Did you hear me right?" The 12 people below who were just hanging around, not taking this seriously, instantly came to life, including Lei Bo, all staring intently at the chief captain. Sanlingzi, this Thai place. The shortest they stayed for a year, the longest stayed for decades. Daytime wanna cry at night, dreaming of leaving this hellish place. And now the chief captain suddenly said there is a chance? What are the chances? Team Sun, what are the chances? Lei Bo, as the squad leader, naturally asked this question for everyone. Only Reb's heart was now suddenly a bit bottomless. He intentionally glanced at 41 next to him, only to realize that the normally wilting 41 was now somehow averting his eyes, even gulping, and sweating profusely. It's not possible that this opportunity has something to do with the guys who were locked up, is it? It can't be true that we've met some big shot, can it? Good question. Everyone, this place, Sanlingzi, has always been a bird's nest. In earlier years before the Imperial Beastmaster Academy was regulated, there were still some students who came to our place for practical training, and in recent years after the regulation, there weren't even any of those unlucky students left. Chief Captain Sun laughed as if mocking himself, laughing as Lei Bo's expression froze directly on his face. He snapped his head around to look at 41. 41 bowed his head and stared at the back of the chair in front of him, trembling like a sieve. Reb's directness told him that something was wrong. Something big is going on. But what does this have to do with whether we can leave or not? It's just some students, and the ones who can come here for practical training are probably students from some crappy Imperial Beast Academy, right? A member of the team spoke rather disdainfully. The crowd under the stage have expressed their agreement. Practical training students, they have many people inside the contact. Can come to the 3 Lingzi this place. Most of the small ragged poor Royal Beast Academy students, 1 has no background and 2 have no strength. Counting on them to carry? Like a dream. That's right, those students before did say the same thing as you did, but this time is different. Team Sun waved his hand, and Leibo under the stage was already on the edge of his seat at the moment. He snapped back to the student ID card Lin Jing had handed him. At that time, Leibo was in a hurry and didn't check carefully at all. Now that he thought about the emblem on that cover, it looked like the emblem of the Special Imperial Beast Academy, which was known as the cradle of the top Imperial Beast Masters in the East, Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy, as well as the one that Bonin handed him, which really couldn't really be authority papers. It can't really be something big, can it? Leibo, what are you going to do? Team Sun noticed Leibo, who got up. I have to pee. Reb was strong and calm, and fled from the place under the pretext of peeing. Team Sun glanced at him and didn't take it to heart. Only what he didn't notice was that 41's eyes, which watched Leibo leave, were full of shock and panic. Chief. 41 stood up shakily. Just shut up for a moment and hear me out. Team Sun raised his hand and interrupted 41. 41 shut up. Team Sun watched Rebel leave. It's like this. Right after I arrived in the town, I accidentally got the news that this year, that is, in the last 2 days, I guess, there will be 3 new students from the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy coming to our place for practical training. Team Sun leisurely opened his mouth, and the crowd underneath brightened up. Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy, the top school of Chinese beast masters. Among the students, if not a genius, is either rich or rich. A student from Jiuhua can come to our place? It can't be. Team Sun, could it be that we have some hidden resources here that have been discovered? There's a hairy resource. The birds don't even in this hole, and you can't even see a magical beast except for that head that's looking around for. The crowd at the bottom was murmuring, and even at this point in time none of them believed it. In addition to the 3 men, including 41, who had followed Rehobo in the afternoon to bring Pao Ning and the others in, 41 was already shaking like a sieve and stood there not daring to say a word, while the remaining 2 looked at each other and glared violently. They finally realized why Rebel suddenly excused himself to pee. Chief, you, or let me finish. 41 strongly braced his courage to open his mouth. Only came to San Lingzi not long ago. He is usually careful. Today is the first time to interrupt the Sun team to speak twice in a row. What are you going to say? What do you have to say? Team Sun was also a bit displeased. He had been in this Thai place for more than 20 years. It was hard to make it out, but he couldn't afford to make a mess. Chief team, let him speak. The 2 remaining men also stood up. Team Sun frowned, looking at the 3 people who reacted somewhat strangely, and associating it with Leibo, who had just left. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped his heart. Did the 3 of you, and Leibo, meet a stranger while doing your rounds today? Team Sun became more and more agitated as he spoke, to the point where he finally slammed his fist on the table. There was a loud bang, and the entire large classroom was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. 41 mama paralyzed. Say it, Team Sun hissed. All the remaining people have risen to look at the 41 and the other 2 people who are sitting on the ground. Their eyes are puzzled, is curious to wonder, but more, it is a nameless by and by anger. Yeah, I remember well from that time this afternoon. I think Reb brought back a couple of new faces. Yeah, I kinda remember that too. Those guys didn't look too old, and I didn't give it a second thought when Leibo said they were suspected smugglers at the time. A smuggler? Is that Leibo kid's brain broken? Although our Thai place is remote, the more remote it is, the tighter the scrutiny. How many years has it been since any beast traffickers have crossed the border from our place? The crowd talked so much. Listening to the Sun team's head is big. He took 3 steps and rushed over to 41 on the stage, clutching his collar with one hand and lifting 41 stiffly. His back teeth gritted. Say, is what they said true or not? I just asked you if you met any strangers. Why did you lie to me? Team Sun clutched 41's collar with all his strength, pinching the bones and cackling. Chief team, I didn't expect that. 41 wailed. This young man who had been cautious all his life and had managed to become an executive Imperial Beast Master could no longer withstand the pressure and cried out in pain and tears. When he cried like that, the 2 remaining men stood around shivering without a fight. Sun team's temperament we understand again. This in the desolate Gobi beach, simmering 22 years of sturdy man, simmering white hair, simmering no parents, even the sick hospitalized wife, but also because of the long years of no vacation and a long time to see. Now if this near opportunity were spoiled, it would be like holding the man over the fire. Sun team, Leibo that moment, is to capture back a few people, now locked in the holding cell that, yes, 2 men and 2 women, and a rather strange imperial beast. Team Sun loosened 41's collar as soon as he stood up, forcibly suppressing the anger and monstrous emotions in his chest, and twisted his head to look at the other two after taking 2 deep breaths. You'd better pray that all 4 of the people arrested are students. Better pray. Team Sun gritted his teeth. He was only partially aware of the news, but he didn't know exactly how many people had come. 4 for what? A team member who was not involved in the rebel incident asked. Why, I might as well tell you. If these 4 are all students, give a good apology, and maybe it'll go away. But if you bring the safety officer in with you this time around, not to mention my future, all of you, one of you or the other, will have to rot in this place for the rest of your lives. Team Sun's face was red with anger, and his eyes were bloodshot. The people were all stunned after listening to this. Safety officers? When could a safety officer have so much energy? A normal practical training student safety officer is just a royal beast master who performs around level 4 or 5 off. Chief team, the safety officer this time wouldn't be some team leader, would it? The team member who just spoke up bravely and used his strongest imagination to open his mouth. Group leader? If it's just a team leader, the 2 of us can barely be considered equal. But let me tell you, I don't know who in the students this time is the son of the heavenly master and who is the daughter of the earthly master. But what I do know is that the safety officer this time is a second-grade officer of the censorship department. Sun team strong against the blood pressure that was about to go up to 280. And incidentally, his hand also raised the blood pressure of the other people together. Second officer? What does that mean? The meaning of the second-level chief of the censorship department is that this guy can refer you to the chief of censorship, one of the 3 major ones in the Directorate General, Gung Shuwen, whenever and wherever he wants. As for who Gung Shuwen is, the highest officer in charge of the code of conduct for all Imperial Beastmasters in East Asia, the thorough investigation of irregularities and violations, and the general rules of internal behavior. A single word can determine the fate of an Imperial Beastmaster for the rest of his life. What are you all standing around for? Go and invite someone over for me, Team Sun yelled. The crowd rushed to leave as fast as they could, heading straight for the holding cell. He then turned his head to the shivering pair and the paralyzed and sobbing 41, whom he kicked to his feet and pressed both fists into the head of 41's shoulders. And you 3, now go and get Reb back for me. Don't come back if you can't get him. Yes. The 3 men held each other up and rolled away. Chapter 34, bent on sailing to the fallen territories. Where is this taking us again? Huan Yiba asked as he followed behind the few people. I don't know. Ruan Qi was the only one who hit on him. It's a bit strange, suddenly handing out water and food, said Lin Jing as she walked in front of the 2, looking at the bread and water that Lei Bo had just given out in her hand with some misgivings. Don't think too much. Replenish your energy first. Although Ruan Qi also felt that something was wrong, but after all, the 4 of them had tossed and turned for most of the day, and their stomachs had long been starving. The bread with butter and meat floss was a delicacy compared to the blackened nest that you couldn't even bite into. On the contrary, it was Chen Rao who was lying on his back in Lin Jing's backpack at this moment, poking out a small head, neither eating nor drinking, but looking at the surroundings vigilantly. Inexplicably they have to take people away. Take them where? Didn't Bao Ning say that in the control area there were almost no people living there? Chen Rao looked at the desolate scenery around him and couldn't help but bellyache. As far as known, the 3 Ridges control area. Apart from this Wild Horse Gully garrison, the closest living area is the town where a few people rested after just arriving at the Shilin League. And then there is the Plateau Fallen area, which is even farther away and even closer to the Fallen area, and has already reached the border of Huaxia. That place is a clearly stated danger zone that is forbidden to any non-official authority personnel. Compared to the relatively safe control zone, the Fallen Zone was a real horror zone full of magical beasts and corpses. Since the meteorite landed 100 years ago and the magical beast spread, the human beings who have not yet awakened the royal beastmasters have had their homes destroyed by the magical beasts in just a few decades. The population has been drastically reduced, and more than 45% of the land resources have been encroached upon by the magical beasts. Even today, the Imperial Beast Division has become quite large in scale, but in the face of powerful magical beasts, the Fallen Area is still a lost land that humans have to look at directly, but it is difficult to recover. Lei Bo was at least a serious executive royal beastmaster, far from Lin Jing and the others who had just started as junior royal beastmasters, and the rules and level of danger in this were much clearer. Now somehow they're going to take people away. Take them where? Get in. Reb, who was at the front of the line, stopped in front of a mottled, old transport truck. Where are you taking us? Pao Ning asked vigilantly. In this situation, even if she was as nervous as she was, she realized that something was wrong. Get in. Reb's voice was lowered, and he glanced at his wristwatch every now and then, already thoroughly determined to be bent on having his way. He was at this point racing against time. Once Team Sun's side realized that the 4 Bao Ning were not in the holding cell, they would inevitably launch a search of everyone in the entire garrison, and might even report it to the West Forest Alliance administration. At that time, once the two incidents of the practical training students and the disappearance of the accompanying security officer were reported, Lebo would not be able to chop off enough even if he had 10 heads. So he had to break the ice and put his life on the line. First make a dead no evidence, then he wants to say how to say. The big deal is to peel off this skin back home as a hard labor, but also better than into the death row. Bring me the transfer permit for the guard or control area. Bowning squeezed the bread and milk in his hands, a little uneasy. You guys, get in the car. Lebo seemed to be a little short of breath in the face of Bowning, and just turned his head to urge the remaining 3 to get into the car. Permission to transfer. If you don't have it, at least call your chief captain. When Pounding spoke again, he was already ready to summon the hexagonal black dragon, to be inexplicably taken away in this kind of whole hellhole, to die without knowing how. Even if this vehicle has the authorities' global soul-searching locator system, it's just as likely to lose its coordinates. It's obviously just half a step away. Why do you have to raise the bar? Lebo looked at Bowning, who was a second-grade officer, and was somewhat helpless. Behind him, the 3 people who were somewhat hesitant to know whether they should or shouldn't get on the bus looked at each other and suddenly felt a little dizzy. I can cooperate with your actions, and even prove my innocence to myself, but I'm at least a second-class officer of the censorship department, and your acting is a bit too clumsy. Bowning gently moved his fingers, and the Imperial Beastmaster inscription inscribed on his neck lit up slightly. Should have known you censors were a bunch of perverts who could see even a hair falling out. Reb admitted with a nod of his head. You guys, get off. Bowning didn't want to get into a fight with her colleagues from the authority, but protecting the 3 Lin Jing people was her duty on this trip. Hexagon. Don't worry, there is a transfer order. Lebo hurriedly calmed Bowning, who was about to summon the Imperial Beast, then pretended to reach out and touch his satchel. Bowning, who was about to summon the hexagonal black dragon, hesitated slightly, and then, in less than half a second, Lebo pulled out an injection less than the size of his thumb from his satchel and slapped it straight towards Bowning's neck. Hexagonal black dragon. The huge, pitch-black hexagonal black dragon instantly appeared behind Bowning. Its thick, tree-like tail swept across towards Lebo, but it lost its strength the moment it had just picked up momentum, and Lebo dodged slightly, its tail smacking against the transportation vehicle with a dull thumping sound. Scared to death. Luckily this works. Lebo breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had pre-prepared 8 milliliters of squeeze injection anesthetic, which had an effect in 1 second. The hexagonal black dragon that hadn't yet been fully released from within the Imperial Beast space hadn't even managed to complete a qualified attack before it was automatically recycled back into the Imperial Beast space due to Pounding's unconsciousness. It was a rather unreasonable setup, yet it was also a safety measure designed to restrict the Imperial Beasts from wreaking havoc after being removed from the command of the Imperial Beastmaster. Lebo, what are you doing? The 3 people behind him just opened their mouths in unison to question, and they all fainted to the ground with a black eye. Really troublesome. Lebo kicked the fainting Bowning, and then turned his head to look at the 3 people who were lying down horizontally, and only felt that it was a little troublesome to carry several people to the car, but did not have the slightest panic of crime. A few moments later, the muddled, old transport vehicle left the station at an unnoticed exit, sailing into the vastness of the Gobi. No one knew where Reb was going, not even the soul-chasing system. Second-grade officer, but that's all. Inside the transport vehicle, Lebo held the steering wheel with one hand and looked towards Bowning, who was mesmerized in the passenger side, and put the documents he found from her into the storage box after smiling contemptuously. Then he briefly organized the soul-chasing system that he had removed from the car's engine and casually threw it out the window along with the car. Since then, this transportation vehicle numbered CA10012 completely disappeared in Xylan Mangobi. Meanwhile, the resident large classroom, anxiously waiting for the Sun team as the ants on the hot pot. According to theory, the classroom is less than 8 minutes away from the detention room. A group of people rushed over and then invited the person back. Even with an apology, how to 20 minutes should also be there. It's been half an hour. Where is everyone? Team Sun looked at his watch and slammed his fist on the desktop. Team Sun is bad. People. The first team member to run back to a sharp stop stood in the doorway, panting heavily. Where are the people? Team Sun rushed to the door, and when they looked left and right, they didn't see any other people at all. How is it that 9 people went out to hire and only 1 came back? What about the remaining 8? People are gone. The team member who had been gasping for a long time finally opened his mouth. What? Team Sun's eyes widened and he almost fainted without taking a breath. When we got there, the person was gone. The door of the holding room was open. Before and after, inside and out we searched. There was no trace. The team member holding up Team Sun hastily opened his mouth to add, "Where's the surveillance?" Team Sun asked, steadying himself. Surveillance. The surveillance has been looked at and the first 40 minutes have been stopped. Another team member running from the direction of the surveillance room yelled, "Who? Reb?" Team Sun belonged to the self-questioning. "Right, that's Reb, Team Sun, and he took a fully fueled transport truck." Another team member rushed in playfully. Having just folded back from the parking lot, he was running even faster than Bolt. "What? Find out for me. Find out where that car is." Hearing several messages in a row, Team Sun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Control area stationed in the transport vehicle that can be specially modified. Burning diesel, not burning gasoline. Power is big and scary. Just pull a few people. Then full speed drive, not 20 minutes. We'll be able to arrive at the border. Check. Can't find out. Chief Team, Lebo dismantled the soul chasing system for that car. The technician wearing glasses ran in holding the computer. Panting, Team Sun failed to take a breath and collapsed to the ground in a heap. Several team members rushed forward and helped the nearly fainted Team Sun up. Leaning against the door frame. Go give it to me. Find it for me. If we can't find it, all of us can go home and graze the cows. Team Sun braced himself and spoke with the last of his strength. "I'm afraid that's not going to work, Captain. That rebel kid drained the gas from all the cars before he left, and the fastest transfer would have to be from the fallen zone side." The technician was counted as the most thoughtful. "Then also have to transfer. You go to contact the fallen area side of the Meow team leader. I have some friendship with him. Rush to tomorrow before, if you can find the person back. We at most is to write a review of confinement. If tomorrow before sunrise to find back." Sun team talking momentum is the more he said the weaker and weaker. Said at the end of the day even his own do not dare to think about the consequences. A second-class officer, 3 freshmen from a top academy, was taken away by a squad leader he had personally promoted because of his dereliction of duty, and whether or not a few people were injured. This transgression, no one can afford it. At the word of command, all the rest of them were busy, except for Team Sun himself, who could barely stand up. The technician in charge of contacting the front lines in the fallen territories found a place with a good signal, and an encrypted call was dialed. "What? You guys are really good at finding things." On the other end of the phone, Team Leader Meow almost pinched the phone. He raised his head to look out the window of the combat command room. The canopy of the fallen zone in the distance blackened. It was a real fallen zone, a dangerous area controlled by magical beasts where humans could barely venture. If we let Lebo take a second-class officer and 3 students into that, let alone the Mustang Gully garrison, it is estimated that even the second section of the front line of the fallen area of the West Forest League will have to be removed from top to bottom. "I'm sorry for your trouble, Team Leader Meow." The technician continued to say nice things. "Alright, stop it. Come on people, martial law on all lines. Give me a strict investigation on a transportation truck numbered CA10012. Team Leader Meow hung up the phone and turned around to shout at the people behind him. In the doorway, a girl trotting by cocked her head. Group leader, what happened?" the girl asked in a hurry. "No, nothing. By the way, you're in charge of the sentry post today, right?" Team Leader Meow asked in a hurry. "Yes, and, don't say and. Have you seen a transportation vehicle number CA10012 with a male driver and 2 males and 2 females accompanying the vehicle?" Meow team leader a tug on the girl's shoulder to ask. "If you can be stopped here, that is simply the best result." "Yes, but," the girl said, a little pensively. "But what?" Team Leader Meow had a premonition of great things to come, but he was using the credentials of a second-class officer and said the situation was urgent, so I gave him, but he must not have gotten far. "Look, right there." The girl became more and more anxious as she spoke, finally pulling Team Leader Meow to the window and reaching out. Just below the horizon in the distance, a transport truck sped toward the fallen area. Chapter 35, Lin Jing, who knows everything, goes to war with Lebo. Is this the fallen area? Chan Rao, who hadn't made any movement since Lin Jing and the others were stunned, finally poked his head out and looked out from the gap in the transportation vehicle, only to see that the scenery outside has undergone a drastic change. The original desolate Gobi is now replaced by ruins. This place should be the city of a certain country bordering China before the magical beasts descended, but at this time, the fallen city was invaded by magical beasts, and both sides of the road were full of corpses and traces of the fierce battle between the magical beasts. Touchy-feely. No wonder they say that fallen areas are more dangerous than controlled areas. The huge corpses of magical beasts that could be seen everywhere were the best proof. Chen Rao blinked. The small words revealed by the corpse of a random magical beast surprised him. Complete body, Mercury bloodline S qualification 8-eyed ghost bat, dead. Youth Ironstone bloodline A+ qualification, Heavy Rock Demon General, dead. Mature Mercury bloodline S qualification, Fire Thunder Tiger, dead. All kinds of such. Almost casually, a magical beast bloodline is not lower than the wooden tire bloodline. The growth stage is all in the youth stage or more. In comparison, with Chen Rao included, Ruan Chi's White Amazing Shadow Lord, Huanyaba's Cavern Sage. The three imperial beasts that were all in their formative years would have been torn to shreds by the magical beasts in minutes if they were placed in this fallen area. No wonder even amazing talents like Lin Jing and Yi Helian had to honestly keep studying at the Imperial Beast Academy until they became a senior Imperial Beast Master before they could take the test and become an executive Imperial Beast Master who could travel to the control zone, or even go into the Fallen Zone. We're already in the Fallen Zone. Where else is this Reb guy going to take the car? Could it be that he can still make deals with magical beasts? Chen Rao retracted his sight, looked around at the stunned trio, and called out the system panel. Host's current remaining lifespan, 35 years, 34 years expendable. Ding system tip. The host has just finished fusing the Shin metal properties. The bloodline is not stable. The combat power is slightly reduced. Please try to avoid fighting. Chen Rao looked at the panel in front of him. From the time he was locked into the holding cell until now, the system's prompts had always been there. Combat power is slightly reduced. Exactly how much Chen Rao himself is not clear. Otherwise with his character, he would have long ago torn his face off with Lei Bo at the moment he first set Xin Jin Liling on Lin Jing, but the other party is, after all, an executive for many years of the executive level 6 Imperial Beast Master. Imperial Beast skills and that all of the Imperial Beast Master props can be real. Never and this level of opponents have fought. Chen Rao is not clear about an executive Imperial Beast Master on the impact of the battle, and Lin Jing such as the primary Imperial Beast Master of the Imperial Beasts of the impact of the gap between the beasts. How big can it be? It was only after many considerations that Chen Rao decided not to tear his face off with Lei Bo halfway through the process. If I had known that this guy was a crazy batch, I should have dragged my feet at that sentry post. Chen Rao stood in the carriage with some regret. In the end, Lei Bo could drive the car into the fallen area safe and sound. But it was also because Chen Rao was greedy and wanted to enter the fallen area to see what the difference between this place and the control area was. Wouldn't it be profitable if we came across some heavenly chance? But now it's just regret. A lot of regret. This place is really too dangerous for Lin Jing's three people. Even with the system, Chen Rao was afraid that these powerful magical beasts can be hard for him to kill strongly. How long can a full 34 years of lifespan be used to repair injuries? Just then, the car that had been traveling for almost 2 hours finally stopped, and Chen Rao was busy aligning his eyes with the gap in the car, looking out into the darkness. It appears to have gone inside a building of some sort. The sound of opening the door and getting out of the car came from his ears. Chen Rao slowly twisted his head, his ears wiggling slightly, listening carefully to Lei Bo's movements. After this guy got off the car did not rush to come to the carriage side to check the situation of several people, but first went to the passenger side of the unconscious Bao Ning carried off the car, and then walked to a farther place. So far that Chen Rao has been unable to hear the movement. A somewhat unusual breath. Concentrating on Chen Rao, he looked down and saw that the first one to wake up among the three people was actually the weak Lin Jing. However, it is also true that the rest of the three people almost ate all the bread and water that Lei Bo had drugged. Only Lin Jing just took a small bite. The dose is small. It is normal to wake up early. What is this place? The awakened Lin Jing rubbed her head and asked instinctively. Hush, don't make a sound. Chen Rao couldn't care less about concealing his true identity at this moment, and hurriedly raised his paw to press down on Lin Jing's mouth. Lin Jing stared at Chen Rao with wide eyes, looking at him with immediate spirit. This covering of the mouth is also something the Imperial Beast can do? Quickly, don't make a sound. This place is very dangerous. If Pao Ning doesn't wake up, it's almost impossible for the two of us to win against Lei Bo. Even if we can win, if we attract a magical beast, then we will all have to be accounted for here. The situation was urgent. Chen Rao used a paw to press Lin Jing's mouth, and continuously used his eyes to signal Lin Jing to keep quiet. Good. Lin Jing nodded carefully, afraid of making a little noise. I'll go check the situation. You mustn't move. Only then did Chen Rao take down the table, arching his head over Lin Jing's chest to help her sit up on the side of the wagon, then tiptoeing to the rear of the wagon, carefully push open a crack. At this moment, this transportation truck, numbered CA10012, is parked in a relatively intact empty warehouse, surrounded by intact tin walls, with only the top broken open to spill a ray of moonlight. Reb was standing in a corner directly across from the rear of the car, a palm-sized carrying lamp at his feet, and a rope in his hand to bind the Baonin in a knot. Perhaps out of fear, perhaps out of nervousness, Lin Jing cautiously scooted towards Chen Rao's side. Shoo! Chen Rao twisted his head to look at Lin Jing, signaling her to keep her voice down, even lower. Her movements had been extremely slight, and had it not been for Chen Rao's sense of hearing being far beyond that of a human, it would not have been heard at all. How long have I been asleep? Where the hell is this? Although Lin Jing didn't say anything, she could tell what the problem was from her eyes. You should really be glad that this guy just wants to get you guys killed, or else these two long legs of yours would be enough for him to play with for 2 days. Chen Rao watched Lei Bo's movements in binding Baoning. This kid could be considered to be attentive. fearing that Bounting would wake up and rub him on the ground. At this moment, the sound of Lei Bo's footsteps outside the carriage was getting closer and closer, and Chen Rao stood up straight alertly, gently resting his paw on Lin Jing's knee. Xian Jinli, even if the bloodline was unstable, even if the combat power was slightly reduced, at this moment, Lei Bo was getting closer and closer. In order to make sure that Lin Jing would not be injured, in order to make sure that he was unharmed, Chen Rao still had to choose to fight in the end. He clawed slightly hard, the tip of the tip on Lin Jing's knee a layer of naked eye visible. In the dark carriage's brilliant light gold glazed protective film was thus set on Lin Jing's body. Dangerous? Since she was sure that she could understand human language, Lin Jing simply asked directly. Chen Rao likewise completely stopped hiding and nodded his head decisively. Lin Jing gulped as she looked at the Xian Jin lying on her body. This is used to protect me? Chen Rao continued to nod his head as Lei Bo's footsteps came closer and closer, already reaching the rear of the carriage. Stand still. Then first, catch him off guard. Lin Jing had probably figured out what was happening to her now at this moment, and could probably deduce what the danger indicated by Chen Rao was. Then, since it's already happened, let's give it a go. Just what I wanted. Chen Rao nodded slightly, his stance pressed down. Thunderclap. Almost the instant Lei Bo raised his hand to pull open the carriage door, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm erupted from Chen Rao's mouth. This thundercloud that he had compressed into a bundle was far more powerful than if he had released it directly. Zip boom. After a burst of electric arcs rolled over followed by a series of muffled sounds, Lei Bo's entire body was directly flipped out. Don't go out first. The enemy is clear. He shouldn't dare to kill anyone. Otherwise he would have already done it. Lin Jing looked towards Huang Yibo and Wan Qi, who were still unconscious, and quickly made a decision. Even if Lei Bo was strong, unless he was determined to make a big one to kill all three people in the carriage, it was safest to hide in the carriage. Chen Rao was silent and sort of agreed with Lin Jing's idea, but the door of the compartment was already open, and it didn't make much of a difference whether it was hidden or not, but at the very least, Chen Rao could clearly see Lei Bo this time. Ha 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 ha, only a student, and your hands are so dark and hard? Thunder attribute skill. Little girl, you have a hard heart. Lei Bo, who had fallen to the ground, laughed loudly and actually slowly stood up. How is it possible? Chen Rao's brows furrowed. How could a human's flesh and blood body be able to receive this strike of the thundercloud? It's a good thing I was aware of it, or else I would have really been killed by you. Lei Bo stood up, and it was only then that Chen Rao saw that a large mass of foam had appeared on his body at some point. What is this? Lin Jing then crouched and knelt at Chen Rao's side, looking at Lei Bo in the same way. What is this thing? It's a Sentinel Beast Master prop issued by the authority. A protective foam, for emergency use, against some powerful magical beasts at most. It can only leave a whole body, but against your puppy dog it's still very useful. Lei Bo smiled lightly and removed the earphones connected to the internal monitor of the carriage. Looking at Lin Jing, asterisk, can still play like this? Chen Rao gritted his teeth, not realizing that there could still be such a means of preserving his life. Your courage to resist is commendable, but little girl, all of you will have to die here. Prime Thunder Walker today. Lei Bo took a deep breath and his eyes sank. The arc flickered. Retreat, Xiao Bai. Don't let him spread to Huang Yibo and the others. Lin Jing spoke in a hurry, while Chen Rao directly lifted his transformation to tear the thin carriage apart almost at the same time. Thunder a flash. Lei Bo spoke softly. Behind him, the massive Prime Thunderwalker bent his body down and drew his sword and sheathed it. Chapter 36, Huge Generation Difference. No power to fight back. An arc of light shot up from under Prime Thunderwalker's drawn sword, drawing a circular arc. The thunder roared. Countless electric light intertwined and interlaced together to illuminate the originally dim warehouse. A title on the ground, a head clutched in the hands of cutting the air, swept towards Chen Rao. Little White hide. Although Lin Jing knew that Little White could understand human language now, she still habitually applied the previous command once the battle really started. Doc? Lei Bo stood still, a thunderous flash of electricity illuminating half of his face, the light effect so strong that it was even going to reflect the flesh and blood transparent. The Prime Thunderwalker was not an Imperial Beast that an Imperial Beast Master like Lin Jing, who was still in school, could touch, unlike the Imperial Beasts that ordinary people could buy at the Imperial Beast store. The Prime Thunderwalker was a combat-type Imperial Beast bred by the International Imperial Beast Master Association using the iron-armored macaque as a blueprint, and fusing the attribute of thunder and lightning to update and iterate for 7 times, and it had nothing to do with the skills of the Imperial Beast Masters, but merely the combat instincts were more than a level better than that of the original Imperial Beasts. The Thunder 1 Flash is an attack skill that has been filtered out after 7 generations of constant updates and improvements. In terms of both speed and power, it far surpassed all of the beast's native skills. Xianjin Suite. In an instant of 1,000th of a second, Chen Rao mobilized the Xian metal nature in his body while flying backwards, and the Xian gold suite on his body surface, which was as brilliant as a glazed glass, suddenly took shape. 1,000th of a second later, a flash of thunder boomed into knowledge. The arc of electricity pulled out a circular arc with a radius of 1 meter, and the blinding electric light even blinded Lin Jing briefly. This move, unrelated to any skill, the conceited Lei Bo didn't even let the Prime Thunderwalker fire on all cylinders, merely striking out in a tentative manner, refining the pure to the extreme quickness. With speed into strength, he hardened the Xianjin Liling and chiseled a crack. Asterisk. Is this reasonable? Chen Rao tumbled for 6 weeks and flew out 4 meters horizontally, his 4 claws gripping the ground hard and deeply before coming to a scant stop after a while. Looking again at his feet, the concrete floor was hardened by his plowing 4 shocking grooves. One move, just one move, and Chen Rao was barely able to fight. White, are you alright? Lin Jing, who had only just recovered from the electric glare, hurriedly asked. It's fine. Fine my ass. Ironstone bloodline at the mature stage. So perverted? Chen Rao cursed one after another. Even with the Xianjin Liling protecting his body, this knife down was really numb and painful at the moment. It is clear that he and the Prime Thunderwalker have the same bloodline, and their qualifications are not far apart, and although they are separated by a youth stage and their growth stages, they are not that much different, right? Chen Rao raised his head and looked towards the Prime Thunderwalker behind Lei Bo, who had yet to nab his sword, small words appearing before his eyes. Maturity, Ironstone bloodline, S qualification, Prime Thunderwalker. Description: after 7 iterations of the International Beastmaster Association's battle-type beasts, their bodies and posture have been screened on merit, and their basic abilities are far superior to those of the original beasts, so please treat them with caution. Attribute profile: Prime Thunderwalker. Base attributes: Steel, Lightning, Hurricane. Remaining life: 39 years. Not even a progression property? Unscientific. Really unscientific. Do you recognize the gap between you and me now? Lei Bo expressionlessly glanced at his wristwatch. He still had about 5 minutes to have a good time with Lin Jing. Damn it, Little White, is there a chance of victory? Lin Jing gritted her teeth. She also didn't know why the Prime Thunderwalker could have such a huge difference in strength with Little Whitefrost-dyed Thunder Spirit. It was also true that she had just confirmed that Xiaobai could understand human language. Otherwise Lin Jing really didn't know what to do now. Not much. Hell, if he has any other magical gadgets? Just one playing with a sword is enough to give me a headache. Chen Rao lowered his stance and began to consume his lifespan to get rid of the remnants of the Thundering One flash on his body. How about this, little girl? If you just admit defeat and transfer the blood contract of this black dog of yours to me, I'll consider it and let you die a quicker death. Lei Bo looked at Chen Rao rather lovingly. His fundamental purpose was to take this naturally mutated frost-dyed thunder spirit for himself. If he were to really injure and maim it, he would be strangely heartbroken. You fart! Chen Rao yelled down. Aren't you really afraid of being caught? Lin Jing clenched her fists. This was the first time she had ever suffered so clearly that her life was in danger. But for some reason, she didn't really have much fear in her heart. She just didn't quite understand why Lei Bo had to be so bent out of shape when he clearly had a great future ahead of him. Afraid? Since I dared to make it this far, I won't be afraid. On the contrary, it's you. It was so easy to enter Jihua at a young age, but now you're going to die. Don't you hate me? Lei Bo asked while looking at the time on his wristwatch. He wasn't in a hurry. Even if Team Sun and the others left the garrison around the same time as himself, and then came out together from the second section of the Shilin League's defense line side, if they wanted to tail over and find him from the troublesome route that he had purposely taken several detours to find him, they would have to waste a minimum of 10 minutes. These 10 minutes were enough for him to get these 4 people killed and then pack up the scene and leave in style. When the time comes to find a random magical beast, direct a good show, and then bite the bullet is that Bao Ning is going to lead the 3 to defect. Even if it does not fall into a hero title, it is not so much as squatting in a jail cell. At most, he would have to shed this skin, but as long as he could get his hands on the frost-dyed thunder spirit, he could still go to other regional authorities even if he wasn't in the East Asian Authority. Hate, that's why I will definitely not give Little White up to you. Lin Jing gritted her teeth. Even if she knew that she would not be defeated, she would still light up her sword and go. Courageous. Reb smiled. The Prime Thunderwalker at his back slowly nabbed his blade, with that big sword constructed by thunder and lightning slowly into the sheath. Chen Rao only felt that the body still has not been dispelled on the thunder. A flash of residue at the moment, like crazy poisonous insects generally tearing Xianjin Liling, issued ting 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 iron and stone collision sound. Thunder one flash, brutality. Nabbing his sword into his sheath, a ball of thunder burst out from Chen Rao's body in an instant, the power of which directly lifted Lin Jing, who was a few meters away, to the ground, and if it wasn't protected by the Xianjin Liling, this would have knocked Lin Jing unconscious. On the contrary, Chen Rao, A thunderstorm came down and directly shattered the Xianjin liling on him. Ding, the 12 years of life have been automatically consumed, and are repairing your current injuries. You mama drop. The same are both Ironstone bloodline. How can the gap be so big? Chen Rao wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth with his claws and climbed up trembling. If he didn't have the system, he would probably have already had tea with the King of Hell and discussed the matter of not being reincarnated in a pig's fetus by mistake in his next life. Xiao Bai. Lin Jing climbed up from the ground in one bone-breaking motion and busily looked over. It's fine, but with the two of us, there's no way we can win. Chen Rao shook his head in a gesture and looked towards Lei Bo. He had to admit that this guy Lei Bo had strength in pretending. No wonder this guy's imperial beast was clearly only at the mature stage Ironstone bloodline, yet he only singled out Bao Ning to tie him up. It was estimated that the only one present who could handle him was Bao Ning. Hexagonal Black Dragon. Chen Rao is not without and it has not fought a hexagonal black dragon that used 7 points of force negative pressure punch did not break his Xianjin liling. This prime thunderwalker how a knife to dry broken. It's not scientific, unscientific, worthy of being a natural mutation imperial beast, actually able to resist this move. Interesting, really interesting, to be able to resist this move unharmed with a natural body, really impresses me. Lei Bo couldn't help but open his mouth to praise and even applauded. A natural body? What do you mean? Chen Rao frowned and looked at Prime Thunderwalker. Small system letters surfaced. Description: after 7 iterations of the International Beastmaster Association's battle-type beasts, their bodies and posture have been screened on merit, and their basic abilities are far superior to those of the original beasts, so please treat them with caution. Bodies and heavenly postures selected on merit? Is it possible that the Prime Thunderwalker is the product of artificial intervention? He suddenly recalled the carry bloodline, fusion transmutation, option given by the system earlier. Could it be that by consuming his lifespan, he would fuse the merits of this body with those of another body, and then transmigrate? In this way, all other imperial beasts needed several generations and decades of iteration before they had to start all over again from a juvenile primary bloodline. But Chen Rao could inherit and evolve indefinitely. What's the use of making me figure it out now? Besides, where am I going to get these 500 years of lifespan? Chen Rao tried his best to adjust his breathing, and the 12 years of lifespan consumed had restored his body. Alright, there isn't much time left, little girl. I'll take your imperial beast. As for you? Lei Bo glanced at his wristwatch. He had played enough. He was tired of talking, and he didn't have any pity habits. If we don't fight quickly, if we let Team Sun or Miao Haizi on the other side of the fallen area's defense line arrive, this will be troublesome. Watch out. Chen Rao quickly reacted and directly pounced on Lin Jing. In the next second, a pale lightning streaked across the position of Lin Jing's neck when she had just stood. It whizzed by and punched right through the tin wall of the warehouse. Being so loyal to save your master, I'm really liking you more and more. Little girl, if you didn't have to die, I really want to ask you for advice on how you get along with him. Lei Bo couldn't help but TSK at the scene. A protozoa, growth stage imperial beast could be this loyal. It's a rarity in the world. Xiao Bai. Lin Jing fell to the ground and looked at Chen Rao. Obviously, we've only just learned that Bai can understand human speech, and now he's going to die? Don't be so melodramatic, as if you're really going to die. Chen Rao shook his head to break free from Lin Jing's hands, twisted his body, and once again unleashed Xianjin Li to envelop himself in Lin Jing. Afterward, he took 2 steps forward. The lightning shroud around him flickered more than just a few times, and 6 ice blades that instantly condensed out hovered on both sides of his body. No, not really an ice blade, but a thunder blade. Chen Rao he directly condensed the ice crystals on the lightning. Ooh, it's really one surprise after another. Lei Bo was so excited that tears were coming out of his eyes. Another imperial beast skill he had never seen before. He was really too curious about how many more surprises were waiting for this naturally mutated frost-dyed thunder spirit in front of him. Unfortunately, you can't see it now. 10 thunderfangs extinguished. Lei Bo whispered softly as Prime Thunderwalker bullied his way to the top. Chapter 37, Blood Pact, a belated rescue. The 10 thunder parties were extinguished. It's not loud, it's powerful. Chen Rao didn't wait to react before the ground under his feet directly cracked open into 10 interlocking gullies. Out of instinct, and out of the principle of protecting Lin Jing, Chen Rao instantly disappeared in place by launching blinding thunder flicker. Hiding? You can't hide by hiding. Lei Bo gently tapped his forehead. The next second, the warehouse burst out dazzling lightning, since the cracked 10 gullies under the lightning like a water column gushing out in the air cohesion into a beam. Collections. Chen Rao's figure appeared in another corner after the arc of electricity flashed. Release. Chen Rao let out a low roar, and the ice blades hanging on both sides of his body and condensing on top of the thunder light shot out, heading straight for Lei Bo's torso. Xiao Bai. Lin Jing, whose attention was always on Lei Bo, however, sensed that something was wrong. Facing Chen Rao's incoming ice blade, Lei Bo didn't dodge. He seemed to have anticipated that Chen Rao would still have the strength to counterattack. This naturally mutated Imperial Beast had already given him quite a few surprises. Being able to receive 2 attacks from Thunderbolt and Lightning and still remain unharmed. Being able to have the strength to counterattack was not uncommon. The corner of Lei Bo's mouth hooked up in an evil smile. Quick response, but not much use. In the next second, the ice blades that shot out condensed and did not move in the air. What? Chen Rao's eyes widened, and only then did he realize that the Prime Thunder Walker who had lowered his body had disappeared. A thousandth of a second later, the Prime Thunder Walker, whose body was constructed from rushing lightning and clad in brick red armor, appeared on the side of the ice blades dragging the battle sword that was also composed of lightning. Its arm raised, and the 6 ice blades had already been firmly bound by the lightning that churned on its arm. Pour it on. Lei Bo was like giving Chen Rao a negative judgment. Prime Thunder Walker strides forward. Flash again. Chen Rao's feet were flooded with lightning, constantly overdrawing his lifespan to replenish his chi. Ding is depleting lifespan to replenish energy. 3, 4, 6 years. Ding hosts current remaining lifespan, 17 years. Expendable life expectancy, 16 years. Blasting thunder flashes. Chen Rao looked at the Prime Thunder Walker who was dragging his sword. If this strike hit, he would no longer be able to fight back. I told you, it's impossible to hide. Lei Bo's voice was very soft, and Chen Rao, whose feet had just been flooded with electricity, only felt his feet sink and his body slam downward uncontrollably. 10 beams of lightning blasted into a cage trapping him in place. Xiao Bai. Lin Jing recklessly rushed towards Chen Rao. Don't come over, Chen Rao growled, looking at the Prime Thunder Walker who was getting closer and closer. He was betting that the Prime Thunder Walker's strike wouldn't kill him. Even if he could kill, the remaining 17 years of his life would be enough to pull himself back. 3,000 ice thunder falls. Ding is depleting lifespan to replenish energy. 4, 7, 9 years. Chen Rao did his best to raise his head, finding a perfect angle to unleash the 3,000 ice thunder falls under the terrifying cage pressure of the 10 Thunder Fang destruction. With the help of the terrifying thunder light of the 10 Thunder Fang destruction cage, the breath of frost that whistled out in a breath of air was instantly wrapped in lightning power, and the optimistic Thunder Walker, who only cared about rushing forward and completely failed to anticipate that Chen Rao would still have the energy to counterattack, received it head-on. Drag, crosscut. The 2 energies collided together, instantly triggering a sonorous explosion. Boom! After this strike, the lightning faded. The moonlight leaking in from the top of the warehouse sprinkled on top of Chen Rao's dark body. The layer of brilliant as flowing gold of the Xianjin Liling has been dissipated, and the body is covered with fine cracks and blood seeped out. The horrible energy of the explosion even overturned the transportation truck, and the fainted Huang Yiba and Wan Qi were thrown out, crashing heavily into the tin wall without knowing whether they were alive or dead. Put, damn, it's a good thing there's a hang. Chen Rao slumped to the ground and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Ding, consuming lifespan to repair your injuries. Estimated lifespan, 3 years. Chen Rao looked at the small words in front of him. The lack of life expectancy. He cannot even let the system will be completely repaired injuries. Can only barely hang this breath not to die, and then stand up trembling. He looked to the other side of the room. The explosion had just destroyed the lamp and the warehouse was now somewhat dark and scary. However, that little bit of yellowish bright light quickly let Chen Rao put down his heart. That little bit of light is still there. It means that the layer of Xian Jinli on the surface of Lin Jing's body is still there. Xian Jinli is still there. She will be fine. Damn, where's the help? Chen Rao stood up trembling. Could it be that all the other Imperial Beast Masters of the Shilin Alliance had died out? A second-class officer and 3 students were taken into the fallout. Where are you people? Ha! Ha 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 ha. Good dog. A growth stage native mutant Imperial Beast that can drive me to this point. Little girl, you're really great to have such a royal beast. What a pity. Maybe grant you 10 years? No. 5 years. You might be able to become the fastest Imperial Beast Master to get the Black Eagle badge. Globally. Pity. Ha 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 ha. In the darkness, Lei Bo's sardonic laughter was incomparably piercing, and electricity flashed as he forcefully called back the Prime Thunderwalker in order to defend himself from the explosion that had just taken place, using his torso to harden himself against the blast. The consequence was that the Prime Thunderwalker was almost directly dispersed, and this strike of Chen Rao's 3,000 ice thunder falls with the help of the 10 Thunderfang destruction was truly powerful. It was a pity that this was Chen Rao's strike with the help of the 10 Thunder Square Destroyer. If he could mobilize this kind of powerful royal beast skill on his own, Lei Bo would definitely lose. Definitely. But unfortunately, Chen Rao wouldn't get a second chance. Stay away from Little White. Lin Jing, who struggled to get up from the ground, stopped in front of Lei Bo. Get lost. Lei Bo's foot defended in Lin Jing's abdomen, forcefully lifting her to the ground. If not for the fact that Xian Jinli still had a trace of remaining, This foot could directly make Lin Jing spit out blood. Little Lin Jing, Chen Rao hissed as the sharp pain in his body yanked him down. He gritted his teeth and rigidly mobilized his body's breath, even ignoring the system's small words in front of him, as dots of electricity flickered out beside his body once again. What the is man-animal love? Ha, ha, it's making me cry. Leibo roared hideously at the sight of the electric light, pulling out a special launcher from his waist and pulling the trigger. Zip! This weapon, which was specially made by the authority for the executive Imperial Beast Master to use for self-defense or to assist in Imperial Beast combat, paralyzed Chen Rao with a single blow. Don't worry, in the future, I will treat you well, Leibo gasped, looking at the little time remaining, dragging Chen Rao, who couldn't move a muscle, towards Lin Jing. What are you doing? Although Chen Rao couldn't move, he was still able to roar out in a low voice. Lin Jing, who had been kicked to the ground, struggled to get up, and just as she looked up, she saw Leibo towering over her, and in her hand was the high-powered launcher that could also kill humans. Give me your blood contract. Leibo's voice was grim. Lin Jing's forehead was pressed against the still warm front of the transmitter, a little disoriented, but quickly returning to her senses. The Beastmaster Blood Pact. The only proof between the bound Imperial Beast and the Imperial Beastmaster is also the contract, signed by blood, and thereafter cannot be replaced by either party unless either party dies, only destroyed. At this moment, Leibo was trying to make Lin Jing conjure up the blood contract and then kill her before signing it himself. This would eliminate the need to have Chen Rao order blood as a deed, although now Chen Rao was also defenseless, and he could casually cut open a wound and order blood, but time is short, and a little bit of saving is a little bit of saving. Don't give it to him. Chen Rao even wanted to just bite Leibo, but his body was paralyzed and he couldn't exert any strength at all. Impossible. Lin Jing's reply was also hard enough. I don't have time to waste with you now. Give me the blood contract and I'll give you a pain in the ass. Leibo let go of Chen Rao and lifted Lin Jing up by grabbing her neck. Like iron pincers, the big hands squeezed the girl's lack of oxygen, and her small face turned red and purple. Give it to me. Leibo's eyes were scarlet. Like a wild beast, Lin Jing, who was deadlocked by the neck, could no longer open her mouth. Her eyes lifted up. Her brain lacked oxygen. Out of survival instincts, her subconscious mind slightly raised her wrist, and a little bit of shimmering light was faintly lit up on it. The instinct to survive went against the subjective will and conjured up the scroll of blood contracts. Thanks a lot. Leibo wrestled Lin Jing aside as he grabbed the coalesced blood contract scroll. He glanced at it and confirmed the name of the Imperial Beast on it. Lin Jing rose from the ground, greedily breathing in the air, and the tears flowing out of the corners of her eyes did not know whether they were from pain or despair. Human instincts can't be disobeyed. Maybe they can, but your will obviously can't screw up your instincts. Leibo cupped the blood contract scroll in his hand and smiled as he looked at Lin Jingdu, who had already lost any value. A helpless laugh. You're about to die, and yet you're still thinking about this blood contract? If he didn't have to kill her, Reb would have wanted to take her to have her brain checked first. Lin Jing was silent, the silence deafening. As for you, there is no longer any value. Your Imperial Beast, I will recruit it properly. Leibo smiled and nodded, looking towards Chen Rao on the ground. Old me is dying, but I won't give you as a royal beast. Chen Rao stared at Leibo to death, the panel of the system in front of him reconfirming that there was no more backstabbing. Ding, host's life expectancy is less than 1 year. Cannot be consumed. Any last words? Reb's wristwatch beeped. It was time. Where are they? Lin Jing was desperate. All have to die or I do. Understand? Reba's answer was simple. Everyone in the room except him had to die, or where would he get death without proof? Lin Jing closed her eyes and waited for death to come. Reb took a deep breath. It was finally coming to an end. He raised his hand and aimed the high-energy emitter at Lin Jing's head. Leibo, how dare you? Put your hands down. A steel fork as thick as an arm bloomed out in a sonic boom, smashing Reb's hand directly after first punching through the tin wall of the warehouse and then penetrating the other side. Don't engage in this type of rescue in the future, said Chen Rao as he lay on the ground, looking at the brightly lit periphery in the distance, finally relieved. Outside the warehouse, in the second section of the defense line of the West Forest Alliance region, excluding the necessary Royal Beastmasters who stayed behind, the remaining 4 brigades and 12 squads, a total of 112 Royal Beastmasters with ranks ranging from Executive Level 3 to Executive Level 8 respectively, all arrived here. On the periphery, from the Maturity stage to the Metamorphosis stage, from the Ironstone bloodline to the Mercury bloodline, more than 70 Imperial Beasts of all sizes, those that could fly and those that couldn't, formed a defense line, isolating all the magical beasts that were attracted to the area. Warehouse door. Team Sun kicked the door open, behind which Team Leader Meow and a crowd of people rushed in like crazy. Reb, Chapter 38, Reward. Directly promoted to Senior Imperial Beast Master. The moment help arrived, Chen Rao, who was seriously injured and was relying on consuming his lifespan to hang on to his breath, couldn't hold on to that string any longer and directly fell asleep. When he woke up again, in front of him was Huang Yibao's big face. Lin Jing, Xiao Bai is awake. Huang Yiba rushed to greet him. Where am I? Chen Rao shook his head and slowly climbed up. The discomfort on his body had dissipated. Then he called out the system panel. Host's current remaining lifespan, less than 1 year, 227 days. Please absorb the lifespan as soon as possible. Chen Rao thoughtfully looked at a few lines of small words, and then looked at the surrounding environment to realize that at this time is still inside the warehouse. But the subsequent rescue has come in to illuminate the surrounding area. Like day, little white, you're finally awake. Lin Jing, who had been called, jogged over and crouched down. How are you? Is it okay? Chen Rao didn't pretend anymore at this moment. Anyway, he had already shown his cards, and simply checked Lin Jing's injuries up and down in a decent manner. Fortunately, with the protection of Xian Jinli, Lin Jing actually didn't suffer any injuries. It was just that the pinch marks on the top of her neck were a little red. This ing reb, little bai, is this checking for injuries? Huang Yiba looked at Chen Rao's movements. The level of meticulousness was close to catching up with the doctor who was checking their injuries at that moment. What? It doesn't look like it? Chen Rao blankly glanced at Huang Yiba and gently touched the pinch marks on Lin Jing's neck with his claws. Lin Jing dodged slightly. It still hurt a little. Chen Rao immediately retracted his claws back. This scene saw Huang Yiba's mouth wide open. He had never seen such a humane imperial beast in his life. Lin Jing, little white, it used to be so through human nature? Huang Yiba asked with some hesitation. You kid can't talk, can you? Chen Rao cursed and looked at Huang Yiba. However, he just turned his head and reacted. It couldn't be that during the moment he was unconscious, Lin Jing didn't tell the matter that he could understand human language? Aha! Lin Jing gently pinched Chen Rao's neck. I guessed right? Chen Rao looked at Lin Jing. He felt that Lin Jing pinched him a bit to mean this. I'll see you later. Lin Jing nodded, smiled slightly, and stood up. Chen Rao gave a oh. The burden of concealing his identity has become a secret between two people from today onwards? Seems to be okay too. Still, haven't answered me yet. Huang Yiba followed after Lin Jing. You kid, you can understand her, but not you. Chen Rao followed suit after a little bit of acclimatization, and even bumped Huang Yiba in the process, though it didn't bump much as all. After morphing, he was about the size of a cat again. On the other side of the warehouse, Team Sun and Team Leader Miao, who had vented their anger, were sitting on chairs at this time, and Lei Bo, who had been tied up with 5 flowers, was sitting on the ground, with his hands behind his back, and his face was bruised and purple with new injuries, obviously having been well loved by these two. I'm telling you, Lei Bo, that's why they didn't get into trouble. If something happened, your kids' 10,000 heads wouldn't be enough to chop. Team Sun clenched his fists. If it wasn't for Bao Ning opening his mouth to stop him, it was estimated that he could directly give Lei Bo a living death. Modification of special vehicles, desertion from duty, crossing the border, fraudulent use of officers' documents, abduction of an officer, abduction of 3 students, purchase and use of prohibited drugs, snatching of a blood contract plus attempted murder. It was estimated that in the next few years, the counterexample at the West Forest Alliance Royal Beast Management Bureau's study session would be Lei Bo. Alright, Captain Sun, it's good to be safe and sound in the end, right? Bao Ning was sitting in the middle of the two, and she didn't expect that she could actually fall into the hands of one of her own. After so many years in the wind and rain, and having dealt with countless magical beasts, she had made such a mess, and it was really humiliating to spread the word. Yes, it's still thanks to this Lin Jing student. If it wasn't for her resistance, she might have really let this kid make a huge mistake. The dark-skinned team leader Miao hurriedly said good words, not forgetting to curse Lei Bo with his hand in passing. If I hadn't been careless, just by her? Lei Bo, who knew that he was going to die, simply broke down and cried out. Those were all things done by goons who wanted to live. Q. Shut up, Team Sun wailed, startling the crowd. Shut up? What? Can't even get me to spit it out when I'm dying? Ha! Lei Bo was all but fearless at this moment, and after scanning around the crowd, he landed his eyes on Chen Rao, the culprit of everything. He stared at Chen Rao. At this really outrageous imperial beast he laughed. If it wasn't for you, if you hadn't swallowed that thing, I, Lei Bo, wouldn't have come this far. What's wrong with me, I just want to leave this hellish place. What's wrong with that? Which one of you doesn't want to leave this place? Sun Yi, Miao Hongting, which one of you two dares to say that you are willing to dedicate your whole life to this vast gobi? The more Lei Bo spoke, the more agitated he became, and he even struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes scarlet as he glared at the crowd. That's no reason for you to do these things. I, Sun Yi, have been here for 22 years. And you? Who are you to say that I am? I didn't even see my old man for the last time in order to guard this goby. You, a delusional person, you are worthy to talk about me? Sunny rises brazenly. In terms of suffering, no one suffers more than him. 22 years in the Western Forest Alliance. 22 whole years. Yes, there wasn't a single day that Sunny didn't want to leave this place, but he also never wanted to act like this. The authorities' transfer system is indeed problematic, and the Directorate has been trying to find a way to change it. But the problem is that the defense line in East Asia is too long, and with things suffering, there's no other way but to pile up the numbers. Bowning spoke up, sort of easing the atmosphere a little. That's why people have to figure things out for themselves. Niao Haizi, aren't you the one? Wasn't it you who personally handed in the proposal to give up the Western Forest Alliance region? Leibo sneered twice and looked at Miao Hongting. Yes, so I was confined for 3 months, suspended 6 months' pay and 3 years' vacation, and reassigned for life to the front lines of the fallen territories, and I admit to the punishment and to my mistakes. What about you? Westwood Alliance 5 years, almost a year a level up. Sunny cannot bear to let you buried in this. 2 letters of recommendation a year to the top. You think I don't know about your talent in Sanlingzi? You think I don't know about it in the fallen territories? Leibois, Shilin League is like a swamp. The more you want to leave, the more you can't. Niao Hongting's tone was calm, but it was like thunder. 3 men, 3 paragraphs, listening to the rest of the crowd in silence. This was the current state of the Western Forest Alliance. Or rather, this was the current state of the Imperial Beast Masters today. In the eyes of ordinary people, Imperial Beast Masters, as the backbone of defense against magical beasts, were well treated, high status, and admired. But what outsiders didn't know was that there were more than 100,000 people stationed in places like the West Forest Alliance and the landline of defense that stretched over 3,000 kilometers in East Asia. Poor, and in deplorable conditions, but they had to do so in order to contain the expansion of the fallen areas. Things like Rebel are not an exception. In other words, if Lin Jing was one day thrown into this place of the West Forest Alliance, with a glimpse of her future here, she would also unwillingly try her best to climb up, go out, and escape from this place. It's just that Reb's path is so far off the beaten path. People are bound to have desires, and those who have no desires are too terrible. But man cannot be controlled by his desires. He who falls into them is no longer a man. Enough of this nonsense. I just hate that I'm so slow to get started. It's a done deal. I'm resigned to my fate. Leibo laughed. Knowing he couldn't be sophomoric, he sat down on his butt. The process of welcoming him is very simple. Escorted back to the West Forestry League administration. Then the Bureau's review department will make a decision, and finally reported to the General Administration to be signed and approved by the General Administration's review department. And then death. The only way to get rid of them is to die. Moreover, it is also true that 4 people in addition to Lin Jing and Chen Rao suffered some external injuries. Otherwise, but where Leibo get killed too after being caught, that can really be directly by Sunny and Miao Hongting to eat alive. Alright, then I'll leave the rest of the work to you. Bowning stood up, and the matter was considered closed. Actually, there's one more thing. After all, Leibo's incident this time has a great impact. So our Wild Horse Gully garrison intends to unite with the second section of the defense line and apply to the Western Forest Alliance to give a medal or something to Lin Jing's classmates. Niao Hongting stood up, smiling. Reward and punishment are clearly distinguished. Leibo, this matter their trouble will not be less. This is the punishment, but Lin Jing himself alone to resist Leibo for such a long time, also have to be rewarded. This doesn't need you guys. I'll apply to the General Administration. Bowning rubbed his still slightly dazed head and looked at Lin Jing with a faint smile. Medals? Can't you just give money? Chen Rao cocked his head. Oh yeah, about his review approval. Just give it to me directly. Bowning looked to Leibo. The review and approval of the Regional Directorate requires the approval of the Directorate's review of the 3rd level or higher chief, which Bunning happens to be. Good. Sunny nodded his head in a hurry. Reba was then crushed. What is this? A blessing in disguise? A medal that will probably add color to the resume. Ruan Chi, who had always been silent, spoke up at this moment. How can I put it? Envious, very envious, but also admired. Very much so. A junior Imperial Beastmaster being able to hold out for 6 minutes under an executive level 6 Imperial Beastmaster was too strong. Metal? That's too watery. The medallion of the General Directorate is still aluminum. I don't even want it for nothing. Bao Ning snorted disdainfully, then looked at Lin Jing. Looking towards this girl who had practically saved Bao Ning's life, he also looked towards Chen Rao. I will apply to the General Administration in my personal name to directly promote you to Senior Imperial Beastmaster. And if nothing else, you will be able to take the Executive Imperial Beastmaster examination next year. Asterisk. It can still be played like this? Chen Rao stared wide-eyed. It was reasonable to say that from a junior Imperial Beast Master to a senior Imperial Beast Master, the fastest would take 2 years. Is Lin Jing done here? That's too soon, isn't it? But this is a reward for Lin Jing. What about Chen Rao? Where's mine? At least let Huang Yiba treat me to a nice meal. Chen Rao scratched up Baoning's pants leg with his claws. He was the first one to get the credit. He has less than a year to live before help arrives. If Lin Jing directly becomes a senior Imperial Beast Master preparing for the executive Imperial Beast Master in this coming year, then he cannot absorb the lifespan, can be directly dead. Just then, one of the men in charge of security outside walked in and informed that it was okay to leave. Everyone be careful when walking. Don't bump into corpses or anything. Some magical beast's blood is corrosive or poisonous. Sunny leads the way out, not forgetting to remind. A corpse? Chen Rao froze for a moment. His eyes lit up and he rushed to the front, only to see that outside the warehouse, apart from those Imperial beasts that hadn't been included in the Imperial Beast space yet, it was full of corpses of magical beasts. Ding, detected youth Ironstone bloodline, a qualification, 1000-foot centipede is dead. Absorbable lifespan, 66 years. Remaining absorption time, 3 minutes. Ding, mature Mercury bloodline S qualification, magic flame horned horse has been detected dead. Absorbable lifespan, 53 years. Remaining absorption time, 2 minutes. Ding, youthfulness detected wooden tire bloodline. Ding, detected at. Ding. Chen Rao looked at the small words that were densely floating out in front of him. Sent. Chapter 39, Trophy, a mediocre scale? Ding, absorbing lifespan for you. Sprinting away from the fallen area on the transportation vehicle, Chen Rao lying at the feet of Lin Jing, looking at the speedy backward sweep of the broken warehouse in front of the eyes of the system panel bouncing non-stop, drooling are almost left behind. Lifespan. The lifespan of these magical beasts was his best reward. This trip to the fallen territories was not in vain. The entire 9 magical beast corpses, life expectancy of nearly 100 years. Short also has more than 20 years. Layers stacked together nearly 1,000 years of life. Even if Chen Rao consumed part of the use to repair their own injuries, but the rest is still quite objective. Ding, all injuries have been repaired for you. Remaining lifespan, 720 years. In addition, thanks to these magical beast corpses, our professional executive Imperial Beast Master killed? They, in order to obtain the trophies, used to refine and strengthen their own Imperial beasts. In order to ensure the safety of the premise will be killed very carefully. This resulted in the corpses of these magical beasts being very intact, and there was a ton of pretty good loot to be had. Finally, I'm back, and when I compare it to the fallen area, I feel like the air in Shilin League is sweet. Ruanqi stepped out of the transport vehicle and looked towards the guarded area of the second section of the Shilin League's defense line. Compared to the fallen area, kind of 3 steps a magical beast, 5 steps a ruins of the barren land. The West Forest Alliance Gobi are considered to be a pleasant view. There is a good field, beautiful bamboo mulberry outlet, and finally we can eat. Sister Baoning, what are we going to eat tonight? Huang Yiba rubbed his stomach and looked at Baoning, but these words were actually meant for Sun Yi and Miao Hongting. Immediately we'll start the meal. Don't look at this place of Shilin League is not good, but the Northwest flavor barbecue meat is one of the best. Sun Yi's face was filled with smiles and pushed Miao Hongting with his hand. Right. You guys take a brief rest first. Later on we'll have an open-air barbecue. Miao Hongting understood the situation and quickly opened his mouth, quickly arranging for people to go down and prepare. Those Imperial Beast Masters beside them. You looked at me and I looked at you, only feeling that today was really crazy. What is this place? East Asia residential area northwest of the former Huaxia Shilin Alliance second section of the defense line guard area. Perennial hanging level 2 combat readiness warning, and the fallen area has a long 34 kilometers of open bordering land. At any time and any place to be ready to fight with the beasts to the death of the place. Open air barbecue? Some of the younger executive sentinels haven't heard of the open grill part of the process in the 3 years they've been in this hole. Most of the time, the 3 meals in the second section of the Shilin League defense line were either locally sourced, roasted some ordinary rats and hedgehogs to make up for their stomachs, or the large pots of food in the garrison canteen, which were large and filling but difficult to eat. But today, in order to entertain the 4, Miao Hongting and Sunny respectively raised in the garrison area and wild horse-ditch station 7 big fat pigs and 2 fat sheep all to slaughter. Although not to everyone can share a lot, but the bitter years of the crowd is also considered to borrow a lot of light. In fact, it is mainly through the light of Lin Jing. If she hadn't fought to the death and delayed rebel for 6 minutes, what would have awaited the crowd would have been 4 corpses and a vanished rebel, as well as sleepless days and nights in a row and the eventual punishment of all of them getting the hell out of there and going home. Therefore, on behalf of all of us in the Westwood Alliance's second section line guard area, I salute the indomitable spirit of student Lin Jing. Miao Hongting stood up and replaced the wine with water. I'm flattered. Actually, Lin Jing's ears turned red with shame. Compliment, you just take it. If it wasn't you, maybe we would have died. Bao Ning gently patted Lin Jing. She knew that Lin Jing was embarrassed, but you can't do a good deed without leaving a name. No, actually, if it wasn't for Xiao Bai, waved her hand as Lin Jing looked to the side at Chen Rao, who was devouring a half of a small fatty lamb in front of him. Ha! Chen Rao was startled and jerked to a halt. It's not going to be made public here, is it? Don't, Xiao Bai. Lin Jingsan is referring to that imperial beast of yours, right? It doesn't seem to be very white, right? Sun Yi, who had always been unsmiling, looked towards Chen Rao and made an unprecedented jab. Yes, it wasn't me who really fought Lei Bo to the death. It was it. Lin Jing looked at Chen Rao. And what else? Let you fight Prime Thunderwalker one-on-one? Chen Rao looked at Lin Jing with a bit of doubt. The crowd is the same, but after a little thought can probably understand. Lin Jing wants to express as nothing more than everyone do not always only praise her. Xiao Bai is also great, and even this victory Xiao Bai is the dominant factor, not her. But the crowd was a bit confused. It was a Prime Thunderwalker. If Lin Jing hadn't commanded it properly, even a naturally mutated Snowplains wolf wouldn't have been able to hold out for 6 minutes. Even if Lei Bo were to eat his old talent again, he wouldn't dish it out to this point. But that has nothing to do with you, right? If you really feel the need to make up for it, how about this? After we finish eating, we'll go to the trophy warehouse and let student Lin pick anyone as a trophy. Miao Hongting was worthy of being a polished human spirit and immediately spoke up in agreement. Yes, 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 there's a lot of good stuff in there. Sunny also hurriedly stood up and said, this isn't too good, right? Lin Jing's voice was small. She just didn't want everyone to pay too much attention to her, because in the battle with Lei Bo, it was almost always Chen Rao alone. But how did this end up talking about her? Just keep it if it's given to you. Solid magical beast trophies, better than more than 70% of the imperial beast supplements, medicines, and props you can buy at this stage. Bao Ning similarly got up and gently patted Lin Jing's shoulder. Yeah, that's true. Huan Yibos similarly got up. As a rich second generation, he couldn't be clearer about what's in short supply and what's cheap in the imperial beast market right now. Bao Ning mouth 7 Chung Chung counted less. Nowadays the imperial beast market, fish eyes mixed pearls, a variety of supplements, drugs props, although more, but the real material is solid, immediate effect of only less than 0.5%, and expensive, can use real materials, really effective, but also less than 1%, but the fresh, even a little bit warm trophies taken from the demonic beasts that were now killed less than 2 hours ago, that was the real deal. Loot, can I choose it myself? Chen Rao picked the mutton in his teeth with his tongue and let out a oh. After half an hour of eating and drinking, Sunny and Miao Hongting honored their promise and took the group to the trophy warehouse where the corpses of the magical beasts were stored. The warehouse was huge, with a height of more than 7 meters, a width of 30 meters, and a length almost impossible to see at a glance. And inside it was stored all the Wraith trophies that had been collected by the second section line guard area in the past 3 years. The list goes on and on. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this the feeling of opening a treasure trove? Chen Rao followed Lin Jing's footsteps, and as soon as the gate was opened, the small words in front of his eyes didn't stop. Ding! High concentration of elemental information detected. Location has been locked for you. Red iris scale, high quality. Ding! High concentration of elemental information detected. Location has been locked for you. Sansi whale point, medium quality. Ding! High concentration element information detected. Has been locked for you. Ding dash. Ding. Ding, ding, ding. The entire warehouse, a wide range of dazzling. Chen Rao look a fancy look-alike one. And when the monkey ate elixir of immortality, cannot wait to brain all stuffed into the stomach. Little white, don't run around, come back. Although Lin Jing was keeping a secret, calling up Chen Rao did change the way she did it. I just want to take a look, and I'm not saying I want them all, right? Chen Rao ran back in a small circle, and probably already had a number in his mind. Please, student Lin Jing, feel free to ask for whatever you see, but only one item. After all, we do have rules. After Miao Hongting had scanned the iris, with a wave of his hand, the protection of all the trophies was lifted uniformly. But I don't know much about these things. Lin Jing was a bit embarrassed. The only imperial beast related knowledge she had learned was the most basic imperial beast techniques. She didn't know anything about these things. Then why don't you see who you trust and let him choose for you? Sunny made a fairly reasonable suggestion. Lin Jing thought about it for a moment, and it was indeed a good suggestion. And of all the people present, the best person for the job was actually quite obvious. Bunning, the second grade officer of the General Directorate's Censorship Department. In terms of the amount of relevant knowledge, no one could compare to her. And even Pao Ning herself had already started checking from afar what was more suitable for Lin Jing and Chen Rao. Can I pick it? But Lin Jing's answer was unexpected. It's not very good, is it? Miao Hongting looked in the direction of Lin Jing's finger. and it was none other than Chen Rao. What's wrong with me? If you want to use it for me or not, the one I chose is the most reasonable, okay? If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't go too far, Chen Rao would have wanted to chuck a mouthful of old phlegm out and spit in Miao Hongting's face. Lin Jing, you have to think twice about this matter. A good magical beast trophy, even if you don't use it, taking it out and buying it can be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Huang Yiba hurriedly opened his mouth to advise. That's true, Ruan Qi concurred, and now he could only envy, but not be jealous. Shall buy? Lin Jing looked at Chen Rao with a marvelous look, a tacit exchange between the two. Just follow me. Chen Rao returned the same look and followed the instructions of the system bred, heading straight into the depths. Lin Jing followed closely behind. The remaining few people looked at each other, somewhat speechless. This girl, who else would she choose but a royal beast? What good could a beast pick? It's not likely to just bite into some random piece of crap and be sure, but it's good. For Sun Yi and Miao Hongting, although they are very grateful to Lin Jing for helping them keep their jobs, but Lin Jing made her own choices. If they didn't take away anything good, then they will be even happier. After a while, Lin Jing and Chen Rao walked back. Picked what? What was chosen? Show me. Huang Yiba hurriedly came up. This, Lin Jing silently took out from his pocket, and pulled out a piece of flat scale. The body is snow white, slightly glowing with a bit of silver, on which the lines seem to burn out the general fine. Slightly black at the top, the texture is light, and there is a hollow sound when it is struck. What is it? Ruan Qi frowned slightly. Kinda threw me for a loop. Baoning didn't even recognize it. This seems to be, almost 20 years ago, I just came to the West Forest Alliance. At that time the second section line was not so outward as it is now. An advancement battle was over. When cleaning up the battlefield from the corpse of a long-decayed magical beast was found, it was of little value, so it has been thrown in the depths of the warehouse. Sunny spoke after carefully recognizing it. No, nothing of value? Huang Yiba pinched the scales in his hand and straightaway regretted for Lin Jing. How about another chance? A new one? Miao Hongting kindly suggested. No need, just this one. Lin Jing took back the scales, trusting Chen Rao very much. Chapter 40, Evolving Again? Trying to see just how strong it is? Even though everyone felt that Lin Jing's choice was inexplicable, since she had made up her mind that she had to choose this piece of mediocre scale, there was no way to stop her. Then due to the time is too late, coupled with the control area may also be dangerous. Miao Hongting simply arranged for the 4 people to live. Because the guard area has more men than women, the girls' dormitory space is more spacious, so Bao Ning and Lin Jing even have to live in a single room. It is bitter Huang Yiba and Ruan Qi, although you're guests, but after all, men and women are different, but also can only in the guard area of the big old man together reluctantly live. As for Chen Rao, he's an imperial beast, so of course he lives with the imperial beast master. Finally rest. Lin Jing closed the door of the dormitory. The house is not big. The furnishings and decoration is also very simple, but the victory is that there are people cleaning every day. It is also quite clean. Quickly take out that scale. Chen Rao was busy grabbing Lin Jing's pants leg. This scale, it's a big deal. Chen Rao must admit that the treasures in the warehouse were indeed numerous and overwhelming, and he wanted them all. But if he were to choose between them, Chen Rao would only choose this scale. Is there a better one? Of course there is. This is a serious frontline battlefield trophy warehouse. The remnants of the flow of gold bloodline magical beasts can be found. A drop of essence blood on the outside can be sold for hundreds of millions. But what's the point? According to the system's description, a piece of complete body flowing gold bloodline S+ qualification 8-handed flesh float S glazed bone that was considered a heavenly treasure. But Chen Rao couldn't use it at all. Not to mention that after devouring and absorbing it, whether or not Chen Rao's current body strength and bloodline would be able to withstand it, he wouldn't be able to afford the lifespan that would need to be consumed. 5,400-year lifespan. Are you kidding me? Only after strolling around inside did Chen Rao finally realize what it meant to have the heart of a snake swallow the elephant, and finally chose a piece of loot with the highest cost-performance ratio. Xianhua silver scale. Don't be anxious, little white. Since you can understand human language, I would like to know, when did you start? Lin Jing held the scales between 2 fingers of her right hand, sat down on the bed, and looked at Chen Rao. Chen Rao raised a paw. A week? A month? Chen Rao nodded. This type of communication was the simplest and most effective. Then how did you learn it? Lin Jing was really curious. Of course she couldn't guess that Chen Rao had crossed over, so she was puzzled. A royal beast, how can it understand human language for good reason? Chen Rao shook his head. It was not like he could open his mouth to speak, so he could only pretend not to know. Besides, even if he could, he wouldn't admit to crossing over. You don't know either. Then since you understand human language, that means you have a human like mind too? Lin Jing asked after a little thought. Chen Rao didn't know how to answer. Nodding his head? That would almost be admitting that he was human, shaking his head. He himself didn't believe that a beast that could understand human words and comprehend meanings could not have a mind of its own. Even an ordinary pet dog would still be sad after completing commands but not receiving rewards, not to mention the imperial beasts that can communicate with humans. So Chen Rao could only nod his head. Well, then I can see why you run out every time I change. Are you still considered a decent person? Who would have thought that Lin Jing didn't seem to be thinking that deeply? Guffawed and threw the scales to Chen Rao. I want to see it too. But I can't forget that I'm human in my heart just because I'm a beast on the outside. Chen Rao took the scales in his mouth and placed them on the ground, and the moment he looked down he saw 2 claws in pitch black. Has it been a month? It's been a really long time. Chen Rao himself seemed to be getting used to being an imperial beast, but he had to keep reminding himself that he was a human being. A human being. Being human. Whether that was possible or not, he was going to do his best to find that possibility of becoming human. Perhaps by evolving his bloodline to the extreme. Perhaps by consuming his lifespan to a sufficient amount. Perhaps, no matter what, he was going to find a way to become human. Slightly stunned for a moment, then small system words floated before his eyes. Xianhua Silver Scale, perfect. Introduction, the center scale of the purest metal attribute magical beast Silver White Armadillo, which contains the purest metal attribute breath, and at the same time, as the center scale, its hollow inner core also stores the Silver White Armadillo's heart blood, which has a huge effect on the enhancement of bloodline. Description, a piece of Xianhua silver scale that has been aged for many years, seems to have buried its glory because it is not appreciated. Ding can decompose and absorb the attribute elemental breath and heart blood of Xianhua silver scale, or there will be a different feeling. Consumed lifespan, 200 years. Chen Rao looked at the last 200 years of consumption and pondered slightly. What's wrong? This is what you chose for yourself. Do you regret it? Lin Jing leaned on the bed with both hands. Before she had no friends she usually chatted with Xiao Bai. Only then in Xingtang was talking to herself. Now, no more. Regret not so much. It's just that these 200 years are still a bit heartbreaking. Chen Rao shook his head. Even though he had just made a fortune and now had a full 721 years of remaining lifespan, it was still a bit heartbreaking to have 200 years shaved off at once. But it's a good idea to get stronger. Chen Rao eyes closed, teeth bite heart. 200 years said to give. Ding, absorbing separately for you, Xianhua Silver Scale, Metal Elemental Breath Xianhua Silver Scale, Silver White Armadillo Heart's Blood. As a line of small words appeared, the Xianhua Silver Scale, which was lying on the ground, rose up. How? Xiao Bai, did you do that? Lin Jing asked in a hurry as her eyes widened at the sight. Calm down, calm down. I can understand human language. It's normal to know a bit of this, right? Chen Rao nodded and raised his paw to signal Lin Jing not to panic. All right, you'll even get stronger on your own. Lin Jing appeared to purse her lips as if she was somewhat deflated. It was true that she was happy after letting her know that Xiao Bai could understand human language and could chat with her, but all the same, if Xiao Bai could understand human language and could even figure out how to devour all kinds of things on her own to become stronger, what was the point of having her? Understanding human language means that there is no need for bonding. As long as the other person is not a cutie, White will be able to work well with him, and it could figure out how to become stronger on its own. Especially at this moment when Little White was using the Xianhua silver scales on its own, Lin Jing suddenly realized that if Little White could really use these things to become stronger on its own, then perhaps she should let it change its owner, replace it with someone who can provide it with more Tianhua earth treasures. As for her, it doesn't seem to help. A sentinel who needs to be protected? But at this moment, Chen Rao, who was immersed in becoming stronger, did not notice Lin Jing's dark eyes, and he stared at the Xianhua silver scale in front of him. And under the lines that looked like a burin, a drop of essence blood abruptly gushed out. Heart's blood. Chen Rao didn't move a muscle, and the drop of heart blood that had been disintegrated from the Xianhua silver scale was squeezed, rotated, and sizzled by unseen objects in the air, finally congealing into an ebony grain the size of a sesame seed. It was sent into Chen Rao's mouth. Ding absorbed the blood from the heart of the silver scale Silver White Armadillo. The mellow breath of the heart blood in the moment of entering the body immediately exudes a nourishing warmth. As the silver and white armadillo pseudo-rebirth of an important guarantee, the heart blood won to turn again and again, filling up the 5 bodies and 6 chi, full of the blood lineage of the emptiness of the place to fill the gap. At the same time, the Xianhua silver scales suspended in the air were also dissipating little by little, as if they were being ground into powder, and the threads were melting into Chen Rao's body, even forming a thin layer of silver-colored film on the surface of his pitch-black body. Ding, absorbing Xianhua silver scale, metal elemental breath. The silver white armadillo with the purest metal element among all natural native magical beasts has the strongest defense at the same stage, and the metal elemental breath contained in its body is so rigid and pure that it collided with the lightning elemental breath the moment it surged into the host's body. Chen Rao took a deep breath. and while feeling the blood of his heart nourishing his bloodline, he could clearly detect two breaths colliding within his body. Lightning collided with the metal element as it did when it devoured the golden armor metamorphosis. That's really strong. Chen Rao lowered his stance and tried to suppress the fierce collision of the two elements in his body, and at the same time, the efficacy of the heart's head blood began to play. The body that was constantly ruptured due to the collision of the two elemental breaths was constantly being repaired by the heart's head blood, and the body that couldn't withstand the strength of such a horrific bloodline during the growth period was also constantly strengthened due to the constant collision of the two breaths. It's like an ice cup that can't hold any more water in the winter night. The more water is going to splash out, the more it will be frozen and become part of the ice cup instead. The cycle was repeated, watching Lin Jing's heart skip a beat. Little White, are you alright? Lin Jing couldn't help but sweat. It's fine. Chen Rao gritted his teeth, although the process this time was also painful, but compared to devouring the golden armor molt, the pain this time was simply scratching an itch. Time passed slowly, and Chen Rao's body was changing drastically. The pitch-black body gradually began to reflect a silvery white color, but it dissipated with the collision of the two elemental breaths in his body, and in the end it was like splashing ink that was messy and deposited. Ding Xianhua Silver Scale. Metal elemental breath absorption is complete. Ding. The host's current attributes are cold ice, lightning, metal, and arcane gold. The small words appeared and dissipated. Because this second Chen Rao low roar out, blood churning and boiling like a thunderbolt from the heart began to thump 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 all the way to the hair, and then from the hair instantaneous explosion back to the heart. Ding Xuanhua Silver Scale. The silver white armadillo's heart blood has been absorbed. Ding. The host's bloodline has evolved. Ding. Host's current qualification, growing Mercury bloodline S qualification, frost-dyed thunder spirit. With a mouthful of turbid air heavily exhaled, Chen Rao obviously feels that the body has become a little different from the past. This is not only the feeling brought about by the change of blood veins, but more importantly it seems to be what happened. At that moment, Bao Ning, who lived right next door, sensed the sound from this side and pushed open the door with one hand. No, nothing, Little White. Lin Jing hurriedly spoke. Has it evolved again? Bao Ning could tell at a glance. Evolution doesn't count, but it should have gotten stronger. Chen Rao looked at his own body. Getting stronger was a certainty, but he was a bit unclear as to what exactly had gotten stronger. Right. Lin Jing nodded. A day's time, evolving twice. If not for seeing it with their own eyes, probably no one would believe it. Bao Ning also do not believe, but the fact is in front of the eyes. At noon that moment after devouring the golden armor metamorphosis, mutated and evolved into the frost-dying thunder spirit Xiaobai, at this moment has already absorbed that piece of scale. The body seems to be a lot of fitness again. Fantastic. I really want to try how strong this little guy is now. Bao Ning looked at Chen Rao, his face filled with curiosity. I also want to know. With their hearts in the right place, Chen Rao and Lin Jing actually answered in the exact same way. There just happens to be a training ground in this garrison. Why don't we go give it a try? Bao Ning suggested. Chapter 41, Against All Odds Values. Reinforcement level 6? Sir, it's not that I'm a deadbeat, but you really don't have to. Outside the second section of the Westwood Alliance's line guarding area, outside of Training Ground 1, guard number 147 stopped Bao Ning. This guy was stubborn as hell, and when he knew that Bao Ning was borrowing the training ground to test all of Chen Rao's values, he said nothing to allow Bao Ning to enter. What about the second in command of the General Directorate? It's the review department, not the enforcement department, and since he's not the top dog, he's just obligated to intercept as a caretaker according to bureau rules to ensure safe use and operation. Not to mention that Bao Ning's identity for this field trip wasn't even that of a second-tier officer of the censorship department, but rather that of a security officer for the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy's practical training student team, and with a student by his side, there was even more of a need for the guards to intercept the two outside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're talking to me about regulations, aren't you? Do you know who fixed the new ordinances? I'll tell you I did. 477 regulations. I can memorize them backwards. Bao Ning was also speechless. How did he come across such a rash person? 147 is indeed correct about the regulations, but the authority has 10 ironclad rules that override all regulations and must be obeyed unconditionally. One of the articles is that in the event of an encounter with a very special imperial or magical beast situation, the special situation detection should be completed as soon as possible and in close proximity, accompanied by the necessary personnel, and all departments should cooperate. Sir, means that this imperial beast is a special imperial beast? I don't see anything special about it, right? 147's words softened quite a bit at once when he was pressured by the iron law. Little White, isn't it special? Lin Jing looked at Chen Rao and secretly said in her heart, a mature imperial beast that could understand human language. Who would believe it when she said it wasn't special? I thought the same as you when I first saw it. until I witnessed it devouring and absorbing the golden armor molt, and then again tonight, carrying the Mercury bloodline with the strength of the original generation's long-term body. Baoning was in no hurry to explain slowly, convincing people with reason. What? That's impossible. 147 stared wide-eyed. He had been in the guard district for 8 years and had never heard of a Protoss long-term imperial beast carcass strength that could carry the Mercury bloodline. I don't believe it either. But it is. Pao Ning understood the guard's doubts, for she had wondered the same thing on this journey over. Generally speaking, there was a relationship between the strength of a royal beast's bloodline and its stage of growth, usually in a positive correlation. Growth stage, that is, the older, the stronger the bloodline. Although there is the so-called wood tire bloodline a big threshold, ironstone bloodline fixed lifelong saying, but the general royal beasts if you can really grow to the metamorphosis stage, can also enter the Mercury bloodline. Echoing this, as far as the imperial beasts known to Pao Ning were concerned, the most powerful and formidable in the growth period was the ironstone bloodline. Although it wasn't considered common, there were always that many too within 10,000 of them. But what kind of monster is White? If Lin Jing hadn't lied, little White, who had only been a juvenile 3 years ago and had just reached adulthood a month or so ago, had now become a Mercury bloodline? Are you kidding me? What was the difference between this and a metaphysical novel where a 6-year-old child who had just joined the sect suddenly formed a golden Dan? Not normal. 10 points must have 800 points of abnormal. But Baoning himself does not have a what can be seen out of the universal scanner, so simply take the opportunity to test the strength of Xiao Bai's efforts, and incidentally a good detection. But I'm sorry sir, I still can't let you in. 147 nodded thoughtfully, still in denial. You this guy, then how can you let me in? I have to go back to the town tomorrow to write her application. I'm very busy, okay? You just let me here to lift the doubt is not good? Baoning was consumed with some emotions. Application. You're the one who spent 6 minutes with Leibo? 147 asked as he looked Lin Jing up and down. Yes, Lin Jing nodded. I thought it would be a guy, but I didn't realize it was such a little girl. There was some question in 147's eyes. He was a guard at the training grounds, so he wasn't involved in the rescue plan. And because of tonight's late shift and not attending the open barbecue, one way or the other, he only found out what had happened today by talking to people while he was resting between shifts. What do you mean? You despise her? Or are you looking down on it? Bao Ning opened his mouth half-jokingly, pointing at Lin Jing and then at Chen Rao. Mature Mercury bloodline S qualification, Frost-Dyed Thunder Spirit. 147 glancing down. He had to admit that the naturally mutated imperial beast was indeed handsome enough, with an exaggerated shape, a head more like a tiger's despite being the embryo of a wolf, and a pitch-black carapace, made even more domineering by the brilliant golden spells that were all over the place and the silver splashes of ink that dotted them. But Leibo we also know, although the two are not in a place, but at least they are under the management of the West Forest Alliance Management Bureau, and they can still meet at the annual learning and exchange meetings. Although that guy made a big mistake today, but in previous years are also a good hand in the martial arts. Not to say that every year to win the first prize, but always also took a few of the first, or only come to 5 years as the implementation of the 6th level of the Royal Beast Division cannot convince the public. Sir, to be honest, I know Leibo and have some friendship. With his methods, there's no way a little girl and a naturally occurring long-term imperial beast, even if it's a Mercury bloodline, would be able to last 6 minutes. 147 pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. I don't think I can either. But who told me to get hung up? Chen Raoan looked at 147 with his head. He knew that this guy wasn't just talking tough. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a system that could repair his injuries, the Prime Thunderwalker's slash of thunder and lightning would have been enough for him. So the problem is that I also think that this only mutant species of Frost-Dyed Thunder Spirit is a bit special, which is why I need to check the values. Pao Ning wasn't angry about it either. Sir, I can let you use the training grounds, but I have a request. 147 paused for a moment before speaking. Speak. Baoning waved his hand. As long as it was within the permissible limits, regardless of the test results. I want to spar with this girl. 147 looked towards Lin Jing. He and Leibo were not similar in strength to each other. Naturally, he was also curious about Lin Jing's strength. Me? Lin Jing was a bit overwhelmed. I'm also an executive level 6 Imperial Beast Master. No offense, just curious as to why you were able to hold out for a full 6 minutes. If you don't agree then forget it. 147 gave a timely step. Lin Jing hesitated slightly. Bao Ning, on the other hand, White 147 a glance. Now who does not know Lin Jing and Leibo battle was injured, and now also want to cut? This kid is really which pot is not mention which. I agree. Lin Jing nodded. 147 then turned around and swiped his iris, opening the training ground. The three of them then went to the testing room first as one. After all, Bao Ning had long had words to do the testing on Chen Rao first, which was a very troublesome process, and normally imperial beasts faced with the scenario of having to be separated from their imperial masters would be more resistant to it, and even have to be sedated to be able to do so, but Chen Rao would not. He himself was curious about what his current values were, so it was very natural and cooperative. Then again, it's really obedient, doing whatever it's told to do. Bao Ning sat in front of the console and looked at Chen Rao on the testing table on the other side of the glass window and couldn't help but sigh. Little white, it's smarter. Lin Jing casually made up a reply. You can't tell Bao Ning that Xiaobai can understand human language, right? Then she'll have to bring her back to the headquarters for a thorough examination. Of course, the way to test it was not simply and roughly hitting it with something, which was too untechnical, and it was also easy for the imperial beast to get hurt, and the data was not accurate enough. Moreover, the so-called body strength was not only the resistance to blows, but also the concentration of elemental breath and energy pressure level that the body could withstand. Generally speaking, a native imperial beast, that is, an imperial beast that has not been artificially interfered with, has a body strength rating of around 15 during its growth period, and can withstand a concentration and pressure level ratio of 3:0 if it is artificially intervened. For example, Prime Thunderwalker has a torso strength score of 22.7 and a concentration pressure level ratio of 3:54 in young adulthood. Don't look at the small difference in values. This was all data that the authority had arrived at with countless experiments, and it was much more accurate than simply measuring the strength of the imperial beasts with the growth stage bloodline level qualification rating. This value represents the current, almost absolute combatability of the imperial beast, and the higher the value, the greater the intensity. Hasn't it started yet? Chen Rao asked as he stood on the testing table and yawned. As soon as the words left his mouth, it became obvious that something was different. The detection table under his feet faintly lit up with light, which then quickly spread out, as if rippling like ripples in the water, in a reciprocal cycle. Then, high-energy particles visible to the naked eye landed from the ceiling, a little hot, but other than being a bit hot, Chen Rao didn't feel any discomfort either. After a few minutes, the high-energy particles dissipated, and the light from the detection table at his feet quickly faded, followed by a few beeps before calling it a day. Finished? Chen Rao was a bit puzzled, but the three people who couldn't hear the sound outside and could only see the action showed that it should be over. Come on out. Little Bai. Lin Jing straightened up and looked at Chen Rao, waving her hand continuously to greet him as he came out. So what would it be? Growing up is usually 15. 3, 20 in my case? 4, said Chen Rao as he headed out the door while mentally scoring himself. Just as he stepped outside, he heard the voices of Bao Ning and 147. You're sure that the Westwood Alliance's testing apparatus isn't broken, aren't you? Bao Ning asked seriously. Sir, according to the regulations, we check every 40 days, and just the day before yesterday, there is absolutely no problem. 147 replied officially, but his tone was obviously a bit agitated. Little White, guess what your value is? Even Lin Jing, who had walked over, showed great excitement. Chen Rao cocked his head. In front of outsiders, it would be best for him to act like an imperial beast. He just rubbed his head against Lin Jing's hand before heading inside. Then isn't this figure a bit too much? Bao Ning looked at the readings on the screen and gulped, a bit unable to believe his eyes. Generally speaking, the most a mature imperial beast can have is an ironstone bloodline, with double read limits currently at 15, 33 and 309. Considering the special nature of Chen Rao's growth period Mercury bloodline, Bao Ning's mental expectations read around 18 and 3.5. Even Chen Rao himself, the mental expectation is only 24.5%, but the screen reads 24.45.493. Chapter 42, Getting Too Strong Too Fast for Lin Jing to Match. So high? Chen Rao looked at the readout on the screen and couldn't believe it himself. This figure was a bit too high. So high that Bao Ning confirmed it 4 times over and over again without believing it. Unreasonable, unreasonable, this value shouldn't be a growth stage imperial beast. Bao Ning looked at the data on the screen and then at Chen Rao, his face full of disbelief. Since the fall of the meteorite, magical beasts were born, beast masters awakened. The global scope of the 4 major bureaus under the jurisdiction of hundreds of bureaus, scribbling counted nearly 1 million beast masters, related to the imperial beasts of cultivation, trading, scientific research and other industrial chain throughout the human civilization. It took decades of development, tens of thousands of actual battles, and countless amounts of data to finally form the current power level system. There is the rough system of growth stage bloodline level qualification assessment, which is still in the student stage. There is also the double indicator reading, which is detected by the tester and is accurate to 2 decimal places. Globally, any industry related to the imperial beasts are sharing this set of power level system. Even if Bowning is not a person in the technical department, is clearly cognizant of one thing: Little White. It's likely that he's going to subvert the entire imperial beast realm. After a long time, Pounding slowly spoke. Subverting the entire imperial beast realm? Lin Jing was a little stunned. Bowning nodded vigorously. Subverting the entire imperial beast realm. She had to emphasize one issue with Lin Jing, namely that there was a huge gap between the imperial beast's world she perceived right now and the real imperial beast's world. For someone who hadn't entered the authority and seen the mountains of experimental data with his own eyes, given an imperial beast, he would dare to believe that there was a probability, even if it was 1 in 10 billion, that his imperial beast would be able to become the strongest in the world. But only those who have truly stepped into that threshold know that more than 98% of imperial beasts are destined to reach their limits from the day they are born, such as the Prime Thunderwalker, an imperial beast that has already been researched thoroughly by the authority, whose limit is the complete body Mercury bloodline, and can't be progressed no matter how hard it tries. That was why the imperial beast masters of the authority gradually changed their imperial beasts as they rose in rank. But Lin Jing didn't need it. Xiao Bai is now just in his growth stage, yet he can already carry the pressure of the Mercury bloodline, and his dual indicator readings are already infinitely approaching that of a mature imperial beast. Reb was absolutely right when he said that given 5 years of Lin Jing, she could definitely be one of the strongest contenders for the honor of being the youngest Blackhawk badge holder. As scary as the readings are, problems have surfaced. 147 broke the peace somewhat insensitively. What's the problem? Chen Rao looked up at 147. This guy always liked to throw cold water at times like this. Indeed, Lin Jing, problems will surface. Pao Ning did not retort, but instead looked at Lin Jing in a serious tone, at the girl who had saved her life. So what's the problem? Lin Jing and Shan Rao thought of the same thing. Bowning stood up, and the group walked towards the outside while listening to her narrate. The battle of the imperial beasts is never about the imperial beasts themselves. The skill, instincts, and flexibility of the imperial masters props play a large part in the battle. Taking myself as an example, my test score for performing the 8th level was 84. This score was compared by the database. With my ability, I can fit perfectly with the hexagonal black dragon of the full-bodied Ironstone bloodline. Similarly, if the hexagonal black dragon was a little stronger, I wouldn't be able to keep up with it. Imperial beast masters and imperial beasts are never separate parts from each other, but rather a whole that unites with each other. White is getting stronger surprisingly fast. What about you? Bowning said, standing in the doorway of the actual combat simulation room and looking at Lin Jing. Lin Jing looked at Chen Rao. Chen Rao looked at Lin Jing, and the air fell into a death-like silence. Lin Jing had realized this problem long ago, and during the heated battle with Lei Bo, Little White was fighting, defending, and dodging completely on his own terms. And her? She was like a drag who was of little use and in turn needed to be taken care of by Kahaku, wasting some of his energy. That's why one has to learn to accept one's own mediocrity, and also learn not to be jealous of others' excellence, or else one will be stuck in a dilemma, like you are now. 147 undid the chest latch and skillfully removed the protective armor. What do you mean, you guy? Chen Rao looked towards 147, a little offended. What he said is a bit hard to hear, but it's the truth. Lin Jing, you may not want to hear what I'm about to say, but this is about the development of the entire imperial beast realm. Pao Ning obviously hesitated when she opened her mouth, but out of her responsibility to all of humanity, she had to say it. I understand, go ahead. Lin Jing's voice trembled a little. She probably guessed what Bowning was going to say. There's a good chance that your abilities won't match the current Xiao Bai, and maybe you won't be able to keep up in the future. But we can't let Xiao Bai be buried because of this. And if you're not up to the task of being its blood-attached imperial beast master, you'll have to learn to let go of it. What? Chen Rao was shocked, startling Bowning. Let go? What do you mean? Hoping that he got stronger and changed too fast and had to change the imperial beast master? No way. Absolutely no way. Although Chen Rao and Lin Jing had known each other for only a month or so, but in this less than a month's time, they had experienced 2 life and death moments, one against Qiu Yuan and one against Lei Bo. Twice, Chen Rao had been in danger, and twice, Lin Jing had rushed up without hesitation. It was true that she was just an ordinary person who couldn't open up and become strong like Chen Rao, but she was also a proud child of the heavens who had only spent 3 years getting into the Zhouhua Imperial Beast Academy. If she wasn't even worthy, there was no one in this world or on earth who was. I understand, but there is always a need for me to try, right? Lin Jing took a deep breath. She didn't want to give up on Little White, but she also didn't want to limit Little White's play because of her weakness. I'll report to the directorate and remove you from this practical training. You don't have to worry about your practical training grade. This incident today is enough for you to get a perfect score. As for what you need to do, is to find a way to improve your ability. 3 months later I will bring you back to the general administration for an examination. With a passing score, then you will directly become a senior Imperial Beastmaster, refreshing the record of the fastest upgrade for senior Imperial Beastmasters in China. If the score fails, you can become a senior Imperial Beastmaster just the same, but Little White will be taken away, and in its place we will provide you with an Imperial Beast that matches you. Bowning opened his mouth. Regulations were regulations, and favors were favors. 3 months? Lin Jing looked at her hands. 3 months. She had spent 3 years to become one of the 2 legendary freshmen of the Zhohua Imperial Beast Academy from a white boy who knew nothing about Imperial Beasts. Then she could also use 3 months to become a qualified senior Imperial Beast Master. 3 months is too short, isn't it? Are you kidding? On the contrary, it was Chen Rao who fought for Lin Jing, but it was not possible for others to understand its wah. Too long? Whoever was next to 147 mouthed off. 3 months? Still long? Long? Do you guys have no concept of time? Seemingly sensing the anger of Chen Rao, who was balled up next to him, 147 glanced at him somewhat cautiously before opening his mouth and explaining. Classmate, your Imperial Beast Index is indeed terrifying, but you are, after all, a freshman in Department A of Zhohua, and the difficulty of letting you match its ability for 3 months is probably only 10. You can question me all you want, but I also jumped straight from beginner to advanced back in the day, and it only took me 4 years to go from executive level 1 to executive level 6. And I was learning the tricks and tactical usage of the Imperial Beastmaster's props from scratch in only 1 month, and the difficulty level was about a 10 as well. But you have 3 times the time I have, and you still think it's too short? It had to be said that the Beast Royalist, a profession that was meant to be only for geniuses to become, was a race of geniuses, all of them ing perverts, once they entered the interior. Demons. No. 3 months, just right. Lin Jing took a deep breath and looked at 147 with firm eyes. Life is one difficulty after another, one mountain after another, and Lin Jing has already crossed 2 big mountains, walking from the village to Qingting and from Qingting to Zhohua, and now she had to catch up with Chen Rao. Let me, then, try you first. 147 moved his neck and turned on the real-world simulation room. Let's go, Little White. Lin Jing looked at Chen Rao and followed. Teach him to be human. Chen Rao slightly lowered his head and growled out in a low voice. He had long been impatient to try out how strong he was now. Wasn't he just an executive beast master of the same rank as Lei Bo? Even if we don't win the fight, we have to make 147 lose their skin. Inside the observation room of the directly connected real-world simulation room, Baoning looked at the confident Lin Jing and pressed the start button while editing a message to the General Directorate. As the beep beep sounded, the live simulation began. Then Bao Ning was editing the message. The general content was to report on Chen Rao's 2-finger readings and what had happened today, and to make an appointment for the test in 3 months. And the matter was so important that she had even activated the emergency frequency, which would allow her chief to deal with the matter first thing in the morning. Less than 7 minutes had probably passed, and Baoning put down his cell phone after editing the message, and as soon as he looked up, he saw the actual combat simulation room full of rolling smoke. Asterisk. Baoning couldn't help but curse. Inside the actual combat simulation room, the scaly Chen Rao sprawled on the ground, his body speckled with broken Xian Jin liling dissipated with the wind. The ground is shocking cracks and gullies like special effects as dense as no money. The surrounding walls are full of thunder and lightning tumbling, the traces of the frost explosion. It was hard to imagine what had happened in the real-world simulation room during the 7 minutes that Baoning had kept his head down, but it had definitely been a pretty brutal fight. Asterisk. I knew that Lei Bo guy was faking his death. Chen Rao slumped to the ground, his internal organs shattering with the same sharp pain. He finally understood at this moment why Lei Bo kept emphasizing that he was careless after being controlled. Because even if Chen Rao had a system, if Lei Bo had his heart set on getting him killed, 60 seconds would be considered long, not to mention 6 minutes. Now it looks like I overestimated you. How come the freshmen of the A series in Zhohua are getting worse every year? 147. The clouds lightly patted some dust on his body, and the Imperial Beast behind him dissipated out of sight. He walked to Lin Jing, who was sitting on her knees. It's true that you don't deserve it, and it'll be the same in 3 months. Chapter 43, Departure. 12 weeks of Devil's Boot Camp. Defeat. Chen Rao and Lin Jing lost together, and the defeat is very thorough. The defeat of Chen Rao himself are not able to mouth hard to find excuses. 147 was a very good person. He knew that Lin Jing was only a junior Imperial Beast Master right now, and he also knew that her promotion to senior Imperial Beast Master relied on the eccentric power of the Imperial Beasts, so he didn't even activate his own Imperial Beasts. Instead, he applied to the system in the actual battle simulation room for a communal executive Imperial Beast, which was a special Imperial Beast without a blood contract, relying on the sword executioner system to fight with the executive Imperial Beast Master in a temporary contract. Moreover, for the sake of the fairness of this battle, this utility execution Imperial Beast 147 chose a water attribute Arrow Poison Spirit Frog of Growth Stage Wooden Tire Bloodline, a qualification, whose attribute was restrained by Shinrao's ice attribute, not to mention that the double finger reading was even more frighteningly low. But what happened? At the beginning of the battle, Shenrao even felt that he could completely dispense with Lin Jing's help and crush the Arrow Poison Spirit Frog purely on numerical values, then press 147 to the ground to listen to him sing his conquest. But after just 30 seconds, 147 let Shenrao know what it meant to be an Imperial Beast Master. An Imperial Beast Master was never a medium for summoning Imperial Beasts. Their duty was far from being as simple as giving Imperial Beasts supplements, purchasing props, and refining medicines to make Imperial Beasts stronger, and then summoning them out during battles and flinging their skills around like they were playing Pokemon. The Imperial Beast Master is the brain of the Imperial Beasts, the observer of the battlefield, the mentor of the battle session, and the choreographer of the dance. If the Imperial Beast is a scalpel that removes the stubborn diseases of the magical beasts in the human world, then the Imperial Beast Master is the chief surgeon who squeezes the handle. Whether or not the surgery to remove the wraith from the human world can be accomplished fluently, one or the other is missing. I'm really too weak. Lin Jing sat on her knees, feeling her weakness so intuitively for the first time. She was too weak. At the very least, compared to 147, she was as weak as an elementary school student in a high school exam room. 147 with one hand behind his back the entire time. He only used the Imperial Beast Master props 3 times with one hand, and all of them were not used to interfere with Chen Rao, but were used to assist the Arrow Poison Spirit Frog's Imperial Beast skill. Just as Chen Rao had utilized the 10 Thunder Fang destruction to strengthen the 3000 Ice Thunder waterfalls, 147 was like a magician, strengthening the weak Arrow Poison Spirit Frog into a royal beast that was good enough to rival Chen Rao. It's not that you're weak, it's that he's too perversely strong. Chen Rao climbed up from the ground and once again consumed 20 years of his lifespan to repair his injuries. Before crossing over and after crossing over, Chen Rao had lived 2 lifetimes and had never seen 147 such an outrageous guy. In the actual combat simulation room, in order to be realistic, special technology would be utilized to imitate a combat environment that was 95% similar to the natural environment. And in order to be fair, 147 even set the simulation environment into the ice and snow of -12 degrees Celsius. This was the most suitable environment for Chen Rao, and the cold ice attribute had a unique advantage here. But the result was that 147 this guy used the Arrow Poison Spirit Frog to fight hard in the icy sky and snow with the freedom and fluidity of the home field, using the Imperial Beast Master prop to create water into ice with the help of extremely low temperatures, condensing Chen Rao's Ice Blade. Winter Roar or not, Winter Sharp Claws or not, even the 3000 Ice Thunderfalls that Chen Rao was most proud of was easily dissolved by him with the help of the environment. Even the Xian Jin Liling was hardened and burned through by the poisonous miasma spew of the Arrow Poison Spirit Frog. I'm happy that you can realize your weaknesses. Your battlefield reading is too poor, your use of the environment is almost nil, and you don't even know enough about your Imperial Beast to know how powerful it really is. 147's criticism was unforgiving. He was even a bit sarcastic and ironic, because if Lin Jing couldn't correct these faults now, then she would only be able to say goodbye to Chen Rao 3 months later. Lin Jing looked towards the blood seeping out of her palm. She had done her best to keep up with Chen Rao's rhythm and also did her best to solve every puzzle given by 147, but her answer was still a failing grade. Your Imperial Beast is strong, so strong that I had to use the Imperial Beastmaster props. Before I started, I even considered not using the Gobbler props at all, but its own strength managed to push me to that point. It was excellent. Its combat reflexes, use of autonomous skills, and utilization of the environment were all great, but it was like a sword that sharpened iron and could be invincible in the martial arts world. But U-147 looked at Chen Rao who approached him. He recognized the power of this Imperial Beast. That was a fact. He turned around and extended his hand towards Lin Jing. You, as the swordsman of this precious sword, but you're using it to smash nails and cut pork and chop firewood. You have to force yourself to become stronger. Otherwise you'll only bury its sharpness. Lin Jing raised her head and looked at 147, her chest rising and falling violently. Yeah, she had to push herself to get stronger. Xiaobai is getting stronger, devouring the golden armor molt, absorbing the Xianhua silver scales are getting stronger. Xiaobai can even understand the human language. Do not even need to instruct the grinding period, as long as Lin Jing himself can read through the battlefield, familiar with all the weaknesses of the magical beasts and Imperial beasts. All the aspects of the battle will be at your fingertips. she can then be the most suitable bearer of this sword. Don't be discouraged, even if they think you're unqualified. I still think you're qualified. Chen Rao walked to Lin Jing's side and pushed his head against Lin Jing's spine. Xiao Bai. Lin Jing's voice was small. She gasped and looked at Chen Rao. Of course she knew that White was being comforting, and if there weren't outsiders here, she probably would have gently patted herself with her paw again like a person. But where can I go in 3 months? Lin Jing sighed. Practical training away from the team. It was logical that she could go anywhere she wanted. Sky South and North can go as far as she wants and the rules allow until the end of practical training. But where could she go? Leaving the aura of Nineveh and losing her public reimbursement. She was a schoolgirl with little savings and even money owed. Although Huang Yiba didn't need Lin Jing to pay back that money, but she couldn't help but insist on paying it back. So where else could she go? She had to return to Jiuhua and work part-time while trying to find ways to improve herself. That's too slow. 3 months, and you're working part-time while improving? Practical training away from the team. You don't have any classes back in Jiuhua, and even if you can book into the simulation room, there's no one to join you. Baoning pushed open the door of the practical training simulation room and walked in at this moment, together with 2 other people, a sleepy Ruan Qi and Huang Yibo. The 2 of them had been eating and drinking and sleeping, but they were woken up by a phone call from Bao Ning, and then ran and rushed here while inquiring. Why are you guys here? Lin Jing asked as she looked at Huang Yibo and Ruan Qi. Called. Ruan Qi's answer was simple as hell. Sister Bao Ning said that you'll be leaving the team for practical training in 2 hours tomorrow, and the 2 of us still have to stay here so we came to see you off. It was still Huang Yiba's answer that was more serious. It's really bothering you too. Lin Jing was a bit embarrassed. It was obviously her own ability that didn't match with the Imperial beasts, and now she was still in such trouble with the whole thing. What's disturbing or not? Don't forget, I'm the one who's going to drag you down for the actual battle in the lifting department at the end of the practical training. No matter how awesome your Imperial beast is, I will win. Ruan Qi had never forgotten his goal since the beginning and fought relentlessly. He did envy Xiao Bai's speed of becoming stronger, but he was never discouraged. You kid is pretty confident. 147 looked to Ruan Qi. The 2 of them had similar personalities. No, isn't the priority now to help Lin Jing become stronger first? Huang Yiba slapped his face with both hands, trying to clear his head. But in addition to going back to Jiuhua, I don't have any other place to go. Lin Jing stood up by herself. Practical training to leave the team. In fact, she didn't want a practical training to leave the team at all. Might as well stay here, but it's useless for you to stay here. The content of the next practical training has no value for you. No room for improvement. 147 was also a person who had been there before, and was very clear about the content of the freshman's first practical training outing. What then? Huang Yiba asked, yawning. Xiao Bai's double finger readings are too high. The method of quick success in a short period of time is indeed there. But, Pao Ning quietly opened his mouth, but his brow was frowning deliberately in selling the idea. But what? You say Next to him, Chen Rao was so anxious that he started spinning in circles. He didn't want to change the Beastmaster. After leaving Lin Jing, what if the next Imperial Beastmaster is a brown old man? What if it's a pervert who likes to give him? What if it's a monster with a stinky body odor? Such a fragrant and soft long-legged Imperial Sister Imperial Beastmaster can't be replaced away. He even started to consult the System S panel, wanting to try to see if he could kryptonite Lin Jing to make him stronger. But the answer was, no. Ding system alert. Kryptonian strengthening can only be applied to the host himself, and blood-contracted Imperial Beastmasters can only enjoy immediate functions such as injury repair. Look at you. Look at how anxious you've made Xiao Bai. Sister Pao Ning, you quickly say it. Huang Yibo opened his mouth and urged. As a solid helping forest faction, he couldn't stand Baoning's energy of selling out. Just like you guys going out for practical training, the second years of Jiuhua are doing an activity right now. Baoning finally opened his mouth. 12 weeks of Devil's Boot Camp. Wenqi counted on a wide range of doors. That's right, it's Jiuhua's Devil's Intensive Special Training specifically for the top 400 rankings amongst the second-year students, the purpose of which is to fight together for the 40 spots to directly become senior Imperial Beastmasters through 12 weeks of devilish training. Baoning nodded and said, Devil's Special Training Camp. Lin Jing muttered to herself, then go wow, I'll pay how much it takes. Huang Yibo once again became rich and generous. All expenses are borne by Jiuhua. The student only needs to be present in person and the blood-contracted Imperial Beast. But the problem is, Lin Jing, as a one-year freshman, whether she can break the rules to enter is unknown for now, and even if she gets in, now that the special training camp has already begun for 2 days, it's inevitable that she'll cause dissatisfaction if she plugs in. Bao Ning's concern was not unreasonable. Devil's Special Training Camp is the top among the second-year students, the pride of the respective stories. Suddenly stuffed in a one-year freshman, not to mention whether Lin Jing will compete with them for the already small number of 40 slots, just suddenly stuffed in a person. Everyone will feel strange in their hearts. The Devil's Training Camp, which is supposed to be the place where everyone fights their way in, now directly and explicitly bails one out? Or a freshman? Are you kidding me? No one would be happy and would even try to target Lin Jing. However, the crowd also had to ponder that the Devil's Training Camp was definitely a place that could quickly strengthen Imperial Beast Masters in a short period of time, and it was the most suitable place for Lin Jing. I can think of a way on the quota side, but the question is whether or not you can resist. Lin Jing. Bowning finally gave the solution. I can. Chapter 44, Stealing Imperial Beast Thieves in a Premium Soft Sleeper. There were times when one had to admit that the gap between man and man was greater than the gap between man and pig. Huang Yibo recognized this problem at a very young age. He didn't have the same growth curve as many rich kids. He didn't attend any aristocratic school, but was in a normal school like all the children of the imperial city's beatniks. However, Huang Xingxiang did not hide his wealth. On the contrary, he did his best to fill Huang Yibo's material preferences, but let him live among ordinary people. This has allowed Huang Yibo to develop a unique set of views on money since he was a child. He knows that there are rich and poor in the world, but he also knows that the base determines the upper level, so he faces the gap squarely, and never bullies others, but he is never jealous of anything. However, he had to admit that on the path of the Royal Beast Master, the gap between him and Lin Jing was just like the gap between his elementary school classmate Wang Ergu and him. Why are you so enamored? For a rich second generation like you, there shouldn't be a lack of beautiful women around you? Baoning, who had come along to see him off, poked Huang Yibo and asked, "You think of me too nasty?" I approached Lin Jing not because she is good looking, but partly because of this, but the friendship between us is definitely not built on this. It was rare for Huang Yibo to say something so serious. And because of what? Because she's related to Geng Shuan? Ruan Qi's words were a bit of a pot calling the kettle black. Can we not mention this? Bao Ning had a sulky look on her face, her head aching at the thought that she would have to go back to Zhouhua 3 months later to do a review and hold a clarification meeting because of this. Honestly, yes. I also thought at first that I could meet with the boss through Lin Jing or something. Huang Yibo was generous to admit, this kid is not very good at lying, and attend and think what to say, but until after the hospital thing, I was completely out of admiration for Lin Jing. Worship? Baoning was a bit puzzled. Yes, worship. When Lin Jing woke up and told those things she did before in Kanye Village, the reaction of schoolmates and director Chang was sympathy and pity, but I really admire her. In that kind of environment, a girl who only spent 3 years to come to Zhouhua, too strong, so strong that it makes me throw myself on the ground. Huang Yibo waved his hand as he looked at the car that was about to disappear on the horizon. I don't know if Lin Jing can see it. That's true. It's the first time I've seen a student who can get 3 outstanding students at Old Gungs. Baoning couldn't help but think back to that day at Qingting, but she is just as far behind. Her imperial beast is stronger, so strong that it is odd. Ruan Qi pondered for a moment, his mind full of the scene at the Hearing Sea building. Yeah, that's why it's said that people die compared to people and goods are thrown away compared to goods. Geniuses are compared to stronger geniuses, let alone me. This was the first time Huang Yibo had acted so downcast. Don't be too quick to deny yourself. The practical training is not over yet. Baoning patted Huang Yibo's shoulder. Yes, practical training is not yet over. Or rather, the practical training has just begun. Lin Jing's departure was an accident of accidents. Not before and perhaps not in the future. Anyway, from Baoning's point of view, counting back 100 years from today, there probably wouldn't be another imperial beast that could be as ridiculously strong as Xiao Bai. A growing imperial beast carrying the oppression of the Mercury bloodline, not to mention a double finger reading that was still that counterintuitively high. This is Lin Jing's fortune and misfortune. This is just like Pan Jinlian who married Wu Dilang. Even though Sanin Ding tried his best to sell baklava, he couldn't reverse the ending of Shiman Shine who greened him and had to get him killed. But the good thing is that Lin Jing has a chance. 3 months. 3 months later the practical training for new students will end, and the Devil's Special Training Camp will end just the same. And then either she will become a senior Imperial Beast Master and continue to write the story of the legendary new students of Zhouhua together with Xiao Bai. Either Xiao Bai will be seized by the authority, and Lin Jing or will be obliterated into obscurity from now on. From the Shilin League train station to the Imperial capital, even if it is a high-speed railroad, will take a whole half a day. But the good thing is that the ticket is bought by Huang Yibo. A big hand is the senior soft sleeper, but also a breath of two, is considered to be on the high-speed railroad for Lin Jing to open a luxury single room. What a luxury! Lin Jing walked into the soft sleeper compartment with her few bags. This was the first time she had ever sat in a high-class soft sleeper. She had taken the train twice in her life so far, once from Qingting to the Imperial capital, a 37-hour hard seat, and once from Shilin League to the Imperial capital, an 11-hour premium soft sleeper. Let's just say the world of the rich is a good place. Devil training camp, how devilish can it be? Chen Rao poked his head out of Lin Jing's backpack. Although this train allowed Imperial Beast Masters to call out their Imperial Beasts, Chen Rao was just too big if he didn't take shape. Little White, you can actually still get stronger, right? Lin Jing simply set aside her luggage, then hugged Chen Rao and sat on the bunk. Right, Chen Rao graciously admitted. He still had a full 501 years of life remaining, which could be used to accelerate his evolution or strengthen his skills, not to mention the fact that the Xianhua silver scales alone hadn't even been fully absorbed yet. Ding! System alert, the elemental scent of the Xianhua silver scale contains some special scents, which can be analyzed by consuming life. Estimated consumption of life, 150 years. Chen Rao didn't know what this part of the special aura was, but his intuition told him it was definitely something good. But he also had to think about Lin Jing's current problem. It became stronger too fast, so fast that Lin Jing could not adapt at all. He had a system but Lin Jing did not. In order for the combination not to be broken up, he had to temporarily slow down his steps forward. Then it looks like I'll have to put forth 200% effort. Lin Jing seemed to have perked up quite a bit since leaving the garrison, and she rummaged through her backpack, pulling out a few obviously used notebooks from it. This was a small gift from both Miao Hongting and Sunny before her departure. These several notebooks, which came from several executive level 5, 6 and 7 Imperial Beast Masters in the guard area and Sunny himself, were written inside with some of the Imperial Beast techniques and combat methods that they had self-realized in order to upgrade their assessment, and were considered to be the secret masterpieces of their martial arts predecessors. If Lin Jing could eat up the contents of these notebooks, not to say that she would directly become an executive grade 1 Imperial Beast Master, but it would certainly not be too difficult to successfully pass the Devil's training camp. Cheer up! Chen Rao patted Lin Jing's thigh with his paw, then with a jump he jumped to the upper bunk and yawned in preparation for a nap. In the end, what Chen Rao was really looking forward to was the Devil training camp. Arriving at the Imperial capital this evening, will have to go and do the formalities for entering the camp at a rapid pace, and then perhaps the training will start, and he will have to keep his strength up. Lin Jing, on the other hand, did not have much sleep. She silently flipped through the contents of the notebook, conscientiously learning and understanding, but with the passage of time sleepiness gradually came. At the end of the day she couldn't carry on. She yawned, put her laptop away, and listened to the sound of the high-speed train running a little bit into dreamland. Only what Lin Jing didn't hear was the somewhat excited voices of the two people in the next box. The ninny finally slept, obviously all sleepy like that, but still lasted so long. Next door, a dark-skinned man took off his stethoscope and hemmed and hawed. I'm going to question my eyesight if she doesn't sleep. I could tell she was so sleepy when we entered the station that she was wobbling when she walked. Next to him was a thin man wearing a mask who stood up, tall and thin like a sugar cane. Even if you don't sleep I have a way. I've never had any Imperial Beast escape my clutches in all the time I've been in this business. The man shook a small sample of perfume in his hand, and from the look on his face you could tell that it definitely wasn't perfume. Watch the wording. What clutches? The tall, thin man gave the man a blank look. Oh yeah, we call this the Imperial Beast Shifter. The man hemmed and hawed and stood up with the same mask on. Imperial Beast Shifter, to put it bluntly, is a thief, except that the general thief steals a wallet, cell phone, red ticket, practicing the practice of practicing with chopsticks to clip coins in the frying pan. What they both stole instead were Imperial Beasts, especially those students who had just become Imperial Beast Master trainees, as the fresh ones were not collected into the Imperial Beast space. These two perennial roaming in the West Forest Alliance trains to and from various places, specializing in identifying those who go out to school Royal Beastmaster trainees or junior Royal Beastmasters. The use of psychedelic drugs to get away from the blood contract directly off the train, and then disappeared without a trace. As for the Imperial Beasts, after getting their hands on them, the Imperial Beasts, which are generally young, don't have any strong fighting ability, and after 2 shots of the anesthetics special for Imperial Beasts go down, they fall asleep and let the two of them do whatever they want. Have you contacted the buyer this time? The tall and thin man stood at the door of Lin Jing's box and looked around to ask. Contacted. Bid $80,000. The man replied as he stood guard behind the tall, thin man. Be sharp later. The tall, thin man instructed as he stuck a thin piece of plastic card into the center of the doorway of the compartment, and with a gentle stroke the door opened. These two brothers are extremely well coordinated. One opens the door, the other closes the door. Their feet are all stepping on the cotton-woven shoe covers, and they walk like ghosts without any sound. Find the Imperial Beast, the tall, thin man commanded. The process of the two people is very simple. First find the Imperial Beasts, then control the people, and then use the psychedelic drug to set the blood deed directly torn, so that the Imperial Beasts are liberated, so that they can buy and sell at will. Wait, brother, this little ninny, so damn pretty. The man closed the door and looked at the sleeping Lin Jing and gulped. Having roamed many places, He hadn't touched a woman in a long time. That's a sad crotch. You guy, make it quick. The tall and thin man seemed to be used to men doing this, and once he looked up and saw Chen Rao on the upper bunk, he took out a sentinel anesthetic from his pocket. The dosage of the shot was enough to make a juvenile imperial beast sleep for 4 hours, but if it was a growing stage, the utility would be greatly reduced. But based on the experience of the tall and thin man, this dark imperial beast was a juvenile by any standard. A pinprick. Chen Rao ate the pain. Beauty, I'm coming. The man's excited voice came from below. Chapter 45, Catching a Thief and Getting Credit for It, and Encountering a Hermit and Tall Man? Who are you people? The tragic experiences of her childhood led to Lin Jing's sleep has always been very shallow, waking up at the slightest breeze. Hey, beauty, don't be afraid, we're all good people. The man's face was full of lewd smiles, and the tall and thin man behind him just watched in silence. The two have worked together for many years, like brothers, squatting over the number of escape, live in a 20 yuan a night guest house also through the same pants, and even sleep with the same woman. So the tall, thin man had seen this sort of thing a long time ago, and while he had always stuck to the do-gooder rule of only committing one crime, it wouldn't stop his accomplices from sinking lower and lower to the bottom of the barrel. He's still waiting for this dude to pat his back when it's his turn to go to hell. Good ass, cutie. Lin Jing was not a little cutie, much less a sitting lamb. Little White, is that the name of your imperial beast? Don't worry, it just got a shot from me. It won't wake up without a few hours. The tall and thin man spoke up to remind him, raising his wrist to glance at the time. Yes, beauty, you behave yourself. I promise not to get hurt you. Man, a face of evil smile. This is not a joke. The so-called rape also has a way to say do not get hurt on not get hurt. Area of 1 or 2 inches and the speed is very fast. Some of the blue pool cannot even come to cool this buddy on the pants. You dash. Lin Jing's body couldn't help but lean back. She had faced this kind of situation more than once before, back in Kanye village. Only then she at least had a pair of scissors to wave around, but here she had no hair. Moreover, the sound insulation of this senior soft sleeper is extremely good, and the passenger police will almost never come to this side to inspect in order not to disturb the traveler's rest. Even if she shouts her throat out, no one will come to save her. Don't bull ****** her. Make it quick. The tall skinny guy glanced at the time. Less than 15 minutes to the next stop. If he didn't take off his pants he wouldn't make it. Come on, beauty. The man laughed lustfully and pounced. But who would have thought that Lin Jing did not know where the strength came from? The slender arm hard to block the man's attack, and even raised that 107 centimeters long legs hit the man's crotch hard. *********. The man yelled in pain and took 2 steps backward, sweating coldly. Lin Jing's kick was riveting. Luckily it was short enough or it would have been broken. Don't come over. Although Lin Jing was startled, she wasn't so florid. Okay, you made me do it. As the saying goes, kicking people in the balls is not a good idea. And the enraged man grimaced as he pulled a small, squeezy injection out of his pocket. Built-in 10 milliliters of scopolamine, commonly known as hearing water. A shot down any you are more chaste and chaste girl will have to be at the mercy of others. ******* Off. Get out. Lin Jing screamed as she looked at the injections in the man's hands, waving her arms wildly trying to fend off the man. But this was no different from the opening of foreplay for a burly man who had already been enraged, only to see the man smirk as he took a step closer to Lin Jing, and after protecting the 2-inch treasures, he pinched Lin Jing's arm, and then accurately stuck the injection in. With a gentle squeeze, 10 milliliters of scopolamine rushed into the bloodstream along Lin Jing's vein. How does it feel? Beautiful? The man who got his way smiled lewdly and unbuckled his pants, which were extremely fast-acting, taking only 30 seconds. Get a grip, don't dawdle. The tall, thin man turned his back on the man, not that he was interested in the image. Don't rush, you know how fast I am. The man was full of smugness. I really don't know what there is to be proud of. But just when he was ready to show his power, he accidentally found that Lin Jing, who should have been blurred in consciousness and at the mercy of others, was at this moment staring at him in death. Lin Jing clutched the carbon pen she pulled out of her bag as a weapon in her hand. Her face was red, yet not from the drugs but from anger. Fear turned to anger. Yeah, the medicine. The medicine didn't work? It was the first time the man had encountered such a situation. It was reasonable to say that if this amount of medicine went down, even Eagle Jam swimmers wouldn't be able to stand it. Get out of the way. Don't you force me to. Lin Jing clutched the carbon pen with both hands. She knew that this thing was just plastic brittle awesome. But Xiao Bai was mesmerized, and she didn't have any other weapon. She could only resist to the death. Beauty, I didn't force you. I only want your. Although the drug didn't work, the man still had a lewd smile on his face. Who said he only had one with him? With his pants down to his knees, the man couldn't easily turn around. so he simply turned his back and gestured for the tall, thin man to give him the injection. But there is something strange. He clearly remembered that the tall thin man today is wearing a tweed face coat. This feel how to touch the hard touch? Stop touching. I'm a little embarrassed if I touch anymore. The awakened Chen Rao almost filled the soft sleeper's compartment, and his thick, powerful claws had already pressed the tall, thin man down to the ground, helpless to resist. Xiao Bai. Lin Jing was finally relieved. With Chen Rao awake, the two ordinary humans in the district were no longer a threat. What the hell? What white? The man twisted his head in some confusion and then saw a scene he would never forget, only to see Chen Rao's head, which was 3 times the size of a human, sticking with him at almost zero distance, the bright yellow eyeballs that looked like light bulbs staring at the man's eyes in death. Holy! The man who had only ever stolen a juvenile imperial beast in his life screamed and fell limp on the ground. It wasn't like he had never seen an imperial beast fight before. The one in front of him could have torn him alive in minutes. Don't scream. I'm also a good person. Look, I didn't even bite his head off. Chen Rao's words all turned into a threatening low growl after he exited, especially his action of slapping the tall skinny man's head with his claws, directly giving the man a frightening pee. A smell of urine. Help, 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 help. Ah, don't eat me. To say that the man reacted quickly enough, directly kneeling on his own urine, thumping and kowtowing. Xiao Bai. No killing. Although she was close to being insulted, Lin Jing still maintained her basic sanity. Once an imperial beast kills a civilian, for any reason, it is outright executed. I know, so I just shot this. As for his area of 1 or 2 inches, so what if it is gone? Chen Rao nodded. He looked at the tall thin man who was fainting at his feet, and then he looked at the man who was kowtowing more than his head. In fact, he was already about to wake up and check when the two just came in, but the tall thin man's movements were just too fast, and the anesthetics that was enough to put a juvenile imperial beast in a coma for 4 hours was applied to Chen Rao's body. Although it was greatly discounted, but it still left him powerless for almost 3 minutes. Otherwise he would have come down and put these two down long ago. Grandpa, spare your life. Grandpa, spare your life. The man was still kowtowing. It won't kill you, but I need you to get out and take him with you. Lin Jing straightened her messy clothes and stood up, kicking the man hard in the back. The imperial beast couldn't kill anyone, but it didn't say she couldn't kick a couple feet to vent her anger. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandma, for not killing me. The man turned around as if he had been amnestied, and towards Lin Jing was banging his head 3 times. If his own mother had a heavenly body, she would probably be dead in peace. Get out. I'll roll. I'll roll. Grandma, I'll roll now. The man got up in a hurry, without lifting his pants, dragging the unconscious tall and thin man on the ground to run. But just as soon as he opened the door, he saw Uncle Hat. Just now I vaguely heard a movement over here, and sure enough it's you two. Uncle Hat and the man were also old acquaintances. These two they had been chasing for a long time, and today they finally caught them. Or get me killed. The man was so desperate for tears. As the saying goes, a dike of 1,000 miles is destroyed by a stupid beep. The tall thin man has been carefully working as a royal beast shifter for more than 10 years in his whole life, and today, he finally planted himself on the man. A stupid beep. Uncle Hat dryly handcuffed the two and took them away, but also asked Lin Jing out of humanistic concern if she was injured, and insisted on having her examined in the hospital at the next stop after learning that she had been injected with drugs. And since the next stop is a big one and staying more than 30 minutes won't affect the trip, Lin Jing simply agreed. Injected with scopolamine? Where's the patient? That stuff is great for the nerves. The boss man was about to get up and go forward to the clinic when he heard the policeman. Right here. This is student Lin Jing who helped us capture the culprit. Uncle Hat pointed to Lin Jing who had recovered as usual next to him. How is it possible? It's not that I'm talking about you, old man. Although I'm a little bit old and dim, my mind is clear. Didn't you say that 10 minutes ago this doll was injected with scopolamine? How is it possible that nothing happened at all? The old man held up his presbyopia glasses and looked up and down at Lin Jing. There was nothing unusual about her other than being unusually beautiful. Yeah, scopolamine. Lin's student, you really don't feel it? Uncle Hat also reacted at this moment. This kind of nerve drug injection. It is reasonable that Lin Jing should still be in a semi-conscious state at this moment. How come it's like nothing? Nope, didn't feel it. It just kinda hurt to zap that. Lin Jing replied with a naive face. It's impossible, unless your nerve strength is more dangling than a blue whale, and your reflex arc speed is faster than lightning. Or, the boss man said as his speech became slower and slower, and he looked at Lin Jing with a flash in front of his eyes. Give me your hand, little girl. Why? Lin Jing was a bit puzzled. She glanced at the time. There were less than 20 minutes left. Let's do a game of hitting the back of the hand, and if you can dodge, I'll teach you my old man's ancestral secret technique that has been passed down from man to man. The old man pushed his glasses, his face full of mystery. Ha, Hermit Highlander? Chen Rao poked his head out of his backpack after hearing this. He looked over at the old man, and a small line of text floated up from the system panel, and he looked at it with straight eyes. Ding, target detected as an average male human. Life expectancy, 69 years. Looking at this remaining lifespan alone wasn't scary, but this old man looked like he had to be over 80 at the very least. Chapter 46, Dr. Sun's Ancestral Secret Technique. This old man was not simple. Chen Rao got out of his backpack and stood on the ground like a small black dog. The system does not make mistakes, and Chen Rao's eyes have no problems. This old man must be at least 80 years old this year, and with the remaining 69 years of life expectancy, wouldn't he easily live to 104 or even 150 years old? An average human, living 150 years, a century and a half? Chen Rao would not believe it even if he did not say that he would have some extraordinary martial arts skills that were different from the norm. Dr. Sun, you'd better save your breath. Usually you play chess with a shaky hand. Uncle Hat and the oldest doctor knew each other privately and did not speak in a formal manner. That is, I like you. Today I have met a strange person. Maybe I can inherit my family's secret art, although it is passed on to men and not to women. But who told me that my son died early? I cannot let it be lost. Dr. Sun touched his beard, a face of vicissitudes. This scene saw Lin Jing was a little heartbroken for this old man, not because she was rushing to any family secret techniques, but simply wanted to follow the mood of the old man. Student Lin, give way to Dr. Sun, he's all 92. Uncle Hat whispered a reminder. Good. Lin Jing nodded and walked across to Dr. Sun and extended both hands. These two hands are so beautiful. Dr. Sun similarly got up and scared at the sight of Lin Jing's two hands. The rules of the game is very simple. Lin Jing hands on the top, Dr. Sun hands on the bottom. He will always turn over his hand to hit Lin Jing's hand back. If hit, even if you lose. There's definitely something to this old man's secret family techniques. Chen Rao looked at Dr. Sun, who was standing face to face with Lin Jing, and in his heart, he was certain that this old man was definitely a recluse. 92 years old man, not to mention that he is now actually still able to sit in the hospital. Just the few steps he got up and walked. The breath is internalized. The pace is steady. To say that it is 20 or 30 years old is definitely bragging, but to say that it is 40 or 50 years old middle-aged man definitely someone believes. What's more, when Dr. Sun's palm was upward, almost the moment it came into relative contact with Lin Jing's palm, Chen Rao could clearly detect that the old man's breath had changed all over his body. It's like transforming into a Super Saiyan. Little doll, how old are you? Dr. Sun opened his mouth to pick up the conversation. 19, Lin Jing replied. 19, still in school? Dr. Sun then asked. Yes, at the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy. Lin Jing nodded. Jiuhua, can still be well. There are a few points of elegance of my old man back then. Dr. Sun smiled, and there was a sudden movement in his hand. So fast, not only Chen Rao, even Uncle Hat's eyes widened. Anyone did not expect. 92 years old, usually play chess will be shaky hands of Dr. Sun. In the sudden launch of the moment, the speed of the hand can actually be so fast that Chen Rao almost cannot see how he moved his hand from the bottom to the top, and how to shoot down. But Lin Jing's reaction was actually faster. This is not a logical response of thought, but a purely neurological reflex. Lin Jing wasn't even focusing on the handfighting game. Instead she was chatting with Dr. Sun, but she drew her hand back the moment Dr. Sun launched it. It was an extremely quick launch that actually missed. Good, little doll. You're the second one to dodge through in so many years. Dr. Sun was overjoyed and smiled as he turned around and walked back into his seat to sit down. The second one? Lin Jing was a bit puzzled. That's right, the second. To tell the truth, old man, I fought and killed people when I was young. A rotten life has lived for almost 100 years, yet I can still be this healthy. A pack of cigarettes and half a caddy of wine a day, relying on my Sun family's secret techniques. Dr. Sun said and opened the window, lit an old dry cigarette. This stuff is a lot more potent than cigarettes, and the average smoker would be dizzy after half a stick. Dr. Sun, you'd better smoke less of this cigarette, Uncle Hat kindly reminded. Blah blah blah, old man, I've been smoking for my whole life. I can't even die if you die. Dr. Sun held his cigarette in his mouth. He really wasn't bragging about this. Chen Rao could see everyone's remaining lifespan, except for the blood contract Imperial Beastmasters. Dr. Sun's remaining life expectancy is 69 years, while Uncle Hat's is only 53 years, although they can also live to be more than 80 years old. But a comparison is really a bit unfair. Can we get to the point? What family secret techniques? Chen Rao was a bit impatient. How is it that martial arts masters, hermits, and high-profile people like to sell their secrets? That, I should almost go back. The train is about to start. To say that Lin Jing was also really naive, looking at the time and preparing to leave. Don't go. Dr. Sun pulled Lin Jing back. Grandpa, I'm still in a hurry for something at night, and my train is about to start. Lin Jing opened her mouth with some difficulty, but this Dr. Sun's hand was as strong as an iron clamp. No hurry, is not just a Jiuhua Royal Beast Academy? The old man and I and their principal friendship is not shallow. You this doll, wait for me tonight will be my family heirloom secret art will be taught to you. Tomorrow morning and then write a letter. You forwarded to your principal. He is absolutely courteous to you. Dr. Sun is now more and more evil. Bragging are beginning to not draft. Chen Rao believed that he had some secret family skills, but he had friendship with the principal of Jiuhua. Master, you're over 90, and the principal of Kaohua is only 50 this year. You two have a friendship? That has to be how much of a forgetful friend not to mention that if this Dr. Sun really has a friendship with the principal of Jiuhua, it would not be so bad that it is now nestled in a small hospital in the Great Northwest, right? But Moncler, my ticket. Lin Jing always refused. Old man, I got it for you. Isn't it just a ticket? Old man, I've been down for so many years. Still have a lot of savings. Dr. Sun patted his chest. Don't say. There was really no cough. It's not too good. Lin Jing insisted. Still wanting to go. Right, even if you stay. Where will you let the little girl live? Can't live in a room with you, right? Uncle Hat was also helping Lin Jing. Where? Stay at my place. Since my daughter-in-law ran away, her house has been unoccupied. Dr. Sun really didn't care in order to keep Lin Jing. You know Uncle Hat has known Dr. Sun for so many years. Who doesn't know that this weird old man of his has a heart problem? The daughter-in-law who was pregnant with Dr. Sun's dead son's flesh and blood but ran away without a trace. This matter, no matter who it is, even if this old man is coaxed to be happy, and his relationship with him is good, as long as this matter is mentioned, then in the future you don't want this old man to take care of you again. But today, in order to keep Lin Jing, Dr. Sun actually revealed his own scars. This had to move Uncle Hat to even follow along and advise Lin Jing. In the end, in the face of the two persuasion, Lin Jing in the end or did not catch the train, coupled with Chen Rao himself would like to know in the end what is a family secret, so it took advantage of the sunset has not yet fallen. Followed Dr. Sun back to his home. Dr. Sun's home, said home, but it was actually more like an overgrown farmhouse. The house is quite spacious, 2 rooms facing each other east to west. The west side of the room is relatively small. Is Dr. Sun's own residence? The east side of the room is relatively large. Is Dr. Sun's son and daughter-in-law's new room. You rest here for a while, I'll go bring the book over. Dr. Sun opened the long dusty door and pushed Lin Jing inside. In the end, the old man was still unwilling to face this piece of his heart. It's just that today, in order to keep Lin Jing, it had to be done. Good. Because of Uncle Hat, Lin Jing was relieved to walk into the house. What a clean house. Thought it would be dirty. Chen Rao followed along and walked into the room. And unlike the dusty empty house he expected, despite the fact that more than 40 years had passed, this room was cleaned up and spotless. Not even the furnishings have been changed. Dr. Sun is not a person who misses the old. Except for this room, the whole house can be replaced with new, basically new Simmons, new appliances, and even routers and smartphones he has. This room, however, was left with him forever. 40 years ago. It's just been cleaned up. Is this Dr. Sun's son and daughter-in-law? Lin Jing sat on the bed in the house and looked at a black and white photo hanging on the wall. It wasn't a posthumous photo, it was just limited by its age. What a pity. It's not good to live too long sometimes. One always has to face the white hair to send off the black hair. Chen Rao shook his head with slight regret. Xiao Bai, do you think Dr. Sun really has any secret family techniques? Lin Jing looked towards Chen Rao. To be honest, until now she didn't believe that this strange old master would have any remarkable stunts. There definitely is. This old man is not simple. Chen Rao, on the other hand, nodded his head with certainty. If Uncle Hat hadn't lied, Dr. Sun, who is 92 years old this year, would still have 69 years of life left, which means that in China, where the average life expectancy is 78 years, Dr. Sun could live to be exactly 161 years old. His family's secret art, even if it can't make people fly to the sky and hide in 72 changes, can definitely prolong life and strengthen the body. I'm warning you, stay away. Don't even think of thinking about this bit of mine. Just then, Dr. Sun's voice of stern refusal suddenly came from outside. Old man, I was hazing you before because I was afraid of your weird tricks. Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you today. Come on, open this old man's eyes. With it came a couple of less than harmonious sounds of movement. Xiao Bai, quick! Lin Jing hurriedly walked out of the house, only to see 3 men in their 30s outside, coincidentally blocking Dr. Sun at the entrance of the house. On top of that, there was a royal beast that was half a man's height. Chen Rao followed and walked out, morphing into the size of a cat. Very cute. Ding. Juvenile intermediate bloodline. See qualification. Black fire dog remaining lifespan 16 years. I'm warning you. Off. I've found the heir. Dr. Sun's hand clutched an old and ancient book, valuing it more than his life. Transmitter? You mean this girl? The buck-toothed man leading the group slightly sidestepped his head and looked at Lin Jing behind Dr. Sun. That's right. I advise you to die of this heart. Dr. Sun said. Oh, dead heart? No way. I'm telling you, old Sun too. I'm determined to get this thing, and I'm telling you, no one can stop it. This dog of mine is no ordinary dog, but a royal beast, the imperial beast. Do you understand? I'll bite all three of you to death in a minute. And the blackened cat. Chapter 47, Scare Away the Three Idiots. Learning the secret art of Qiankuan? Black cat? Me? Chen Rao took 2 steps forward with some doubt. Roar. Face to face, the half-man-tall black fire dog let out a low roar towards Chen Rao, like a threat. Juvenile threats to adulthood. Hear that? Old man Sun, hurry up and give me the stuff. Bucktooth glared angrily at Dr. Sun with an expression of immortality. You people, bullying an old man, isn't it a bit too shameless? Lin Jing took an unprecedented 2 steps forward, changing her usual rebellious demeanor. The Lin Jing of the past wouldn't have seen justice this way. This is inextricably linked to her past experiences. As a child, Lin Jing was also often bullied, but at that time no one gave her a head start, and would even press her head to people to apologize. So it's hard for her to have the kind of demeanor to see what's right and stand up for herself. But not now. You who? Did I hear you right? You're a little girl who isn't too big and has a lot of guts. Bucktooth was instantly attracted to Lin Jing's attention. The guy looked up and down and the corner of his mouth hooked into a strange smile. Doll, you stand back? Dr. Sun raised his hand, trying to pull Lin Jing behind him. Almost instinctively, Lin Jing retreated once again, but before she could stand, she reared back and stopped between Dr. Sun and Bucktooth. I'm really sorry. If it was before, I might have actually hid behind it. Lin Jing stood less than 3 meters away from Bucktooth, and it was the first time she had ever spoken such hard words. That's why sometimes people become faster than turning the pages of a book. Chen Rao gave a ow and made a small jump to Lin Jing's feet. People change. She had broken out of her cocoon. There was no need for her to continue to be wishy-washy. Doll, they're not something you can deal with. Dr. Sun tugged on Lin Jing's arm. He was all too aware of the Bucktooth style of behavior. Shameless and unscrupulous. If it can be said that the urine can be won, then these brothers can even be in public to take a bath just to win completely. Little girl, you hear me? That's not how you become a hero. Bucktooth's eyes sank, and the hand that had been tugging on Black Fire Dog loosened slightly. Woof woof. The Black Fire Dog barked twice and nearly lunged out with a forward lunge. Doll, go back to the house. They wouldn't dare do anything to me. The 92-year-old Dr. Sun clutched the book tightly in his hand and reached out to pull Lin Jing's shoulder. Don't worry, Dr. Sun, they can't do anything to me, right Xiaobai? Lin Jing seems to be a different person at the moment, and there is no more of that little girl's breath in her body. From Canjing village to Qingteng, from Jiuhua to Xilin League, she was growing up from a coy and rebellious little girl, and she realized a truth only today. A horse is good to be ridden, a man is good to be bullied, and a coward does not deserve to be strong. Little White? Not only is your little girl's brain bad, her eyes are bad as well. Where is this White? Bucktooth glanced at Chen Rao on the ground and sked. It's true that I'm not white now, but I can scare your face white. Chen Rao looked at Bucktooth and silently took a step forward. With this one step, for some reason, the Black Fire Dog, who had just been arrogant, suddenly urinated. Asterisk. Elder, what's your situation here? Didn't you say it was a royal beast? Why did you suddenly pee? Bucktooth was startled and hurriedly questioned Lao Air next to him. I don't know. Da hey, what's wrong with you, Da hey? The man who was called Lao Air squatted down, only to unexpectedly realize that his imperial beast was actually trembling all over, and the shaking was great, as if he had seen something terrible. This was the first time Lao Air had seen his imperial beast react this way. Even though it was a black imperial beast that he had paid for, it wasn't so unreliable, was it? Especially that urine smell. TSK. What else could it be? Scared to pee. Such a big black dog. So timid. Dr. Sun couldn't help but be amused by the scene. Bull ******. My big black isn't even afraid of the Tibetan Mastiff. It's an imperial beast. Dead old man. Forgive you have never seen the imperial beast, this rare thing. The oldest too consciously insulted, raised his head as a rebuttal. I'll be damned. This brat of yours is also equipped with an imperial beast? Doll, you know this. See if this black dog is an imperial beast? Dr. Sun first poo-pooed Lao Air with a mouthful of spittle, then looked at Lin Jing. He vaguely remembered that Uncle had said that Lin Jing was a senior student of the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy, so surely she could tell at a glance if the big black dog in front of her was an Imperial Beast, right? Although I don't want to admit it, but yes, it is indeed a juvenile black fire dog. Lin Jing had excellent eyesight and could tell the breed almost with just a glance. How do you know? You're also a beast sentinel? Lao Er used the word also this time. Not only is she an Imperial Beast Master, she is also an Imperial Beast Master who is about to become a senior Imperial Beast Master. Chen Rao took another step forward. It was fine if he didn't, but once he did, it was amazing, and Lao Er's black flame dog was directly scared to the ground. Although Chen Rao's appearance seemed to be about the same size as a cat, he was actually a real matured Mercury bloodline. Big black, a juvenile intermediate bloodline, could not directly be paralyzed with fear and was already bold. I'm a new student of the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy this year. Since you're also an Imperial Beast Master, then me striking out at you would be considered a sparring match between Imperial Beast Masters. Injuries are also within the allowed range. Lin Jing's notebook on the train wasn't for nothing. She learned many rules that she didn't know before. For example, two Imperial Beast Masters can actually spar with each other anytime, anywhere, and Imperial Beasts aren't completely incapable of attacking humans, just not normal humans. Or maybe there are actually two types of Imperial Beast Masters in this world. One is like Lin Jing, Imperial Beast Masters who have the official registration qualification of the authority, and the other one is the Black Imperial Beast Masters who privately contract Imperial Beasts and use them as a tool for wrongdoing. Obviously, the penis should fall into the latter category. Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy? No way. Do you really think that I don't have internet access? How could a student of the 9 China Imperial Beast Academy bring such a broken Imperial Beast? The oldest two stood up. Even though Big Black was already lying down in fear, he was still talking tough. Xiao Bai. Lin Jing gently clapped her hands. The morphing is lifted. Chen Rao, who was already in his adulthood, the Mercury bloodline, fully revealed his original size at this moment. With a body length of nearly 4 meters, a tail length of more than 1 meter, a shoulder height of more than one person, and a head as huge as a copper tripod. A pitch black color combined with that brilliant golden spell and the eerie white color made it look as scary as a monster. Lao Er now knows why Dahe peed. So it was not too much water, but was scared to pee. This. Bucktooth was also directly frightened by Chen Rao, who revealed his original size and backed away, his tongue nodding and shivering. Big Black. Dahe, get up. Dahe. The oldest two was clearly a Black Imperial Beast Master who hadn't learned any Imperial Beast techniques, treating the Imperial Beasts in exactly the same way as they treated their pets. He was actually thinking of letting Big Black climb up on his own to fight Chen Rao one-on-one. I'm really going to get angry if you guys don't leave. Lin Jing spoke up at the right time. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're a whole big-bodied Imperial Beast. Dahe is just not feeling well. Dahe, you get up. Lao Er was still being tough-talking, constantly slapping Dahe's buttocks, trying to get Dahe to stand up. Doll, this Imperial Beast of yours, Dr. Sun looked at Chen Rao, who had revealed his original form, and lowered his voice. It's definitely enough to deal with them. Lin Jing sank her face, and it was the first time Chen Rao had seen such a Lin Jing. That being said, among the people who had previously fought Lin Jing, they were either test opponents who were classmates of each other, or Leibo and 147 who had been beaten senseless. It was the first time that an opponent as strange and hostile as today's, and far more than just being hung, had been encountered, so Lin Jing would really be angry. Are you guys still not running? Lin Jing turned her face to ask. Che, old man, we won't stop. Have the guts to keep letting the girl be here all the time. Bucktooth could be said to really know what's up, slinking faster than a rabbit after dropping a harsh sentence like all villains. Yes, you wait until Dahe's health is better. I will definitely come back. Lao Er picked up Dahe and ran while putting on a tough word. The identity of the Black Imperial Beast Master is considered to be sitting on the ground. After all, he doesn't even know how to use the Imperial Beast space. Don't run, wow, you little bastards. Dr. Sun stood at the back, clutching the quaint book and jumping to his feet, cursing. This old man, living more than 90 years, in addition to a bad temper, the best practice is this hand cursing kung fu, cursing more than 10 minutes without repeating. Lin Jing on the side is also accompanied by a smile. After all, this Dr. Sun one look at the face to know not to be messed with. As for Chen Rao, he had completely succumbed to Dr. Sun's cursing skills and even wanted to kneel down and worship his master. Don't talk about it. Lin Doll, you're actually a wizard, you know? Perhaps tired of cursing, or perhaps having cursed enough. Returning to his chair, Dr. Sun finally returned to the topic. What wizards? Lin Jing was a bit puzzled. Could it be that winning a game of beater was a wizard? Your nerve reaction. Very fast. and extremely high intensity, 10 milliliters scopolamine injection solution can have no effect, then it is estimated that even if it is a professional anesthesia, you will only be able to sleep for a few minutes. Dr. Sun said this as if he had changed as professional as a person. He briefly dissected the reason why Lin Jing was able to remain unaffected, and it boils down to the fact that it is actually a powerful neuron, which is a very complicated thing, but in simple terms, it is mentally strong enough. And Dr. Sun's family secret art, the requirements of the spiritual power is extremely harsh, although it is said to be passed on male not female, but Dr. Sun consciously dying, and his son has died grandson do not know the whereabouts of the family secret art and then do not pass it on to the loss of the family secret art. As for what this secret art does, strengthening one's body and prolonging one's life is basic. The important thing is that it strengthens one's perception of the world, the reading of scenes, and after practicing it to the extreme one can analyze the material and the year of such an item just by looking at it, or even having slow vision. Such a powerful secret book, you plan to pass it on to me? Lin Jing asked as she looked at the ancient book in Dr. Sun's hands. That's right, Lin Doll, not only am I going to pass it on to you, but I'm also going to personally watch you finish practicing it. Dr. Sun patted his chest and promised. Finished practicing? But Dr. Sun, I'm going back to school tomorrow. Lin Jing looked at least 100 pages of books a little depressed. Time can't be wasted any longer. I'll go back with you. I told you, I have some friendship with the Dean of Jiuhua. Chapter 48, Dr. Sun who never brags. Dr. Sun's secret family techniques are a bit powerful. Like all the martial arts secrets in novels and movies, it starts with vomiting, supplemented by the heart method to mobilize the qi and blood to turn over, so as to feed back to the 8 channels and 32 orifices of the qi meridians and said a little bit of bull asterisk. But when Lin Jing really started, she only felt that the world seemed to have changed. The chaotic world began to become sedate, the complexity dissected and broken down into its most basic elements, the underlying elements visible with just one sweeping glance, exhaling steadily and returning the qi to the source. But after only an hour or so of cultivation, he felt physically and mentally relieved. How do you feel? Dr. Sun pushed open the door to the house, a porcelain bowl in his hand. It's warm. It feels great, but I have to go to the bathroom. Lin Jing opened her eyes. What she didn't say was that after so much cultivation, even her aunt who was half a month late had arrived. The effect of strengthening the body and prolonging life is immediate. Dr. Sun looked at Lin Jing's departing back, stroked his beard to himself, and looked towards Chen Rao who was lying on the bed with a faint smile. Little fellow, your master is no ordinary person. Wow, you are the most unlike ordinary people. Chen Rao looked at Dr. Sun, an old man who can live more than 170 years old, more than 90 years old, cursing for 10 minutes without repeating himself, but also can pull out a martial arts secret book? That's the kind of thing that would get you sprayed with bull asterisk in a third-rate web novel. You're also very impressive. To have a Mercury bloodline at the growth stage, it's very odd. Who would have expected Dr. Sun to speak even more astonishingly, as he sat down with his porcelain bowl and reached out to touch Chen Rao's head. Quick flash. In an instant, out of biological instinct, Chen Rao violently dodged away as if he was facing an enemy. Something's not right. Something's very much 12 out of 10. Chen Rao's stance pressed down. He didn't even understand why he was hiding, but his intuition told him that he had to. It's really extraordinary. Little guy, you have to protect Lin Doll, or else old man I can't forgive you if this family secret technique is lost. Dr. Sun pursed his lips and smiled. I'm back. Dr. Sun, the tickets seem to be sold out. Lin Jing finally came back. She had just checked on the internet and the train tickets from here to the imperial capital for the last few days were sold out. It doesn't matter. I'll make a call later and someone will come to pick us up. On the contrary, you, drink this later. It's very helpful for cultivation. Dr. Sun spoke in a cloudy manner, standing up and handing the porcelain bowl to Lin Jing. Lin Jing reached out to pick it up, but was scalded the moment she touched it and retracted her hand. So hot. Just a moment's touch almost burned blisters on Lin Jing's hands. Careful, careful. You've only just begun practicing the old man's secret art. Dr. Sun smiled kindly, placing the porcelain bowl on the leather-covered table. Zip. Straight up burnt. How hot is this? But Lin Doll, you have to remember, this secret art of mine should not be rushed. Practicing so many hours a day can be, if the rush is very likely to be counterproductive. Dr. Sun said in a serious tone. I understand, so let's call it a day. Lin Jing nodded. She certainly understood this kind of reasoning. Dr. Sun then nodded, only instructing Lin Jing to be sure to drink the medicinal soup in the porcelain bowl later. The root of the problem is that practicing this secret art puts pressure on the 5 viscera and 6 internal organs, and although Lin Jing's mental strength is strong enough, her physical body is fragile. The doctor who has long been in the realm of the doctor's son just a glance can see that she has not enough blood. Yang Shangyin decline, endocrine disorders coupled with menstrual disorders, and then do not take care of the conditioning of the conditioning. It is estimated that practicing the practice will go into the devil. Xiao Bai, this Dr. Sun is still really powerful. Lin Jing sat on the edge of the bed. Only she herself knew the huge change in her body at this moment. The qi and blood were full, the four bodies were solid, and Lin Jing, who had been malnourished since she was a child, had never had a good body, but at this moment, it was as if she had been transformed. This old man is now saying that he is going to ascend by conjugation. I don't even feel strange. Chen Rao secretly slandered. No wonder that when he faced those three idiots before, Dr. Sun kept trying to protect Lin Jing. Now it seems that Chen Rao and Lin Jing that moment should worrying about those three fools. After all, if Lin Jing is not out of the way, to Dr. Sun forced one person to get down with a slap. But anyway, strange encounter or destiny. Time passes and the moon is on the branch. Late night, Chen Rao was still sleeping on his back beside Lin Jing as usual, and when he was sleeping soundly, he was woken up by a kick. Crouching, Chen Rao woke up with a jolt. His two brilliant golden eyes lit up like light bulbs, and the moonlight sprinkled on Lin Jing like mercury. This girl obviously already knows Chen Rao's little secret, but she is still so spirited. She wasn't in the habit of wearing pajamas, plus this place was dry and muggy, and the two long legs under the mercury-like moonlight that were sandwiched between the quilt were as tantalizing as a scenic spot that didn't cost any money. Say not heartbeat is false, just like Huan Yibo personally admitted that. Lin Jing beautiful, and beautiful unlike words. The reason she became a legendary freshman in Jiuhua wasn't just because Geng Shuwen personally recommended her, but also because when her first photo was publicized in Jiuhua's student forum, a whole bunch of face value fans directly rose up from the ground. 173 centimeters net height, skin perfect interpretation of what is called if the congealed fat white jade, features exquisite just right not to mention, even the body is also that perfect, especially the two 107 centimeters long legs, united to her miserable childhood. Chen Rao even do not understand how to bloom in the mud puddle is so beautiful a flower? Don't understand, really don't understand. He lowered his head slightly to Lin Jing's foot that was pressed against his stomach. Jailer, I'm a gentleman, I'm a gentleman. Chen Rao kept hypnotizing himself, yawning and preparing to go back to sleep, when he suddenly heard a few extremely discordant footsteps in size. What do you say? The old man should be asleep by now? Surely he's asleep. Is he waiting for sudden death if he doesn't sleep? But that little girl don't stay up all night without sleeping, in case if she finds out. Her big dog can be too scary. Hush, come quietly, go quietly. How easy is it for a young man to wake up nowadays? Chen Rao gently used his claws to move Lin Jing's feet away from her belly, and then landed on the windowsill with a leap as if it were a feather, his two brilliant golden eyes looking at the three idiots with stockings over their heads below the edge of the bed. Bucktooth, the second, and the one left with the red stocking over her head would be the third, right? These three goods can really do not achieve the goal will not stop. Before is not aware of the Sun Doctor's secret looks like, and now know it directly as a beamer. Stupid, Chen Rao silently commented in his heart, and was thinking about how to properly catch the three, when a fourth person appeared outside the window. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The boss with the white stockings over his head had his soul scared out of him. Holy, the second was even so scared that he sat on his ass on the third's feet, and the pain caused the third to start cursing directly. Chen Rao instinctively glanced at Lin Jing first. It seemed to be the effect of the medicinal soup, or maybe it was the effect of the secret technique. This girl who hardly ever slept soundly actually slept so much this time. You three, you really don't have an end in sight, do you? Dr. Sun held up a candle in his hand. Old man, be a good boy and give me the stuff. Since he was discovered, Bucktooth simply stopped pretending and tore the white silk from his head. That's right, or I'll have to enlarge the black. Penis ripped the black silk from his head in an aggressive manner. You old man, don't toast to it. Old three guessed that the quality of the purchase was so good that the red stockings didn't tear even after tearing them several times. Simply lasso it. Originally I wanted to spare the three of you on the basis that you three are not bad by nature. But the three of you were thinking of the old man's secret manuals of mine. Do you really think that my experience of having fought and killed people is bragging? Dr. Sun took 2 steps forward, giving Chen Rao the feeling of a retired master in a movie who was no longer in disguise. In this small town with a population of less than 300,000, almost no one didn't know Dr. Sun, because he was so old. Everyone in the entire city had grown up under his watch, so naturally he had heard Dr. Sun tell stories about when he was young. I've fought battles, killed people, carried cannons over hillsides, and witnessed meteorites fall, magical beasts awaken, and the birth of the Beast Master. His life was not without its legends. A good man doesn't talk about his courage. Old man. 3 against 1. You think you're still young? Bucktooth said with a fierce look on his face. After my son's death, I wanted to retire from the Jianghu, but today I saw hope. Saw the hope of being able to inherit Sun Qianquan's 2 great skills. I don't pretend anymore. I show my cards. Dr. Sun twisted his beard and gently stomped his feet. Then, the 3 idiots and Chen Rao included, saw a scene they would never forget, only to see a golden armored godman at least 10 meters tall, covered in golden armor, with a dragon's head and shoulders swallowing, and feet stepping on cloudwalkers appear behind Sun Dafu. That is, Sun Qianquan. Ding. Inquisitive body, red heart bloodline, SS qualification, Voltron God General. Voltron God General? Chen Rao's eyes widened. Dr. Sun was actually a royal beast master as well, and his imperial beast is actually more powerful than the 4 prime dragon pillars? The ultimate body, red heart bloodline, SS qualification. This casually carry out, are almost the top stage of the imperial beast, especially that is like the heavenly might of the sense of oppression is to let Chen Rao even breath cannot breathe over. Will you roll yourselves, or will I help you? It was rare for Sun Qianquan not to curse. I'm sorry, Grandpa Sun, we'll roll our own. The 3 idiots also reacted quickly enough, and after admitting their mistakes in unison they lay down on the ground and literally just rolled away. And then, Sun Qianquan gently stomped his foot and the Voltron God General disappeared into thin air as he walked over to the window with a candle raised in his hand. In the window were the sleeping Lin Jing and Chen Rao. This little doll. Sun Qianquan rushed to turn his head after taking a look, and kept chanting nonchalant 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 nonchalant. That scene was a little too exciting for him, being almost 100 years old, a night of peace and quiet. The next morning, waking up Lin Jing, after having breakfast, was wondering how to leave with Dr. Sun when a luxurious commercial car appeared at the door of the small, flat courtyard. The person who walked down from the car was none other than the current director of the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy, Ren Fido. Dean? Lin Jing was a bit surprised. She looked at Dr. Sun with quite a bit of surprise. I've told you that I have a bit of a friendship with him. Dr. Sun had a calm face, and after taking off the yellowed white coat, he changed into a simple Chinese mountain suit. Old Dean. Ren Fido jogged to Dr. Sun's body, tears in his eyes. Chapter 49, Old Dean, the founder of the Chinese Imperial Beast Realm. Old Dean? Chen Rao and Lin Jing opened their mouths wide in unison. Dr. Sun's words have a little relationship. Is this a little relationship? Old Dean, I really didn't expect that you actually have this day to come out again. Ren Fido clutched Sun Qianquan's hand with both hands, old tears like a child. What is the little calf, crying in front of Lin Doll? At least is more than 40 years old. Hold back. Sun Qianquan criticized people can be said to not care about the occasion and identity. Small calf, 3 words said like drinking water as natural. Next to Ren Fido's bodyguards are stunned. Followed the dean for so many years. Have seen no 100 or 80 big shots. Even if it is the director of the general administration of the royal beasts would not dare to use the 3 words of the small calf. Yes, yes, yes. Your old man is right in criticizing. But Ren Fido not only didn't get angry. Instead he nodded his head repeatedly and wiped off his snot and tears with his sleeve without caring about his status. You are the dean of the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy? Although Lin Jing had seen pictures, it was the first time she had seen him in person. To say that he wasn't nervous was a lie. Although Ren Fido was the dean of Jiuhua, he was also the deputy chief of the executive department of the East Asian Imperial Beast Management Authority, only half a level lower than Geng Shuwen in the authority, and even more so in the academy. Yes, he is. Introduce yourself to Lin Doll. Sun Qianquan didn't even look at Ren Fido as an adult. In this situation he looked like a parent at a New Year's Eve party letting their child perform a talent show. Old Dean, which has me making self-introductions to students. Ren Fido was still a little embarrassed in the end. Gutsy, aren't you? Sun Qianquan raised his hand to hit. Dr. Sun, you're happy and angry. I'm a junior, or a student of Dean Ren. It's indeed not appropriate for him to introduce himself to me. Don't you think so? Lin Jing stopped Sun Qianquan's hand as soon as she spoke. Her speech could be described as highly emotional. Sun Qianquan stroked his beard and looked Ren Fido up and down. 30 years have not seen this former little calf who was scared to death at the sight of his own son, but still made a fool of himself all day long and used firecrackers to blow up cow together, has indeed passed the age of confusion and become a unique person. It was also true that it was a bit difficult for him to introduce himself to Lin Doll. Alright, then old man, let me introduce you. Sun Qianquan nodded. Don't, old dean, or I come. Ren Fido hurriedly opened his mouth to interrupt Sun Qianquan. He really didn't dare to imagine what he would do if he were to let that bit of embarrassment from his childhood shake out. So let the bodyguard staggering scene appeared. The hallowed Jiuhua Royal B.A.S.T. Academy Dean, East Asia Royal Beast Management Directorate Executive Department Vice President. The next International Royal Beast Master Association Rotating Chairman. Resume Bull to the whole of China's top 10 of the Renfidu. Actually to an unknown freshman to do the self-introduction. The worldview. The bodyguard's worldview is collapsing. Compared to him, I am still more curious about your past. Dr. Sun, introduce yourself, please. After Chen Rao heard Renfidu's self-introduction, he became more and more curious about Sun Qianquan's experience. Not bad for a dean. Then your last dean was Grandpa Sun? Lin Jing asked with a thoughtful nod. No, not really, old man. I have left Johua for more than 30 years. At that time he was less than 10 years old. How could he be the dean at the age of frying cow dung all day? Sun Qianquan waved his hand. In the end, he still dumped out Renfidu's black history. Frying the cow. Lin Jing didn't want to laugh, but she couldn't help it once she associated it with Renfidu's identity. Old dean, you give me some face. Renfidu's face turned red. What's there? You're not allowed to talk about it? Little calf, you can become the dean. I am surprised. That is, you did not bring down my Johua, otherwise the old man I have to beat you to death. Sun Qianquan raised his hand to teach a lesson with a slap, then led Lin Jing towards the business car. What followed was a long drive. A day's drive at the very least from this small town to the imperial capital. The long road is long. Time passes. 3 people in the car have a chat. And the story about Sun Qianquan, also in this have a chat, slowly built completely. Sun Qianquan, born in northwest China, when the beasts have just descended. The sky from time to time will also fall meteorites. At that time, the beast master has not yet awakened. In order to protect the homeland, mankind can only rely on the aircraft artillery to fight with the beasts. But in the face of the beasts, the power of the airplane and artillery is obviously not enough. The cost of nuclear and hydrogen bombs is too big. The human beings are retreating, and the beasts are gaining momentum. Just when humanity was in despair, the first batch of Imperial Beast Masters awakened, and the earliest of them was Sun Qianquan, the first Imperial Beast Master. Lin Jing couldn't help but feel emotional. Not quite the first, but it should be the first batch. Sun Qianquan was very self-effacing. After becoming an Imperial Beast Master, Sun Qianquan led the rest of the group to form the initial Imperial Beast Master group, which then gradually expanded, and then at the age of 50, he retired from the front line to establish the Johua Imperial Beast Master Academy. And then time flies, the years go by like a shuttle. The sun passed away. Sun Qianquan, disillusioned, left the imperial capital, chose to root in the great northwest with the Voltron god generals, becoming a hidden defense line to defend this place. He's an army all by himself, and he formed a group of Imperial Beast Masters, which later developed into the Imperial Beast Authority. The establishment of the Johua Imperial Beast Academy became the top Imperial Beast Master Academy in China today. It could be said that Sun Qianquan was the originator of the current Imperial Beast industry in China, and even globally. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This old man's strength is a bit too bullish, right? Chen Rao was almost dumbfounded after hearing this. He had always felt that Geng Shuwen was already big enough as a background, but he didn't expect to meet another old ancestor-level backer today. Although Sun Qianquan has no real power now, but looking at the entire Chinese Imperial Beast world, who dares not give him face? Even if you don't give him face, you have to give the Voltron god general face, right? That's an Imperial Beast of the inquisitive body, Akatsuki bloodline. Old Dean, then you this time out of the mountain. The main purpose is, the car arrived at the station. Renfidu took the initiative to get off the car and assisted Sun Qianquan. I don't count this as coming out of the mountains. I just want to watch Lin Dal finish cultivating my family's secret art of Qianquan. If it wasn't for the fact that she insisted on attending some ghost training camp, I wouldn't bother coming over. Sun Qianquan slapped away the assisting hand and easily walked down the car. What? The secret art of Qianquan? Didn't you say that it was passed down to men and not women? Renfidu's voice rose 2 octaves as if he had heard some heavenly news. When I was young, I always wanted to pretend to be a warrior, but now I'm old. I don't pass it on to her. Who do I pass it on to? Sun Qianquan glanced at Renfidu. The so-called transmission of men and women in fact are pretending to be a master of the bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Really to the time to bring into the coffin, as long as the transmission of the line. What's more, Lin Jing's qualifications were marvelous and her spiritual power was extremely strong, so she was simply the chosen one to cultivate the Qianquan mysterious art. It was even possible to surpass Sun Qianquan as the founder. Grandpa Sun, Dean Ren, you two chat first. I have to go enroll. Lin Jing stepped out of the car and after glancing at the time ran in a hurry in a direction. After a day's drive. At this moment there are less than 20 minutes left for the Devil's training camp to rest, and if you can't sign up today, you'll have to trouble bounding to find someone again. However, she obviously didn't notice the way those 2 people behind her looked at her. Not even Chen Rao. Young people, so energetic. Sun Qianquan looked at Lin Jing's back with satisfaction, his eyes filled with bright desire. Don't get me wrong, that was never a mean and cheap thought, but the kind of eagerness to face a perfect diamond and not be able to resist the urge to carve her into a unique piece. Old Dean, you don't know this Lin Jing, I have already heard about it. Renfido similarly looked at Lin Jing's back inside. Oh, Sun Qianquan looked at Renfido. She was recommended by Shuwen, so I paid attention to her name when signing. At first I really did not put it on my mind. Until 2 days ago, something happened on the side of the Shilin League I just knew. Renfido said unconsciously, backhanded up the fan. Put your hands down. Sun Qianquan didn't give any face at all. Yes. Renfido was also obedient, and with a wave of his hand, the two bodyguards turned around sharply. I have also heard a little about the West Forest Alliance, and her imperial beasts have oddities. I can see it, but the specific oddities in what place, do not know, but as long as it is within the control range, there is no need to worry. Sun Qianquan rare tone so serious. You're right, but according to the rules, if her ability doesn't match the strength of the imperial beasts, it's subject to being taken back. Renfido nodded in agreement. Snap! Sun Qianquan slapped Renfido on the head. Old Dean, you. Renfido covered his head. He was at least over 40 years old. How could this old Dean still hit people in this way? It's embarrassing. Me? What me? Could it be that you mean that Lindal is not worthy of that little black dog even though she inherited my Qianquan secret art? Bull ********. Sun Qianquan reverted back to that old codger look. Fart. You criticize the right. Renfido also had to be unconvinced. There is no way. Who told him to stay with Sun Qianquan since childhood? Long ago, and pro-grandson pro-grandfather the same. Also, from today onwards, find me a job sweeping the floor. Sun Qianquan opened his mouth. Ha, old Dean, your body and bones. Sweeping the floor? Renfido man was almost numb. What's wrong with sweeping the floor? I can't stay there. Not to mention that I have to watch Lindal practicing every day. And also, it's strictly forbidden to divulge my true identity to the outside world. Sun Qianquan was already in a commanding tone. Okay, you're so old and you become a forgotten friend with such a student. Renfido agreed after thinking for a moment, and also flirted with Sun Qianquan. What? Why don't I make 8 friendships with her and let you call her grandma? Sun Qianquan directly lost his bottom line when he joked. But don't, I beg you, old Dean, Grandpa's son. If you want to have 8 friendships with her, half of the Chinese imperial beast realm will have to call her grandma. Facing this old Dean, Renfido was really convinced. On the other hand, the second-year administration building of the Jiuhua Imperial Beast Academy. Hello, I'm here to enroll in the Devil's Training Camp. Lin Jing, who had finally caught up with the rush, panted and pulled the last staff member. Oh, you're that first-year student who cut in? The boy with glasses looked Lin Jing up and down. Yes, that's me. Lin Jing hurriedly pulled out the various forms needed. Go back, we're done for the day. You think the academy is run by your family? No sense of time at all. The boy's face was full of disgust and pushed his glasses with his middle finger. Chapter 50. It's time for Miss Lin's dream to wake up. What was the Devil's Training Camp? That was everyone's dream place. The place where the top 400 geniuses of geniuses competed out of thousands of geniuses. And then the 40 geniuses of geniuses were decided. Although this statement is like making up the word count, but the Devil Training Camp in the mind of all the second-year students and the status of this, called the Devil, but like a holy place inviolable. Hua Yuning, who was fortunate enough to be one of them, thought so, and although he had scratched his way into the 400th place, he viewed this place as a holy place, as the perfect opportunity to turn the tide of salty fish. That's why he would never allow anyone to belittle the sacred place in his heart, not even the legendary freshman who was known nearly all over the school. What's more, now that the rumors about Lin Jing have dissipated, with the intervention of the official power of the authority, all misunderstandings have been clarified, and now Lin Jing's status in the eyes of the public is almost a drop in the bucket. Having lost the aura of the Lin clan, she is an inexplicable lifting student who failed to pass the opening evaluation and was strangely ended the freshman practical training early to join the Devil's Training Camp. As the saying goes, the hilarity of the situation is so great that new rumors have been circulating and they are deep in the air. Accommodate it, there are really some things that have delayed the time. Lin Jing pulled back Hua Yuning, who had turned around. Something? What could be more important than this? Do you really think you're the daughter of the Lin family? A few $1 million a minute? Hua Yuning laughed. This girl wouldn't really be bewildered by the forum trend of the last few days, would she? Do you really think you're some kind of Lin family's daughter? The content of the forum in these days is diametrically opposite to that of the previous days. If Bowning's blundering post made the Helping Forest faction spend the New Year's Eve in situ, then the authorities' official intervention to clarify the situation is a dreamy orgy for the inverted forest faction. When Gung Shuan almost personally came down, The technical department of the authority replaced all the top posts with clarification posts. Everyone finally wiped their eyes to face the reality. Then faced with the liquidation of the inverted forest faction from door to door, the Help Forest faction collectively pretended to be dead, and only a small number of face value fans survived in the cracks. There are also even in order to liquidate the arrogance of the faction to help the forest. Do not know where to turn out the past experience of Lin Jing, from Linde to Kanye Village, from the Qingting Royal Beast Academy to Jiuhua. Rumor mongering costs nothing, just like the birth of Lin's daughter in just one night. New stories are being born. Hasn't that been cleared up? And it's true that I didn't mean to be late. You had this time to already help me finish registering, didn't you? Lin Jing asked back somewhat breathlessly. It was obvious that the rumor was created by someone else, but the result was for her to take the blame? What's wrong with me not wanting to help you, Miss Lin? Oh no, I should call you Lin Zhaodi now. Hui Yuning laughed coldly, laughing as Lin Jing's heart tightened. Lin Zhaodi. It was Lin Jing's name before she escaped her family of origin, and one she never wanted to think of in her life. How did you know? Lin Jing's pupils narrowed. She never dreamed that this name that was almost about to be forgotten by her would actually appear again. How do I know? Oh, how crazy the Helping Forest faction was a few days ago. How happy we of the inverted forest are these days. What do you think you are after leaving Gung Shuan's aura? That thing with the opening evaluation. Do you think we're really going to be fooled by a live broadcast? Do you also deserve to be called a legendary freshman? Hui Yuning put down the document in his hand with considerable interest, holding the desktop with one hand. Yes, just like all the stories that fall down the well. After the identity of Lin Jing's great lady was disproved, some people began to dig up Lin Jing's real information through certain means, and it is specializing in black material, such as originating from a mountain village, marrying early, and allegedly cheating in the audition test. Even the live slices of halibut Yao 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 have been edited over and over again to harden the start of smearing and rumor mongering. The walls are falling down. How? What did I do? Why are you guys? Lin Jing grabbed her hair with one hand and flipped through the forum posts with the other. She's almost cracking up. At least half of the forums are hacking her, and the few threads where facepalm fans are desperately trying to wash their hands of her have been spewed to the point of being reduced to the point of falling in place. I beg you to stop spraying. We face fans haven't offended you, have we? Button 1 sends private photos of Lin. I don't usually believe in this kind of thing. 111-1111. Admittedly, Lin Jing tough-minded, even in the face of strange uncle will not lose color, but in the face of the overwhelming tidal wave of insults or on the verge of collapse. Alright, I don't want to talk more nonsense with you. If you're willing to come over and report tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. If you still want to dream of being a big lady, then I suggest that you should just wash up and sleep while you still can. Hui Yuning looked at Lin Jing, who was about to cry out, and sneered as she was about to leave. It's so cool to have a meal like this in front of me. Once this battle record is sent back to the dormitory at night, it can definitely become the group leader of the 41st group of the Inverted Forest faction. Dude, you're leaving after indiscriminately mocking and patting your ass? Chan Rao, who had been silent since the beginning, jumped out from his backpack. Imperial beasts can't hurt people, but no one said Imperial beasts can't hurt Imperial beast masters, right? Xiao Bai. Even so, Lin Jing still called out to Chen Rao. What for? Can I kick him if I can't kill him? There's always a price to pay for rumor mongering, right? Chen Rao twisted his head and looked at Lin Jing in disbelief. He could never do such a thing in his life to repay a grudge with kindness. But where Lin Jing had bullied people before with the aura of Miss Lin, it was even if they were so surly to counterattack now. But Lin Jing didn't even know that she had the title Miss Lin before, and now she was inexplicably liquidated? Isn't that a bit too wrong? Yo, what you gonna do? Going to fight me one-on-one? Hui Yuning, who had been drawn back to his attention, turned around and became alert the moment he saw Chen Rao. No. Lin Jing clenched her hands into fists and clenched them with a cackle. She did her best to soothe the emotions in her heart. If not for the location of the Qin Kuan secret art, at this moment Lin Jing could even give herself a mouthful of fire herself to pass out. A first-year student, do you really think you can turn the world upside down? I see that you came back from the practical training ground and were beaten back because you couldn't stand the pain. Hui Yuning's eyes sank. It wasn't true that he liked to shoot his mouth off, but he was after all also in the top 400 of the second-year students. What's more, after a year of learning, the Imperial Beast techniques he now mastered had changed drastically. I never wanted to fight with you. I just want to clarify. For myself, as for the devil training camp, I won't give up. I'll see you in the morning. Lin Jing took a deep breath. Under the waves she was almost overwhelmed. TSK, clarify. I don't think you have anything to clarify. But don't worry, we'll scold for another 17 or 18 days, and no one will scold when the heat passes. Hui Yuning laughs openly, picking up the documents on the table and turning to leave. Boo, the gates are closed. Lin Jing breathed heavily, as if she had nearly drowned. Xiao Bai. Lin Jing, who had lost her soul and walked out of the administration building, sat down on the steps, and the whole person seemed to have been drawn out of her soul in this instant. Deep breaths, the rumor mongers must pay the price. Go find Sun Qiankuan. Chen Rao transformed into his original size to catch the fallen Lin Jing, and with his mouth on her small arm is about to go. Leave me alone. Bye, please. Lin Jing yanked back her arms and covered her face with her hands. Quiet hairline, quiet. You'll only get worse if you let them rumor mongering go on. Chen Rao roared out in a low voice. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't be exposed, he even wanted to go to Sun Qiankuan himself. With that old man's nature, he could probably press Rin Faidu's head to clarify. A rush of footsteps sounded, and when the anxious Chen Rao raised his head, he saw a familiar figure running over. Min Yu, a second-year student in the Department of A at Koa High and one of the student leaders of this devil's boot camp. Lin Jing, are you okay? Yumin realized she was late and crouched down to pull out a tissue. Sister Yumin. Lin Jing's voice was small, so small that it was almost inaudible. Don't think too much. The department is trying to find a solution to their rumor, but the school year has just begun, as you know. The college and the department are too busy with too many things. As one of the few people who knew part of the truth, Yumin was also doing her best to comfort Lin Jing. How long will that take? Lin Jing asked. I don't know. At the very least, we have to wait for the freshmen to come back from practical training, which is 3 months later. Yumin finished saying that she felt that this was too long. Lin Jing stood up, and her entire body walked forward as if she had lost her soul. You might as well not say anything. Chen Rao blankly glanced at Yumin and quickly followed. Wait for me. I'll send you back. Yumin hurriedly followed. Lin Jing, who left in a state of dismay, did not go to see anyone. She seemed to have become the same person she once was, and the self-confidence and pride that had just been built up was completely shattered. Along the way she deliberately avoided everyone, specializing in picking paths that had no people or even lights to weave through. If not for Chen Rao's sense of smell being sharp enough, she would have even lost them. Yumin lost him a long time ago. All she could do was call one by one, but she couldn't get through at all. Also out of contact were Huangyaba, Ruan Qi, Bao Ning, and even a person with the super letter nickname, Nero, Y, who were thousands of miles away in practical training. But she didn't want to talk to anyone right now. She just wanted to go back to her dorm and escape the whole world. This night was extremely long, so long that Chen Rao felt as if 100 years had passed. As a royal beast, he was able to lay down his life to fight his enemies, and would not back down even in the face of an opponent as powerful as Lei Bo. But right now, he had no recourse other than to guard against the fact that Lin Jing wouldn't hurt herself due to an emotional breakdown. Lin Jing lay on the bed, trying to calm herself. She thought about explaining and proving it, and she picked up her phone countless times to edit her posts, but in the end, she chose to delete them. Explaining it now will only make it worse. No one will believe it. Chapter 51, Lin Jing, who had a change in painting style, got angry. Are you sure she's back? Sure, 1,000 times sure. Are we going to hell if we do this? Blah blah blah. What the hell? Isn't it just a few pictures? Late at night in the dormitory corridor, a few extremely lowered voices woke up Chen Rao. He opened his eyes and found that Lin Jing had also woken up, and after struggling painfully for several hours to fall asleep shallowly, she was woken up and sat up silently, her eyes not even blinking as she stared at the door. But I'm still scared. I won't get caught sneaking around, will I? Don't worry, so many AI pics and videos are fine, not to mention we don't shoot revealing ones. Bigger S break up early, and you two remember to turn off the flash. Chen Rao stood up. From the content of the conversation he probably guessed what these three people outside the door to do. When the Helping Forest faction was gaining momentum, everyone was afraid that the rumors were true. So even if the people of the Inverted Forest faction were no longer happy in their hearts, they would at most just shoot their mouths off and didn't dare to do anything actually bad. But at this moment, the wall is falling down. To ask what is the most posts in the Jiuhua forum now, except for the posts scolding Lin Jing, all of them are posts begging for Lin Jing's private photos, and no one knows where that photo came from in the beginning. And even if everyone can tell at a glance that it was an AI face swap using screenshots of MS Saihua's work, they're still willing to fall for it. Some people even found business opportunities here, and videos and photos were all over the place overnight. But ultimately, it's a fake, so it's not very expensive, and people are just trying to get a fresh look at it. But what if it's true? KCW's high standards filter out scummy rookies, not scumbags. They fantasize about amassing fortunes with their photos and even holding auctions where they can take the opportunity to become the richest person in the world. It's a bit of a stretch, but all in all it's a zero-cost way of trying to make some money. Little White, no killing allowed. At this moment, in the face of naked danger, even Lin Jing had changed from not being allowed to hurt people to not being allowed to kill people. Rabbits bite when they're anxious. The dormitory door opened in response as the lock rustled and clicked for a while. 3 people like thieves pushed open the door, also specially wearing masks and sunglasses to hide their identity. This dark corridor really makes people wonder how these 3 people find the place with precision. You 3, you'd better be sensible and get lost. Chen Rao jumped off the bed, boundless coldness radiating around his feet. He was truly enraged by these 3 people. Holy, the trio completely didn't expect Lin Jing to be awake, and let out a scream. Roll. Lin Jing's voice was very, very small. Scram. Chen Rao suppressed his stance and growled angrily. The 3 people who were thieves cried their parents, turned around and ran away with their asses in the air, even squeezing the obsolete doorframe out of shape, this time completely unable to sleep. Lin Jing lying in bed, eyes staring straight at the ceiling, as if returning to the hillside that greeted the evening breeze many years ago, turning into the Lin Zhaodi who preferred to be cold and goosebumps all over her body, but also did not want to go back even 1 second earlier. Chen Rao did not know how to comfort people, not to mention that at this time he was still an imperial beast. He could only lie on the side of Lin Jing's bed, a pair of eyes that seemed to glow staring at the doorway in death. A sleepless night. Things are troublesome, but people can't stop. Lin Jing may shed tears, but she doesn't stop there and stop moving forward. Only this time out of the house she grew a heart. She changed her line, from the original slightly ordinary small fresh style, to a black dress, black pants, black boots, outside a pure black trench coat. If she used to be like an innocent sister next door, now she is like a high-cool goddess that no one should approach. The change in style was tantamount to the best camouflage to hide oneself. And when those who knew that Lin Jing had returned but were still searching for her according to her previous style brushed past the current her, although they would also look back to watch, there was indeed no one who recognized her. Why are you dressed like this? Even you men didn't recognize it. Want to change the style? Let's go in. Lin Jing took off her mask and followed behind you men. The two walked into the second-year administration building one after the other, and a few students who came to consult couldn't help whispering after seeing Lin Jing. Gossip is all day long, but it's natural not to listen to it. What did you say? You men didn't quite hear. No, it's nothing. Lin Jing shook her head. Not having slept all night, she didn't look too good right now, even with the Qiankuan secret art. The whole face was gray. Yo, still really here? Still in the same position as yesterday, still the same person as yesterday. Hua Yuning originally just came out to take a look in passing, but he didn't expect Lin Jing to really come. I said I won't give up. Now, I'm signing up. Lin Jing almost squeezed these words out from between her teeth. She handed over the registration form she had prepared in advance. Hua Yuning glanced down, then picked up the enrollment form and swept it. The format was standard. Not ashamed to be parachuted over to participate in the, although he didn't know how Lin Jing, who was out of Missy S Halo, could be parachuted into the Devil S training camp. But, Hua Yuning, what are you doing? You men watched as Hua Yuning fed the enrollment form into the shredder. Yeah, sorry, I thought that was where the files were kept. Hua Yuning hastily put on an appearance of having done something wrong, and hurriedly bent down to carry up the bag holding the paper scraps under the shredder. A bag full of shredded paper the size of a grain of rice. As a second-year student, Hua Yuning certainly wasn't too good at tearing her face off with you men, not to mention that she was one of the student leaders of this Devil's training camp. According to Reason Lin Jing registration, this matter should have been directly aligned done, directly into the camp. However, the chief instructor of the current Devil training camp is an unsympathetic guy. No matter who opens the mouth, must follow the rules and regulations of the process, and coincidentally, the one chosen by the chief instructor, the one responsible for receiving Lin Jing, was Hua Yuning. Not having an enrollment form means that you can enroll now, and the enrollment form is printed with a QR code to ensure that it won't be fraudulently used, and you'll have to reapply if you want to reprint it. Who do I call to reapply? Of course, it is Bao Ning. Bao Ning and then find someone, and then step-by-step commission down, and again must be at least half a day. What a shame. Since you have the ability to go airborne, find whichever of your godly gold master dads you're looking for again. Hua Yuning's smile was full of malice. The post he made on the forum last night had a heat of over 10,000 already. The one who parachuted into the Devil's training camp is actually a certain Anna. The gold master's father behind her is really powerful. Hua Yuning, you can keep your mouth shut if you don't know how to speak. I can clearly tell you that I've saved all the rumors that you people have created, and sooner or later, the academy will come after you. Yu Min was a bit annoyed. She stared Hua Yuning dead in the eyes. She was well aware of the current situation on the forums, but the problem was that the 3 grades of Johua were all busy right now, and while the impacts were bad, there was really no extra manpower to deal with them. Really? Actually, there is. Manpower is like a career line. It's always there when you squeeze it.